In Jeongnan, the Lee family courtyard was shrouded in an overwhelming atmosphere of sorrow. The elderly patriarch, Lee Chung-fong, sat expressionless at the head of the table, where 10 urns were lined up solemnly. A 3-star general clad in camouflage stood beside him, his face heavy as he unfolded the death notices. Wei Ishangwa, age 48, perished in battle on July 28 in the Northern District, his remains unaccounted for. Yi Zhenghua, age 43, fell in combat on July 28 in the Eastern District, his body lost. Yi Lingtian, age 27, was killed on July 28 in the Southern District, his remains unrecovered. Yi Lingjun, age 26, died on July 28 in the southeastern frontier, his corpse missing. As the last death notice was read, an oppressive silence enveloped the inner hall. The Yi family had lost 10 valiant souls from 3 generations, all perishing on the same day across the 6 military districts of the Great Xia, nearly wiping out the family. The profound grief rendered the very air in the courtyard stifling. Boom. Boom. Above the Yi family courtyard, 36 fighter jets rode in a solemn formation, accompanied by the resounding echoes of 19 cannon salutes. The entire city sounded alarms and lowered flags to half-mast, honoring the valiant sacrifices of the Yi family, yet none of this could alter the tragic fate of their fallen heroes. Old General, the enemy's plan was executed with such precision that we could never have anticipated this tragedy. Please accept my condolences. General Ningyu bowed respectfully to Yi Chung-fong, his voice hoarse with emotion. The 10 exceptional talents of the Yi family had all met their demise on the same day in 6 different military districts of the Great Xia. Even a fool could recognize that such a coincidence was impossible. This was a targeted operation to eliminate the Yi family completely. Ning Tao cast a glance at Yi Fan, the last remaining hope of the Yi lineage. 5 years prior, Yi Fan had been hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Great Xia, but a tragic accident had turned him into a fool. At present, Yi Fan clutched a pink Peppa Pig toy, his expression blank and oblivious to the calamity unfolding around him. Unbeknownst to the others, a golden glimmer suddenly emanated from a jade pendant resting on Yi Fan's chest, followed by a faint cracking sound as an even layer of fissures appeared, causing the pendant to shatter. Several streams of golden light surged forth from the pendant, swiftly entering Yi Fan's body. In an instant, a flicker of shrewdness ignited in Yi Fan's once dull gaze. Damn it. I can't believe I've sealed myself for 5 years. How absurd. 5 years ago, at the age of 15, Yi Fan had already embarked on the martial path, mastering the breaking force and entering the realm of control, ultimately transcending to the Grandmaster stage, earning the title of the unparalleled prodigy among the younger generation of the Great Xia. However, while researching how to use talismans to break through to the martial sovereign realm, he was struck by a car, inadvertently sealing 2 of his souls and 6 of his spirits within the jade pendant on his chest, leaving only 1 soul and 1 spirit to sustain his body in a dazed state for 5 long years. With his soul incomplete, he lost all his powers and his intelligence regressed to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Thus, to outsiders, Yi Fan appeared to have become a complete fool following the accident. Yet, he understood that this was merely a temporary sealing of his soul. Without external assistance, he could only await the failure of the soul-locking talisman, a wait that stretched on for 5 interminable years. As the 3 souls and 7 spirits returned to their rightful place, Yi Fan's intelligence and talent were instantaneously restored, while the powers he had lost had transcended the level of a grandmaster, elevating him to the pinnacle of a martial sovereign, placing him among the top 10 in all of the Great Xia. Gazing upon the 10 urns before him, Yi Fan's expression darkened to an extreme. Among these 10 urns, 3 belonged to his elder uncle, second uncle, and third uncle, while the remaining 7 were those of his 7 brothers from the 3rd generation. Behind the 7 urns stood 7 exceptionally beautiful women clad in plain garments. These were his 7 fiancées. The eldest sister-in-law, Yu Linglong, a renowned warrior of the Great Xia, stood as the strongest female general of her generation. The second sister-in-law, Ling Yanqiu, hailed from the prominent Ling family, one of the 4 great clans of the capital, wielding immense financial power that influenced the entirety of Great Xia. The 3rd sister-in-law, Shun Mang, was a global superstar, the goddess in the hearts of countless young men. And the 7th sister-in-law, Su Ishue, belonged to a distinguished medical family in the southwest, commanding half of the pharmaceutical industry. Though his 7 brothers had perished in battle, these unwed sisters-in-law had not forgotten their bond, coming together to pay their respects, which deeply moved Yi Fan. Commenced the funeral, Yi Chung-fong, his grandfather, commanded solemnly, prompting the 7 sisters-in-law to carry the urns and proceed towards the courtyard's entrance. Outside the Yi family courtyard, a vast open space was already filled with people. The old general, who had dedicated his life to military service, now witnessed the downfall of the Yi family. The crowd murmured in sympathy. Esteemed guests, the sons of the Yi family sacrificed their lives for the nation. They died honorably. As long as I remain, the Yi family shall not fall. Yi Changfeng ascended the platform and took the microphone to speak, yet, midway through his address, he could no longer continue, overwhelmed by grief as he mourned the loss of his kin. The Yi family had nearly been extinguished. As a frail elder, he stood on the brink of despair, gasping to regain his composure. He glanced at Yifan beside him, feeling a slight alleviation of the weight in his heart. Yifan was now Yi Changfeng's sole hope despite his foolishness. He was still alive. Alas, he no longer sought great achievements for him. Once the funeral concluded, he hoped to hasten the wedding with the Shen family, ensuring the continuation of the Yi lineage. Even if no heirs were to be born, marrying Shen Yufei would provide Yifan with protection from the Shen family for the remainder of his days. As all present witnessed Yi Changfeng's poignant state, they were profoundly moved. The old general has endured so much. The Yi family once contributed immensely to the establishment of the empire, and now they face such tragedy. Indeed, a family of 10 renowned generals, all perishing on the same day. This is utterly abnormal. This is a thorough extermination. There must be an insider involved, and certainly, they hold a position of great power. Hush. Do not speak recklessly. Do you wish to invite calamity upon yourself? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, two figures swiftly approached the platform. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the interruption. With so many witnesses present, I, Shen Zhengguo, wish to announce a matter on behalf of Yufei. Ascending the stage was Shen Zhengguo, the second son of the Shen family, accompanied by the eldest daughter, Shen Yufei. Everyone is aware that the Shen family and the Yi family were once betrothed. However, with Yifan now rendered a fool, my Shen family has resolved to annul the engagement, and we humbly seek the elders' approval. Shen Zhengguo announced with an air of nonchalance, microphone in hand. This declaration was, without a doubt, the bombshell in the gathering. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. What, in the wake of Yi family's calamity, the Shen family chooses this moment to withdraw from the engagement? Is this not akin to kicking someone when they are down? How ruthless. Is the Shen family so eager to sever ties with the Yi family? Alas. It seems the Shen family fears the repercussions with the Yi family's downfall. Their rivals will surely target those closely associated with them. If the Shen family does not withdraw, they may very well be the first to face retribution, but must they act so hastily? What will Elder Yi think of this? Swiftly, all gazes shifted towards Yi Changfeng, a concern etched upon their faces. You. With a sudden gasp, Yi Changfeng managed to utter a single word, only to spew forth blood as he staggered backward. The nearly 8-year-old patriarch of the Yi family had finally collapsed. The Shen family's decision to annul the engagement had become the final straw that broke Yi Changfeng's spirit. Beside Yi Changfeng stood his adopted son Su Jian, who hurriedly reached out to steady him. Father, please take care of yourself. Do not worry. Both Su Dong and I will ensure that the entire Yi family continues to stand strong. Su Jian was the son Su Jian had taken in years ago, while Su Dong was Su Jian's son, with Yi Changfeng's biological son and grandson serving in the military. It was Su Jian and his son who managed nearly all the affairs of the Yi family. Behind Yi Changfeng, Yifan, now awake, tightly gripped his small Peppa Pig toy, striving to suppress the anger rising within him as he cast a fierce gaze towards Shen Yufei. Shen Yufei and Yifan had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, enjoying a bond that had always been exceptionally strong. A decade prior, the Yi and Shen families had arranged a betrothal between the two, and the entire southwest, indeed all of Dacia, knew that Shen Yufei was destined to be Yifan's bride. Yifan had contemplated the departure of everyone around him. Yet he had never imagined that Shen Yufei would leave him, especially at such a critical moment. Yufei, will you not be my wife anymore? Shen Yufei, nervously gripping the hem of her garment, dared not meet Yifan's gaze. With her head bowed in guilt, she murmured, I'm sorry, Fan Gu, but I cannot marry you. 5 years prior, after Yifan had become a fool, Shen Yufei had never considered calling off the engagement. After all, he still had the support of the Yi family, a substantial foundation that promised a decent future. However, now the Yi family had been nearly annihilated, leaving only an elderly man in his 80s and a fool with the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old. If she were to step into the Yi household now, what hope would await her? Shen Yufei composed herself, and as she lifted her head, a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. If only you were not a fool, she sighed. If I were not a fool, you would still marry me, wouldn't you? Yifan continued to gaze at Shen Yufei, the memories of their shared childhood filling him with a flicker of hope. Shen Yufei hesitated, beginning to respond when her uncle Shen Zhengguo interjected, Humph. You foolish brat. Stop dreaming. Even if you were to return to normal, what difference would it make? Do you think the Yi family is the same as it once was? Can you truly revert to the prodigious talent you once were? Moreover, even if you were to recover completely, you are now the last remaining sprout of the Yi family, with countless eyes watching, waiting for your demise. How long could you possibly endure? I certainly do not wish for you fate to become a widow. Though Xian Xiangguo's words were harsh, they struck a chord with Yifan. Indeed, all the male members of the Yi family had perished on the same day. And recalling the accident from 5 years ago, Yifan understood that someone was intent on uprooting the Yi family entirely. Should he regain his normalcy, his enemies would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Even if he could defend himself, the true perpetrators behind the calamity befalling the Yi family would likely become wary and retreat into the shadows. In that instant, the Yifan's expression darkened, and he resolved to continue feigning foolishness. He would use his pretense as a shield to secretly unearth those who had harmed the Yi family, ensuring they faced retribution for their blood debts. As for Xian Yufei, he would leave that to fate. Xian Zhengguo, noticing Yifan's silence, let out a self-deprecating laugh. Realizing that he had forgotten that Yifan would not comprehend his words, with a twitch of his lips, he turned to the blood-stained Yi Chongfeng and implored, "Old sir, you are well aware of the situation. I beseech you to spare the Xian family and let Yufei be." The crowd erupted in a clamor as Xian Zhengguo pressed on, causing a stir among the onlookers. The Xian family had gone too far. Alas, the Yi family had completely fallen from grace. It was likely that after the Xian family called off the engagement, no one would be willing to marry that fool Yifan. The Yi family had lost all hope. It was a pity to see the old sir's condition. He would not live for many more years. By the way, old Zhong, didn't you mention that the fish at Dongyong Tower is exquisite? Let us hurry to secure a spot. If we delay, we shall find no place to sit. Isn't that inappropriate? The Yi family's funeral has yet to conclude, and we are leaving. What is inappropriate about that? Whether we attend the funeral or not holds little significance now. It would be more meaningful to invite Su Jian and his son to the foot massage parlor a few more times instead. Come on, let us go. In the courtyard, there were many who shared the same sentiment. A quarter of the attendees had already risen, unabashedly preparing to depart. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, the crowd pushes. Such is the harsh reality. Yi Chongfeng, having just coughed up blood and supported by Su Jian, looked pale as he surveyed the desolate scene before him. His lips trembled as he attempted to speak, but no sound escaped. Yifan stood on the stage, coldly observing those who were leaving, committing their faces to memory. Soon, he would ensure that they deeply regretted their actions today. Below the stage, the 7 individuals clutching the urn were infuriated by the unfolding situation, stamping their feet in anger. They exchanged glances, and under the leadership of the eldest sister, Yu Linglong, they made their way to the stage. Xian Yufei, if you will not marry him, we shall. I, Yu Linglong. I, Lin Yanqiu. I, Shan Menge. I, Su Ishue. We are willing to marry Yifan to help the Yi family thrive. The 7 resounding declarations pierced the heavy gloom like 7 sharp swords. The venue fell into an eerie silence. Those preparing to leave froze mid-step, their feet suspended in the air. Below, some opened their mouths, momentarily forgetting what they intended to say next. In that instant, the movements of the 1,000-strong crowd seemed frozen, all eyes fixated on the 7 stunning young women on stage. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief. After a full 10 seconds of silence, the audience collectively gasped, and then the atmosphere erupted like a boiling pot. What on earth? 7 of them are simultaneously willing to enter the Yi family and marry that fool Yifan. Goodness! Have these beauties lost their minds? All the Yi family heirs have perished. This is the perfect opportunity to break free from the Yi family. Indeed, each one of them is a paragon of beauty. A rare gem. How can they all choose to marry Yifan? Such audacity. At this moment, they refuse to abandon the Yi family and instead bring honor to it. Not necessarily. I perceive that the situation is not as simple as it appears. Their overt declaration may merely be a ploy to salvage some semblance of dignity for the Yi family. Let us allow the dust to settle for a moment. Those who had intended to depart, upon witnessing the sudden turn of events, hesitated and quietly retreated back to the courtyard. The movements of the 7 exquisite sisters resembled a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Xian Yufei abruptly lifted her gaze. Her piercing eyes fixated on Yuling Long and the others, as if attempting to penetrate their very souls. She found herself perplexed, pondering the thoughts that occupied the minds of these extraordinary young women. While everyone else sought to distance themselves from the Yi family, they chose to swim against the current, resolutely binding themselves to the Yi family. As Yuling Long and her companions stepped forward, placing their hands atop Yi Fan's, Xian Yufei felt an emptiness within her, as if she had lost something of profound significance. Yi Chongfeng grasped Yuling Long's hand tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Ling Long, Yianqiu, thank you. Regardless of the truth, Yuling Long and her companions, by stepping forward at this critical juncture to make such a declaration, had at least restored some honor to the Yi family, alleviating Yi Chongfeng's burden. Yuling Long gazed earnestly at Yi Chongfeng and said, "Grandfather, I remain a member of your family, it is merely the person I am to marry that has changed. Leave the rest to me." After a brief pause, she turned her gaze toward Xian Yufei, her eyes sharp. "Xian Yufei, I hereby declare, as Yi Fan's wife, that your engagement to him is null and void from this moment forth. Begone." Her commanding words erupted with an overwhelming intensity, accompanied by an aura of formidable resolve that enveloped her. Every individual present felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end. Goodness! Why does it feel as though the temperature has suddenly dropped several degrees? Truly, she is the foremost Valkyrie of the Great Seer. Her presence commanding the crowd as if Yi Fan was still the once legendary prodigy, the two indeed seemed well matched. Let us observe. Perhaps one day Yi Fan will awaken and regain his former self. With Yuling Long and her companion's declaration, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The 7 stunning daughters-in-law of the Yi family fiercely defended their husband, igniting a glimmer of hope among the onlookers, who felt a sense of relief for the elderly Yi. Yet, within the crowd, Zhao Tianlong, the scion of the Zhao family, wore an expression of utter fury. What the hell is going on? Damn it. I had my sights set on Su Yixue for so long, thinking that once the Yi family was extinguished, I would have my chance. But now. Zhao Tianlong ceded, clenching his fist, has Su Yixue's head been caught in a door, choosing to marry a fool or to remain as a sister-in-law. Beside Zhao Tianlong stood another young man with glasses, his face equally discontented. Xiao, do not be overly agitated. Perhaps things are not as they seem. Su Yixue may merely be participating in this facade for appearances. They likely do not intend to all marry Yi Fan. If they were all to marry him, it would complicate my father's ambition to gain complete control over the Yi group, and we would never agree to that. This bespectacled youth was none other than Su Jian's son, Su Dong. The Yi family teetered on the brink of annihilation, and none were more delighted than the father and son duo who, seizing the opportunity presented by the Yi family's lack of heirs, could brazenly and rightfully lay claim to the Yi group. However, the sudden decision made by Yuling Long and her companions disrupted their plans. It was indeed reasonable. If Su Yixue dared to engage in any intimate behavior with Yi Fan, I would swiftly eliminate that fool. Zhao Tianlong scoffed, viewing the act of crushing Yi Fan as effortless as squashing an ant. By the way, Su Xiao, this evening, our Zhao family is hosting a business banquet, and a prominent figure from the Xia family of the provincial capital will be in attendance. Perhaps Su Xiao could find an opportunity for collaboration. The atmosphere in the venue was already abuzz with excitement, while the central figure, Yi Fan, found himself surrounded by 7 stunning sisters-in-law, wearing an expression of bewilderment and calm. Yet, internally, he was engulfed by tumultuous waves of emotion. Goodness! I have just awakened and am already expected to inherit the breathtaking sisters-in-law of my brothers. Sisters-in-law, please do not act rashly. I am no longer the fool I once was. Nevertheless, Yi Fan understood that with the public declaration of the 7 women wanting to marry him, regardless of belief, their enemies would certainly take note. Had Yuling Long and the others not made this announcement, the Yi family's adversaries might have refrained from action. However, with their proclamation, those intent on dismantling the Yi family would undoubtedly not spare any of them. Since they had initiated a complete eradication of the Yi family, they would leave no opportunity for resurgence, eliminating any potential allies that could aid the Yi family in reclaiming its former glory. Given such circumstances, Yi Fan found himself unable to extricate himself from this predicament. Alas! Yifan sighed deeply, the flicker of profanity passing through his gaze. Whether to honor the memory of his deceased brothers or for his own future, he recognized the necessity of becoming powerful swiftly. To restore the Yi family to its former grandeur. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable could he avenge the family's downfall and protect his 7 beautiful sisters-in-law. The funeral. The resonant voice of Yi Changfeng brought Yifan back to reality. At that moment, Yi Changfeng's mood, influenced by Yu Linglong, was vibrant. His voice booming and the shadows in his eyes dissipating. All the teams in the courtyard commenced their journey, escorting the 10 loyal souls of the Yi family to the cemetery in Yuncheng. Outside the Yi family estate, the Xian Zhenghua and Xian Yufei had departed ahead of time. Noticing Xian Yufei's despondent demeanor, Xian Zhenghua offered heartfelt comfort, saying, "Yufei, your second uncle understands your bond with Yifan, but you are aware of the current situation. The Yi family has no hope. The Xian family cannot follow the Yi family into ruin. Although Yu Linglong and the others announced their intention to marry Yifan. Do you truly believe that is feasible? It is merely a facade to save face for the Yi family. By the way, this evening, young Master Zhao is hosting a business banquet, and it is said that influential figures from the provincial capital are coming to Yuncheng to invest. Young Master Li previously called me to invite you, perhaps you should return his call now." The young Master Li mentioned by Xian Zhenghua is none other than Li Yunyong, the heir of the prestigious Li family in Yuncheng. With the downfall of the Yi family, Xian Zhenghua had found another significant ally for the Xian family. Xian Yufei, with a weary expression, gently shook her head and said, "No need. Second uncle, I am a bit tired. I will return to rest for a while and attend the business banquet this evening on my own." After speaking, she despondently entered her car and drove away from the scene. Xian Zhenghua watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but shake his head, sighing, "Oh, Yufei. You are still too young. For the sake of the Xian family, your second uncle has no choice but to act this way." At the Yun City Cemetery. After seeing all the guests depart, Yi Changfeng finally let out a long sigh. "Linglong, Yuanshou, Yushue, thank you for today." The sudden withdrawal of the marriage engagement by the Xian family at the funeral nearly caused the Yi family to lose their last shred of dignity. Fortunately, the presence of 7 granddaughters salvaged a bit of face for the Yi family. "Now that the funeral for my 7 grandsons has concluded, you may all leave." Sigh. Until this moment, Yi Changfeng still believed that the earlier announcement by Yu Linglong and the others was a jest. Yu Linglong and Su Yushue stood in place, unmoved. Su Yushue stepped forward and addressed Yi Changfeng, "Grandpa. We are serious about marrying Yifan. This is no jest. Although Ling Tian and the others have perished for the country, the Yi family's lineage must not be severed. We are willing to expand the family and continue the bloodline." "What?" Yi Changfeng gazed at Su Yushue and the others, his eyes sweeping over the 7 girls' solemn expressions, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Why go through such trouble? What do you seek?" Yu Linglong stepped forward respectfully and declared, "Grandpa. We are born of the Yi family and will forever be its spirits. Those who conspire against the Yi family cannot go unpunished. We 7 sisters have decided that each of us will take turns accompanying Yifan for a month, ensuring that the Yi family's bloodline continues and that those responsible pay the price." Yifan, standing behind Yi Changfeng, nearly spat out blood upon hearing Yu Linglong's words. Were these 7 truly serious? Each one to accompany him for a month? Did they consider him some sort of progenitor? Noticing Yifan's emotional shift, Yu Linglong suddenly turned her gaze, her eyes fiercely fixed upon him, the hint of confusion in her expression. Seeing Yifan still wear that dazed look, her brow furrowed slightly. Could it be her misperception? Just moments ago, she felt a significant fluctuation in Yifan's aura. If he was still a fool, it would be improbable for him to cause such a disturbance in his aura. After a brief hesitation, Yu Linglong advanced a couple of steps, staring intently at Yifan. "Yifan, I do not know if you can comprehend my words at this moment. But do not forget, you were once the greatest prodigy of the Daxia kingdom. You could stand at the pinnacle before, surely you can do so again. We 7 virtuous maidens have resolved to marry you. From this moment forth, we are your wives. Our fates are intertwined, we share in glory and in misfortune. If you still possess even a fragment of clarity, rise up quickly, protect the Yi family, and avenge your uncles and brothers. Furthermore, whether you are truly foolish or merely pretending, we 7 have chosen to stand by you." Should you dare to betray any one of us, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth with a blade in hand. Listening to Yulinglong's words, Yifan felt a surge of emotion, and his nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. The audacity and courage it took for 7 young women to choose to marry him simultaneously, despite the risk of being scrutinized by the world, was truly remarkable. What reason did he have to remain despondent? Su Ishue, who stood nearby, was visibly moved and gently interjected, "Elder sister, might this be too harsh on Yifan? After all, his intellect has yet to fully recover." Yulinglong's brow furrowed slightly. Previous examinations had confirmed that Yifan's mind was intact, with no neurological damage. Surely, there was some detail we had overlooked. Recently, I have been in contact with the renowned physician Lei Chenjue of the Great Xia, who will undoubtedly find a remedy. I will spare no effort to enlist his help in treating Yifan. The thought of summoning the esteemed physician for his own ailment stirred something within Yifan. If Lei Chenjue were to arrive, it would align perfectly with a plan he wished to execute. He had already assessed that, although his grandfather appeared to be in good health, the lingering injuries from his youth and the immense emotional toll had nearly overwhelmed him. If not properly cared for, his grandfather might not have much time left. Despite Yifan's extraordinary medical skills, he needed to feign ignorance, as it would be inconvenient for him to personally tend to his grandfather's health. However, if Lei Chenjue were to come, it would provide an opportunity to use the physician's expertise to aid his grandfather. With this thought in mind, Yifan waved his hand enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Hooray! Hooray! I want to be healed! I want to be healed!" At that moment, Yifan still needed to maintain the facade of ignorance. Yulinglong furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. The other 6 enchanting young women gazed at Yifan with eyes full of concern. Su Ishue stepped forward and embraced him gently, saying, "Yifan, rest assured, we sisters will surely find a way to restore your health. Even if healing proves impossible, we will care for you for a lifetime and bless you with many robust children." The mention of such intimate matters caused all 7 girls to blush. Though they had made such a momentous decision in haste during the funeral, they were still innocent maidens, and discussions of such personal topics brought them shyness. Yulinglong, the eldest at 26, maintained her composure and said, "Grandfather, here is our plan. Since Ishue resides in Yun City, she will care for Yifan in the first month, followed by Qing Ruolan from the provincial capital in the second month, and in the third month." She recounted their arrangement, and Yi Changfeng, listening nearby, could not contain his tears. "Good girls. Grandfather thanks you." As he spoke, Yi Changfeng knelt before Yulinglong and the others. They willingly sacrificed their innocence to ensure the continuation of the Yi family lineage. Such a gesture was a tremendous grace. Alarmed, Yulinglong and Su Ishue hurried to help Yi Changfeng to his feet. "Grandfather, please, no. We shall strive together, the Yi family will undoubtedly grow stronger." Yi Changfeng stood, his expression grave as he addressed Yifan. "Yifan, remember this, regardless of whether you recover fully, you must treat these 7 girls well. Do you understand? If you dare to betray, I shall personally ensure your demise." It is easy to embellish a situation, yet difficult to provide support in times of adversity. Amidst such trials, how could Yifan forget the kindness bestowed upon him by the 7 women and the Yi family? Yifan secretly vowed to himself, "I shall not disappoint my esteemed sisters. However, for the time being, you must endure some hardships." "Oh," Yifan responded, appearing somewhat at a loss to outsiders. Su Ishue, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently pulled Yifan closer, remarking that it was getting late and she would take him home today. Coincidentally, Zhao Tianlong had organized a business banquet tonight, and she intended to take Yifan along for a visit. Upon hearing the name Zhao Tianlong, Yifan's heart suddenly jolted, as a familiar image flashed through his mind. 5 years ago, during the moment of his car accident, as he lost consciousness, he noticed a scarred man in the driver's seat. Just moments ago, in the Yi family courtyard, he had seen the scarred man standing beside Zhao Tianlong. It was evident that his accident was intricately linked to the Zhao family. A sharp glint flickered in Yifan's eyes. If so, let the quest for vengeance commence with the Zhao family. In the Yi family courtyard, Yi Changfeng returned home, nearly collapsing into his chair. Gazing at the empty yard, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The head of the guard, Lang Fong, stood respectfully to the side, quietly reporting, "Elder Yi, according to intelligence. Su Jian and his son from the Yi Corporation are intensifying their plans to connect with major shareholders, intending to usurp and relocate the assets of the Yi family. What are your thoughts?" Yi Chongfeng waved his hand dismissively. "I have long been aware of their petty maneuvers. The assets worth billions are hardly coveted by the Yi family. However, now that those 7 girls are determined to protect Shaofan, I must leave them something of value. Keep a close watch on the company's affairs and ensure that everything remains within control." "Understood," Leng Fong replied, his lips quivering slightly. He glanced at the family portrait hanging on the wall, his voice choked with emotion. "Elder Yi, the eldest young masters must have been schemed against. Those individuals are ruthless." Leaning wearily in his chair, Yi Chongfeng replied helplessly, "I am aware, and I can roughly guess who among them participated in this treachery. Yet, what can the Yi family do now? A family, regardless of its rise or fall, fears most the absence of successors. Indeed, Elder Yi's influence in the military is formidable. But the Yi family has lost all its potential male heirs. What good is Yi Chongfeng's prestige? Can the Yi family rely on a child with the intellect of a 7 or 8-year-old? Moreover, even if the 7 women choose to remain with Yi Fan, it would only delay the decline of the Yi family. Unless they can swiftly bear children for Yi Fan. And the old master can survive for at least another 20 years to ensure the growth of the 4th generation. If that were to happen, perhaps the Yi family could still rise again. Alas! How wonderful it would be if the young master could recover from his state of ignorance." In a dimly lit courtyard somewhere in the northwest, an elderly man was devoutly kneeling before a statue of Buddha, holding several incense sticks and praying with utmost reverence. At the entrance, the young man clad in camouflage awaited. Once the elder rose, he produced a stack of documents and said, "Old Zhong, news from Yun City has arrived." The funeral proceeded smoothly, Yi Chongfeng behaved normally, and there were no significant anomalies within the Northern Dragon Army. However, a minor disruption occurred during the ceremony. The Xian family has withdrawn their engagement with the Yi family, yet Yi Fan's 7 companions publicly declared their intent to marry him, thus ensuring the continuation of the Yi lineage. How should we proceed? Upon hearing the report, the elder let out a cold huff through his nostrils, exuding an aura of authority reserved for those in power. Preposterous. Are they unaware of the fate that awaits the Yi family? A severe punishment is imperative. We must make an example of them. The Su family is situated in Yun City, let them witness the consequences of aligning with the Yi family." After a brief pause, he continued, "Furthermore, maintain strict surveillance on Yi Fan. Should he exhibit any abnormal behavior, take immediate action." As he spoke, he gestured to his subordinate with a motion to indicate a throat-cutting action. In a heartbeat, the elder transitioned from devoutly praying to regarding human life as inconsequential. A single command could seal a person's fate. Meanwhile, in Yun City, Su Ishue escorted Yi Fan back to her residence. After changing into a new outfit, she led him towards a banquet organized by the Shao family. "Yi Fan, once we arrive, please refrain from speaking out of turn. Just stay close to me, and I will protect you." Su Ishue gently embraced Yi Fan's arm, her eyes brimming with affection. Once, Yi Fan had shown as a remarkable prodigy. "All right." Su Ishue paused, then playfully tapped Yi Fan's shoulder. Her cheeks flushed as she added, "You must call me wife from now on, understood?" "Okay. I have a wife now, this is wonderful. I am so happy." Yi Fan exclaimed, his delight manifesting in childlike exuberance, causing Su Ishue's heart to ache. He had once been the youngest of prodigies, a paragon of talent, and alongside Shen Yufei, they were the golden couple of Yun City. Yet now, at the most challenging moment for the Yi family, the Shen family chose to abandon them. She vowed to cherish this man. The Yi family could not fall into ruin. "Yes, little Fan, rest assured. I shall forever be your wife." Su Ishue tightly embraced Yi Fan, allowing her flowing hair to envelop his face. This marked her first intimate encounter with a man. Despite her shyness, her resolve remained unwavering. Unbeknownst to Su Ishue, as her heart raced, a warm current surged within her body, nurturing and revitalizing her, leaving her feeling as if embraced by a gentle spring breeze. Simultaneously, Yi Fan experienced a similar warm flow within him. Deep within his dantian, a flickering flame danced in rhythm with the warmth, As the current passed through the flame, it transformed into martial energy, permeating Ifan's veins and swiftly enhancing his strength. This was the secret behind Ifan's attainment of master-level prowess at the tender age of 15. The enigmatic flame within his dantian would yield warm currents whenever he made contact with a girl experiencing emotional fluctuations, allowing Ifan to convert this warmth into martial energy, thereby rapidly elevating his capabilities. Even in the absence of direct interaction with the fairer sex, a warm current would spontaneously arise within Ifan, transforming into martial energy that significantly enhanced his prowess, far surpassing the ordinary pace of cultivation. Miss Su, both the family head and the second master are inside. Please make your way there alone, the steward informed Ifan while he was examining his martial energy. Su Ishue furrowed her brow and replied, I will be there shortly. She was acutely aware of the purpose behind her uncle's summons, particularly after her public announcement of her intention to marry Ifan, a decision that could spell disaster for the Su family. Xiaofan, please wait for me in the car and do not wander off. I will come to find you shortly, Su Ishue instructed as she settled Ifan in the vehicle before hastening towards the banquet hall. As Ifan watched her retreating figure, a resolute smile graced his lips. Rest assured, from the moment you chose to protect the Yi family and me, I, Ifan, shall provide you with the most splendid life this world has to offer. In addition to the mysterious flames flickering within him, the ring he had received years ago concealed a formidable power capable of shaking the world. However, Ifan had yet to activate it. He possessed the strength to safeguard his loved ones. Let those who sought to annihilate the Yi family tremble from this moment onward. In a corner of the banquet hall, Su Mingho, the second son of the Su family, expressed his indignation to his elder brother, Su Honghai. Brother, isn't that girl Ishue acting recklessly? How could she publicly announce her intention to marry that fool Ifan alongside Yulinglong? Indeed, everyone is well aware of the precarious situation of the Yi family. Associating with them is tantamount to courting death. It is fortunate we have not exacerbated their plight. Why must Ishue drag the entire Su family down with her? Chimed in the third son, his face etched with frustration. That evening, the announcement by Yulinglong, Su Ishue, and 5 others regarding their intention to marry Ifan sent shockwaves throughout the internet, placing the Su family in a precarious position. Brother, you must rein in Su Ishue. Such behavior disqualifies her from leading the Su group. She should be expelled from the family to avoid implicating us. Core members of the Su family echoed similar sentiments, fervently condemning Su Ishue. However, the family head, Su Honghai, remained silent until the discussions subsided. He then spoke softly. It seems you have forgotten how our Su family rose to prominence. Without the protection of the Yi family, would we have the Su family we know today? I believe Ishue's actions are not misguided, Su Honghai declared, prompting an immediate silence among those present. Once a mere small workshop in Yun City, the Su family had flourished through a fortuitous encounter between the old master and Yi Changfeng, gaining prominence in the pharmaceutical industry with the Yi family's support. Brother, there are better ways to show gratitude, Su Mingho protested. If Ifan was still the prodigious talent he once was, I would have no objections to Ishue marrying him. But just as he began to voice his concerns, an email arrived, and upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically. Brother, look. A supplier has suddenly announced their refusal to cooperate with us. I have received news that the distributors have informed me that a powerful figure has instructed them to completely boycott the Su family group. Within mere seconds, the core executives of the Su family received numerous reports from suppliers and distributors. Over half of our partners abruptly announced the cessation of their collaboration with the Su family, attempting to undermine us at the root. It is evident that those behind the scenes have begun to take action against the Su family, using us as a warning to others. Su Honghai furrowed his brow as he listened to the ongoing reports. From the moment Su Ishue publicly announced her decision, he had anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. We had initially hoped to collaborate with the Xia family from the provincial city, but that aspiration now seems dashed. The Su family has truly been undone by Su Ishue. As everyone lamented, Su Ishue stepped through the doorway, bowing to the gathering. I understand your concerns, she declared. However, we, the Su family, have thrived thanks to the Yi family. Now that the Yi family is in distress, we cannot turn a blind eye. Even if our Su group is dismantled, we can always return to our humble beginnings, or what harm would that bring? As individuals, we must cultivate gratitude. If my decision has caused any discomfort, you are free to sell your shares and depart. I will not hinder you. Though Su Yixue displayed utmost gentleness in front of Yifan, she was resolute and commanding before the core executives of the Su family, her words leaving them in stunned silence. Tonight, I will strive to facilitate a collaboration with the Xia family. If we can secure this partnership, our Su group will not easily falter. At the entrance, after Su Yixue departed, Yifan followed suit, making his way toward the banquet hall. After 5 years of living in a haze, he had finally regained his clarity and was ready to reevaluate the world around him. Hey, I sent that the fool from the Yi family. What brings him here? As Yifan stepped into the banquet hall, Zhao Tianlong, with a mischievous grin, blocked his path. Hungry, are you? Looking for something to eat? As he spoke, Zhao Tianlong exchanged glances with his companions, a glimmer of mockery dancing in their eyes. Come. Let us show some kindness to the simple-minded. First, let young Master Yi have a drink. With that, Zhao Tianlong tossed a cigarette butt into a glass of liquor, stirred it a couple of times, and spat into it before calling over his friends to add some more ingredients. The drink turned a murky yellow before he handed it to Yifan. Here. Drink up. It's quite delicious. Yifan, utterly bewildered, took the glass, raising it to the light and staring at it for a long moment. Is this how fine wine is made? How beautiful. His naive demeanor elicited a chorus of derision from Zhao Tianlong and his companions. Yes. This is the exquisite wine I prepared for you. Hurry and drink. Zhao Tianlong urged, his eyes darkening with malice. How could a simpleton like him have 7 women declare their intentions to marry him? On what grounds? Had it been during the glory days of the Yi family? Even if Yifan were a fool, Zhao Tianlong would never have dared to bully him so openly. But now, with the core disciples of the Yi family utterly defeated, there remained only this simpleton. Who would dare to voice any objections to such bullying? Yifan raised the wine glass to his nose, inhaling its aroma. And just when everyone believed he was about to indulge, he abruptly declared, no, it still lacks something. At that moment, a janitor passed by, pushing a bucket filled with murky water. Without hesitation, Yifan swiftly dipped his glass into the bucket, filling it halfway, and after a gentle swirl, he proclaimed it perfect. Zhao Tianlong and the others stared in bewilderment at the dark, murky liquid in Yifan's glass before bursting into laughter. Ha! Truly a fool! They exclaimed. Indeed. Can you believe he is about to drink the water used for mopping? That mop just cleaned the restroom. They eagerly prepared their phones to record the moment, anticipating the embarrassment Yifan would inevitably face. Let us see how Yulinglong and Su Yixue managed to marry him after this. As the crowd eagerly awaited Yifan to take a sip, he unexpectedly stepped forward, approaching Zhao Tianlong. Before Zhao could react, Yifan aimed the glass at his mouth. Instinctively, Zhao attempted to evade, but found Yifan's grip on his neck unyielding, like a vice. To his astonishment, he discovered that his mouth involuntarily opened, allowing the contents of the glass to pour down his throat. Gulp. The entire glass, along with the remnants of a cigarette butt, was consumed in one swift motion. As if to ensure Zhao was not overwhelmed, Yifan patted him reassuringly on the chest, advising him to take it slow. How does it taste? Not bad, right? Yifan inquired innocently, his wide, innocent eyes gazing at Zhao Tianlong. What the hell? Zhao Tianlong exclaimed, leaping in shock. You bastard. Why don't you drink it yourself? His fury reached a boiling point as he pushed Yifan away, cursing in disgust. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to purge his stomach. Horrified by the realization of what he had just consumed, he knew all too well what lacked in that glass, his own flame, along with some of his friends, and now the filthy water from the restroom. My wife Yixue told me not to drink. You offered me fine wine, so I felt obliged to return the favor. Yifan smiled brightly at Zhao Tianlong, a look of innocent joy gracing his face, while a cold smirk lingered within. With contempt for the rabble around him, he mused. You think you can challenge me? 5 years ago, from that ring, Yifan inherited more than just the flicker of flames. He gained the accumulated wisdom of 13 formidable figures. Strategies and tactics he had already mastered. Dealing with Zhao Tianlong and his ilk was merely child's play. The onlookers finally grasped the situation. Zhao Tianlong had intended to humiliate Yifan but ended up shooting himself in the foot. having consumed the very concoction he had sought to make a fool of Yifan with. As the crowd was taken aback, a sense of curiosity lingered. Was Yifan genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance? Ugh. Beside Zhao Tianlong, his companions struggled to suppress their nausea. The situation was utterly revolting. In a fit of rage, Zhao Tianlong leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "What are you all dawdling for? Go and beat him. If he dies, it's on me. How dare he toy with me, the young master?" As the heir of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianlong had been accustomed to being revered, and he had never before suffered such indignity. While berating his bodyguards and friends, he attempted to gag himself, hoping to expel the vile substance he had just consumed. But to no avail, only dry heaves emerged, with nothing to expel. He could even sense the noxious liquid swelling in his stomach, emitting a foul odor. Crash! The bodyguards and companions surrounding Zhao Tianlong immediately rolled up their sleeves, intending to converge upon Yifan. Yifan's gaze sharpened. Were they truly seeking a confrontation? Did they think he could be easily intimidated? "Stop. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on my brother." Just as Yifan was preparing to act, a robust silhouette swiftly approached from behind. With a physique reminiscent of a towering iron pillar, the newcomer wasted no time and seized Zhao Tianlong's two bodyguards, slamming them together with a resounding thud. Bang! The two burly men, each standing over 6 feet tall, were knocked unconscious in an instant. "With me, Wang Fugue, here. Dare you lay a hand on my brother?" The newcomer, Wang Fugue, had been Yifan's childhood companion. His grandfather was once an aide to Yi Changfeng, establishing a strong bond between their families. Growing up alongside Yifan, Wang Fugue had been willing to be his subordinate during Yifan's days of brilliance. Even after Yifan's fall from grace 5 years prior, Wang Fugue remained steadfastly loyal, shielding him from numerous troubles. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Wang Fugue was robust with a solid foundation in martial arts. At just under 20, he had already attained mastery in martial arts, making him a formidable presence in Yun City, fiercely protective and notably obstinate. 3 years prior, when someone mockingly called Yifan a fool, Wang Fugue had relentlessly beaten the offender for 3 days, instilling fear in anyone who dared provoke him thereafter. Now, with Wang Fugue's sudden appearance, 2 bodyguards had been swiftly dispatched. The onlookers took a few cautious steps back, wary of the unfolding scene. "Young Master Zhao." Zhao Tianlong's friends hesitated, seeking his guidance on how to proceed. Aware that Wang Fugue's arrival had diminished his chances of retaliating at the banquet, Zhao Tianlong commanded, "Scatter." "Humph. Wang Fugue may protect him for now, but can he shield him forever? Inform my brothers to gather more men. Once the banquet concludes, we shall find an opportunity to eliminate him. If he leaves, Su Ishue will never agree to marry me. Ugh, take me to the restroom, I feel nauseous." Though Zhao Tianlong was filled with reluctance, he found himself powerless in that moment. "Brother. Are you all right? I have just returned from a journey, and I have heard the news concerning the Yi family. Fear not, my elder brother, even if the Yi family is no more. Old Wang will undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect you, ensuring that those wretches do not lay a finger on you." Wang Fugue turned to look at Yifan, his expression sincere as he spoke. "You, my brother, are destined for greatness. It is those wretches who are blind to your worth. Come, let us seek them out." "Haha. Brother, you are truly fortunate. Although that woman, Chen Yufei, was foolish enough to break off the engagement, 7 beautiful ladies have chosen to marry you instead. If only you were in your right mind, you would surely be overjoyed." As Wang Fugue wrapped his arm around Yifan's shoulder and led him inside, his words flowed incessantly like a rapid-fire machine gun. The earlier conversation was fine, but his last remark left Yifan with a dark expression. Am I truly such a person? As Yifan furrowed his brow, Wang Fugue seemed to sense something and turned to gaze at him intently. That resolute look in his eyes seemed to say, yes. Brother, you are precisely that kind of person. Brother. Why do I suddenly feel that you are different today from before? Have you awakened? Wang Fugue exclaimed with delight, shaking Yifan's arm. Yifan, somewhat taken aback, wondered how this fellow could be so perceptive. Old Wang, I wish to have a drink. While Yifan felt touched by Wang Fugue's unwavering support during such trying times, it was not yet the moment to reveal his true self. Until he had thoroughly investigated those enemies of the Yi family, he would continue to play the fool. Wang Fugue's expression dimmed slightly. All right. Brother, I shall fetch you a drink. Xiaofan, how did you get in here? Are you all right? Just as Wang Fugue was about to rise, Su Ishue hurried over from the other side of the hall. Having just dealt with matters pertaining to the Su family and hearing rumors of Zhao Tianlong bullying Yifan, she rushed over, and upon seeing Yifan with Wang Fugue, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Greetings, sister-in-law. Wang Fugue stood upright in respect, addressing Su Ishue with a newfound formality. The change in address was not lost on Su Ishue. Such a chatterbox. Su Ishue cast a glance at Wang Fugue. Did Xiaofan encounter any trouble? My brother is not one to be trifled with. Wang Fugue quickly recounted the earlier events to Su Ishue. And upon learning that Yifan had made Zhao Tianlong drink the water used to wash the mop, a hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Had Yifan, who had been foolish for 5 years, suddenly become so astute? Or was it merely a coincidence? I feel that my brother's aura is somewhat different from before. I vaguely sense that he has awakened, yet the manner in which he presents himself does not reflect that. Alas! Wang Fugue expressed the confusion that lingered in his heart. Su Ishue nodded in agreement. Do not fret. Sister Ling Long has arranged for the esteemed Dr. Lei from Daxia to come to Yuncheng shortly to examine Xiaofan. At that time, we shall know the specifics. Due to the earlier incident, Su Ishue was hesitant to leave Yifan alone, keeping him close by her side as she greeted various business figures from Yuncheng, all the while introducing Yifan's identity. Her intentions were clear. It is a declaration to all that although the Yi family currently faces treachery and is in a state of decline, our Su family remains steadfastly allied with the Yi family and will continue to protect them. Even if Yifan is perceived as a fool, we, the Su family, shall exert every effort to uphold their honor. As the business banquet formally commenced, Zhao Tianlong was assisted onto the stage, his pallid visage betraying his earlier discomfort in the restroom. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's gathering is to establish a platform for communication. Looking at the nearby trash bin, Zhao Tianlong couldn't suppress a moment of nausea. Besides the esteemed elites of Yun City present today, we are privileged to welcome Mr. Xia Hao, the president of the Xia Group from the provincial capital. The Zhao family is keenly interested in fostering collaboration with Mr. Xia, as the Xia family's networks span the southwestern region. With the Xia family's support, the Zhao family is bound to soar to great heights. Now, let us invite Mr. Xia to address us. Zhao Tianlong wore a smug expression. The Xia family, the prestigious clan from the provincial capital, holds significant influence throughout the southwest. Many families aspire to partner with the Xia family, hoping to leverage their channels for growth. Zhao Tianlong had clearly taken the lead by inviting Mr. Xia and orchestrating this banquet. If Mr. Xia were to pursue collaboration, the Zhao family would undoubtedly be his first choice. Though Zhao Tianlong's character may be lacking, his methods and capabilities are not to be underestimated. Indeed, the Zhao family's alliance with the Xia family undeniably heralds their ascendance, potentially positioning them as the foremost power in Yun City. Alas, this event seems merely a showcase for Zhao Tianlong's ostentation. As applause resounded, a capable elder in his 50s ascended the stage, took the microphone, and began, Dear friends, it is an honor to be here in Yun City. Our Xia Group intends to explore the southwestern market and seeks your support. My presence today is to discuss potential collaborations. While the Zhao family is a commendable choice, it does not imply that other companies lack opportunities. This statement caused Zhao Tianlong, who was seated nearby, to shift uncomfortably. What does this mean? After all the effort he expended to organize this banquet, would it ultimately benefit others? Nonetheless, the Xia family's stature and influence considerably overshadow that of the Zhao family. And despite his dissatisfaction, Zhao Tianlong dared not exhibit his discontent. Standing together, Su Ishue, Su Honghai, and Su Mingho exchanged glances upon overhearing the conversation between Zhao Tianlong and Xia Hao, their expressions filled with disappointment. Sigh. It seems the Su family has lost its opportunity. This banquet was organized by the Zhao family, how could it possibly be our turn? Indeed, Rishue, are you truly certain that you wish to marry that fool? As they spoke, their gazes involuntarily drifted back to Yifan, who stood beside Su Ishue, his expression inscrutable, but he hardly resembled a person of typical intellect. Poor Yi family. As Xia Hao spoke on stage, his eyes casually scanned the audience and, upon noticing Yifan beside Su Ishue, he suddenly brightened. A divine doctor. Xia Hao exclaimed, his microphone in hand, causing a moment of stunned silence among all present. Xia Hao quickly interjected, I apologize, everyone. But I have some urgent matters to attend to. I will speak with you all shortly. Having said this, he handed the microphone to Zhao Tianlong, whose astonished gaze followed him as he, accompanied by his assistant, hurriedly made his way toward Su Ishue. The direction of Su Ishue was filled with eager company owners and representatives, all hoping that Xia Hao was there to speak with them. They had even prepared to shake hands, yet Xia Hao passed by without so much as a glance, his intense gaze fixed on Yifan as he approached quickly. At that moment, the Su family sensed something amiss. Could Mr. Xia be looking for us? Su Mingho pondered, glancing around at the others. Everyone shook their heads. Except for the third brother, who hesitantly remarked, I once shook hands with Mr. Xia at a business forum in the provincial capital. Could it be that he remembers me? The others rolled their eyes in disbelief. With so many attendees at such forums, it was implausible that he would recall such an encounter. Divine Doctor. I have finally found you. I have long wished to express my gratitude for the life-saving favor you bestowed upon me. In the midst of the group's bewildered expressions, Xia Hao dashed to Yifan, bowing respectfully and extending both hands toward him. Was he indeed seeking Yifan? The Su family stood in stunned silence, as did the rest of the crowd. A fool acquainted with the Xia family of the provincial capital. Su Ishue had announced her engagement to Yifan that morning. And by the afternoon, such fortune had befallen her. If Yifan's relationship with Xia Hao were indeed significant, then the Xia family's partners in Yun City would naturally favor the Su group. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlong, who had followed closely behind, became visibly agitated upon hearing Xia Hao claim that Yifan had saved him. Mr. Xia, you must be mistaken. This is the imbecile from the Yi family. How could he possibly possess any medical skills? Zhao Tianlong hastily urged Xia Hao, let us leave. Mr. Xia, you have surely heard about the Yi family. It would be wise to avoid any association with them. The tragic news of the Yi family's 10 co-descendants perishing within a single day had already spread throughout the vast empire, becoming no secret. Xia Hao scrutinized Yifan, shaking his head with certainty. I am not mistaken. 5 years ago, it was the divine doctor who saved my life. After a few years apart, how could the divine doctor be reduced to a fool? His gaze then shifted curiously to Su Ishue beside Yifan. She quickly explained, Mr. Xia, my fiancé suffered a brain injury in a car accident 5 years ago, which has resulted in his current condition. Su Ishue elaborated on Yifan's situation. And Xia Hao nodded in understanding. That must be it. Young Master Yi was once a prodigious talent, excelling in both martial arts and medicine. By the timeline, he must have had the accident after treating me. It cannot be mistaken. The Yi family was nearly annihilated, with 7 stunning sisters uniting to marry the fool from the Yi family. This matter has begun to captivate the entire Great Xia, with everyone expressing their sympathy for the Yi family while simultaneously praising the 7 exquisite sisters-in-law. Xia Hao never anticipated that the very person who had saved his life years ago was none other than the youngest master of the Yi family. Miss Su, it seems you are engaged in the pharmaceutical industry. Would you be interested in collaborating with my Xia family? Xia Hao fixed his gaze on Su Ishue, uttering a statement that left everyone around him in stunned silence. What does this mean? Is Xia Hao truly intending to deliver immense wealth directly to their doorstep? Mr. Xia, you mean to collaborate with our Su family? Su Ishue could scarcely contain her excitement. Yet the current situation with the Yi family has resulted in a blockade from major collaborators. Those opposing the Yi family would mercilessly suppress the Su family. And your partnership with us would inevitably draw you into the fray. Zhao Tianlong, standing nearby, was nearly beside himself. Indeed. Mr. Xia, those who oppose the Yi family are not adversaries we can confront. It would be wiser for you to choose to collaborate with our Zhao family instead. Zhao Tianlong was so anxious he nearly reached out to pull Xia Hao away. After all, he had painstakingly organized such a grand banquet, only to end up dressing the Su family in wedding garments. Originally, he had hoped to eliminate Yifan and successfully win over Su Ishue. However, Should the Su family and Xia family join forces, they would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost aristocracy in Yun City, rendering his aspirations for Su Issue virtually impossible. Humph. What does it matter if we face repercussions? Had it not been for young Master Yi saving my life, I would have long since become dust. Where would the Xia family be today? Xia Hao turned to glance at Su Issue and continued, moreover, Miss Su, many heroic women, including Miss Yu Linglong, have not abandoned the Yi family, so why should I be afraid? Miss Su, it is settled then. The Su family shall be the exclusive partner of the Xia family in Yun City, and all of Xia family's resources would be fully accessible to the Su family. In the entire southwest, anyone who opposes the Su family is opposing the Xia family. Xia Hao raised his voice, boldly declaring his decision. Such an unexpected stroke of fortune left Su Issue and Su Honghai momentarily bewildered. Who would have thought that this fool would bring such great surprise to the Su family? Su Mingho found himself warming up to Yifan. The guests surrounding them were filled with envy. The Yi family remains the Yi family, even in their decline. Their foundation still endures. Indeed, Yifan, once a prodigious talent, possesses numerous capabilities. Who would have thought that he also wielded extraordinary medical skills? Having saved Xia Hao, he must have saved many other prominent figures as well as an invaluable network of resources. Su Issue demonstrated remarkable foresight. Though one wonders what will become of those collaborators who have blacklisted the Su family. In an instant, the Su family had reversed their fortunes. And everyone else's attitude towards the Yi family shifted. Though Yifan may be perceived as a fool, the Yi family might still hold a glimmer of hope. What if one day Yifan were to awaken suddenly? After announcing his decision, Xia Hao turned respectfully to Yifan and bowed, saying, "Divine Doctor, I once again express my gratitude for your life-saving grace from years past. The capacity of the Xia family is limited, and we can only assist to this extent. I hope you will understand. Although the Xia family is a prominent clan in the southwestern region, Xia Hao was acutely aware that the masterminds behind the assault on the Yi family were formidable figures from the capital, far beyond the Xia family's reach. You helped my wife, you are a good person." A hug. Yifan gazed intently at Xia Hao, gradually recalling who he was. 5 years prior, before Yifan's accident, he had fortuitously encountered the beleaguered Xia Hao in the provincial capital, who was gravely wounded, poisoned, and on the brink of death, pursued by assailants. Yifan had intervened, saving his life and dispatching the attackers. Xia Hao was revived, and in the subsequent years, the Xia family flourished. With a touch of regret, Xia Hao embraced Yifan, patting him gently on the back. "Alas, Divine Doctor, how have you changed so?" he lamented. "Rest assured, you will undoubtedly recover." No sooner had Xia Hao spoken than a faint voice echoed in his ear, "You have done well, I shall not treat you unfairly." Hearing that familiar voice, Xia Hao froze in place, utterly astonished. Was it the voice of the Divine Doctor? Divine Doctor, this. He pulled away from Yifan, staring in shock. Yifan said nothing but merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Xia Hao was completely taken aback. Was the Divine Doctor feigning ignorance? Yet, why would he deliberately play the fool? Being inherently astute, Xia Hao quickly deduced the implications of the Yi family's predicament. Yifan was concealing his brilliance, intentionally shrouding his prowess to evade the clutches of his adversaries. Truly masterful. It was conceivable that had Yifan not appeared to be a fool, the Yi family might have faced total annihilation today. A cold sweat broke out on Xia Hao as he recalled that fateful night 5 years ago when he was pursued by dozens of martial arts experts. Those assassins were exceptionally skilled, yet a mere 15-year-old boy had dispatched them effortlessly. At that time, Yifan's strength was already formidable. What level of terrifying power had he attained now? Such capability, cunning, and unparalleled medical skills, combined with an understanding of how to mask his own brilliance, suggested that it would not be long before the Yi family rose again. Those who conspired against them or distanced themselves would soon face dire consequences. Yifan's choice to confide in him indicated a deep trust. Xia Hao felt as if he had latched onto a golden opportunity. In this crucial moment, choosing to support the Yi family and the Su family would undoubtedly elevate the Xia family to one of the preeminent powerhouses in the realm. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xia Hao respectfully bowed to Yifan. "Rest assured, young Master Yi, I, Xia, will exert every effort without reservation." As for Yifan's identity, Since the young master wished to remain discreet, there must be a valid reason Xia Hao would not be so foolish as to expose it. What about me, Mr. Xia? What about our previously agreed collaboration? Zhao Tianlong interjected anxiously from the side, feeling like a mere jester. He is malevolent, he is a villain trying to take my wife. Su Yixue. Upon hearing Zhao Tianlong's exclamation, Yifan immediately retreated behind Su Yixue, clutching her sleeve and calling out. Xia Hao's expression suddenly darkened. Just moments ago, he was acutely aware that the young master of the Yi family was far from foolish. His formidable strength and unparalleled medical skills were evident. Now that the Yi family was facing a grave crisis, Yifan was deliberately concealing his brilliance and feigning ignorance, making it difficult to take action on many matters. Since young master Yi had chosen to trust him, Xia Hao resolved to act on the matters that young master Yi deemed unsuitable to address personally. With a swift motion, Xia Hao raised his hand and struck Zhao Tianlong across the face. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? When have we ever made an agreement? The sudden assault left everyone present in shock. As the esteemed president of a prominent family in the provincial capital, Xia Hao's poise and composure were beyond question. Yet here he was personally striking Zhao Tianlong. The Zhao family, as a rising force in Yun City, was not to be underestimated either. From any perspective, Xia Hao had no need to resort to violence. Was it merely because of Yifan? Why did you hit me, Mr. Xia? Zhao Tianlong, taken aback, clutched his swollen face, staring at Xia Hao with a look of utter confusion. Why? Simply because you dared to covet young Master Ye's wife. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Xia Hao glared coldly at Zhao Tianlong. Leave. Understood. Despite Zhao Tianlong's arrogance, he dared not overstep in the face of Xia Hao's imposing presence. After acknowledging Xia Hao, it suddenly struck him that this was indeed his own organized banquet. Where could he possibly go? Xia Hao, regaining his composure, glanced at Yifan and Su Yixue before speaking. Young Master Yi, Miss Su. It seems there is little point in remaining at the banquet. Shall we find another venue to discuss our collaboration? Still reeling from the shock, Su Yixue only found her voice after Xia Hao's prompt. Yes. Let us go. After calling to the core members of the Su family, Su Yixue led them, along with Wang Fugue and Xia Hao, out of the banquet hall. Though Su Yixue had planned to discuss business with Xia Hao at their company, her concern for Yifan prompted her to have her father accompany Xia Hao while she drove Yifan home. Inside the banquet hall, as Zhao Tianlong watched Su Yixue and Yifan depart, his expression darkened to an extreme. Damn it. My own venue has turned into a farce. The memory of being outwitted by Yifan ignited a fire within him. It was all because of that fool Yifan who had spoiled his plans. How are the preparations for the people you arranged coming along? Nearby, several suited bodyguards quickly responded, everything is ready, we can act at any moment. With a grim nod, Zhao Tianlong declared, let us go. I will ensure he cannot return home today. In his own banquet hall, not only had he been humiliated, but his painstakingly arranged collaboration with the Xia family had also been intercepted midway by the Su family. Today, Zhao Tianlong's face was dragged through the mud. As Xia Hao departed, the banquet hall quickly emptied, leaving only a handful of guests. Everyone had come for Xia Hao, and with his confirmed collaboration with the Su family, alongside the affront to the Xiao family, there was little reason for them to remain. Su Yixue drove with Yifan towards her residence, her heart fluttering at the thought of their imminent intimate encounter. Though she was an adult, deep down she remained a blushing maiden, feeling a tinge of shyness when faced with such matters. As she navigated the road, her gaze lingered on Yifan beside her. His chiseled features and defined lines exuded an air of wisdom, as if he possessed an invisible force capable of captivating one's very soul. Yifan was undeniably handsome. If he were fully awake, countless girls would likely flock to him. Yet, Su Yixue harbored no regrets, marrying Yifan was her choice. It was partly to repay the Yi family's kindness, but also because she found no aversion towards him. Their previous encounters had left her with a favorable impression of this striking young man. Yixue, what are you looking at? Am I handsome? Yifan suddenly spoke, grasping Su Yixue's wrist, startling her. The steering wheel swerved, and the car zigzagged dangerously close to a flower bed. Su Yixue stammered, her heart racing. Instinctively, She wanted to pull her hand away, but the sincerity in Yifan's eyes made her hesitate. After all, she was now his wife. They were destined for further intimacy. Far beyond mere hand-holding. Would Yifan know what to do? The thought of having to take the initiative was mortifying. Yet, amidst her bashfulness, a flicker of anticipation for the evening began to bloom within her. As Su Ishue felt the warmth radiating from his grasp, the surge of energy coursed through her arm, revitalizing her spirit and sharpening her senses. What was this sensation? Earlier, during their embrace before the banquet, she had sensed a similar warmth when close to Yifan. At the time, she had brushed it off, but now, the clarity of the feeling compelled her to ponder its significance. Could this be the secret behind Yifan's extraordinary talents? Did their intimate connection grant her strength? If Shen Yufei had given up on Yifan, was she not relinquishing a treasure trove? Xiaofan, you are incredibly handsome. Our future son will surely inherit your good looks. Su Ishue declared, gently holding Yifan's wrist. Her gaze softening as she looked at him. Yifan, captivated by her warmth, felt a string in his heart resonate. It dawned on him that, aside from Shen Yufei, there were other girls capable of such tenderness. He couldn't let down those who showed him such kindness. Having a son sounds wonderful. I want to sleep with my wife and have a son. Yifan's words instantly turned Su Ishue's face a deep crimson. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes darted to the rearview mirror. From the moment they departed the banquet hall, Yifan had become acutely aware of the vehicles trailing behind them. These cars had followed closely, attempting multiple times to corner Su Ishue's vehicle, but they had yet to find an opportune moment. Yifan had a hunch regarding the identity of the pursuers. After humiliating Zhao Tianlong at the gathering and witnessing that a significant partner like Xia Hao opted to collaborate with the Su family, it was evident that Zhao Tianlong would not let this go unpunished. Ishue, my dear, I urgently need to relieve myself. Could we please stop for a moment? Yifan suddenly inquired as the vehicle turned down a narrow alley. But there are no restrooms around here, Su Ishue replied, pressing the brake and scanning the vicinity for any signs of a lavatory. My grandfather always said that boys can simply go behind the trees. Yifan pointed towards a thicket by the roadside. Hurry, I can't hold it much longer. I also need to use the toilet, please wait for me a moment, dear. Once Su Ishue pulled the car over, Yifan dashed into a nearby abandoned park. The vehicle tailing them was led by Zhao Tianlong, who, upon witnessing Yifan voluntarily exit the car, felt a surge of malice. How foolish of him to get out in such a desolate place. Quick, everyone. Follow him and ensure he meets his end in the woods, unnoticed. As Yifan entered the park, he swiftly rubbed his face several times. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, he transformed into an entirely different persona. At that moment, even his own mother would fail to recognize him. After preparing himself, Yifan concealed himself behind a derelict flower bed awaiting Zhao Tianlong and his men. Within mere seconds, Zhao Tianlong, accompanied by a dozen burly bodyguards wielding flashlights, entered the park, scanning the area until they spotted Yifan lurking behind the flower bed. However, Yifan's appearance had changed so dramatically that Zhao Tianlong, even standing right before him, could not identify him. Did you see a young man coming from outside? Zhao Tianlong scrutinized Yifan, feeling a sense of familiarity with the attire he wore. Yifan offered a faint smile. Oh, I just saw a young lad hurriedly heading that way. Right behind that rock formation. He gestured nonchalantly towards the flower bed. Let us move. We must encircle him, he cannot leave here alive today. And while we are at it, we'll take Su Ishue with us. My frustration needs releasing. Zhao Tianlong commanded his subordinates, swiftly making their way towards the rock formation, entirely oblivious to the darkened expression that had settled on Yifan's face. Yifan had just discerned that the scarred man who had hit him with a car 5 years ago was now standing beside Zhao Tianlong. Since they had dared to orchestrate an accident to harm him back then, it was clear they intended to strike again today, with the added intention of dishonoring Su Ishue. Let them not blame me for being merciless. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yifan stepped forward in the direction Zhao Tianlong and his men had taken. After searching the underbrush behind the rock formation for a while, Zhao Tianlong cast, "That scoundrel tricked us." Zhao Tianlong felt a surge of anger within him. Damn it. In such a confined space, where could that scoundrel Yifan possibly escape to? This is outrageous. As soon as Zhao Tianlong finished his words and turned around, he unexpectedly encountered the young man who had just directed him, none other than Yifan. What the hell? Are you trying to die? Did you not say that person came this way? Where did he go? Zhao Tianlong seized Yifan by the neck, coldly admonishing, if you've deceived me, I will have you minced and fed to the dogs today. Yifan's facial muscles twitched slightly as he fixed a chilling gaze upon Zhao Tianlong and replied, that person indeed came in. However, he uttered a phrase to me upon arrival. His words left Zhao Tianlong and his subordinates momentarily stunned. What could a fool like Yifan possibly say? Zhao Tianlong released his grip, staring intently at Yifan. Yifan continued nonchalantly. He mentioned that there are bad people pursuing him and instructed me to eliminate you all. The moment his words were spoken, a palpable tension enveloped the scene. What do you mean by that? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Yifan, Zhao Tianlong realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and beckoned his men to flee. However, it was already too late. Yifan's figure darted into the crowd like a spectre. Bang! 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 The air was filled with the dull thud of fists and bodies colliding. In mere seconds, dozens of individuals lay motionless on the ground, save for Zhao Tianlong and the scarred man. The other bodyguards, though not virtuous, had not directly participated in the assassination attempt against Yifan. Thus, he merely incapacitated them, rendering them unconscious for the foreseeable future, but spared their lives. Conversely, from the moment Zhao Tianlong and the scarred man entered the woods, Yifan had already decreed their death sentences. I intend to kill you, Yifan stated expressionlessly, rubbing his face with his hands. They all fell silent. It was now far more convenient for us to converse. Once Yifan reverted to his true appearance, both Zhao Tianlong and the scarred man were left utterly speechless. What, you are Yifan? You're not insane. You are merely pretending. Zhao Tianlong glanced at the bodyguards sprawled on the ground, his eyes widening in shock as if they might pop from their sockets. Reflecting on the banquet, he finally understood why Yifan had forced him to drink water from a toilet. Everything clicked into place. 5 years ago, prior to the accident, Yifan was a prodigious genius of the highest caliber. What level of prowess had he attained 5 years ago while feigning ignorance? Zhao Tianlong was bewildered and gripped by fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his heart plummeting into despair. You have one chance, speak. Why did you orchestrate the car accident to kill me 5 years ago? Yifan clapped his hands and leaned casually against the railing, his gaze piercing into Zhao Tianlong. Yifan was terrifying, and Zhao Tianlong knew it. At that moment, he lacked even the courage to flee. Third, the scarred man beside him, terrified, fell to his knees before Yifan, pleading, young master Yi, spare my life. I was wrong. It was all Zhao Shao's doing. I beg for your mercy. Yifan did not even glance at the scarred man. That tremendous surge of energy emanated from his hand, obliterating the man into a fine powder, which scattered into the wind and vanished into the flowing stream of the park, leaving no trace behind. This was one of the functions of the fire within Yifan's body. By channeling his martial energy in conjunction with the fire, Yifan's martial prowess seemed to possess an innate fiery attribute capable of reducing targets to mere dust without leaving a single remnant. Such a bizarre scene left Zhao Tianlong utterly dumbfounded, teetering on the brink of despair. Oh, young master Yi, I was wrong. I did not wish to harm you. It was the powerful figures from the provincial capital who forced me to do this. Please spare my life. I promise to obey your every command. Zhao Tianlong found himself kneeling as well, repeatedly bowing his head to Yifan. In his eyes, Yifan was nothing short of terrifying. 5 years since the car accident, and Yifan had feigned ignorance all this time. Zhao Tianlong vaguely understood that the calamity befalling the Yi family was orchestrated by that influential figure in the capital, who had nearly annihilated the entire Yi family, leaving only the seemingly foolish Yifan unharmed. Yet, unbeknownst to them, it was this very fool who was the most formidable presence within the Yi family. If he managed to survive and return, he would be certain to relay this information at the earliest opportunity. If Yifan lived, none of them would enjoy peace. Who was the powerful figure in the capital? Yifan's facial muscles twitched slightly. He was aware of the Lu family in the provincial capital. Elder Lu had once been his grandfather's most loyal subordinate, And it was shocking to discover that the Lu family was among the assassins behind his attempted murder. Once the situation in Yun City had stabilized, it would be time to settle accounts with the Lu family. Young Master Yi, I truly know nothing about the affairs in the capital. All I know is that our Zhao family, along with the Wang family and the Li family, serve that influential figure in the capital. And we typically follow the directives of the Lu family. Zhao Tianlong, in a pitiful state, lay on the ground like a dog, desperately wagging his tail. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently from the start. Yifan felt no pity in an instant. His energy crushed Zhao Tianlong into dust, which too fell into the river. Only the dead could keep secrets. As he completed these deeds, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the woods. Xiao Fan, are you all right? Why have you been gone so long? Su Yishue's voice trembled, as if she was searching in the dark, illuminated by the light of her phone. Yifan's heart warmed. He knew that this little sister-in-law was particularly afraid of mice. To venture into such darkness took immense courage. Su Yishue genuinely cared for him. Rare indeed. Yifan retracted his earlier menacing aura, adopting a more innocent demeanor. Yishue. I'm fine. I'm coming out. He responded, swiftly making his way out of the woods. As Yifan drew closer to Su Yishue, he suddenly exclaimed, wow. What a massive rat. Where? Su Yishue, startled, leaped up, instinctively wrapping her arms around Yifan's neck and vaulting into his embrace. Yifan, in turn, held her close, savoring the softness and fragrance emanating from her. The lovely Yishue has already fled, yet you smell so delightful. He inhaled deeply near her neck, causing Su Yishue's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. You are incorrigible. You did that on purpose to scare me, didn't you? She playfully chastised, gently thumping his chest. In that fleeting moment, Su Yishue found herself uncertain, was Yifan genuinely foolish or merely pretending. At that moment, Yifan wore a silly grin, cradling Su Yishue as they strolled towards the vehicles parked by the roadside. On the street, several drivers from Zhao Tianlong's entourage remained, awaiting the return of their leader and his companions. However, after a while, they were taken aback to see Yifan emerge with Su Yishue in his arms. A flicker of confusion crossed their minds. Where are Zhao Xiao and the others? Weren't they supposed to be pursuing Yifan? How is it that he has come out while they have not? Could something have gone awry? Let us go inside and investigate. After Su Yishue drove away with Yifan, the remaining drivers hastily made their way into the abandoned park. After 10 minutes of searching, they finally discovered the bodyguards, unconscious on the ground behind the rockery. Quickly, call an ambulance and inform the master. In no time, the abandoned park buzzed with activity. Xiao Dekang personally led a team to the scene, and the bodyguards were swiftly transported to the hospital for emergency treatment. However, concern now that Xiao Dekang, while all the individuals who had accompanied Zhao Tianlong were accounted for, there was still no sign of either Zhao Tianlong or the scarred man. How could two living beings simply vanish into thin air? Zhao Dekang barked at the Zhao family's bodyguards. He had only this one son. Any misfortune could lead to the end of his lineage. Master, we have searched this area thoroughly, combing through every corner, even the river. Yet there is no trace of the young master. One of Zhao Dachong's subordinates expressed, equally frustrated. Should we consider notifying the authorities? Fool. Zhao Dekang angrily kicked his subordinate. Have you lost your wits? What would you report? That they were here to kill Yifan and have now gone missing. The captain of the bodyguards realized the folly in that suggestion and fell silent. What did the awakened bodyguards report? Zhao Dekang coldly demanded of another subordinate. News from the hospital indicates that their accounts are consistent. After tracking Yifan into the area, they encountered a stranger who incapacitated them all. Beyond that, they have no knowledge of subsequent events. Upon hearing this report, Zhao Dachong's eyes involuntarily closed. A mysterious expert had emerged, incapacitating numerous bodyguards yet only absconding with the scarred man and his son. The prospects for his son appeared grim. What formidable adversary had set their sights on him? Is there someone from the Yi family involved? Return at once. Seal all information regarding today's events. Dispatch everyone from the Zhao family to conduct a thorough search in Yun City for any news about the young master. Report any leads to me immediately. Zhao Dekang. With a grim expression, he issued the command, unwilling to relinquish any shred of hope. Yifan. That wretch again. 5 years ago, we failed to eliminate him. And now he has ultimately brought trouble to the Zhao family. Humph. Regardless, the higher-ups also harbor intentions to silence him. This time, he escaped by sheer luck. But next time, I shall take matters into my own hands and ensure he has no chance to flee. After seeing Yifan safely back to his residence, Su Yixue hurried off to the company. The Xia family sought to collaborate with the Su group, a monumental opportunity for the Su group. There must be no unexpected incidents during the contract signing process. Once Su Yixue departed, Yifan began to investigate around the villa. Although he was alone within the villa, he discerned several hidden figures lurking outside. Among them were a few bodyguards arranged by Su Yixue tasked with ensuring Yifan's safety. Additionally, he recognized several familiar faces, bodyguards from the Yi family, likely dispatched by his grandfather. At this precarious juncture, while the adversaries underestimated Yifan as merely a fool and refrained from taking action against him, no one could guarantee their sudden madness. However, these ordinary bodyguards were no match for Yifan. In the living room, he cranked the television volume to a deafening level and swiftly darted towards the back door of the villa, stealthily slipping out undetected. Having already taken action against Zhao Tianlong, Yifan would not grant the Zhao family a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity while Su Yixue was absent, he resolved to pay a visit to the Zhao family and obliterate them entirely. In the Zhao family estate in Yun City, Zhao Dekhang returned home, somewhat vexed. As usual, the family's large yellow dog approached, wagging its tail. Get lost. In a fit of anger, Zhao Dekhang kicked the dog away, causing it to yelp and scurry off. Puzzled about what it had done wrong, contemplating his son's predicament, Zhao Dekhang irritably made his way to his study. Do not disturb me. Upon opening the door to his study and turning on the light, Zhao Dekhang's pupils dilated in shock at the sight before him. Yifan? What are you doing here? In the room, Yifan sat regally in a grand chair, coldly fixing his gaze on Zhao Dekhang. His serpent-like eyes sent a shiver down Zhao Dekhang's spine. 5 years ago, your Zhao family failed to kill me. I trust you regret it now. Yifan's lips curled slightly as he rose, intensely staring at Zhao Dekhang. Zhao Dekhang was utterly bewildered. You were supposed to be foolish. You were merely pretending. Instinctively, Zhao Dekhang reached for the door to call for his bodyguards. But Yifan was faster. Whoosh! A pencil shot forth, pinning Zhao Dekhang's palm to the door. As Zhao Dekhang opened his mouth to scream, a cloth was forced into his mouth, stifling his cries. Answer my questions honestly, and I may spare you some agony. Yifan approached Zhao Dekhang, his voice icy. And the murderous aura emanating from him sent chills down Zhao Dekhang's spine. He realized that he had no choice but to nod in reluctant acquiescence. Yifan removed the rag from Zhao Dekhang's mouth, and despite the excruciating pain in his arm, Zhao Dekhang despondently inquired, Tianlong has already fallen by your hand. Hasn't he? Although he had surmised the answer, he sought confirmation. What do you think? 5 years ago, you attempted to run me down. And today you seek to kill me. Should I allow such a person to live until the new year? Yifan coldly replied, exhibiting no mercy for those who sought his life. To show kindness to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. With a pained closure of his eyes, Zhao Dekhang lamented, indeed. How unfortunate. 5 years ago, after Yifan became a fool, I should have shown no mercy and eliminated him then. Now, the Zhao family meets its demise at his hands. Go ahead, ask, Zhao Dekhang thought resignedly, fully aware of his impending doom. Since death was inevitable, he might as well let Yifan and those behind him engage in a life-and-death struggle. It would surely be a spectacular confrontation. Who, aside from the Wang and Li families, are the vassals of the Lu family in the provincial capital? Yifan's inquiry caught Zhao Dekhang off guard, revealing how thoroughly Yifan had investigated the forces behind him. Those who deemed Yifan a fool were, in fact, the greatest fools themselves. Yifan had feigned ignorance for 5 years, concealing his true prowess. When he acted, he became a nightmare for his adversaries. In Yun City, the Lu family's vassal families were indeed limited to the Wang and Li families. However, beyond them, The Lu family had also positioned other formidable experts monitoring the Yi family's movements, yet I am unaware of where those individuals typically lurk, Zhao Dekang continued. 5 years ago. I regret not killing you, but I must inform you that you cannot contend with them. Yifan disregarded Zhao Dechong's words and pressed on. What can you tell me about the influential families from the capital behind the Lu family? Zhao Dekang shook his head. Our knowledge of the capital's elites is quite limited. The only time I saw a representative from the capital, he wore a mask, yet everyone called him Young Master Zhou. I cannot ascertain his true identity. But their power is extraordinarily formidable, easily capable of determining the appointment of the governor of Yun City. However, I understand that their involvement with the Yi family arises not only from your family's overwhelming strength but also from their search for something. After a series of inquiries, Yifan found little of substantial value in Zhao Dechong's responses. With a surge of energy, Zhao Dekang was reduced to mere dust, scattering through the window and carried away by the wind. In the next moment, Yifan vanished from the Zhao family estate like a wraith. It seemed that to uncover the true extent of the capital's influential families backing the Lu family, he would need to investigate further in the provincial capital. After Yifan's departure, several significant events unfolded in Yun City. Zhao Dechong's younger brother and his family, while driving home, suddenly met with a tragic accident. Plunging into the Yunshe River, their fates unknown. Another pivotal member of the Zhao family, after attending a meeting, tragically fell from the 18th floor. Consequently, rumors of Zhao Dekang and his son's disappearance began to circulate wildly throughout Yun City. Within the Yi family estate in Yun City, Yi Chongfeng listened intently as the head of the security team, Leng Feng, reported the news, his brow furrowed in concern. Was it possible that the Zhao family had been annihilated overnight? With Zhao Dekang, his brother, and another core member all vanishing or meeting their demise. This was evidently no ordinary occurrence. Indeed, Leng Feng replied affirmatively and continued, according to our intelligence, Zhao Tianlong had intended to ambush the young master at the banquet, only to end up being the victim of his own scheme. Furthermore, our investigations revealed that 5 years ago, the young master's car accident was also linked to the Zhao family, yet the trail has since gone cold. Yi Chongfeng was vaguely aware of the car accident involving Yifan 5 years prior, although the accident was attributed to the driver being intoxicated, which led to the collision. He found it difficult to believe that such a coincidence could occur. However, whenever the Yi family attempted to investigate, they encountered a mysterious force that thwarted their efforts at critical junctures. Now, with new clues emerging amidst the Zhao family's obliteration, could this truly be mere coincidence? To execute such a thorough cleansing of the Zhao family in such a short span of time would require a mastery beyond the realm of mere practitioners. When had such a formidable master emerged in Yun City? Yi Chongfeng pondered as he examined the documents handed to him by Leng Feng. What of Yifan? Where might he be now? The thought of Yifan struck Yi Chongfeng. 5 years ago, Yifan had already attained mastery in the martial arts. Could the annihilation of the Zhao family be the result of Yifan's awakening and subsequent actions? The young master has already been returned home by Miss Su, and he remains there under our vigilant protection, Leng Feng confidently assured. The bodyguards stationed around Su Yixue were all trusted subordinates of Leng Feng, each possessing formidable martial prowess. Yi Chongfeng sighed deeply, a sense of disappointment washing over him. We must keep a close watch on the Su family group. Those scoundrels who dared to strike at the Yi family will undoubtedly turn their sights on crippling the Su family next. They cannot be allowed to lose their resolve, especially with that girl from the Su family so protective of us. Despite the Yi family's grievous setbacks, as long as he remained alive, backed by the formidable Tianlong army, he still possessed the means to safeguard the Su family. Moreover, there is another development. The head of the Xia family, Xia Hao, recognized the young master at today's banquet, recalling that the young master had saved his life 5 years ago. He thus advocated for collaboration with the Su family group, which should alleviate some pressure on them. Oh, Little Fan's medical skills were so remarkable 5 years ago, capable of saving lives. How was I unaware of such talents? Yi Chongfeng realized that, despite Yifan having grown up, he still knew so little about his own grandson. This was indeed a positive revelation. In the office of the Su group, Su Yixue, who had just finalized a contract with Xia Hao, found herself lost in thought while gazing into the mirror. Although she had resolutely decided to marry Yifan and expand the Yi family's lineage, the impending reality stirred a sense of trepidation within her. The thought of standing before Yifan in a state of vulnerability rendered her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Reflected in the mirror, Su Ishue possessed an exquisite figure, with alluring curves that defined her as a true beauty. Many young gentlemen from Yun City yearned for her affection, yet tonight she was destined to belong to Yifan. Meanwhile, in the royal halls of Yun City, Su Dong and a group of affluent young masters reveled in exuberance, unabashedly indulging their desires. As one song concluded, a wealthy heir voiced his confusion, wondering why Zhao Shao had yet to arrive, despite their prior agreement to celebrate after Zhao Tianlong dealt with Yifan. Having waited for over 2 hours without any sign of Zhao Tianlong, Su Dong furrowed his brow and decided to call him. However, after several attempts, he found Zhao Tianlong's phone unreachable. In desperation, Su Dong contacted another acquaintance from the Shao family, only to be met with shocking news: Su Shao. It appears that Zhao Gongzi may not be coming after all. Zhao Dekang and Zhao Tianlong have both gone missing, and within the last hour, all co-disciples of the Zhao family have perished. The Zhao family has been annihilated. Su Dong gasped in disbelief. Just a few hours prior, he had been laughing and chatting with Zhao Tianlong, and now he had vanished. While others were unaware of Zhao Tianlong's intentions, Su Dong knew all too well that he had gone to eliminate Yifan. The fact that both Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Dekang had disappeared during this endeavor could not be a mere coincidence. The only plausible explanation was that an unforeseen incident had occurred during the attempt on Yifan's life, resulting in the downfall of the entire Zhao family. Could it be that Yifan had awakened? The thought sent a chill down Su Dong's spine as he reflected on the actions he and his father had taken over the years. As the adopted son and grandson of Yi Chongfeng, they had enjoyed the protection of the Yi family. Yet their dealings had always revolved around seizing the family's assets for themselves. If Yifan had indeed awakened, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Have you discovered who was responsible? Su Dong inquired tentatively. The acquaintance from the Zhao family said in response, we have no leads. But a letter left in the head of the family study suggests that Zhao Dekang had once wronged the master by stealing his woman. And now that individual has returned for vengeance. The name is Fan Yi. Fan Yi? Upon hearing that it was not Yifan, Su Dong felt a slight relief wash over him, quickly followed by a glimmer of excitement. A master-level expert had emerged in Yun City. If he could offer a sufficiently enticing price, perhaps he could enlist Fan Yi to eliminate Yifan and that old relic of the family, thereby liberating himself from any future concerns. With this realization, Su Dong's initial anxiety transformed into burgeoning delight. The Zhao family has been annihilated. Although this event has profoundly impacted Su Dong, it also presents an opportunity. Su Shao, what is the situation with Zhao Shao? Once Su Dong hung up the phone, all the wealthy young men ceased their revelries and turned their eager gazes toward him. The Zhao family's downfall, it is said, was due to Zhao Dekang offending a master-level expert. Su Dong snorted disdainfully. Yifan is quite fortunate, he managed to escape death at a critical moment. But next time, who knows if luck will be on his side. After Yifan concluded his dealings with the Shao family, he returned home and had just finished his shower when Su Ishue also arrived. Seeing Yifan safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. On her way back, Su Ishue had already heard of the Shao family's fate. Shao Fan, did you know that Zhao Tianlong, who bullied you, has been dealt with by some nefarious individuals and will no longer torment you? Yet, Su Ishue harbored doubts. After all, Zhao Tianlong had merely bullied Yifan at a banquet and had threatened to take Yifan's wife. Could it be mere coincidence that, within the span of an hour, the entire Zhao family was wiped out? Su Ishue questioned whether Yifan had a hand in it, but after inquiring with the bodyguard she had arranged at the door, she learned that Yifan had not left the villa during her absence, making it impossible for him to be involved. But if it was Yifan, then who was that mysterious master, Fan Yi, who executed such a precise strike? Wonderful. Finally, no one will steal my wife away. Yifan joyfully exclaimed as he wrapped his arms around Su Ishue's neck, leaning in excitedly. Although Su Ishue had prepared herself, the moment was still nerve-wracking as she felt the strong masculine aura emanating from Yifan. Wait a moment, I'll take a shower. And you should wait for me in the bedroom, she said, her face flushed as she made her way to the bathroom. Yifan stood in the living room, watching Su Ishue's retreating figure, the smile gracing his lips. Had she truly made up her mind to become his woman? Faced with such exquisite beauty, should he advance or hold back? 5 minutes later, when Su Yixue entered the bedroom wearing a pink, alluring nightgown, Yifan was already dutifully lying on the bed. Yixue. My dear wife, am I being good? Yifan looked at Su Yixue with sincerity. As Su Yixue gazed upon Yifan's innocent demeanor, maternal affection surged within her. You are the best, Xiaofan. Poor Yifan, once a favored child of heaven, might now need the collective effort of her sisters to awaken him. With that thought, Su Yixue overcame her shyness and gently lay down beside Yifan, pulling him into her embrace. Xiaofan, come here. Yifan found her nervousness and shyness amusing but feigned ignorance, asking, Yixue, my wife, what are we doing? He lifted his head, gazing intently at Su Yixue. She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and quickly realized that Yifan's understanding of such matters was akin to that of a child. Oh. We'll sleep together. And then I'll give you a big, chubby baby. Su Yixue guided Yifan, her voice soft and inviting. Yet Yifan, with an innocent expression, asked, Aren't we currently asleep? Not in that manner. Su Yixue retorted, feeling both embarrassed and angry, genuinely doubting if Yifan was intentionally teasing her. Then how should we sleep? A single tear cascaded down Su Yixue's cheek as she silently vowed to the ancestors of the Yi family, I, Su Yixue, have no shame before you. I have indeed become a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. As their movements continued, a profound warmth enveloped both Yifan and Su Yixue. Under the flickering flames, Yifan's martial prowess surged rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of martial sovereign in a brief span, on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. Meanwhile, nourished by that warmth, Su Yixue felt power gradually coalescing within her, faint traces of martial energy beginning to emerge. Outside the window, the moon seemed somewhat bashful, stealthily hiding the events unfolding within the room behind clouds. Beyond the villa, the bodyguards of the Yi and Su families, hearing the commotion from within, couldn't help but chuckle. Though the young master may be foolish now, his vigor remains as robust as ever. Haha. Miss Su will be fortunate in the future. Alas. If only the young master could awaken soon, he and Miss Su would make a perfect match. After the calm settled, Su Yixue had already succumbed to a deep slumber in Yifan's embrace, while Yifan, feeling invigorated, gazed at the delicate Su Yixue in his arms, his heartstrings tugging slightly. From this moment on, Su Yixue is my woman. No one shall harm her in the slightest, except for myself. Yifan's decision to embrace Su Yixue as his own was motivated by various considerations. On one hand, the 7 women had publicly declared their intent to marry him before so many people. To heartlessly reject them would be to disregard their goodwill. On the other hand, Yifan's rate of progress in strength was alarmingly slow. Uniting with Su Yixue would provide him with the necessary warmth to elevate his power in a short time. The situation of the Yi family was perilous, teetering on the brink of annihilation, with Yifan as the sole remaining heir. If Yifan's strength did not reach a formidable level, he would be unable to revive the Yi family, protect it, safeguard these beautiful people, or avenge the noble souls of those who had perished. Thus, Yifan needed to grow stronger swiftly. The flickering flames within his dantian were the most effective and rapid means to achieve that. Gently placing Su Yixue on the bed, Yifan sat cross-legged, hastily circulating his martial energy. A glimmer of depth flashed in his eyes. Joshua of the capital. Humph. Prepare yourself. Those who dare to act against the Yi family shall not escape my wrath. In the Lu family estate, brightly lit and bustling, the head of the Lu family, Lu Ran, sat at the highest seat, his countenance darkened. Has Xia Hao gone mad? The Yi family is clearly under siege, on the brink of destruction, with everyone conspiring against them, and yet Xia Hao chooses to ally with the Yi family and collaborate with the Su group. That's a death wish. Today had witnessed too many events: the downfall of the Yi family, the annulment of the engagement with Shen Yufei. Yet, the 7 women had simultaneously declared their intent to marry Yifan, a significant affront to the enemies of the Yi family. Swiftly, an order was issued to suppress the Su family group, a move intended to serve as a warning to others. Yet, at this juncture, the Xia family opted to ally with the Su family and proclaimed that anyone opposing the Su family would also be opposing the Xia family. The implications of this alliance were strikingly clear. According to Xia Hao, this decision stemmed from an incident 5 years prior when Yifan, during his time as a prodigy, saved his life, thus Xia Hao felt compelled to repay the favor. One of his subordinates offered an explanation. Lu Ran scoffed, declaring that he cared not for the reasons behind their actions. By choosing to assist the Su family, they had positioned themselves against the Lu family and their powerful backers. After a brief pause, Lu Ran continued, instructing, relay my orders to the Zhao family in Yun City. They must take action against the Su family at any cost. His subordinate acknowledged the command and was about to make arrangements when, with a grave expression, he reported, Master, we have just received news that the Zhao family has been wiped out. What? Lu Ran exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly from his seat. Hadn't Xiao Dekhang, the head of the Zhao family, spoken with him earlier that day? How could they have been annihilated so suddenly? The subordinate promptly handed over detailed information, revealing that Xiao Dekhang had offended a master named Fan Yi, allegedly due to a romantic entanglement from his youth. Such a coincidence. Lu Ran mused, sensing something amiss. The timing of the Zhao family's demise seemed too fortuitous. Just as Zhao Tianlong had humiliated Yifan and was poised to eliminate him, the Zhao family was obliterated. Were it not for the irrefutable evidence proving Yifan's absence, Lu Ran would have suspected that the prodigious talent from 5 years ago had reawakened. Master, what shall we do now? His subordinate inquired. If the Su family fully collaborates with the Xia family, leveraging their resources, they will undoubtedly soar to new heights, rendering all our previous efforts to blockade them futile. The Xia family's influence is comparable to our own, and their roots run even deeper. If the Xia family extends their full support to the Su family, implementing the suppression order will become exceedingly complicated. Humph. The Zhao family has fallen. But there are still the Wang and Li families, Lu Ran retorted. Let them join forces, regardless of their methods, they must ensure that the Su family suffers. Even if it means tarnishing Su Yushue's reputation. It would be best if Yun City descends into chaos. A shadow of malice flickered in Lu Ran's eyes. Previously, no one dared to underestimate the families of those 7 girls, for they were connected to the Yi family. And all were aware of the Yi family's influence in the Great Xia. However, with the Yi family now in disarray, the weight of those girls' familial ties had diminished significantly. With the Yi family severely weakened, Lu Ran realized that only through escalating turmoil in Yun City could he uncover the underlying truth, including whether Yifan was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, and who else remained loyal to the Yi family. In Yun City, the night had deepened. Meanwhile, in the Xian family's estate, Xian Yufei tossed and turned in her room, unable to find slumber. During her engagement annulment with Yifan that day, she had distinctly perceived the disappointment in his eyes. Had she ultimately betrayed him? Reflecting on their shared memories growing up together, tears streamed down Xian Yufei's cheeks uncontrollably. Why did Yifan choose to become a fool? How splendid it would be if he were not so. At the evening banquet, Xian Yufei also attended. Upon seeing Su Yishue laughing and chatting with Yifan, a wave of discomfort washed over her, rendering her hesitant to approach. Had she not called off her engagement with Yifan, she would have been the one accompanying him. Alas, everything had irrevocably changed. In a haze, Xian Yufei succumbed to slumber, and upon waking the next morning, her first thought was to check on Yifan. Although they were no longer together, she still wished for his well-being. Meanwhile, at Su Yishue's residence, sunlight poured into the bedroom as she awakened, lying bare in Yifan's embrace. The crimson peach blossoms adorning the sheets. Overcome with shyness, she could not lift her head. Had she truly become Yifan's woman? Was this foolish lad destined to be her man in the future? Regret? Su Yishue internally questioned herself, yet found no answers. Perhaps her earlier decision had been impulsive. But at this moment, her resolve had solidified. No matter the circumstances, she and Yifan were now united as husband and wife, sharing both glory and disgrace. She would never regret it. Yishue, dear, you are awake? Yifan gazed tenderly at Su Yishue as she opened her eyes. Last night, I caused you pain. Are you hurt? Su Yishue, already shy, was at a loss for words in response to Yifan's inquiry. You are such a rascal. Recalling how he had frightened her with a mouse in the woods the previous night, she began to seriously doubt whether Yifan was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. After a playful exchange, they rose to wash up and were just about to have breakfast when a bodyguard at the door announced, Miss Su. Someone is looking for young Master Yi. Yifan raised an eyebrow, curious about who would seek him out at such an early hour. Su Yishue shared his intrigue. Who could it be? The bodyguard's expression turned peculiar as he replied, "It's Miss Shen Yufei." "What does she want?" Su Ishue exclaimed. "Didn't she just break off her engagement with him?" "Humph." The mention of Shen Yufei ignited Su Ishue's anger. How could the Shen family disregard the Yi family's dignity and publicly sever ties the day prior? Now, she had the audacity to seek Yifan again. Hearing Shen Yufei's name, Yifan felt a pang in his heart. That girl who had accompanied him throughout his youth had imprinted deeply on his soul. However, her public renouncement of their engagement felt like a betrayal. Though not entirely her doing, her failure to stand up for him had wounded him nonetheless. Yet, every thought of her left him with a sense of longing and regret. "Let us go see," Su Ishue said, wrapping her arm around Yifan's, adjusting her appearance, and deliberately tousling her clothing as they made their way to the door. At the entrance of the villa, Shen Yufei stood alone. And upon seeing Yifan and Su Ishue emerge so intimately together, a sharp pain pierced her heart. Had a mere day passed, and Yifan was already with Su Ishue. "Shen Yufei, what brings you here? Did you not sever ties with Yifan yesterday? Do you wish to mock my man once more?" Su Ishue did not offer Shen Yufei a warm demeanor. The dignity of the Yi family was something they were all meant to uphold together. Yet yesterday, in front of so many witnesses, the Shen family had callously trampled on the Yi family's reputation. As if that were not enough, they sought to further humiliate Yifan today. Shen Yufei was acutely aware that her actions yesterday had caused great distress, thus she refrained from retorting against Su Ishue. Instead, she turned gently toward Yifan, saying, "Fan Gu, I am here to apologize. What transpired yesterday was not my intention, it was my uncle's directive." As she spoke, Shen Yufei felt tears welling up within her. Deep down, she harbored profound affection for Yifan. However, her inherently gentle nature lacked the resolve that others like Yuling Long possessed when her uncle had made the announcement. In just one night, everything had irrevocably changed. "Yufei, is that you?" A voice interrupted her thoughts. "I've been looking for you since dawn. Didn't we agree to watch a movie together today?" Before Shen Yufei could finish her sentence, a Mercedes-Benz came to an abrupt stop beside her. Li Yunyang, the young master of the Li family from Yun City, stepped out of the car and, with a gentle demeanor, presented a bouquet of roses to Shen Yufei. Caught off guard, Shen Yufei felt her embarrassment reach a peak. She had come to apologize, yet here was Li Yunyang, uninvited, who had divulged her plans to him. It had to be her uncle. Alas. "Yufei, is this your apology? Are you here to express regret or to flaunt your affection?" Su Ishue, observing Yifan's desolate expression, felt a pang of sympathy. She stepped forward and reprimanded Shen Yufei, "Let me make it clear, I am Yifan's woman now. So please refrain from bothering my husband in the future." As she spoke, Su Ishue cupped Yifan's face and tenderly pressed her lips against his. It was both a vow and a declaration of dominance. At that moment, Shen Yufei felt as though her heart was shattering. Had they truly become a couple so swiftly? Was Yifan not a fool? Could he truly overlook such matters? Yifan had felt a twinge of regret toward Shen Yufei, and her approach to apologize brought him a flicker of solace. However, upon seeing Li Yunyang's presence, his irritation surged. Moreover, from Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Dekang, Yifan had learned that the Li family of Yun City was a vassal of the Lu family from the provincial capital and had participated in the campaign against the Yi family. They were the Yi family's mortal enemies. It was one thing for Shen Yufei to distance herself from him, but to turn and embrace the enemy of the Yi family was simply unacceptable. "Hey Yufei, if you want to be my wife, I have plenty of others who are far more beautiful," Yifan declared earnestly, counting on his fingers. "I have 7 lovely sisters-in-law who are eager to be with me." Shen Yufei felt a surge of bile rising in her throat, struggling to suppress it as her face paled, then she looked at Yifan, forcing a smile. "Fan Gu, as long as you are happy, I wish you well." With those words, Shen Yufei stifled the tears welling in her eyes and hurried towards her vehicle. Li Yunyang attempted to approach her, but was forcefully pushed away by Shen Yufei, who exclaimed, "Get lost." She harbored no affection for Li Yunyang, however. Her uncle insisted that for the sake of the Shen family's future, she must engage in a relationship with him following the downfall of the Yi family. Meanwhile, Su Ishue was at the office, preoccupied with how to arrange for Yifan. Given Yifan's current situation, she felt uneasy leaving him alone at home. Yet, taking him to the office posed its own challenges, as she had negotiations to attend. Just as she grappled with her concerns, Wang Fugui arrived in his car. "Don't worry about a thing, little sister-in-law, leave it to me to take care of your brother." With a grand gesture, Wang Fugui assured Su Yixue, allowing her to relax. Wang Fugui and Yifan shared a bond akin to brothers, having grown up side by side. No matter the circumstances, Wang Fugui consistently supported Yifan unconditionally. Moreover, Wang Fugui's strength was on the rise, assuring that Yifan would be safe in his company. "All right then, I entrust him to you. I'll return as swiftly as possible this afternoon," Su Yixue instructed Wang Fugui before driving away. Once alone with Yifan in his vehicle, Wang Fugui spoke up, "Big brother. Now that she's gone, can we drop the act? I know you're pretending to be clueless, let's not continue this charade among brothers." After returning home yesterday, Wang Fugui couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yifan's behavior at the banquet and his peculiar aura led Wang Fugui to believe that Yifan was no longer the same as before. If Yifan had genuinely been foolish before, then it seemed he had awakened now. Especially after receiving news in the dead of night that the Zhao family had been wiped out overnight. Wang Fugui's first thought was that Yifan had a hand in it. However, upon calling old Master Yi, he learned that Yifan was residing in Su Yixue's villa and had no time to act. Perplexed, Wang Fugui sought out Yifan early in the morning, eager to gauge his state. "Old one, what are you pretending for? I have a plastic bag here, would you like to use it?" Yifan retrieved a plastic bag from his belongings and handed it to Wang Fugui, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Was his brother truly still foolish? "Big brother, I don't know if you're genuinely nervy or merely feigning it, but I shall assume you are no longer foolish," Wang Fugui remarked while driving. "Since we have nothing else to do today, I'll take you to some places we used to frequent, perhaps it might jog your memory." Wang Fugui's words caused a sense of apprehension to tighten around Yifan's heart. Where had they often gone before his stupor? Surely not to those extravagant establishments. "Big brother, did you hear? The Zhao family was annihilated by a master martial artist named Fan Yi. It serves them right for that Xiao Tianlong insulting you at the banquet. Be wary of Su Jian and his son Su Dong, they are not to be trusted. I suspect the troubles befalling the Yi family are connected to them." Throughout the journey, Wang Fugui's chatter was incessant, akin to a machine gun, yet it offered Yifan insights into the general circumstances of Yun City. Eventually, Wang Fugui halted the vehicle before a dilapidated loft, and upon recognizing his surroundings, Yifan's memory was instantly rekindled. This was the largest black market trading hub in Yun City, renowned as one of the foremost in the entire southwest region. Within its confines lay an array of intriguing wares, elixirs to enhance martial arts cultivation, various medicinal herbs, and countless rare treasures. If one could afford the price, there was nothing one could imagine that could not be procured here. Previously, Yifan relished bringing Wang Fugui to this place to browse for valuable finds. "How about it? This place looks familiar, right?" Wang Fugui opened the car door and enthusiastically remarked, "Big brother, you used to bring me here frequently." Shopping. Yifan feigned an innocent demeanor, exiting the vehicle and clapping his hands as he ambled toward the entrance of the black market. The underground trading market of Yun City was, in truth, concealed below the surface. Thus, the exterior appeared desolate, while the real vibrancy thrived 3 levels underground. Wang Fugui intentionally trailed behind, observing as Yifan confidently approached the entrance of the market, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Big brother still remembers the way here. It seems you haven't lost your wits after all. With your awakening, there is hope for the Yi family. See, my elder brother, how could he possibly be lacking?" he exclaimed, "Big brother, wait for me." While Wang Fugui called out as he ran behind, he remained oblivious to the fact that what he perceived was merely what Yifan allowed him to see. After a 5-year absence, Yifan and Wang Fugui descended into the bustling underground 3rd level, where the atmosphere was still remarkably lively. There were fervent fighting scenes, and nearby, boisterous men were brazenly engaging with women. However, such spectacles did not pique Yifan's interest. He was drawn instead to a particular alley where vendors operated within the black market. 5 years prior, when Yifan was still regarded as a prodigious talent, he had procured numerous fine items here, as well as various elixirs and talismans in secret. Upon his awakening, Yifan was eager to ascertain whether there were any elixirs suitable for Wang Fuguei capable of aiding him in breaking through to the master realm. Yifan recalled that when Wang Fuguei accompanied him, he consumed elixirs as if they were mere candies, nearly achieving the master realm 5 years ago. Yet now he remained stagnated at the pinnacle of the control realm. This steadfast brother, who had remained loyal, deserved his support. Big brother, have you spotted anything of interest? Whatever catches your eye today, I, Wang, shall procure for you. Yifan scanned the offerings, activating his extraordinary vision, which allowed him to perceive the true nature of various items. Some counterfeit antiques emitted no aura, indicating their inauthenticity, while genuine artifacts bore an ancient aura, albeit with inflated prices. After traversing 2/3 of the alley, nothing had yet captured Yifan's attention until he passed a stall selling stones, where a jet black stone suddenly captivated him. From an outward perspective, the stone appeared unremarkable, however, Yifan's mystical eyes pierced through its exterior, revealing that it encased a vitality pill within, a remarkable aid for transcending to the master level. Such a treasure is rarely found on the market, even at a staggering price of 10 billion. Curiosity piqued, Yifan wondered why someone would entomb a vitality pill within a dilapidated stone. Yet, having encountered it, he had no intention of letting it slip away. He paused, feigning earnestness as he sifted through other visually appealing stones on the ground. How much for this one? My good sir? He inquired. That one costs 50,000. And this? 80,000. After repeatedly questioning the prices of several stones, he finally turned his attention to the obsidian stone, which seemed rather amusing, a perfect plaything for his little cat. The vendor merely cast a glance before responding. If you purchase any other stone, I shall gift you this one. A barely perceptible smile graced the vendor's lips. That stone was merely a makeshift support for a table leg, yet it appeared decent enough to be displayed alongside his other wares. To his surprise, a fool had actually taken interest. Excellent. I shall take this too. Yifan joyfully lifted the black stone along with another priced at 30,000. Waving his arm toward Wang Fuguei. Old one, pay up. You promised to help me buy things. Wang Fuguei, trailing behind, wore a bitter expression. Brother, these items are clearly worthless. Why waste your money? His concern was not for the expenditure but rather a sense of regret. Previously, when Yifan was at his peak, his judgment was never so clouded. Now, after his unfortunate incident, could he truly no longer distinguish between good and bad? Sigh. Humph. Are you reluctant to spend money on me? If you want tea, I shall pay for myself. As he spoke, Yifan began to rummage through his pockets. However, in truth, he had no money. Since the incident 5 years ago, everyone deemed him a fool and refused to invest in him. I'll cover it. I sent tea that's acceptable. As long as you're happy, my brother. Wang Fuguei sighed deeply. Given Yifan's current demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. At least Yifan still remembered the way to the black market and how to make purchases. After settling the payment, Yifan and Wang Fuguei departed with their stones, roaming the black market once more but finding nothing of note. Just as they were about to leave, Yifan's keen ears caught snippets of conversation from a nearby group. Did you hear? The Yi family is in dire straits. All 10 of their elite members perished yesterday, yet their rivals seem unwilling to relent. Having hired a formidable warrior at the martial sovereign level, intending to obliterate the Yi family completely in the coming days. What? A martial sovereign? Those are scarce even in the Great Seer. Alas, what enemy has the Yi family offended to warrant such treatment? After all, Elder Yi contributed greatly to the nation. Such is the fate of those whose merits overshadowed their masters. It's unfortunate that so many valiant sons of the Yi family will leave no legacy behind. Yifan felt a jolt of shock reverberate through him. Is the opponent truly preparing to strike so soon? To enlist a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign level, intent on annihilating the last vestiges of the Yi family? Humph. Now that I have awakened, I shall not allow you to succeed. Yifan turned his head, quietly memorizing the appearances of those individuals. He would swiftly locate them to ascertain the source of the information. Yifan aimed to eliminate that expert before they could act against the Yi family. Upon exiting the underground black market, Wang Fuguei observed Yifan toying with several stones in his hands, letting out a resigned sigh. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? He had believed his brother had awakened, yet his brother remained in this state, leaving him uncertain as to when he would fully recover. If his brother did not regain his strength soon, the Yi family would not endure much longer. Relying solely on those girls would be utterly insufficient to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Old one, try this, it tastes delightful. Yifan offered a piece of the obsidian stone to Wang Fugui, who was left in a bemused state. Brother, this is a stone, not candy. It's inedible. Why can't it be eaten? Just look, if you bite it, it shatters. To demonstrate, Yifan sacrificed his own comfort, using his teeth to crush a piece of stone. Witnessing this, Wang Fugui felt a pang of sympathy for Yifan's teeth. I think I'll pass. Wang Fugui shook his head, contemplating putting the stone away. I'll take it home and eat it later, all right? No way. As Wang Fugui prepared to pocket the stone, Yifan grew anxious. That fool Wang Fugui would never recognize the treasure hidden within the stone. If he took it home, he might even toss it away. You promised, good brother, to share both fortunes and hardships. If you want to eat it, then you don't regard me as your elder brother. Yifan pouted, defiantly sitting on the ground, intent on playing the childish card. Wang Fugui looked at Yifan with a bitter expression. Fine. I'll eat it, I'll eat it. Is that satisfactory? Good big brother. He placed the stone in his mouth, intending to use a bit of energy to shatter it and merely put on a show. At that moment, Yifan was akin to a child. Why should he bicker with a child? Yet, as Wang Fugui's teeth made contact with the stone's exterior, he finally perceived something unusual. The stone was not as hard as he had imagined, its shell was somewhat pliable. Crack. Wang Fugui bit down, expending little effort, and the stone split open from the middle. Spitting out the two halves, he gazed into the stone's interior, and his pupils dilated in shock and an energy pill. Halfway through his exclamation, Wang Fugui quickly covered his mouth. He brought the stone closer to his eyes, examining it several times. There was no doubt. It was indeed an energy pill. This was a crucial elixir for breaking through the Master Realm and even the Martial Sovereign Realm. With the aid of such a pill, the success rate for breaking through to Master would increase by 70% and for Martial Sovereign by 50%. However, within the entire Great Seer, those capable of refining energy pills were exceedingly few. Such a precious elixir recently surged to a staggering price of 50 billion on the market, yet it remains elusive, unattainable even for those of considerable wealth. Once this elixir is exposed, it will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of numerous powerful factions, all willing to go to any lengths to seize it. And now, to possess such an elixir in hand, upon confirming it as a vitality pill, Wang Fugui's gaze towards Yifan underwent a profound transformation. Was this mere coincidence, or was it orchestrated by his elder brother? Yifan clamored to purchase those two stones, which upon opening astonishingly revealed a vitality pill within. Such a stroke of luck seems even more improbable than winning a 200 million lottery. Brother, are you truly feigning ignorance, or deliberately concealing the truth from me? Did you know all along that there was a vitality pill inside? Wang Fugui was astounded. Such coincidences seemed implausible. Yet, before him, Yifan appeared utterly bewildered. Old one, what do you think? I told you it tastes delightful. Quickly, eat it while it's warm. Wang Fugui was left speechless, scrutinizing Yifan closely to ascertain his sincerity. Only after confirming Yifan was genuine did he cautiously secure the vitality pill. Brother, you are indeed my lucky star. With this vitality pill, I shall soon break through to the Master Realm, and my strength will be even more formidable in protecting you. The number of Master Realm experts in the entire Great Seer is quite limited. Typically, those who attain this realm can govern a territory and become local overlords. One Master Expert is sufficient to support a super family. Hearing Wang Fugui's words, Yifan mused inwardly, at least you possess some conscience. For now, Yifan needed to maintain his pretense of ignorance. There were many matters that required subtlety, and allowing Wang Fugui to take the lead was the wisest course. Moreover, Wang Fugui's rise in strength would naturally benefit Yifan. Just as they got into the car to head home, Yifan's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Xia Hao calling. Dr. Yi, I hope I'm not interrupting. I would like to invite you to dinner and introduce you to a few individuals. Xiahao was aware of Yifan's true circumstances. During the previous evening's banquet, Yifan had already confided in Xiahao about his situation. Xiahao recognized he had latched onto a significant ally and wanted to introduce Yifan to his key associates in Yun City. Dinner. I'm hungry and would love to eat, Yifan responded into the phone before turning to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui took the phone and, upon realizing it was Xiahao, agreed to the invitation, leading Yifan to the designated location. Wang Fugui had been present at the banquet and understood the connection between Xiahao and Yifan. Half an hour later, at the Royal Grand Hotel, in the Tianzi private room, Yifan sat at the head of the table, with Wang Fugui beside him. And besides Xiahao, there were several other men present. Among them were the underground patriarch of Yun City, Li Hu, and the governor, San Qian. Young Master Yi. Allow me to introduce these two gentlemen, both are from the Xia family. This is Li Hu, who wields considerable influence in certain unsavory dealings in Yun City. Should you encounter any difficult conflicts, feel free to seek his assistance. Upon hearing the introduction from Xiahao, Li Hu promptly rose to his feet. Respectfully bowing to Yifan, I have had the pleasure of meeting young Master Yi. From now on, I shall heed your commands. He continued, additionally. This gentleman is San Qian, the governor of Yun City, who is expected to be promoted to the provincial capital in 5 years. He is also affiliated with the Xia family. Should any official matters arise, he can lend his assistance. San Qian, not daring to act presumptuously, stood as well. Offering a respectful address to Yifan, young Master Yi, if there is anything I can assist with in the future, I shall not hesitate to serve. Given the modest size of Yun City, it was unnecessary for Xiahao to introduce them, as Li Hu and San Qian were already acquainted with Yifan. His reputation was well known. 5 years prior, Yifan was hailed as the most prodigious talent of the Yi family. Having ascended to the master realm at the tender age of 15, with an immeasurable future ahead. However, the tragic accident left him in a state of mental incapacitation. Yet it could not overshadow the brilliance he had once possessed. Both men were perplexed by Xiahao's unwavering respect towards Yifan, especially following the severe blow the Yi family had endured, leading others to shun them. Yet, as individuals nurtured by the Xia family, they understood that Xiahao's actions were likely driven by significant reasons. They speculated whether the youngest scion of the Yi family had awakened from his stupor. If so, extending goodwill towards the Yi family now could yield immense benefits in the future. Xiahao was indeed aware that Yifan was in a lucid state, comprehending everything being said. Still, in an effort to maintain the FA order, he courteously explained to Wang Fugui, young Master Wang. I recognize you as young Master Yi's closest confidant. Should young Master Yi find himself in a predicament, you may contact them directly. Thank you, head of the Xia family. Wang Fugui, though somewhat simple-minded, understood that the Xia family was providing invaluable support at this critical juncture. With both San Qian and Li Hu offering protection, Yifan would encounter significantly fewer troubles. As the group began to eat, Li Hu suddenly received alarming news from his subordinate, causing his expression to change dramatically. Young Master. Head Xia, trouble has arisen. My subordinate just reported that all of Old Wolf Wu's men have mobilized. It appears they are pursuing Miss Su issue. Upon hearing Li Hu's words, Yifan's gaze sharpened instantly, a formidable aura radiating from him that seemed to chill the room's atmosphere. Save my wife. Save my wife. In the presence of so many, Yifan refrained from overt displays, instead rising hastily and rushing towards the exit of the private room. Just last night, Su Ishue had become his partner, and now she was under threat. Should he discover their identities, he would ensure their utter obliteration. Xiahao quickly backed orders. Do not dawdle. Mobilize everyone immediately. At all costs, ensure Miss Su's safety. From Yifan's actions, Xiahao discerned the profound significance that Su Ishue held in Yifan's heart. This was the first task he undertook after aligning himself with Yifan. And it must proceed without error. Understood. Li Hu responded promptly, immediately issuing frantic commands, relay my orders, everyone, commence action at once. Engage Old Wolf Wu without hesitation. Prepare for battle. As an official, San Qian found it inappropriate to intervene directly, however, he swiftly made several phone calls, deploying all available resources to offer assistance. In an instant, the entire Yun City erupted with activity. In the streets and alleys, countless individuals loyal to Li Hu began mobilizing. All eyes were on the situation. quickly pinpointing Wu Laolang's route of movement. Master Wu Laolang is currently leading his men towards Liangjiao Lane on the western outskirts of Yun City. Reports indicate that they have not yet succeeded, and Miss Su, under the protection of her subordinates, is retreating. As Yifan and Li Hu sped towards the western suburbs of Yun City, the news relayed over the phone brought a sigh of relief to Yifan. Thankfully, Su Yixue had not yet encountered any misfortune. They needed to hurry. Rescue his wife. The anger brewing within Yifan was nearly overwhelming. With the Yi family's recent turmoil, did those individuals truly believe the Yi family was defenseless? That anyone could trade upon them? It was time to show them the consequences of their actions. If the annihilation of the Zhao family yesterday was merely an unexpected event, today, upon uncovering the true instigators, Yifan would act with even greater ruthlessness. This would serve as a warning to those contemplating actions against the Su and Yi families, making them aware of the dire repercussions of provoking the Yi family. On the western outskirts of Yun City, Su Yixue sat in a car that had suffered significant damage, the front crumpled and a large portion of the rear missing. Besides the driver, there were two bodyguards, both stained with blood. Today, Su Yixue had intended to negotiate continued cooperation with Zheng Biao, the largest supplier to the Su family. But little did she expect that Zheng Biao had secretly orchestrated an ambush, hiring a group of thugs to violate her at a hotel. Fortunately, her bodyguards discovered the plot in time, carving out a bloody path for her escape. However, the thugs pursued them relentlessly, chasing them from the city center to the western outskirts of Yun City. Bang! The screeching vans collided forcefully with Su Yixue's vehicle, forcing it into a narrow alley until there was no way out. The captain of her bodyguard team, Zhao Datu, spoke up, "Miss Su, you should go alone. You once kindly took us in, now it is our turn to repay your kindness. Run as far as you can, then we will hold them off." Zhao Datu, once gravely ill and awaiting death beneath a bridge, had been saved by Su Yixue, who treated him and later brought him into the Su group as a security guard, where he learned martial arts and eventually became her devoted bodyguard. Be careful. Su Yixue understood that this was not the time for hesitation. After advising her companions, she quickly dashed deeper into the alley. Determination shone in her eyes. From the moment she announced her intention to marry Yifan, she had anticipated facing numerous challenges ahead. Yet, Su Yixue had not expected trouble to arrive so swiftly. However, Su Yixue was resolute, having already embraced her role as Yifan's woman. Even in the face of death, she would not permit anyone to lay a finger on her, nor allow her adversaries to seize her as leverage against Yifan. Behind her, Zhao Datu and his two subordinates, despite their grievous injuries and the 3 battered machetes in their grasp, stood unwavering, forming a formidable barrier against the throngs of pursuers behind them. Desist your futile struggles. Do you truly believe that the 3 of you can withstand the charge of our 100? The leader of the gang, who seemed to have suffered at Zhao Datu's hands previously, hesitated, daunted by the trio's fierce demeanor. Humph. If you dare to touch President Su, just try it. One of you will perish for every attempt. And for every 2 that fall, will gain a fearless soul. Zhao Datu's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he rode at the advancing thugs, his resolute spirit casting a palpable dread over the crowd. To their astonishment, the thugs retreated 2 steps in response to Zhao Datu's imposing aura. Casting a furtive glance behind him, Zhao Datu realized that Su Yixue had vanished from sight. His singular aim was to buy her even a fleeting moment, for every second counted in securing her escape. If she could flee safely, he would embrace his demise here without regret. In the tense standoff, Zhao Datu suddenly recognized a familiar sound of footsteps approaching from behind. To his shock, it was Su Yixue herself. "President Su, why have you returned?" he exclaimed, astonished. A glimmer of despair flickered in Su Yixue's eyes as she realized she was trapped in a dead end. In an instant, the hearts of Zhao Datu and his companions felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Behind them lay a cul-de-sac, while outside, a multitude of thugs obstructed their path, and the cacophony suggested that even more were converging upon them. No matter how one looked at it, it was a certain death. "Do not concern yourselves with me, they are after me. You must leave, they should not trouble you," Su Yixue declared with an unsettling calmness. Having grasped the gravity of their predicament, though she had only been wed to Yifan for a single night, Su Yixue felt a sense of fulfillment. She had not let down the Yi family, however, she lamented her inability to bear them offspring, leaving that hope for another life. In her heart, she resolved that once Xiaodatu and the others departed, she would take her own life. Yet, Xiaodatu and his companions, momentarily stunned, swiftly regained their resolve. Old Emo. Shout out, shield President Su. We will carve a bloody path out of here, and if we cannot escape, we shall journey to the underworld together. For we are not alone. Xiaodatu's chivalrous spirit surged through the narrow alley. 3 blooded warriors sheltered a breathtaking beauty, fully aware of the peril ahead. Yet they charged forth unflinchingly into the face of death. The scene was strikingly tragic. What are you fools doing? Just as the emotions of the onlookers began to swell, a harsh bark shattered the atmosphere at the alley's entrance. A burly man, adorned with a wolf's head tattoo on his arm, stormed into the alley, flanked by a throng of thugs. The one who has arrived is none other than Wu Laolang, the leader of another significant underground force in Yun City. With only 3 men by your side, are you merely standing idly by, waiting for the others to give birth? Wu Laolang angrily admonished his subordinates, declaring that today, regardless of the consequences, they must capture Su Ishue. He then snatched a combat knife from one of his underlings and charged towards Xiaodatu. Seeing their leader take action, Wu Laolang's men surged forward like a swarm, shouting for blood. Although Xiaodatu was courageous, he was outnumbered, and in mere moments, he found himself overwhelmed and pressed to the ground. At this juncture, Su Ishue was encircled by a group of ruffians. Wu Laolang gazed at her with the predatory eyes of a hunter, lamenting that Miss Su, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Yun City, was about to fall into the hands of a fool. He proposed that she agree to spend the night with him, promising to grant her a swift end. Wu Laolang's gaze revealed his unmasked greed. Typically, he would not dare to even dream of a woman like Su Ishue. However, with explicit orders from above to eliminate her, to humiliate and torment her, he felt no hesitation. Stay back, Su Ishue cried, picking up a combat knife from the ground and brandishing it before her. You shall not lay a finger on me. Even in death, I will not make it easy for you. After her intimate encounter with Yifan the previous day, she felt an influx of warmth coursing through her, filling her with strength and hinting at a trace of martial prowess. Armed with a knife, she felt no fear. Even at this moment, still trying to show off, one of Wu Laolang's underlings sneered, unable to restrain himself as he charged forward, eager to prove himself. However, as he approached, Su Ishue swiftly twisted her wrist, and the blade sliced down towards his fingers. With a sickening thud, the ruffian was caught off guard. And in an instant, his arm was severed. Gasps echoed around the scene as all present were rendered speechless. The intelligence reports had not indicated that Su Ishue possessed any martial skills. Yet her movements, executed with such finesse, revealed her as a practiced fighter. What was happening? Su Ishue, equally astonished by her own capabilities, realized that her actions had been instinctual. When had she acquired such skills? In a flash, she recalled her recent interactions with Yifan, the warmth that had resonated from him to her. Could it be the influence of that warmth? Yifan truly was an extraordinary talent, although her intellect had been affected, the warmth generated from their closeness possessed such remarkable power. Once steeped in despair, Su Ishue now felt a flicker of confidence. If she could hold on for just a few more minutes, perhaps a miracle would occur. If Yifan was pretending to be foolish, would he come to her rescue upon realizing she was in danger? Would he descend like a hero, riding on clouds of brilliance to save her? Would her champion arrive? Su Ishue envisioned the scenes, and as she pondered, a smile crept onto her lips. During her desperate escape, she had no opportunity to inform anyone else. How could Yifan possibly be aware of her predicament? Her sudden surge of strength only caused a fleeting hesitation among the thugs. However, mere seconds later, Wu Laolang was utterly enraged. Brothers, do not hesitate. Kill her directly to avoid prolonged troubles. The fact that Su Ishue possessed martial skills was an exceedingly ominous sign. Wu Laolang feared that the longer they delayed, the greater the ensuing chaos would become. Regardless, they needed to complete the task assigned to them first. The crowd surged forward once more. Although Su Ishue instinctively wielded her battle knife to fend them off for a brief moment, her inexperience and the overwhelming number of assailants soon proved insurmountable. Clang! The battle knife in Su Ishue's hands was struck away, leaving her defenseless. Above her, countless gleaming blades descended without hesitation, swiftly aiming to strike her down. The directive was clear: eliminate Su Ishue as a warning to others. Thus, at that moment, Wu Laolang and his men shared but a single thought: to extinguish Su Ishue's life. Farewell, Shao Fan. In despair, Su Ishue shut her eyes, reminiscing about the beauty of the previous night, her heart heavy with the lament: if there is a next life, I shall be your wife again. You must take care of me, dear husband. Fear not, I have come to save you. In her daze, Su Ishue suddenly heard a familiar voice. Was it Yifan? Could her ears be deceiving her? Was he truly arriving at this moment? Buzz. As the crowd pondered the source of the sound, a figure appeared at the alley's entrance, riding a motorcycle, roaring towards them. Disdaining the obstructing throng, the motorcycle abruptly ascended, soaring over the alley's wall. It was none other than the harried Yifan. On the motorcycle, Yifan's eyes burned intensely as he focused on Su Ishue amidst the chaos of blades. His gaze radiated both fury and tenderness. Could it truly be Yifan? Her heroic savior had indeed arrived at her moment of utmost despair, descending like a celestial being to rescue her. As Su Ishue recognized Yifan, her previously dull eyes sparkled with vibrant colors. Even if death awaited, there would be no regrets. Although Yifan may still be somewhat foolish, his genuine affection made every sacrifice worthwhile. With the throttle of his motorcycle twisted to its limit, the actions in the alley seemed to slow down in an instant. At that moment, Yifan disregarded any restraint, his figure moving with unparalleled swiftness. Just as the motorcycle was about to collide with Su Ishue, he pushed off the ground with his ankle. In that instant, as the motorcycle landed, he executed a complete 360-degree spin, sweeping away all the thugs who had been besieging Su Ishue. The glinting blades had severed several strands of her hair, yet ultimately, they were deflected just a millimeter from her skin. Yifan descended from the heavens, akin to a celestial deity gracing the mortal realm, tightly embracing Su Ishue in his arms. Ishue, my dear wife, you frighten me. I am so relieved you are unharmed. Truly wonderful. Such a sight of Yifan left Su Ishue utterly mesmerized. This was indeed the prodigious genius, the paragon of excellence. This was the final ember of the Yi family that we must safeguard. Shao Fan, you have awakened, haven't you? Once she regained her composure, Su Ishue joyfully cradled Yifan's face, shaking it fervently. If Yifan had truly awakened, then the Yi family was salvaged, and the safety of all the sisters was assured. At this moment, Yifan yearned to convey to Su Ishue that he had indeed awakened. However, until the true enemy had thoroughly investigated, he could not reveal his consciousness. Yifan had to persist in feigning ignorance. Suddenly, at the entrance of the alley, Li Hu and Xia Hao had surrounded the area with a large contingent, swiftly taking down the men of Old Wolfu. Shocked, Old Wolfu regained his composure. His face pallid. Quick! Charge with me, kill them. Hurry! As he spoke, he brandished his battle knife, intent on attacking Su Ishue and Yifan. From a distance of several meters, Li Hu and Wang Fugue, witnessing the unfolding situation, shouted urgently, hurry! Protect young Master Yi and Miss Su. Yet, despite their urgency, the distance of several meters rendered instantaneous arrival impossible. Still wishing to bully my wife? You are all villains. Amidst the escalating tension, Yifan suddenly erupted, releasing Su Ishue and seizing a battle knife, charging towards Old Wolfu with fervor. With a resounding crack, Old Wolfu barely managed to parry one strike before his weapon shattered into fragments. Yifan grasped Old Wolfu by the throat, effortlessly lifting him as if he were a mere chick, driving away the thugs surrounding them. Then, with a raw intensity, he slammed Old Wolfu onto the bluestone ground, exclaiming, "You dare to bully my wife? You dare to bully my wife?" With a resounding thud, Old Wolfu's nearly 200-pound frame was hurled down like a stick, each impact shattering the bluestone beneath. The once formidable figure of Old Wolfu, standing over 6 feet tall, was rendered as helpless as a toy in Yifan's grasp. Devoid of any means to resist, his ribs, perhaps fractured in multitude, bled profusely from all orifices. Initially, Old Wolfu howled in agony, but soon he lay limp like a lifeless dog, breath coming shallowly. Thus, Old Wolfu was brutally crushed to death. The onlookers, the subordinates of Old Wolfu, were left astonished by Yifan's ferocious display, forgetting their offensive intentions. The approaching Wang Fugui, Li Hu, and Su Yixue were equally taken aback by Yifan's formidable state. Was this truly Yifan? Merely a glimpse of his prowess displayed such terrifying might. What would it be like if the full extent of this prodigious genius's abilities were unleashed? Xiao Fan observed Yifan in a state of near madness, prompting Su Yixue to softly call out to him. From Yifan's condition, she surmised that he had yet to awaken, merely responding to the imminent danger with instinctual reflexes. However, this also indicated that Yifan had a complete possibility of recovery. Now, all she hoped for was that Sister Ling Long could swiftly summon the great doctor of the Deshire to treat Yifan. With the demise of old Wolf Wu, the other lackeys around them lost their will to fight and were quickly subdued by the men led by Li Hu. Yifan emerged from his frenzied state, fixating on the lifeless form of old Wolf Wu. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he questioned, "Wife, who are they? Why do they pursue you?" Yifan understood that these thugs likely did not genuinely wish to harm Su Yixue. There must be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Xia Hao promptly reacted, recognizing that Yifan was still feigning ignorance. Since there were matters Yifan could not address directly, it was now his turn to step forward. After old Wolf Wu had been slain, his loyal subordinates were brought before Li Hu and Xia Hao, all kneeling in submission. "Speak. Who instigated you to attack me, Su?" Li Hu, gripping his battle blade, merely prodded the chest of one of old Wolf Wu's men twice, prompting them to quickly divulge, "Please spare me, Master Hu. It is not our doing. It was young Master Wang of the Wang family who sought out old Wolf Wu, instructing him to pursue Miss Su, claiming it was to set an example." After the explanation from old Wolf Wu's underlings, Yifan immediately grasped the situation. Was it the Lu family from the provincial city that had taken action? The Xia family had chosen to collaborate with the Su group, and the current public sentiment was decidedly unfavorable for the adversaries of the Yi family. They needed to act swiftly against the Su group to demonstrate the consequences of aligning with the Yi family. The Zhao, Wang, and Li families were all vassals of the Lu family. Initially, the Zhao family was at the forefront, but they had been completely eradicated by Yifan the previous night. Now, only the Wang and Li families remained. How amusing. They had not sought him out, yet here they were, approaching him fast. Soon, I shall make it known what befalls those who dare to provoke the Su family. Xiao Fan. As Su Yixue saw that the situation had finally stabilized, her taut nerves relaxed, then she stumbled, collapsing into Yifan's embrace. Save Captain Zhao. Her final words urged the others to assist the head of the Su family security team, Zhao Datu. At that moment, Zhao Datu lay in a pool of blood, gravely injured yet still clinging to life. Yifan cast a glance in that direction, and Xia Hao immediately understood. Everyone, stop dawdling. Quickly take Miss Su and the bodyguards to the hospital. Move. Half an hour later, in the hospital's intensive care unit, the doctor had thoroughly examined Su Yixue and gestured for everyone to relax. Do not worry, the patient is merely overly tense and has exhausted her strength. After some rest, she will awaken shortly. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui, Xia Hao, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, Yifan had already assessed Su Yixue's condition on the way, knowing well that there was no reason for concern. However, just now, Yifan had had a rough account of the situation concerning the security captain, Zhao Daitu. A security captain, in such dire circumstances, risked his life to protect Su Yixue, almost losing his own in the process. This is a person worthy of trust. Yifan had numerous matters to attend to and could not remain by Su Yixue's side indefinitely. Thus, it was imperative that someone reliable be by her side. Having made up his mind, Yifan resolved that since Zhao Daitu was willing to risk everything for Su Yixue, he would bestow upon him a fortuitous opportunity. Xia Hao, perceptive as he was, immediately understood Yifan's intentions upon hearing his words. Does Yi Xiao wish to see Zhao Daitu? His wounds have been stitched and he is in the next room. I shall lead you there at once. While speaking, Xia Hao gestured for Yifan to leave the hospital room and head towards the adjacent one. Upon entering the room, Xia Hao, with discretion, remained outside, saying, Yifan, feel free to check on him, I shall guard the entrance. Given Yifan's current identity, it was essential to keep this secret under wraps. Yifan glanced at Xia Hao, appreciating his cleverness, realizing he could be a valuable asset to cultivate further. Once inside, Yifan approached Zhao Daitu and checked his pulse. finding his condition stable. Zhao Daitu, having awakened, looked at Yifan with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Yi Shao, you. Yifan raised a hand, signaling him to remain still. Do not move, I merely came to check on you and discuss a few matters. Zhao Daitu's pupils widened in surprise as he gazed at Yifan. Yi Shao, have you regained your senses? Wasn't it said that you had been foolish for 5 years? The demeanor Yifan exhibited was anything but foolish. Yifan nodded. I have awakened, but few are privy to this secret, and you are one of them. I hope you can keep this under wraps until I choose to reveal it. Zhao Daitu's astonishment grew as he sensed that he might be encountering a rare opportunity. The fact that Yifan, who was thought to be foolish, confided such a significant truth in him indicated that he must have his own plans. I will keep the secret. Zhao Daitu replied, moving slightly but remaining silent, awaiting Yifan's next instructions. Yifan was pleased with Zhao Daitu's response. This was the mark of a competent bodyguard. You performed admirably today, protecting my wife with your life. As a reward, I will assist you in entering the martial realm and provide you with elixirs to aid your advancement. I hope that even in my absence, you will continue to safeguard her as you did today. As he spoke, a surge of energy coursed through Yifan's arm, rushing into Zhao Daitu's body. Zhao Daitu was left speechless with excitement. Martial energy. Yi Shao was actually going to help him step into the martial realm and begin his training. To comprehend the path of martial arts, from the transformation of energy to mastery, the journey of a grandmaster, martial sage, or martial emperor is extraordinarily arduous. In fact, 9,999 individuals may spend their entire lives without ever cultivating martial energy, let alone advancing further. Among the powerful practitioners of martial realms in the vast Dacia, even the most rudimentary expert in energy transformation is a rare gem. By some twist of fate, I have acquired this ability. Moreover, after the martial energy permeated my being, Zhao Daitu distinctly felt his internal and external injuries healing at a visibly rapid pace. Is this the advantage of martial practitioners? Thank you, Yi Shao. Thank you, Yi Shao. Zhao Daitu was at a loss as to how to express his gratitude to Yifan. Do not speak, focus intently on the flow of energy within you. I will instruct you only once. How long you can comprehend it depends on your innate talent. After swiftly guiding Zhao Daitu through the operation of martial energy, Yifan left him with a few pills and departed from the hospital room. Standing vigil at the door, Xia Hao, though not intentionally eavesdropping, overheard the conversation between Yifan and Zhao Daitu quite clearly. Zhao Daitu had received such a tremendous boon merely for protecting Su Yixue. Therefore, the decision to collaborate with the Su family was undoubtedly the most astute choice. Presently, the Lu family had already taken action. And perhaps both the Su group and he would face some trials, but as long as they persevered, the future held great promise. In a villa somewhere in Yun City, Su Dong and his father sat anxiously on the sofa. Father, the Zhao family was suddenly annihilated, and we have lost our most significant partner. Su Dong expressed his concerns. Without the Zhao family's support, our own strength may prove insufficient to seize control of the Yi group. Although they had operated the Yi group for many years and had placed numerous confidants within the company, the Yi group remained the property of the Yi family. And the company's veterans were essentially loyal to Yi Changfeng. Lacking external support, it would be challenging for Su Dong and Su Jian to dominate the Yi group. Why don't we find someone to eliminate that old fool and that simpleton? Su Dong suggested impatiently. Last night, I heard of a master named Fan Yi who has emerged in Yun City. If the price is right, I believe he would be willing to take action. Su Jian pondered for a considerable time before responding, why the rush? Given the current situation of the Yi family, the others will be even more anxious than we are. As long as the direct descendants of the Yi family remain alive, those who have acted against them will not find peace. Furthermore, do not forget that although the Yi family has suffered a severe blow, Yu Linglong and Su Yixue have publicly announced their marriages to Yifan. And those families are not to be trifled with. We should exercise patience. After a pause, Su Jian continued, however, regarding the master you mentioned in Yun City. If we can remain concealed, it may be worth a try. Su Dong's eyes lit up. Father, rest assured, I have secured an account. I will post the task immediately. Masters generally possess accounts, and if that esteemed individual sees it, he will surely take the job. At Yun City People's Hospital, Yifan had just exited Xiaodatu's ward when his phone unexpectedly received an encrypted alert. Upon opening it, he discovered a task reminder. 5 years prior. After Yifan had transcended to the master realm, he had registered an account and accepted numerous tasks, which had since propelled him to a prominent ranking. Initially indifferent to the information, he was taken aback to see both his and Yi Chongfeng's names listed. A bounty had been placed on the lives of himself and his grandfather. According to the details, the individual offering the bounty was surprisingly located in Yun City. Moreover, the employer had explicitly instructed that a face-to-face meeting with the task acceptor was necessary to witness the target's demise. How audacious! Yifan snorted disdainfully. Accepting the task and sending a message to arrange a meeting at midnight beneath the bridge in Yun City. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who was so eager to eliminate him and his grandfather, especially with a starting price of 2 billion. Xiaohaoren, upon seeing Yifan emerge, respectfully called out while observing the changes in Yifan's expression. Yifan nodded, glanced around to ensure they were alone, and then instructed. Come with me for a moment and provide cover. Understood. Xiaohaoren immediately summoned Wang Fugui and a group of subordinates, informing them that Yifan needed to step out for some errands and advising them to keep a close eye on Su Yishu. Find out where the eldest son of the Wang family is located. Once outside the hospital, Yifan issued commands to Xiaohaoren. Investigating an individual's whereabouts was not a daunting task. At the imperial city, Wang Chao, the eldest scion of the Wang family, was currently ensconced with 2 beautiful women, his hands roving restlessly. Suddenly, he received a report from his subordinates, the young master, there has been a complication. Wu Laolang's attempt to hunt down Su Yishu has failed. Li Hu has made his move, and Wu Laolang's entire team has been annihilated. It is said that Wu Laolang perished on the spot. What? Wu Laolang is dead? Useless fool. How could so many fail to subdue one woman? Wang Chao, irate, kicked the 2 women aside. Leave. Once they departed, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. General Lu from the provincial capital had ordered that, at all costs, action must be taken against the Su group to set an example. With Wu Laolang's failure, alternative methods would have to be employed. Humph. I refuse to believe Su Yishu will always be so fortunate. Young master, there is another situation. A subordinate added. According to feedback from the brothers at the scene, Yifan's prowess appears to have been on display. As he spoke, he handed a tablet to Wang Chao, showcasing footage of Yifan intervening to rescue Su Yishu, crushing Wu Laolang in the process. Wang Chao's expression stiffened upon a mere glance at the screen. That fool still remembered his skills. Unfortunately, he was still just a fool. Wang Chao dismissed Yifan's display, having long viewed him as a simpleton. The Yi family was in decline. What turbulence could one fool possibly stir? Wang Chao's primary concern was to swiftly fulfill Lu's orders, making life miserable for the Su group or eliminating Su Yishu, ensuring that all would witness the dire consequences of challenging the Yi family. It was merely Wu Laolang and his cohorts who were engaged, yet they were unexpectedly rescued by the sudden appearance of Li Hu. It is said that Xia Hao led this intervention, with the Xia family from the provincial capital backing the Su family. Wang Chao, in this moment of uncertainty, found himself at a loss for what to do, with Xia Hao and the formidable Li Hu overseeing the situation in Yun City. It was evident that relying on the locals would prove futile. It seemed that the only viable option was to request assistance from the Lu family in the provincial capital. Creak. Just as Wang Chao was engulfed in worry, the door swung open, and a stranger, a young man, stepped inside. Who the hell are you? Who permitted you to enter? Wang Chao, already in a state of agitation, erupted in anger upon seeing the youth. What are you all doing? Are you dead? You couldn't even stop one person. The intruder was none other than Yifan, now disguised. He had overheard Wang Chao's conversation with his subordinates quite clearly. There's no need to shout. They have already been incapacitated by me. Yifan nonchalantly seated himself on the sofa, regarding Wang Chao and his men with indifference. Wang Chao glanced towards the entrance and was taken aback to see his bodyguards sprawled across the floor, a tightness gripping his chest. What do you intend to do? Another formidable character has arrived. Things have been rather tumultuous in Yun City lately. I heard that the Xiao family provoked a man named Fan Yi yesterday and was subsequently annihilated overnight. Now, another major player has come knocking. And I remain clueless about the situation. There's no need for alarm. I am here to assist you in resolving your issue. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fanny. I have heard that you intend to make a move against the Sioux group, and if the price is right, I would be more than willing to take on the task. Yifan smiled, fixing his gaze on Wang Chao. Last night, Yifan had deliberately left a letter in Zhao Dechong's study, ensuring that the name Fanny had already made a resounding impact in Yun City. You are the renowned master, Fanny. Wang Chao, upon hearing the name, was struck with astonishment, his face lighting up with delight. It seemed that just as he desired to rest, someone had arrived with a pillow. Master Fan Yi had approached him, proposing collaboration against the Su family. The master, capable of eliminating Zhao Dekhang and Zhao Tianlong overnight without a trace, would surely find dealing with the Su group to be a mere trifle. It is I. The assistance of Master Fan Yi would be simply marvelous. Wang Chao could hardly contain his excitement. Master, what conditions do you require for your assistance? 20 billion. I can ensure the Su group's disappearance from this world. You are aware of my prowess. Yifan regarded Wang Chao with a calm demeanor. The price he quoted causing Wang Chao to gasp in disbelief. Although the Wang family was a prominent force in Yun City, the entirety of the Wang group was valued at around 100 billion. To suddenly procure 20 billion would indeed pose a significant challenge. Or, Mr. Fan. That seems rather steep, Wang Chao expressed, somewhat apprehensive. Although General Lu from the provincial capital had promised that, should the Su group be dismantled, the Lu family would allow the Wang family to take over all assets of the Zhao and Su families, amounting to over 100 billion. The 20 billion price tag paled in comparison to that potential wealth. However, what if the Lu family failed to honor their promise? Was it truly too much? Yifan's gaze suddenly turned sharp, a surge of fury igniting within him at the thought of the scoundrel before him, who had nearly caused Su Ishua's demise. Are you doubting my strength? He questioned, an imposing aura enveloping the entire room. His piercing stare sent chills down Wang Chao's spine. Wang Chao understood that this opportunity, presented on a silver platter, was one he could not refuse. He had no choice but to comply. The pressing question was whether Master Fan Yu would indeed take action against the Su group after receiving the payment. If things went awry and Fan Yi unexpectedly targeted the Wang family, their fate could mirror that of the Zhao family, leading to utter ruin. The more Wang Chao contemplated, the more dread consumed him. All he wanted was to vacate the premises. Being in the presence of Master Fan Yu was exceedingly uncomfortable. And despite the unfamiliar visit before him, Wang Chao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. No. I naturally believe in Master Fan Yi's capabilities. I shall return immediately to arrange the funds, Wang Chao said tentatively to Yifan, lifting his foot to leave. Suddenly, an straw shot through the air, landing perilously close to Wang Chao's foot, nearly scaring him into submission. No need to return, begin gathering the money now. You have 10 minutes, start. Yifan's cold gaze bore down on Wang Chao, who had intended harm upon his wife. Now that he was here, there was no way Yifan would let him off so easily. Wang Chao wished to continue his protests, but upon meeting Yifan's terrifying eyes, he dared not utter another word. He swiftly turned to his phone and dialed his father. Dad, I've encountered the Master Fan Yi of legendary status. He has agreed to assist our Wang family against the Su family, but it will cost 2 billion. Wang Chao urged his father repeatedly, who, in turn, sought every possible method, even resorting to dubious means to acquire the funds. Remarkably, within 10 minutes, they managed to gather the 2 billion. Transfer it to this account. Yifan provided Wang Chao with a secure account prearranged by Xia Hao. After a series of transactions, Yifan received confirmation from Xia Hao that the funds had been deposited. Wang Chao finally exhaled in relief. Boss, the money is in place. May I take a trip to the restroom? He had come to the conclusion that this 2 billion might very well be a loss. Nonetheless, he had no choice. He considered it a price for his own survival. Yifan smiled. Why the haste? Your matters are resolved, now let us discuss mine. With those words, Wang Chao's composure began to unravel, an ominous feeling creeping into his mind. What could this powerful figure want from him? As Wang Chao's astonishment grew, Yifan touched his own face and, in an instant, his appearance transformed. Before Wang Chao stood a figure he recognized all too well. Yifan. How can you possibly be Yifan? His mind raced as he pondered the name Fanny for several moments. Fanny? Fanny? Reversed, it was simply Ifan. A homophone. The very master who had targeted the Shaw family was, in fact, Ifan. Yet, every report from the outside world indicated that Ifan had been incapacitated for 5 years. Was it all an act? Upon discovering the truth, Wang Chao's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Everyone was aware of Yifan's extraordinary talent. 5 years ago, Yifan had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. Who could fathom the terrifying heights he had achieved now? In Yifan's presence, Wang Chao had no hope of escape. Wang Chao, do you possess such audacity to attempt to harm my wife? Yifan gazed at him with disdain. If you choose to act, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Lend me something. Wang Chao's heart raced. He had already given away 2 billion. What could Yifan possibly wish to borrow from him? What could he possess that would warrant Yifan's interest? What do you wish to borrow? He stammered, his body trembling, his heart sinking. Your life. As he spoke, Yifan advanced a step, seizing Wang Chao by the throat. Wang Chao's feet left the ground. Fear etched across his face as he looked at Yifan. No. Please spare me, Yi Shao. It was not my intention to target the Su family. It was the Lu family from the provincial capital. Are you implying that Lu Ran from the provincial capital intends to strike against the Su family? Yifan scoffed. Rest assured, I shall settle the score with Lu Ran in due course. However, in Yun City, it was you who directly attacked Su Ishue, and thus, you must pay the price. Yifan coldly retorted. Despair engulfed Wang Chao entirely. He finally began to comprehend the fate of the Shao family. Perhaps when Zhao Tianlong fell to Yifan, he too had felt such hopelessness. Initially, everyone believed the Shao family's demise was merely coincidental. Yet now, it appeared to be a meticulously orchestrated plan by Yifan. Any force or family that posed a threat to the Yi family or the Su family would be ruthlessly crushed. The crucial element was that Yifan resolved everything discreetly. To the outside world, he remained the same fool. This information must be conveyed somehow. The provincial capital's General Lu must be informed. Though he could hardly breathe, Wang Chao still attempted to reach for his phone to alert Lu Ran. Bang! With a surge of energy, Yifan effortlessly knocked Wang Chao's phone away. Even at this moment, he still dared to play tricks. With a swift motion, the martial energy enveloped Wang Chao completely, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to mere powder, disappearing down the toilet. After completing this, Yifan picked up the phone from the ground and sent a message to Wang Chao's father. Wang Zhong, Dad. I have been kidnapped. At midnight, Zhongqiao, Yun City. Hurry to rescue me. Once he had done this, Yifan transformed his appearance back to an unfamiliar guise and swiftly departed, entering Xia Hao's vehicle. Yi Shao, is it resolved? Do you require assistance with the aftermath? Xia Hao respectfully inquired as he drove. With Su Ishue under attack, Yifan's hasty exit was a clear indication that he intended to confront the Wang family, who were backed by the Lu family from the provincial capital. However, if Yifan acted too hastily, he might encounter trouble. No need. Yifan replied calmly. Tonight, accompany me to witness a splendid spectacle of dogs biting dogs. In the city of Cloud, the head of the Wang family, Wang Caizhong, received a call from his son, Wang Chao, who expressed excitement about enlisting Master Fanny to deal with the Su group. However, his enthusiasm waned upon hearing that the fee for the task would be a staggering 2 billion. Doubts crept into his mind, yet Wang Chao relentlessly urged him on, implying that there was no turning back. Reluctantly, Wang Caizhong gritted his teeth and mobilized the substantial funds to transfer. He awaited news from Wang Chao. But when the message arrived on his phone, he was stunned. What? Kidnapped? Who was responsible for this madness? Today had not been fortuitous for the Wang family. Wang Chao had received orders from the Lu family to hire Wu Laolang to attack Su Ishue, yet at a critical moment he failed, as Li Hu, under Xia Hao's leadership, intervened just in time to rescue her. Now, his only son was also abducted. What was going on? He immediately commanded all members of the Wang family to mobilize and lay in ambush at the bridge in Cloud City. He was determined to uncover the identity of his son's captors. When Yifan and Xia Hao returned to the hospital, they brought a few fruits, appearing as if they had just purchased them. Wang Fugue and Li Hu did not suspect anything amiss. Upon entering the ward, Yifan found that Su Yixue had awakened, and her face lit up with a smile as she saw him tenderly by her side. It was a relief to be alive. The memory of Yifan's dashing rescue was etched in her mind. Yixue, you're awake? The doctor said you were just exhausted, you are fine now. How about eating an orange, and then we go home? Yifan gently handed her a peeled orange. Once, she had willingly married the foolish Yifan to protect the Yi family, and now she had unwittingly brought about such a tremendous crisis for the Su group, placing herself in constant peril. Yifan felt profoundly moved. Though she had been unconscious before, and now that she had awakened, he would spare no effort in safeguarding the Su family and the Yi family and avenging the souls of those who had perished. Thank you, Xiaofan. Su Yixue said as she finished the orange and struggled to get out of bed. Shaking her head, she replied, I can't go home yet. The company is about to release a new medication, and there is so much to attend to. Once I finish, I'll come back to accompany you, alright? Su Yixue gazed gently at Yifan, but upon noticing Xia Hao's watchful eyes, she felt a tinge of shyness. Mr. Xia, Mr. Hu, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I would have perished. Miss Su, you are too kind. Yi Shao saved my life before, I owe him everything. It was our oversight that led to your predicament. Xia Hao bowed respectfully, adding, Mr. Hu is one of us, in Cloud City, if Miss Su ever requires anything. Do not hesitate to ask. Su Yixue understood that Li Hu was aligned with Xia Hao. 5 years ago, Li Fan had saved Xia Hao, and today, such a monumental favor was returned. Perhaps this was a silver lining amidst misfortune. Just as Su Yixue was about to express more, her phone rang with a call from her secretary. What? Our formula has been leaked. Today, the rival company has unveiled a new pharmaceutical product. How is this even conceivable? Indeed. Mr. Su, turn on the television, it is broadcasting live. Su Yixue, with an expression of disbelief, switched on the TV, which was airing the launch event of a new drug. On stage stood a young man in a suit, none other than Li Yunyong, the heir of the Li family from Yun City. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a beauty-enhancing pill that our Li family has meticulously developed over the years, with an investment of over 10 billion. Its effects are remarkable. After 1 month of use, you will see immediate results. Outrageous. Listening to Li Yunyong's eloquent presentation and the partial formula he disclosed, Su Yixue couldn't help but curse vehemently. That was clearly the culmination of our Su group's hard work, those scoundrels. How despicable. It was incomprehensible how Li Yunyong managed to steal the core formula of the Su group right under Su Yixue's nose. This was a complete undermining of their foundation. After years of development, the Su group had invested nearly all its resources into this formula, eagerly awaiting its launch to turn their fortunes around. Especially given that the Su group had recently faced numerous blockades from partners without a flagship product to break the impasse. It was entirely possible that the Su group could collapse under pressure. Mr. Xiao, young Master Wang, I must return to the company immediately. Xiaofan, I entrust you to look after things for the time being, I must take my leave. Su Yixue hurriedly bid farewell to Wang Fugue and Xia Hao and swiftly made her way back to the company. With such a significant event unfolding, it was imperative for Su Yixue to address it without delay. Yifan observed the anxious silhouette of Su Yixue as she departed, murmuring to himself. Is it merely a beauty-enhancing pill formula? If only I had mentioned it earlier, any random formula I conjured could astonish the world. However, if I were to present it as a fool, even if it were genuine, who would believe me? How could he convince Su Yixue of the authenticity of his formula? Simply handing it to her through someone else would likely lead to it being dismissed. Suddenly, Yifan recalled what Yuling Long had mentioned about inviting the esteemed medical sage Lei Chenjue to treat him. He wondered when that would be. If Lei Chenjue were to present the formula to Su Yixue, his esteemed reputation would surely lend it credibility. At that moment, he envisioned how Lei Chenjue could hand the formula to Su Yixue, potentially alleviating the predicament facing the Su group. Just as Su Yixue departed, Yifan's phone rang, revealing a call from Shen Yufei. Fan Gu, I realize I have wronged you, but could you do me a favor? Shen Yufei's voice on the other end of the line was tinged with distress, almost tearful. Despite Xian Zhangguo's public declaration of cancelling the engagement with the Yi family, Yifan found it impossible to harbor resentment in his heart. Former wife, what troubles you? Has someone taken your lollipop? If anyone has stolen your lollipop, I will retrieve it for you. Yifan responded with a charming naivety, for such a tone befitted his current persona. On the other end, Xian Yufei felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps amidst the multitude surrounding her, who were fixated on her status, position, or beauty, only Yifan treated her with genuine sincerity. It is far more serious than merely snatching a lollipop. Fan, do you know? My second uncle has betrothed me to Li Yunyong, and tonight is the engagement banquet. Yet I have no desire to marry. Xian Yufei seemed to have found a confidant, pouring out the frustrations that weighed heavily on her heart. Never mind, Fan. Where are you now? I shall come to fetch you, let us speak in person. How could Xian Zhengguo so swiftly arrange another engagement for Xian Yufei? And to Li Yunyong, no less. Yifan snorted coldly through his nostrils. From the information at hand, the Li, Zhao, and Wang families are all vassals of the Lu family in the provincial capital, which means the Li family must be complicit in the extermination of the Yi family. How could Xian Yufei even consider marrying her enemy? This is utterly unacceptable to Yifan. Moreover, in Yifan's grand design, once the Wang family is eradicated, the Li family will also face obliteration. If Li Yunyang intends to wed Xian Yufei, even if she is a woman he does not desire, it cannot be allowed. He might as well expedite the elimination plan. My beloved Shui is injured, I am at the people's hospital. Yifan endeavored to make his tone sound more earnest, reluctant to reveal too much in front of others. In the Xian family state, Xian Yufei hung up the phone, letting out a long sigh. Alas! If only Fan weren't such a fool. Back in the day, when Fan was still a prodigious talent, brimming with ambition, if anyone dared to covet his wife, he would surely have leaped to their defense. 20 minutes later, Xian Yufei arrived at the People's Hospital in Yun City. What? Xian Yufei. You have already broken off your engagement with my elder brother, yet you wish to use him as a shield. Have you no humanity left? Upon hearing that Xian Yufei wanted Yifan to accompany her to the engagement banquet, the first to protest was Wang Fugui. Are you not ashamed of dragging my brother into this? Wang Fugui, though he often appeared simple-minded, held no pretense in his defense of Yifan, otherwise Yifan would not have ventured to the black market to procure that vitality pill for him. Now that Yifan is in a dazed state, he naturally feels compelled to stand up for him. Brother, I know my actions are excessive, but I truly do not wish to marry. Xian Yufei felt a surge of despair. The engagement with the Li family is a familial arrangement, her inescapable fate. Now, with the Li family at the pinnacle of power in Yun City, even if Xian Yufei sought another shield for her charade, few would dare to offend the Li family for her sake. The only support Xian Yufei could envision was Yifan. When Yifan conveyed his location to Xian Yufei, he had already silently agreed to assist her and would not decline. No marriage. No marriage. I will help you drive him away, brother. Wang Fugui, seeing that Yifan had indeed acquiesced to Xian Yufei, felt a surge of urgency to intervene. Nearby, Xia Hao, aware of Yifan's character, understood that since Yifan had spoken, he must genuinely wish to aid Xian Yufei. Young Master Wang, Yifan has shared a long history with Miss Xian. If he wishes to go, let us accompany him. Xia Hao smiled at Wang Fugui, adding, besides, we will be there together, so nothing will happen to Yifan. Wang Fugui cast a puzzled glance at Xia Hao, sensing an oddity that he could not quite articulate, and ultimately decided to dismiss the thought. Moments later, Yifan found himself ushered into a car by Xian Yufei. As she drove, she stole glances at the handsome Yifan, whose visage remained as captivating as ever, exuding a familiar aura. But, Fangu, can we return to how we once were? Xian Yufei's heart trembled as she uttered the words almost involuntarily. Yifan, taken aback by her statement, pondered the impossibility of returning to the past. The affection he had once showered upon Xian Yufei had been sincere and profound. Yet the public cancellation of their engagement had left him wounded. Shattered glass cannot be restored to its original form. Return to where? To the hospital. But had they not just emerged from there? Why would they go back? Yifan struggled to find a suitable response, resorting to vague ramblings. Meanwhile, Shen Yufei scrutinized him intently, hoping to glean some insight from his demeanor. Yifan concealed his feelings adeptly, although Shen Yufei sensed a change in him. She could not pinpoint any flaws in his facade. Fan Gu, I truly do not know whether you are genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. But I must convey this to you, I have always cherished you, I have always loved you. That day, the engagement cancellation was not my desire. It was my uncle's coercion. You know my father could pass at any moment without the necessary medical funds, I had no choice. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill from Shen Yufei's eyes. 5 years prior, around the time of Yifan's accident, Shen Yufei's father had also suffered a tragic accident, leaving him in a vegetative state and in need of exorbitant medical care. Although Shen Yufei had taken the helm of the Shen family enterprise, her authority remained limited due to the presence of her uncle and other senior members. On the day of the engagement cancellation, her uncle had made it clear that if Shen Yufei did not comply, her father's medical expenses would cease. Yifan's lips twitched slightly at this revelation. He had gained some understanding of the Shen family's predicament in recent days. However, the silence Shen Yufei had maintained that day inflicted wounds on Yifan that would require time to heal. The Yunqing Paradise Hotel served as the venue for the engagement banquet between the Shen and Li families. At the entrance, Li Yunyong, dressed sharply in a suit and clutching a bouquet, was surrounded by several companions. Congratulations, Li Shao. Your dream has finally come true. Indeed, the Shen family has finally come to their senses. Breaking off the engagement with the Yi family and choosing Li Shao is undoubtedly the wisest decision. I've heard that Li Shao is being adopted as a godson by the head of the Lu family in the provincial capital. He's destined for great heights. Just don't forget us when you make it big. Amidst the flattery, Li Yunyong felt himself soaring with pride. This group of sycophants only recognized the superficial strength of the Shen family, oblivious to the unimaginable hidden forces behind Shen Yufei's mother. This was precisely the reason Li Yunyong was so determined to win Shen Yufei's favor. She's here. Someone in the crowd called out, prompting everyone to turn their attention to the road. Shen Yufei's vehicle came to a gradual halt, and, under Li Yunyong's eager gaze, a long, fair leg emerged from the car, slender and graceful, exuding elegance. Upon contemplating the owner of those exquisite legs, Li Yunyong felt a tremor in his heart, envisioning her as his future partner. However, upon witnessing the subsequent scene, the smile on his face instantly froze. Shen Yufei was not alone. She was intimately linked to a man's arm, exuding an affectionate aura as they disembarked, approaching Li Yunyong. What did this mean? Today marked the engagement banquet between himself and Shen Yufei, yet she had brought another man with her, none other than Yifan. Was this a blatant act of humiliation? Li Yunyong felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Yufei, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought this fool along? Li Yunyong, suppressing the fury boiling within, inquired with as much grace as he could muster towards Shen Yufei. Meanwhile, his companions ceased their commotion, awkwardly holding the colorful eggs they had intended to open. Li Yunyong, how dare you speak like that? Show some respect to my elder brother. Before Shen Yufei could respond, Wang Fugui interjected, my brother is named Yifan, you should either refer to him as young master Yi or brother Fan. If I hear you call him a fool again, I shall reward you with a resounding slap. Wang Fugui's temper flared as he realized that Li Yunyong intended to marry his former sister-in-law. He began to understand why Yifan accompanied Shen Yufei. It was evident that his elder brother was still concerned for her well-being. You, Wang Fugui, what are you? Do you think that fool is still the young master of the Yi family? Let me tell you, the Yi family has fallen. And it won't be long before that old man and this fool reunite with their family. What are you boasting about? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Fugui advanced a couple of steps and delivered 2 resounding slaps across Li Yunyong's face. Instantly, Li Yunyong's cheek swelled and he lost 2 teeth. Have you learned nothing? I told you to show respect to my elder brother, yet you dismiss my words so easily. Wang Fugui shook his hand, irritated. Your face is harder than dog excrement. How dare you, Wang Fugui? Are you seeking death? Li Yunyong stumbled slightly, rubbing his sore face, and glared furiously at Wang Fugui. I may not dare to provoke the Yi family, but does that mean I cannot take action against your Wang family? Bring it on. Someone deal with him. With Li Yunyong's command, a throng of brawny bodyguards surged forth, brandishing their weapons, ready to confront Wang Fugui. Trash. Wang Fugui glanced disdainfully at the bodyguards, unimpressed by their lack of martial prowess. Young Master Li, please calm your anger. Today is a momentous occasion for you, and I, Xia, have come uninvited to extend my congratulations. Surely, you would not turn me away. Just as tensions escalated, Xia Hao emerged from a vehicle, followed by Li Hu, the underground patriarch of Yun City, along with his 4 formidable henchmen. The sight of such a gathering caused Li Yunyong's brow to furrow with concern. The Xia family from the provincial capital had arrived, and with the presence of Master Hu, it appeared that Shen Yufei had come well prepared for this occasion. Yet Li Yunyong found it incomprehensible. The power of the Shen family was hardly sufficient to summon the forces of the Xia family and Li Hu. Could it be Yi Fan? It was evident that the Yi family had already fallen, reduced to a mere shadow of their former selves. So why were these individuals recklessly drawing closer to them? Enough. Let us proceed inside. While both parties are present, there are matters I must clarify today. Shen Yufei tightly grasped Yi Fan's hand, her gaze intensely fixed on the hotel entrance, as if having made a resolute decision. Shen Yufei, you ought to contemplate carefully what you are doing. Li Yunyong observed her, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Should Shen Yufei cause any commotion at the banquet today, the Li family would suffer a tremendous loss of face. However, recalling Shen Zhengguo's assurances calmed him somewhat. Could Shen Yufei truly evade his grasp? Yet, seeing her grip Yi Fan's hand so tightly ignited a flame of anger within him. Where had he truly faltered? Was he unable to best even a fool? On the 8th floor of the Paradise Hotel, within a banquet hall capable of accommodating thousands, the grand door swung open. Shen Yufei, hand in hand with Yi Fan, stepped into the hall. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated in awe upon the unfolding scene. After a brief silence, whispers erupted among the crowd. What is happening? Is today not the engagement banquet for Shen Yufei and Li Yunyong? What is she doing bringing that fool from the Yi family? Indeed, I cannot comprehend it either. Wasn't Shen Yufei supposed to have announced the dissolution of her engagement with the Yi family yesterday? By bringing him here now? Is she not rubbing the Li family's face in the dirt? This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. The countenances of the senior members of the Shen and Li families were sure to be less than pleasant. The crowd turned their attention to the table at the front of the hall, where Shen Zhengguo and Li Zhong, Li Yunyong's father, had been engaged in jovial discourse regarding future collaborations between their families. The abrupt turn of events left their conversation abruptly halted. Shen Zhengguo, what is the meaning of this? Li Zhong glared at Shen Zhengguo. Did you not assure me that everything was settled? Now Shen Yufei arrives here with that fool from the Yi family. Is this not a slap in the face for the Li family? Shen Zhengguo appeared equally bewildered. I am at a loss as to what is occurring. Among the 1,000 esteemed guests present, all prominent figures of Yun City, Shen Zhengguo had just finalized the dissolution of the engagement with the Yi family yesterday. Now, Shen Yufei appeared in tandem with the Yi family's fool. Was he to be deemed unreliable in his word? Yufei, what on earth are you doing? As Shen Yufei walked past him, Shen Zhengguo quietly chastised her. Yet, she merely cast a glance back at him, continuing to lead Yi Fan towards the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Shen Yufei, and while we are gathered here today, I must announce that the dissolution of my engagement with the Yi family was merely my uncle's decision, and I did not consent. Shen Yufei took the microphone from the host on stage, smiling as she raised Yi Fan's arm high. I have been betrothed to Yi Fan since childhood. We grew up as childhood sweethearts. My husband will forever be Brother Fan. Please bless us. At that moment, Li Yunyong, who entered behind them, felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger upon hearing Shen Yufei's words. Blessings? What blessings? Today is my engagement banquet, and I am to bless you. What am I, a mere hat-bearer? At that instant, Li Yunyong felt an immense sense of humiliation. How dare you? What are you all waiting for? Quickly turn off the microphone. Li Yunyong glared at the dazed staff, his anger boiling over as he shouted furiously. The impact of Shen Yufei's declaration was akin to a stone crashing into a lake, sending ripples throughout the venue. What a scandal. Just yesterday, the second son of the Shen family called off the engagement, and today Shen Yufei boldly declares her annulment invalid. The situation is far from simple. Clearly, there are issues within the Shen family. The accident involving the eldest son must have some hidden truth. At the Lee family's engagement banquet, the future daughter-in-law flaunted her affection with another man, bringing disgrace to the Lee family. As the crowd gasped, their attention turned towards the main table. With a crash, Li Zhong could no longer contain his fury and slammed his glass down on the table, directing his rage at Shen Zhengguo. Shen Zhengguo, did your family come here deliberately to ruin this event? Provide me with a reasonable explanation, or this matter will not end here. The atmosphere fell silent. All eyes fixed on the confrontation. The tension in the room became palpable. This engagement banquet, seemingly straightforward, entangled the Yi, Shen, and Li families. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Witnessing the chaos, Shen Zhengguo was on the verge of losing his composure. Brother Li, please do not be angry. There must be some misunderstanding. Allow me a moment to address this. He hastily excused himself and walked briskly towards Shen Yufei. Did we not agree yesterday? In front of so many witnesses, she boldly announced her withdrawal from the engagement with the Yi family, and now she claims her annulment is invalid. Is she not merely spitting out words and then swallowing them back? Yufei, do you realize what you are doing? Shen Zhengguo ascended the stage, glaring at Shen Yufei. Your actions could plunge the Shen family into irreversible ruin. Shen Yufei held on to Yifan's hand firmly, her gaze unwavering as she replied, Uncle, I am now an adult. I am fully aware of my choices. I simply wish to follow my heart and make the right decision. My withdrawal from the engagement yesterday was not my intention, but a result of your coercion. I will never agree to marry Li Yunyang. Shen Zhengguo, enraged, raised his hand as if to strike her but ultimately restrained himself, opting for a more measured approach. But, Yufei, do you not see? Yifan has become a fool. He is no longer the prodigy he once was. Moreover, the Yi family has now fallen from grace, facing formidable adversaries. Can you not perceive this? And what of it? What of the fool? He is still infinitely preferable to that vile wretch, Li Yunyang, whose heart is as monstrous as his visage. Shen Yufei cast a glance at Yifan beside her, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Yifan, too, sensed the shift in Shen Yufei's emotions, his feelings becoming increasingly intricate. This foolish girl. Had she already resolved to bring him along when she made her decision? Defying her family's wishes, she chose to publicly declare her affection at Li Yunyang's engagement banquet. An act of such audacity. Indeed, Shen Yufei had summoned immense courage, enduring much on her own. Was this an attempt to atone for the pain she had suffered? Yet, what had Shen Yufei been up to yesterday? Alas! Though Shen Yufei's voice was soft, Li Yunyang, having moved closer, distinctly heard her words, feeling as though he had been struck 1,000 times. How could he be deemed a monster? What wrong had he committed? Even if Fan Gu is a fool, I would gladly stand by him. This is my own choice, uncle. If you wish to forge an alliance with the Li family, then find someone else to marry him. With that, Shen Yufei grasped Yifan's hand, preparing to leave the scene. In an instant, a multitude of burly bodyguards surged forth from the periphery of the stage, encircling Yifan and Shen Yufei. Halt! Do you believe this is a mere vegetable garden? You cannot simply come and go as you please. Li Yunyang emerged from behind the bodyguards, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Yifan and Shen Yufei. Shen Yufei, I truly cannot fathom if you have lost your senses, insisting on following a fool. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Yunyang felt a tightening sensation. Earlier, outside the main entrance, he had been dealt a blow by Wang Fugue, who had warned him that if he dared to insult Yifan again, he would be met with a slap. However, with so many bodyguards around him now, Wang Fugue should be unable to take action to right. Li Yunyang hastily covered his face, glancing around for Wang Fugue's presence, and only when he saw no sign of him did he feel a semblance of relief. But the very next moment, a large hand unexpectedly struck his face from behind. Li Yunyang received yet another solid slap. Li Yunyang, have you truly forgotten your lessons? I have warned you. If you dare to insult my elder brother again, or for every word, I shall strike you. Wang Fugue leapt atop a table, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Not only you, Li Yunyang, but all present, do not let me hear you speak ill of my elder brother again. Li Yunyang was beside himself with rage. Having endured a surprise attack outside, he had managed to contain his wrath. Yet now, in the banquet hall, surrounded by bodyguards, he had still been struck. The crucial point was that with so many guests present, it was not merely his face that was being slapped, but the entire reputation of the Lee family. And even more so, the face of his godfather, Luran. Beside him, Li Zhong could no longer remain seated. Wang Fugui. Even your father treats me with respect. What right do you have to act so insolently? Someone teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents. With a wave of his hand, the more skilled fighters surged forth, many of whom were martial arts masters. The atmosphere suddenly grew oppressive, as if a great battle was about to commence. Third. Li Hu struck the table with a wine bottle, demanding what was happening. Was civilized discussion not an option? Must they resort to violence? Those unafraid of death could certainly find out. As the underground overlord of Yun City, Li Hu's voice, though not loud, carried significant weight in the realm. The boisterous bodyguards present fell into an immediate hush, not only due to Li Hu's imposing presence but also because behind him stood a hulking man, bare-chested, who had unveiled a Gatling gun, its menacing barrels aimed squarely at Li Yunyong, Li Zhong, and the others. Was there no law? No sense of justice? Among martial artists of lesser mastery and ordinary folk, none were impervious to bullets. Was Li Hu truly so brazen as to brandish a Gatling gun? Li Yunyang and Li Zhong stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Could they now engage in meaningful dialogue? Li Hu spoke coolly, prompting Li Zhong to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. The underground lord of Yun City, Li Hu, had intertwined his fate with Yifan's. Despite Luran's support, the Li family's operations in Yun City faced considerable complications. Xian Yufei, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. She had just heard about Su Yixue being pursued. It was said that Li Hu had intervened alongside the governor of Yun City to rescue Su Yixue, annihilating all Wolfu in the process. Such formidable figures, capable of shaking Yun City to its core, were inexplicably aiding Su Yixue. It could only be attributed to Yifan's influence, but did Yifan truly wield such power? One could only hope for a favorable outcome in the future. Li Zhong and Li Yunyong dared not stir, while Xian Yufei took Yifan's arm, preparing to step outside. However, Xian Zhengguo suddenly interjected to wait. Yufei, you should first check on your father's condition at the hospital before making any final decisions. As he spoke, Xian Zhengguo dialed a video call and presented the screen to Xian Yufei. The video revealed her father, Xian Zhenghua, lying in a hospital bed, while beside him stood a middle-aged man in a white coat, holding a syringe filled with a green liquid, poised to inject it into Xian Zhenghua's neck. Uncle, what is going on? Xian Yufei's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze fierce as she glared at Xian Zhenghua. He grimaced and whispered, Yufei, this is what you have forced your uncle into. The doctor is prepared with nothing less than poison, something that could ensure your father never awakens again. If you dare to leave this hall even by a step today, consider the consequences. A threat? A blatant threat. Xian Zhenghua, are you even human? Xian Yufei ceded with fury, her eyes ablaze as she stared at her uncle, unable to believe that the kind-faced man before her could commit such an atrocity. Humph. And what of it? At that moment, Xian Zhenghua had fully severed ties with Xian Yufei, revealing the true nature of their confrontation. If you had obediently married young Master Li, then I would not have needed to resort to such measures. However, since you insist on causing such turmoil, do not blame me. Why should the old master have entrusted the Xian group to your father? Why should your family be entitled to control the Xian group? Today, it is finally my turn. You have 10 seconds to reconsider your words, withdraw your statement, and marry young Master Li willingly, otherwise, the consequences of Xian Zhengguo's silence are all too evident. Despicable. Xian Zhenghua has long orchestrated everything by using Xian Yufei's father as leverage against her. Yifan coldly scrutinized Xian Zhenghua, then glanced at Xian Yufei, his perception of her shifting slightly. So, it was all Xian Zhenggua's machinations? You shameless. Xian Yufei exclaimed, stamping her feet in anger, gazing sorrowfully at Yifan. She had believed that her resistance today might afford her a chance to be with Yifan. Just when success seemed within reach, the outcome was utterly disappointing. Fan Gu. Xian Yufei's heart was in turmoil. Deep down, she had never relinquished her feelings for Yifan, even after 5 years of his foolishness. She often visited him, indicating his significance in her heart. Yet, after her mother left following her birth, her father raised her single-handedly, and she could not disregard his kindness. The conflict between love and familial bonds is an age-old dilemma. The atmosphere grew tense once more. The guests in the grand hall, seated far from the stage, could neither hear the dialogue nor see the unfolding drama. They only observed the standoff between the bodyguards of the Lee family and the subordinates of Master Hu. Unable to approach, whispers began to fill the air as the crowd speculated. On stage, upon witnessing Xian Zhangguo's control over Xian Yufei, Li Yunyang and Li Xiong breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yunyang's intention to marry Xian Yufei was never rooted in love, but rather in the ambition to solidify his position, enticed by the power behind her mother. Thus, he would employ any means necessary to secure Xian Yufei for himself. Humph. Yifan, you foolish wretch, do you still dare to dream of being with Yufei? Li Yunyang swaggered towards Yifan, seething with indignation at having been insulted and feeling compelled to retaliate. Although Wang Fugui was skilled in martial arts, Li Yunyang refrained from engaging physically. However, with Yifan's loss of abilities following his foolishness, and with Xian Yufei currently in Xian Zhangguo's grasp, Li Yunyang could not suppress his frustration. You dare! Xian Yufei interjected, stepping protectively in front of Yifan as Li Yunyang prepared to strike. Li Yunyang, this matter concerns the Xian and Li families. Dare you lay a finger on Yifan? Li Yunyang dismissed Xian Yufei's threat with contempt. Ha! Is it merely a matter between the Xian family and mine? You underestimate the situation, Xian Yufei. By bringing this fool here today, you have entangled the Yi family in this affair. Of course, even if he hadn't come today, he would soon reunite with his brothers. Li Yunyang smirked, bypassing Xian Yufei, and fixated his gaze on Yifan. Trash, do you only know how to hide behind women? Li Yunyang reveled in his own words, oblivious to the growing darkness in Yifan's eyes. From Li Yunyang's continuous taunts, Yifan discerned that even if he refrained from confronting Li Yunyang today, the Li family seemed intent on making a move against the Yi family. Were their adversaries so eager to annihilate the Yi family? Not only did they intend to eliminate the 10 co-disciples of the Yi family, but they also aimed to eradicate the last elder and the fool completely. If that were the case, there was no room for courtesy. Impertinence. Sima Hao and Li Hu, witnessing Li Yunyang's intentions to strike Yifan, shouted in unison, ready to intervene. However, Yifan subtly signaled to Sima Hao. This time, Yifan was determined to take matters into his own hands. He intended to eliminate Li Yunyang on the spot. This act would serve as a deterrent to the Li family and compel those lacking behind them to temper their ambitions. Young Master Li, are you taking me to find my brother? You are a good person, the good person indeed. Xian Yufei, still shielding Yifan from Li Yunyang, was interrupted as Yifan clapped his hands and dashed out from behind her. Brother Fan. Xian Yufei, with a pained expression, reached out in an attempt to pull Yifan back. Li Yunyang wouldn't genuinely take you to find your brother, he seeks to kill you. Humph. Fool. Come here and stand still. Li Yunyang, seeing Yifan walk right into his trap, wore a cold smile. After ordering Yifan to stand still, he raised his hand and struck fiercely at Yifan's face. You bastard, how dare you? Wang Fugui, filled with rage, prepared to rush forward. Young Master Wang, don't be hasty. Sima Hao quickly restrained Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui, with his straightforward demeanor, was incensed by Sima Hao's repeated interruptions. What do you mean, don't be hasty? How can I not be anxious when my brother is about to be struck? Are you in cahoots with Li Yunyang? Sima Hao, exasperated, chose not to explain. Just wait and see, young master. You must trust your elder brother. He rolled his eyes, finally understanding why Yifan had refrained from informing his closest companions of his awakening. With Wang Fugui's naive nature, once he learned of Yifan's revival, it would likely become common knowledge across the nation. With a swift motion, Li Yunyang's palm sliced through the air, creating a whistling sound. Li Zhong, feeling a sense of relief, glanced toward Wang Fugui, hoping to regain face after his son was previously struck by Wang Fugui. However, to Li Zhong's astonishment, the anticipated sound of a crisp slap did not materialize. Li Yunyang's slap was deftly evaded by Yifan, who tilted his head and caught Li Yunyang's wrist. Young Master Li, are you attempting to swat a mosquito for me? I have no mosquitoes on my face. As Yifan spoke, a silver needle shot forth from his sleeve, aimed at Li Yunyong's wrist. This thrust was executed without any restraint. The silver needle, imbued with formidable energy, surged toward Li Yunyong's meridians and internal organs, wielding the corrosive power of fire and ash. Alas! Shen Yufei and Li Hu, along with others who were bewildered, could not help but sigh deeply. It was clear that the intent was not to assist in swatting mosquitoes, but rather to deliver a slap to the face. Just as Li Yunyong was about to explain, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if struck by lightning, leaving him nearly incapacitated. Yifan quickly released Li Yunyong's wrist, feigning innocence. I didn't do anything. Did a mosquito bite you? I trust you as far as I can throw you. Li Yunyong retracted his arm, noticing a small red bump on it, which made him feel increasingly unwell, as if breathing had become a struggle, while an inexplicable force twisted within him, constricting his insides and veins. Yifan must have done something. However, given Yifan's innocent demeanor and clear gaze, it was hard for anyone to believe he could harm Li Yunyong. Yifan, I will make you pay for this. Li Yunyong was ready to retaliate against Yifan, but Li Xiong interjected hastily. Li Yunyong, stop. Today is your engagement day, do not tarnish your hands. As he spoke, Li Xiong's gaze shifted towards Shen Zhengguo, who had also come to a realization and was intently staring at Shen Yufei. The 10 seconds are up, make your decision, he declared. 3, 2, 1. I do. As Shen Zhengguo counted down to 1, Shen Yufei, with a quivering voice, pleaded, I do, please do not harm my father. Satisfied, Shen Zhengguo ended the video call, thinking how much easier it would have been if this had happened sooner. Come, give her the microphone. Let her explain herself to the guests. He gestured to Li Yunyong and others, and soon someone handed the microphone to Shen Yufei. With a face full of despair, Shen Yufei looked at Yifan, her makeup marred by tears. Fan Gu. I'm sorry, I have no choice. Swallowing her tears, she pondered whether she and Yifan were truly fated to be apart. You may leave now, she said, bowing slightly to Yifan and then to Xia Hao, Li Hu, Wang Fugui, and the others. Thank you all. Those present had originally intended to assist Yifan in his audacious marriage proposal. Although Li Hu's people had managed to seize control of the scene, the complications had arisen on Shen Yufei's side, causing her to withdraw midway. Having said that, Shen Yufei took the microphone and walked toward the front of the stage. Xia Hao shifted his gaze to Yifan, seeking his thoughts. Yifan's facial muscles twitched slightly. He was unwell. Li Xiao is ill and cannot marry, he scoffed. You're the one who's sick, if your entire family is. Li Yunyong, infuriated by Yifan's words, glared at the bodyguards nearby and barked, what are you standing around for? Get them out of here. They are not welcome. Before the bodyguards could act, Yifan had already stepped outside, declaring, this is no fun. Someone is going to die. No one paid heed to Yifan's words, except for Xia Hao, whose eyelids twitched violently. Based on past experiences, he was now certain that the Li family was doomed. Wang Fugui, still agitated, remarked, brother, are we just going to let this slide? It's clear that Sister Yufei was coerced. If you are willing, I can help you win her back. Yifan remained silent, merely grinning foolishly, leaving Wang Fugui at a loss for words. Beside them, Xia Hao hastily interjected, young Master Wang, I told you not to rush. Perhaps the engagement banquet of the Li family will not proceed today. You still say not to rush. Look at the chaos now. How can I not be anxious? As the two bickered on stage, Shen Yufei had already taken the microphone and addressed the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for my previous outburst. I was a bit inebriated. Today marks my engagement to Li Yunyong, and I appreciate your presence. Despite her words, her gaze was fixated on Yifan's retreating figure. Shen Yufei understood that from the moment Yifan stepped through the grand entrance of the banquet hall, their paths would diverge irreparably. They would be like distant stars, each finding solace in their own worlds. Although she felt a profound sense of helplessness, Shen Yufei saw no means of resolution. Indeed, Yufei was just drunk and spoke some ill-advised words, please do not take offense. Let us continue the engagement banquet and welcome tonight's star, Li Yunyong. Shen Zhengguo Ever the sycophant enthusiastically attempted to smooth things over. Wang, you must speak. I can hardly bear this. Just say a word. And I will ensure that scoundrel lies bedridden for the rest of his days. Wang Fugui, on the verge of storming out of the banquet hall, was nearly beside himself with rage. Meanwhile, Yifan retained his naive expression, counting down with his fingers, 3, 2, or 1. As Yifan completed his countdown, Li Yunyang, who had just picked up the microphone, suddenly collapsed onto the stage. His body convulsed violently, and he began to froth at the mouth, blood oozing from his orifices. Yunyang, what happened? Quickly, someone call for help. Hurry, summon an ambulance. The scene erupted into chaos, and the guests below were thrown into a frenzy. Xiahao breathed a sigh of relief and cast a deep glance at Yifan. This Yisha was indeed one who repaid grievances in kind. How fortunate he had not made an enemy of him. The unexpected turn of events on stage left Wang Fugui wide-eyed, both thrilled and astonished. No way. He actually collapsed. Is he truly sick? Brother, you are incredible. As he spoke, Wang Fugui glanced at Xiahao, puzzled. Xia, did you know this would happen? You must be keeping something from me, right? My brother has awakened. Right, brother. Wang Fugui, brimming with excitement, circled around Yifan several times. Reflecting on Yifan's earlier words, it seemed as though everything was under Yifan's control. That familiar sensation returned. 5 years ago. When Yifan was not lost in folly, he was always the one orchestrating events perfectly. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. 8, 7. As Wang Fugui looked at Yifan with hopeful anticipation, Yifan began reciting a children's counting rhyme once more. Old Wang, what awakening. I haven't been asleep at all. Yifan's remark instantly deflated Wang Fugui, revealing that perhaps he had overthought the situation. Yifan glanced at Wang Fugui, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With your clumsy demeanor, even if I had awakened, I wouldn't dare share it with you. Today was originally a momentous occasion for Li Yunyang's engagement, yet it began with unforeseen complications. Xian Yufei entered with Yifan, and after considerable effort, Xian Zhengguo managed to regain control over the situation, allowing the engagement banquet to continue. However, abruptly, Li Yunyang collapsed. As the crowd frantically called for an ambulance, Li Zhong approached to assess Li Yunyang's condition, only to find his heart sinking as he realized that Li Yunyang had already lost his breath. Was it truly possible that Li Yunyang had passed away in mere seconds? Xian Yufei stood on the stage, gazing at the unfolding chaos with a sense of bewilderment. As if the reality before her was surreal. Li Yunyang was truly gone. Did that mean she would no longer have to marry? Scanning the hall for Yifan, she finally spotted him at the entrance, preparing to leave. Just as she looked at him, Yifan happened to be gazing back at her. In his eyes, filled with brilliance, Xian Yufei seemed to glimpse the prodigious talent of that remarkable youth, returning once more. In a daze, she also noticed Yifan signaling her with a gesture. Was this Yifan's doing? Had he orchestrated Li Yunyang's demise? Was he truly foolish, or was it an act? The scene descended into chaos, with no one paying heed to Yifan and his companions as they departed, nor did they regard Xian Yufei or Xian Zhengguo any further. Let us depart, Xian Zhengguo remarked, somewhat dispirited. He had initially intended to marry Yufei to Li Yunyang, thereby forging an alliance with the Li family that would enable him to consolidate control over the Xian family, and possibly even align with the Lu family in the provincial capital. Although Xian Zhengguo maintained considerable influence within the Xian family, the lineage of Xian Yufei was directly appointed by the elder patriarch. A direct coup by Xian Zhengguo would be somewhat lacking in strength. Now, with Li Yunyang's sudden demise at the engagement venue, that the betrothal was naturally nullified. Furthermore, with the death of Li Zhong's only son, it was certain that this matter would not be resolved peacefully. Whether Li Zhong would seek retribution against Xian Zhengguo remained uncertain. Humph. Xian Yufei scoffed at Xian Zhengguo, casting him a fleeting glance before hastily making her way out of the hall. The events of the day had irrevocably severed any pretense between Xian Zhengguo and Xian Yufei. The current predicament transcended mere financial disputes regarding her father's medical expenses. Xian Zhengguo had effectively placed her father under his control. Thus, Xian Yufei's foremost thought was to extricate her father from the hospital arranged by her uncle. In her haste, Xian Yufei exited the hall and pursued him downstairs. Yet she found no trace of Yifan. He, along with Xia Hao and Wang Fugue, had already departed in a vehicle. The hour was still early, and Su Yixue remained occupied with company matters. Suddenly, Yifan recalled how Shen Zhengguo had used her father's condition to coerce Xian Yufei, prompting him to consider resolving this latent threat on her behalf. However, Wang Fugue had been closely following Yifan since leaving the hotel, leaving him no opportunity to speak to Xia Hao. "Brother, have you awakened? Just tell me, I promise not to reveal it to anyone." Wang Fugue stared intently at Yifan, having asked him this for the 30th time. "Old Wang, why do you keep asking if I have awakened? It is still daytime, and I have not slept at all. It's so hot, could you possibly keep your distance?" Yifan felt somewhat speechless regarding his foolish brother, who, despite his simple-mindedness, was not entirely dim-witted. After a series of coincidental events unfolded, he finally sensed something amiss. Seizing a moment when Wang Fugue shifted to the side, Yifan discreetly sent a message to Xia Hao. Upon receiving the message, Xia Hao promptly instructed Li Hu to investigate the Xian family's situation, and the news quickly returned. "Turn around. Head to the Third People's Hospital." Xia Hao commanded the driver ahead. Wang Fugue, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Xia, it is nearly dark, shouldn't we be heading home? What business do we have at the Third People's Hospital?" Xia Hao glanced at Yifan, feeling somewhat helpless, as he could not simply state that Yishao intended to rescue his former father-in-law. Thus, he reluctantly replied, "Oh, I recall seeing Miss Xian's father at the hospital earlier. I thought we might check in and see if we could lend a hand." "Is that all?" Wang Fugue scratched his head in confusion. "Xia, you are being overly kind. Be careful, or I might just give you a good whack." This simpleton, Wang Fugue, sensed an unusual atmosphere hanging in the air. A prominent tycoon from a provincial capital, ruling over the southwestern region, had taken to running about with a fool every day, simply because Yifan had saved his life 5 years ago. He was unreservedly assisting Yifan from all directions, not only helping Su Yixue but also extending aid to Xian Yufei, and now even offering assistance to her father. Yet, Wang Fugue's thick-headedness could not grasp the situation. By the time he understood, Yifan would likely have already made a grand reappearance. "Rest assured, you have always been by my side, knowing I harbor no ill intentions toward Yishao." Xia Hao found himself both amused and exasperated by Wang Fugue's remarks. In the vehicle, Li Hu, the underground godfather of Yun City, was evidently far more astute than Wang Fugue. Xia Hao's sudden decision to investigate Shen Zhenghua's whereabouts and visit the hospital raised questions for Wang Meng, one of Li Hu's formidable companions. "Tiger, do you think our esteemed boss is simply bored? Why does he spend every day running around with a fool?" "Silence. Do not speak out of turn. The boss's arrangements hold profound significance, your duty is merely to execute them." Li Hu sternly reprimanded Wang Meng before continuing, "Additionally, I warn you, from now on, treat Yishao with utmost respect. Whether in person or behind his back, you must refer to him as Yishao, understood? If I hear you call him a fool again, I shall have your tongues." From Xia Hao's deliberate invitation to feast with Yifan, to Yifan's impressive display of prowess in rescuing Su Yixue during a crisis, and then to the sudden demise of Li Yunyang, all these events connected in Li Hu's mind, leading him to a vague suspicion. It seems that the prodigious talent from the Yi family has awakened. The dragon once again roused. Otherwise, how could the Xiao family have met its end? Was Li Yunyang's death merely a coincidence? Moreover, the mastermind behind him, Xia Hao, is a formidable presence dominating the southwest. Such a shrewd individual, even if Yifan did indeed save his life, collaborating with the Su family would suffice as a gesture of gratitude. There was no need for such excessive flattery thereafter. Recalling 5 years ago, when Yifan was at the pinnacle of his prowess, a flicker of ambition ignited in Li Hu's eyes. As long as he diligently performed his duties, receiving even a modicum of favor from young Master Yu would ensure his future was brimming with opportunities. Time would prove that Li Hu's decision was entirely astute. Years later, he would still boast to his descendants about his sagacity in those days. As Yifan, Xia Hao, and Li Hu hurried towards the Third People's Hospital, Xian Zhengguo was frantically directing his subordinates, "Quick! Inform the hospital immediately to transfer Xian Zhenhua. The rift between Shen Zhengguo and Shen Yufei had widened irrevocably. A confrontation over the control of the Shen group was inevitable, and Shen Zhenhua was a crucial pawn in Shen Zhengguo's strategy. He would not relinquish his hold until he secured the group's dominance. Upon nearing the hospital, Yifan received a report from Li Hu's subordinate, President Xia. It seems the hospital has caught wind of the situation. They are processing the transfer paperwork and preparing to relocate. Delay them. Xia Hao responded, casting a glance at Yifan. Was this the innate talent of a prodigy? Always a step ahead in anticipating developments? Had they delayed their actions even slightly or waited for Shen Yufei to act, it might have been too late. When Yifan and Xia Hao arrived at the entrance of the Special Care Ward 306, Li Hu's men were locked in a standoff with those dispatched by Shen Zhengguo. I'm sorry. Without President Shen's orders, we cannot allow you to take Shen Zhenhua. How dare you? My brother's father-in-law, and you think to bully us? You seek death. At that moment, Wang Fugui comprehended the intent behind their presence. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the adversaries reeling. As he shielded Yifan on their way into the ward, Xia Hao and Li Hu exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of resignation. This Wang Fugui was indeed a fierce one. The bodyguards who were knocked aside, despite their excruciating pain, managed to dial Shen Zhengguo's number. Second Master, the situation is dire. President Xia and Master Hu have brought their men to seize the person and have already entered the ward. On the other end of the line is Shen Zhengguo. En route to the hospital, wore a grim expression. Humph. That persistent fellow, Yifan, is nothing but a fool, recklessly following along, oblivious to the danger. Do not worry. I have already contacted the military, their forces are on the way. Upon entering the ward, Xia Hao tactfully ushered Wang Fugui, Li Hu, and the patient out, leaving only Yifan inside. Wang Fugui immediately expressed his displeasure. President Xia, what is it that you are concealing from me? Do you not trust my discretion? Xia Hao shot Wang Fugui an exasperated glance. Trust your discretion. I would sooner believe in the existence of ghosts. Seeing Xia Hao's inability to sway Wang Fugui, Yifan stepped in. Wang, I need to examine him and check for any issues. Could you step outside for a moment, please? It's a little sensitive. Among the words of all others, Wang Fugui would heed none, yet he would invariably listen to Yifan, regardless of right or wrong. All right, brother, I shall remain outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. After Wang Fugui departed, Xia Hao respectfully closed the door and stationed himself at the entrance. Without the slightest hesitation, Yifan swiftly took Zhuang Zhengguo's pulse and examined his eyelids. A mere glance was sufficient for Yifan to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A staggering 17 types of toxins had been employed, quite ruthless indeed. In truth, Zhuang Zhengguo's body harbored no significant issues. The car accident from years past had only resulted in superficial injuries. He should have awakened long ago. The reason for his prolonged unconsciousness lay in the fact that someone had injected him with a combination of 17 toxins. Such poisons, if not neutralized in the precise order, could easily lead to Zhuang Zhengguo's demise. Zhuang Zhengguo, this treacherous younger brother, had indeed gone to great lengths to undermine his elder sibling. Yifan let out a cold chuckle. Under such circumstances, others would be utterly oblivious to the truth, let alone capable of resolving the matter. However, the legacy Yifan had inherited from the dragon-patterned ring was far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. With unerring precision, Yifan brandished the silver needles in his hand, piercing the blood vessels of Zhuang Zhengguo's body. The 13 needles of Gigu were all employed. Soon, an array of black lines began to coalesce in Zhuang Zhengguo's meridians, ultimately flowing out from the wound on his finger. A foul stench permeated the room, and the paper towels in the basin disintegrated under the corrosive effects of the toxins, revealing the magnitude of their peril. As Yifan withdrew the silver needles, Zhuang Zhengguo emitted a soft grunt and gradually regained consciousness. Upon recognizing Yifan before him, he exclaimed in astonishment, Shao Fan. It is I. Yifan signaled for silence. Uncle Xian, please keep your voice down, there may be ears beyond these walls. Over the years, Zhuang Zhengguo had always treated Yifan with kindness. Having grown up alongside Zhuang Yufei, he had enjoyed many meals prepared by Zhuang Zhengguo. Nodding, Zhuang Zhengguo replied, I understand. Even in my stupor, I remained acutely aware of the world beyond. Everything is crystal clear to me. Thank you for saving me. Is Yufei all right? His voice trembled with anger as he continued, that beast Zhuangzhenguo dared to endanger his own elder brother for the sake of the Shen family business. Yifan felt a pang of sympathy. Since Zhuangzhenguo was already aware of Zhuangzhenguo's treachery, there was no need for further explanation. Yufei is safe. However, she announced yesterday that she has terminated our engagement. As he spoke, a sense of melancholy washed over Yifan. For it was indeed true that Yufei had been coerced by his uncle into breaking their engagement. What? Zhuangzhenguo gasped in disbelief. What has that wretch done? Turning to Yifan, he added, Xiaofan, I am truly sorry. I know you must have endured much hardship. I shall return and arrange a new betrothal ceremony for you both. Zhuangzhenguo had always regarded Yifan as his own child, and hearing this news, his first instinct was to seek reparation. Yet Yifan shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary for the time being. Uncle Xian. Many events have transpired in recent days. The Yi family has nearly been annihilated. My uncles and brothers were all brutally slain on the same day. And those who wish to target the Yi family have no intention of sparing us. Thus, in the eyes of the outside world, I remain that foolish simpleton. I must conceal myself in the shadows and bring them all to light. Those who seek to harm the Yi family will not spare any clan associated with us, therefore. It is prudent for the Xian family to distance themselves from the Yi family for now. Additionally, there may be complexities arising within the Xian family itself. You must leave this place immediately, allow Yufei to arrange a secure location for you, and I advise you to refrain from waking up too soon. Instead, providing support to Yufei from behind the scenes. Yifan conveyed this to Xian Zhenhua, demonstrating a keen and meticulous intellect. The prodigious genius from 5 years ago had returned, and it was evident that Yifan now approached issues with greater maturity and composure than before. What a fine son-in-law candidate, yet that scoundrel Xian Zhenguo had the audacity to withdraw. The mere thought of it made Xian Zhenhua wish to tear Xian Zhenguo to shreds. If there are any matters, Uncle Xian, you may contact the head of the Xia family, he will assist you. Yifan introduced Xia Hao and Xian Zhenhua to one another. Xia Hao promptly stepped forward, shaking hands with Xian Zhenhua. Mr. Xian, I look forward to your guidance in the future. It was a given, after all, this was the future father-in-law of Yi Xiao. How could one not cultivate a good relationship? At that moment, a cacophony erupted in the corridor outside. A squad of young men clad in camouflage, armed to the teeth, hurriedly approached the door of the ward, led by a youth bearing the insignia of a major. When the military is conducting operations, the civilians must steer clear or face dire consequences. This was the reinforcement summoned by Xian Zhenguo, a major from the Yun City military, Guofei, a relative of Xian Zhenguo's wife. When he entered the military, Xian Zhenguo had provided considerable assistance. It was said that he was merely there to intimidate the local ruffians of Yun City. Guofei had come with men in violation of protocol, ostensibly repaying Xian Zhenguo's past kindness. Unbeknownst to Guofei, however, he was about to confront a figure of immense power. I apologize, but this is a private ward. Without Yi Xiao's command, entry is prohibited. Despite knowing the grave consequences of opposing the military, Li Hu and Wang Fugue stood resolutely in front, showing no hesitation. With a swift motion, Guofei signaled his men to disengage the safety on their weapons. Are you courting death? It appeared that Guofei was on the verge of opening fire. Sir, we cannot obstruct your operations, but please produce the necessary documentation, otherwise, we cannot allow entry. Li Hu, being the underground patriarch of Yun City, had witnessed his fair share of grand spectacles. After a brief moment of disarray, he quickly regained his composure. After all, it was merely the comatose head of the Shen family, who was typically law-abiding. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause? Moreover, with the individual unconscious, the military's presence was certainly abnormal. With a single utterance, Li Hu had Guofei and his aide at a loss for words, stumbling over their explanations. Their arrival this time was primarily to intimidate Li Hu and Yifan, without any formalities in sight. How presumptuous. We, from the military, are executing a top-secret mission. What formalities do we require? Must we explain ourselves to you, a mere swarm of ants? Stand aside, or I assure you that the bullets will not discriminate. Guofei, serving as a major, reacted with remarkable agility, diffusing the tension with a single statement. Without formal orders from young Master Yi, we cannot comply. Li Hu coldly retorted. Beckoning his subordinates, "Brothers, arm yourselves and prepare for battle, let us see how the military dares to lay a hand on us." In the corridor, Li Hu's men unveiled their weapons, confronting Guo Fei's subordinates. The troops accompanying Li Hu were his closest allies, battle-hardened and unwaveringly loyal to his commands. Even at such proximity, despite Guo Fei's men being armed, their smaller numbers meant that in a true confrontation, Guo Fei's forces might not fare well. "What do you intend to do, rebel?" Guo Fei backed at Li Hu and his crew, his eyes sharp, yet a sense of unease crept into his heart. Were these men truly so reckless? Had his camouflage uniforms lost their aura of intimidation? Guo Fei worried that if the situation escalated, he would face dire consequences from his superiors. "Commander, do not cast such grave accusations upon us. We merely wish to see the proper documentation," Li Hu countered, referring to a comatose patient in a hospital room, wondering how he could possibly be linked to any top-secret mission. How outrageous! Guo Fei snapped again, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Brothers, prepare for action." Click. Click. The sound of gun bolts being drawn filled the air. Guo Fei's men raised their firearms, and an atmosphere of impending violence enveloped the space. A fierce battle could erupt at any moment. At that instant, Yifan and Xia Hao emerged from a nearby room. Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Hao was momentarily taken aback, and before he could speak, Yifan chimed in, "Oh, why are there so many soldiers here? Are those weapons real?" With curiosity, Yifan approached and reached out to touch the barrel of a young man's gun. The young man recoiled, exclaiming, "Get away, you fool." As he spoke, he shoved Yifan aside. Clang. As Yifan staggered, the metallic object fell from his person, rolling to the feet of Guo Fei's aide. The aide casually picked up the object, glancing at it without much thought, intending to toss it into a nearby trash bin. "What is this?" Although Guo Fei had only caught a fleeting glimpse, he felt a pang of familiarity upon seeing the design. "Oh. It appears to be a round metal piece engraved with a turtle pattern and 4 golden stars." The aide examined the object further before reporting to Guo Fei, "Who knows where this came from?" Third, the adjutant hastily discarded the object into the trash bin. "Wait." Upon hearing the adjutant's description, Guo Fei's heart raced uncontrollably as he admonished the adjutant, but it was already too late. Good heavens! If the pattern described by the adjutant was indeed accurate, then it represented one of the 4 tokens of the 4 kings of the Shonu exhibition zone, a rank surpassing that of a 4-star general. Such a token could command the might of millions of troops across the southeastern provinces. How could this token possibly be in the hands of that fool Yifan? The adjutant was somewhat puzzled by Guo Fei's reaction, but in the next moment, Guo Fei, in a frenzy, sprinted towards the trash bin, rummaging frantically through its contents. "Boss." The adjutant was utterly astonished. The trash bin was filthy. "What on earth is wrong with you? Was that object truly so significant?" "Be quiet." Guo Fei was already drenched in sweat, sensing that the item Yifan possessed was most likely authentic. If that were the case, he could lose his head over this. Guo Fei's subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. Should they act or not? Nearby, Li Hu, Xia Hao, and Wang Fugui, along with their men, were equally perplexed by the unfolding scene. What was happening? Did a mere object that young Master Yi casually dropped cause such panic in a major? Only Xia Hao understood. Yifan had certainly not dropped it by chance. It was intentional. "I found it." Guo Fei dismantled the trash bin into 8 pieces and finally retrieved the token that the adjutant had discarded. Examining it closely, he felt utterly weak. The counterfeit insignia and its encoding were entirely accurate. Good heavens! The young master of the Yi family, whom everyone deemed a fool, was actually one of the 4 kings of the Xuanwu battle zone. Who could have known? "Subordinate, I pay my respects to the king under Xuanwu. We await our death sentence." Guo Fei prostrated himself on the ground, simultaneously commanding all his subordinates to kneel. Guo Fei's territory was completely under the jurisdiction of the Xuanwu battle zone. A king, above all, could easily crush a mere major with a mere flick of a finger. Although Guo Fei's men did not comprehend the situation, they realized from Guo Fei's actions that matters had escalated. "Forgive us, Your Highness." The atmosphere shifted dramatically with the emergence of the token. This reversal was too sudden. Li Hu and Wang Fugui were still grappling with the situation. Yifan observed Guofei and his men with a slight smirk, feigning surprise. Oh, why have you all suddenly knelt? Is it New Year's already? But it's not yet the holiday. Please, rise. Subordinate dares not. Guofei remained on the ground, fearful to move. We were unaware of your highness's identity, we seek your forgiveness. As he spoke, Guofei respectfully handed the token to Yifan. Yifan curiously took the token in hand and examined it. Is this mine? I had no idea. He shrugged. Never mind. You needn't kneel, the ground is cold. Casually, he slipped the token into his pocket, which appeared to be made of gold and should fetch a handsome sum. Thank you. Please keep this secret for me, otherwise, others will come to seize my treasure. Yifan's words left Guofei momentarily stunned. What did the king mean by this? Was Yifan truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance? As Guofei gazed at Yifan, he suddenly caught a glimmer of sharpness in Yifan's eyes, an unmistakable hint of menace accompanied by a subtle nod. Boom. A thunderous realization erupted in Guofei's mind. The young master from the Yi family was not a fool at all. He had quietly ascended to become one of the 4 kings of the Xuanwu battle zone, a rank presumably unmatched among the younger generation of the Yi family. The elder Yi, founder of the Heavenly Dragon Army and revered as the king of Beiliong, had long been a source of trepidation for the royal family. Now, despite the Yi family's recent tribulations, was there still a successor to carry their legacy forward? After a brief moment of contemplation, Guofei swiftly comprehended that Yifan was instructing him to keep the secret and to depart immediately. Your subordinate takes his leave. I shall undoubtedly honor the king's command. Guofei quickly rose from the ground, gestured to his men, and as he turned to leave, he did not forget to caution young Master Yi that please be wary of Xian Zhenguo. In truth, Yifan was already aware that this was the reinforcement summoned by Xian Zhenguo. Brother, what was that just now? It was astonishing. It managed to intimidate a major to such an extent. Guofei had barely left when Wang Fugui approached, grasping Yifan's arm, eager to see the token that had just caused such a stir. Wang Fugui's grandfather was the deputy general to Yifan's grandfather, so he possessed some knowledge of military affairs. The 4 kings of the Xuanwu army were indeed titans dominating the entirety of the Great Xia. The elder Yi had once stated that as long as a king appeared within the Heavenly Dragon army, there was no need to fear its dissolution. Not a chance. Old Wang, are you attempting to seize my treasure? I assure you, even if you are my brother, it will not be permitted. Yifan promptly clutched his pocket tightly, as if fearing that Wang Fugui might snatch away his token. Xia Hao, observing from the side, wore a pained expression. He was acutely aware of Yifan's circumstances. Alas, it was truly a challenge for young Master Yi, who, despite having awakened, still had to feign ignorance. However, Yifan's performance was undeniably exceptional. The way he portrayed a fool was so convincing that it mirrored that of a true simpleton. With such talent, he would undoubtedly secure an Oscar if he ventured to Hollywood. Whether or not you wish to see it, I shall not pry it, brother. I am merely curious. Wang Fugui had never opposed Yifan's wishes, and since Yifan declined, he did not press further. However, the demeanor of Li Hu and the brothers at the scene underwent a dramatic transformation. They no longer regarded Yifan with any condescension. Previously, they had struggled to understand why Xia Hao so reverently catered to Yifan, although they had complied with Xia Hao's orders and treated Yifan with utmost respect. It had been due to the authoritative pressure from Xia Hao and Li Hu. Yet now, a mere token casually dropped by Yifan had compelled a major clad in camouflage to kneel in submission. In their eyes, Yifan had become an untouchable figure. In the room, Xian Zhenhuo appeared through the crack of the door to grasp the situation outside, listening intently. Damn Xian Zhenguo. What should have been a splendid fortune for the Xian family, you have recklessly squandered. The urge to strangle you is overwhelming. No. Such an ideal son-in-law must not be let go so easily. However, Yi Xiao had instructed him to continue feigning unconsciousness before Yufei. How could he possibly alert her? A plan was imperative. At the entrance of the hospital room, Yifan and Xia Hao did not have to wait long before Shen Yufei arrived hastily with several security personnel. Upon seeing the bodyguards sprawled on the ground, along with Yifan and Xia Hao, Shen Yufei immediately comprehended the situation. Her second uncle must have sent someone to abduct her father. But Yifan and Xia Hao arrived in time to rescue him. Thankfully, they had acted swiftly, otherwise, by the time she arrived, her father could have already been taken away by her uncle's men. Although Xian Yufei had the support of many elders in the Xian group, the thought of her father being held captive by her uncle made her feel vulnerable. Fan Gu. Thank you. With a heartfelt expression, Xian Yufei stepped forward to embrace Yifan, intending to kiss him. Once lovers, she regretted missing that perfect opportunity. Now, after all that had transpired, her resolve had only strengthened. Even if Yifan seemed foolish, Xian Yufei was willing to be his woman. Just as her crimson lips were about to meet Yifan's, he suddenly pushed her away, exclaiming, "How embarrassing. Yuxue, my wife, has said I cannot kiss other girls. Yufei, you are no longer my wife, we cannot kiss." His words froze Xian Yufei in place. No longer Fan Ji's wife. This proclamation pierced her heart like a thorn, sending waves of pain coursing through her. Indeed, since yesterday, before so many witnesses, she had acknowledged the dissolution of her engagement to Yifan. Her uncle's declaration went unchallenged, which gravely wounded Yifan. Although Yifan's intelligence had diminished, Xian Yufei clearly remembered the look of disappointment in his eyes yesterday. Perhaps, despite his decline, he still held her in his thoughts, unconditionally trusting her, even relying on her. Yet, in his moment of need, she had chosen to depart. Ultimately, it was she who had wronged Fan Gu. Tears welled in her eyes, but she quickly composed herself, resolving to make amends. Since she had erred, it was her duty to rectify it. After all, Fan Gu was still in a dazed state, was he not? She would treat him with double the kindness, perhaps when he regained his senses, he would forgive her. And they could reunite. Fan Gu, yesterday's events were orchestrated by my uncle, and my acquiescence has caused you pain. I sincerely apologize, but I shall not give up. Before all these witnesses today, I, Xian Yufei, vow that in this lifetime, I shall only be Yifan's woman. The harm I have caused you, I will gradually make amends for. Brother Fan, please grant me this opportunity. Xian Yufei's every utterance resonated with conviction, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. This was nothing short of a dramatic twist. Just yesterday, the Xian family announced their intention to dissolve the engagement with the Yi family. And now they were seeking to reconcile. Xia Hao narrowed his eyes, pondering whether Xian Yufei had discerned the concealed truths within young Master Yi. Meanwhile, Li Hu and others regarded her with disdain. Did she think the Yi family was akin to a vegetable market to where one could come and go as they pleased? Though Yifan's expression remained inscrutable, his heart was tumultuous. To claim he bore no feelings for Xian Yufei would be disingenuous. They had grown up together. Childhood sweethearts who had shared countless beautiful moments, how could one simply forget? Yet, and now that Xian Yufei wished to return, Yifan could not easily acquiesce. Moreover, if he consented to her return, what would become of his 7 stunning sisters-in-law? No. You can't have me back, I already have a wife. Yuxue is the best. She promised to bear me chubby little children. Yifan declared, his expression earnest and his eyes filled with bliss. Xian Yufei felt a pang of heartache upon hearing this. Something must have transpired last night. Nevertheless, she resolved not to surrender. It's all right. Brother Fan, I shall strive for it. Xian Yufei suppressed her inner turmoil. Bowing to Xia Hao and the others. Thank you all. I will first ensure my father's well-being and then invite everyone to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. With that, she stepped towards the hospital room, fearing that if she spoke further, tears would inevitably fall. Yifan watched her forlorn silhouette retreat, a sense of discomfort stirring within him. Yet, there were many matters he could not articulate clearly at this moment. Besides, Xian Yufei had tacitly accepted the dissolution of their engagement to return to the past. She must be willing to pay a price. After all, he was perceived as a fool, and no matter how outrageous his actions, they would be understood by others. Currently, Yifan was preoccupied with the theft of a prescription from Su Yushue's company and how to resolve this predicament. Yu Linglong had mentioned inviting the revered Dr. Lei Chenjue to treat his condition. He hoped the old man would arrive soon. Just as Yifan contemplated this, his phone rang. His wife, Su Yushue, was calling. Xiaofan. Good news. Linglong has brought Grandmaster Lei on the way to Yun City. The great medical sage will surely improve your condition. Listening to Su Yushua's words, Yifan felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Lei Chenjue's arrival, the issue of the prescription would be more manageable. However, Yifan harbored concerns: would some individuals not be pleased with the great sage treating him? Would they create obstacles for the old man on the journey? Yushue, when are they arriving? Are they flying? Yifan resolved to remain vigilant. After all, Lei Chenjue was highly esteemed in Great Xia's medical community. He could not afford for anything to happen to the sage amidst the unfolding turmoil. Simultaneously, Yifan sought to confront those who had dared to challenge the Yi family. Are Wang Shao and General Xia by your side? Please hand the phone to them. I wish to speak with them. Su Yishue harbored some unease regarding Yifan, fearing that even if she conveyed the information, he might not retain it. Yifan offered a bitter smile and handed the phone to the nearby Xia Hao, who quickly elucidated the flight information and schedule. When Xia Hao returned the phone to Yifan, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Yifan intended to rendezvous with Mr. Lei at the airport. Given the complexity of the current situation, although Yuling Long was accompanying them, Yifan felt compelled to ensure Mr. Lei's safety. Undoubtedly considering the implications for the Yi family. Let us proceed to the airport. At this moment, with less than an hour remaining before the flight's arrival, Yifan and Xia Hao set out, their timing impeccable. As Xia Hao rallied the group, he issued a directive to Li Hu. Brothers, remain vigilant. Report any suspicious individuals immediately. Presently, Li Hu and his comrades brimmed with enthusiasm, having recognized the formidable foundation possessed by Yifan. Even if Yifan were deemed a fool, the Yi family had been suppressed, yet he had not suffered any losses thus far. Moreover, the Zhao family, who opposed the Yi family, had met with a mysterious demise. Li Yunyong, who sought to confront Shen Yufei, had perished on the spot. Though not particularly astute, they had an inkling that Yifan was likely biding his time for a significant move. Should Yifan awaken one day, those who stood by him would find themselves elevated to great heights. Meanwhile, in a clandestine residence in the northwest, an elderly man quietly listened to his subordinate's report. Elder, we have just received news that Yuling Long has managed to enlist the great physician of the dossier to treat Yifan. And he is already en route to Yun City. The middle-aged man before the elder responded grimly, recalling the prior amicable relationship between Lei Chenjue and Li Changfeng. If this endeavor proves successful, given Yifan's innate talent, we may encounter significant troubles. The elder turned his teacup slightly, raising an eyebrow as he replied nonchalantly. What course of action do you propose? I have dispatched individuals to lie in wait at the Yun City airport, intending to intercede and dissuade Mr. Lei. I hope he will heed our warnings, otherwise, I will regretfully have to take more drastic measures. The middle-aged man made a gesture across his throat, clearly indicating his intent to eliminate Lei Chenjue. You must consider this carefully. Mr. Lei is a nationally appointed figure by the royal family and a treasure of Dacia. If anything were to go awry, you are aware of the consequences. The elder did not explicitly state his position, neither supporting nor opposing. The middle-aged man understood the elder's implications. Rest assured, elder. As long as we can thwart the Yi family's resurgence, I will bear all consequences. This matter shall not implicate you. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Go forth. Also, provide an update on the suppression actions against the Su family. How is it that a mere Su family has yet to be resolved? The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly. He had intended to report on the Li family's actions. However, he had just learned that the Li family had successfully stolen the Su family's co-prescription. Less than an hour after their press conference at the engagement banquet with Shen Yufei, the sudden death occurred. The critical detail was that Yifan had been present, which significantly impacted the Li family, causing their subsequent actions to potentially be delayed. If I were to report truthfully, the esteemed elder might become enraged again. It is better to handle this matter discreetly. Rest assured, I shall urge them. Should the issue remain unresolved within 2 days, I will personally travel to Yun City. The Zhao family's downfall and Li Yunyong's sudden demise leave a sense of disquiet in the heart of the middle-aged man. Relying solely on the Luran family from Tiannan province and a few clans in Yun City may prove futile. At Yun City airport. Prior to the arrival of Yifan and Xia Hao, many of Li Hu's subordinates had already infiltrated the area. Master Hu, according to our brother's observations, There are at least 20 to 30 unfamiliar faces at the airport. What shall we do? Li Hu's underling reported respectfully. Li Hu's expression darkened. Is that even a question? Eliminate them all. However, his subordinates hesitated. Master Hu, most can be dealt with easily, but several among them are martial arts experts, then some are even beyond that level. None of our brothers stand a chance against them. Upon hearing this, Li Hu was taken aback. Although he was the underground patriarch of Yun City, his subordinates' abilities were limited. They could handle ordinary individuals, but true masters were a different matter. Meanwhile, Yifan furrowed his brow and discreetly glanced at Wang Fugui. A plan began to form in his mind. It was evident that relying solely on his own prowess would not suffice. He needed to cultivate a strong cadre of experts swiftly. I can use needles to drive them away, Yifan said cheerfully as Xia Hao glanced at him, causing Xia Hao to breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Hao was somewhat aware of Yifan's capabilities. With Yifan's skills presumably fully restored, he believed that their troubles would be alleviated with Yifan's presence. Let us bring Yi Shao over to take a look, he might have a solution, Xia Hao suggested to Li Hu, while Wang Fugui expressed concern. Xiaoxia, do you think my elder brother can handle this? Perhaps I should take the lead. And if I cannot manage, then my brother can step in. All right. You help me deal with them. Yifan, not wishing to always take action, found some relief in Wang Fugui stepping forward. With Yifan's permission, Li Hu's subordinates led Wang Fugui, Yifan, and the others toward the crowd at the airport. Meanwhile, a few of Li Hu's subordinates were fixated on a man wearing a baseball cap who appeared suspicious. Upon noticing Yifan and the others approaching, he immediately tensed and attempted to flee. However, Wang Fugui swiftly seized the man's neck, applying pressure. Where do you think you're going? With a swift strike, he rendered the man unconscious, and Li Hu's two subordinates assisted in escorting him out of the airport. Throughout the vast airport, Li Hu's men were actively engaging, while Wang Fugui coordinated their efforts. In the blink of an eye, they had eliminated a significant portion of the lacking assassins. There are still 3 remaining. And they are quite formidable, young Master Wang, be cautious. In truth, both Yifan and Wang Fugui had taken note of this. The 3 men concealed themselves among a throng of travelers, yet their martial aura was unmistakable. As Yifan glanced in their direction, he caught them observing him as well. They are the pivotal members of this operation. Moments ago, they discovered that the individual stationed at the airport had suddenly become unreachable within a mere 2 minutes. They began to scan the surroundings in search of their subordinates and soon spotted Yifan, Xia Hao, and Wang Fugui approaching. Boss, that fool Yifan is here too, accompanied by that old rogue Xia Hao. This situation seems rather precarious, remarked a slender man, glancing nervously at Wang Fugui and the others as they drew near. The bespectacled youth remained relatively composed. What is there to fear? We haven't done anything wrong. With so many people around, can they truly do anything to us? Just as he uttered these words, he abruptly noticed at the airport exit that several of his subordinates were being escorted out by Li Hu's men, causing his composure to falter. Those subordinates had been personally trained by the bespectacled youth and had already become martial arts experts. How could they have been taken away so silently? Upon reflection, the bespectacled youth immediately realized that all of his unreachable subordinates had likely been subdued by Yifan and Xia Hao's men. So formidable. Apart from the 3 of us, everyone else has been controlled in an instant. How on earth did they accomplish this? He harbored no fear of the others. But Wang Fugui himself was a master of martial arts. If the situation escalated, considering they were at the Yun City International Airport where official forces were present, it would certainly end poorly for him. He had come to either stop or assassinate Lei Chenjue, and if he were delayed by other issues, it would be difficult to explain himself to his superiors. Even more infuriating was that, aside from Wang Fugui, when the bespectacled youth exchanged glances with Yifan, he noticed that Yifan was emanating a considerable martial energy, and it was far from weak. What is happening? The intel indicated that Yifan had lost all his martial prowess after becoming foolish. How has his strength been restored now? Block them. I will go and intercept Lei Chenjue. The bespectacled youth glanced at the large screen where it was displayed that Lei Chenjue's flight had arrived, and he could vaguely see Lei Chenjue's figure at the exit. According to instructions from above, it was best to first intimidate Lee Chen-jue, dissuading him from proceeding. If Lee Chen-jue insisted on entering Yun City to rescue Yifan, then they would truly take action. Though the two brothers of the bespectacled youth felt displeased, they dared not defy his command. As Xia Hao and Wang Fugui approached, the two youths stepped forward proactively. "You have quite a bit of nerve to disrupt our plans." The two youths targeted Wang Fugui and immediately launched their attack. Both possessed martial prowess at the same level as Wang Fugui, and in a 2-on-1 scenario, Wang Fugui would indeed find it somewhat challenging. Big brother, why are you running? You took my toy." Yifan shouted at the retreating bespectacled youth while swiftly charging forward. In the blink of an eye, he released a seed bullet from his hand, striking one of the martial arts experts confronting Wang Fugui and sealing his bloodline. The martial arts master, having approached Wang Fugui, was poised to strike when his body suddenly stiffened. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was struck to the ground by Wang Fugui's punch. To onlookers, it appeared as though the martial artist had willingly walked into his demise, offering himself to Wang Fugui for a thorough beating. Astonishingly, Wang Fugui himself was taken aback, perplexed by the unfolding events. With one of the two martial arts experts incapacitated, dealing with the remaining one became significantly easier for Wang Fugui. In just a few exchanges, he had the other martial artist retreating in disarray. Suddenly, Wang Fugui noticed Yifan pursuing another bespectacled young master, and a wave of urgency washed over him. "Brother, don't run off. Wait for me." The strength of the bespectacled youth surpassed Wang Fugui's, and he feared for Yifan's safety. If any mishap were to befall him, how could he explain it to Sister Suishue? Before leaving, she had entrusted him with Yifan's well-being, insisting that nothing must happen to him. Xia Hao, aware of Yifan's true capabilities, quickly followed with Li Hu, reassuring Wang Fugui, "Young Master Wang, I'll accompany him. You need not worry. Remember how Wu Laolang met his end?" Xia Hao's words jolted Wang Fugui back to reality. He recalled the moment when Suishue was pursued by Wu Laolang and others, then Yifan had charged in on his motorcycle, utterly dominating Wu Laolang. Wang Fugui distinctly remembered the powerful aura emanating from Yifan at that time. Could it be that while his mind was unclear, his martial prowess had partially awakened? Meanwhile, the bespectacled youth, feeling the pressure of Yifan's pursuit, was inwardly cursing. "When did I become a toy for you? Is that fool from the Yi family truly as dim-witted as he appears?" However, the surrounding travelers, unaware of the true circumstances, perceived Yifan's innocent chase. Some even attempted to intervene on the young man's behalf. "Look at you, wearing glasses, obviously a refined person. Why steal a child's toy? Just give it back." "Indeed. It's rather unkind. You can't run far." The bespectacled youth was incensed, wishing to cast them all to oblivion, to get lost. He fixed his gaze on the passage ahead. Just around the next corner lay Lee Chen-jue. There, he had allies waiting, and together, even if Lee Chen-jue refused to cooperate, with the protection of the formidable Yu Linglong, he could still eliminate him. As he sprinted forward, a nagging sense of unease began to surface. Despite his rapid pace and the use of martial energy, he was astonished to find Yifan consistently trailing behind, refusing to fall behind, and even seeming to gain ground. Was this the behavior of a fool? Had Yifan's prodigious talent truly awakened? While the bespectacled youth was astonished, he quickened his pace. Just as he neared Lee Chen-jue, barely 2 meters away, he prepared to call out, when suddenly he felt a grip on his leg pulling him back with tremendous force. At last, I have caught you. Return my doll at once." The bespectacled youth was forcefully yanked several feet back, creating distance between him and Lee Chen-jue. Damn it. The assassin was on the verge of losing his mind. Was he being hindered? Meanwhile, Yu Linglong, who was close to Lee Chen-jue, had also realized the situation. "What do you intend to do?" Yu Linglong glared coldly at the bespectacled youth, her aura emanating powerfully. In the next moment, her gaze fell upon Yifan, her pupils widening in surprise. "Yifan? What are you doing here?" Yu Linglong furrowed her brow. What was Ishue doing? Wasn't she supposed to be taking care of Yifan during the first month? How did Yifan end up alone at the airport? What the hell? Damn it. The bespectacled youth unleashed a torrent of curses in his heart. Get lost. I have no interest in your ridiculous doll, just get out of my way. He fixed his gaze on Yifan, the murderous intent brewing within him. After all, he had been instructed not to allow Lei Chenjue to successfully treat Yifan. If he eliminated Yifan directly, wouldn't that also fulfill his mission? As he pushed Yifan, the bespectacled youth exerted a measure of force. A faint surge of energy directed towards Yifan's body. Even if he couldn't kill Yifan, he could at least incapacitate him on the spot. However, after unleashing his energy, the bespectacled youth sensed something was amiss. All his martial energy surged towards Yifan but dissipated without any effect. Yifan stood still, utterly unperturbed. More critically, as Yifan flicked his wrist, the bespectacled youth suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Instantly, the powerful force began to surge into his body, corroding his meridians and vitality. In mere moments, he realized that his martial prowess had plummeted from the master realm to the control realm. What is happening? What have you done to me? The bespectacled youth cried out in horror, attempting to distance himself from Yifan. At that moment, Yu Linglong had already reacted. Witnessing the bespectacled youth push Yifan and erupted with fury. How dare you? What are you doing? Touch my man, and you seek death. With a resounding boom. Without hesitation, Yu Linglong unleashed her formidable power, striking a punch towards the bespectacled youth's chest. Crack. Crack. The bespectacled youth instinctively raised his arms to block. Barely managing to fend off Yu Linglong's attack, yet the bones in his arms shattered under the force, causing him to stagger backward. Just as he contemplated how to mount an effective counterattack, his body convulsed violently, blood pouring from his orifices, and he collapsed to the ground, devoid of any vitality. Dead? In such a situation, both Yu Linglong and the arriving Xia Hao, Li Hu, and others were left in astonishment. Yu Linglong's pupils widened. She was acutely aware of the extent of her own power. She had only utilized her peak control strength, which was indeed capable of severely injuring the youth before her. But to kill him with a single strike seemed impossible. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, Yu Linglong recalled that the bespectacled youth had just berated her, claiming that Yifan had inflicted a wound upon him. Could it be that Yifan had indeed acted? Yet he was clearly in a state of folly. How could he possibly vanquish a master of such caliber with ease? Moreover, even if he were to strike, what could a mere needle accomplish? With a face full of perplexity, Yu Linglong searched for Yifan's whereabouts. At that moment, Yifan had already slipped behind Lei Chenjue. Another young man in a checkered shirt had approached Lei Chenjue and whispered conspiratorially, "Mr. Lei, it would be prudent for you to leave Yun City immediately. Refrain from intervening in the rescue of the young master of the Yi family, otherwise we shall be compelled to send you on your way." Lei Chenjue, revered as the medical sage of the Great Xia, was not only an unparalleled physician but also possessed some martial prowess. His connections within the realm of Great Xia were formidable, rendering him nearly untouchable. Yet now there were those who dared to threaten him. Anger surged within him. How dare these wretches threaten him? Humph. Did they think he needed their guidance? Such folly. Having heard the disheartening news regarding the Yi family just days prior, Lei Chenjue was already in a foul mood. The Yi family had made immense contributions to the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty. And to witness their sudden annihilation was a grievous blow, leaving the hearts of the people heavy with sorrow. Thus, when Yu Linglong approached him for assistance in rescuing Yifan, he had not hesitated. The Yi family's legacy had indeed instilled fear in certain hearts. But their eradication was excessive. Lei Chenjue felt a deep-seated frustration, and as he rebuked the young man, he swung his hand toward him. The youth's eyes flashed with coldness. "Old man, this is your own demise, do not blame me." As he spoke, he brandished a dagger gleaming with a chilling light towards Lei Chenjue's arm. A blue glow. Poisonous. As a renowned physician, Lei Chenjue recognized the little blue hue of the blade, understanding that it was laced with potent toxins. And the deep color indicated its significant lethality. Was this a ploy to bring about his own demise? Lei Chenjue attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The young man, in addition to wielding the dagger, had also unbuttoned his shirt to activate a mechanism that unleashed a torrential downpour of lethal projectiles. This was an ancient contraption developed by the Tang sect, filled with countless poison needles. At such close range, how could Lei Chenjue hope to evade them all? As panic surged within him, his heart sank to the depths of despair. Though he was the medical sage of the Great Xia, He found himself utterly powerless against such a deluge of venomous needles. Moreover, given the nature of their attack, it was evident that they employed a toxin designed to seal his fate. He had no opportunity for self-preservation. Curse it. What a miscalculation. Lei Qianjue felt no regret. Only a simmering rage and a sense of injustice at the thought that even the foremost healer of the Great Xia was targeted for assassination. Clearly, the adversaries had resolved to eradicate the Yi family completely. Brother, why on earth did you collide with me? That hurt. Came an unexpected voice. A familiar voice echoed beside Lei Qianjue, belonging to Yifan. As Yifan grumbled, he forcefully pushed the young man in the floral shirt. In an instant, the scene transformed. The young man had previously faced Lei Qianjue, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had turned and positioned himself with his back to Lei Qianjue, leaning into his embrace. The little darts which had been shot forth had yet to pierce Lei Qianjue. The young man in the floral shirt had inadvertently become a shield for him. With a series of piercing sounds, the floral shirt youth was instantaneously riddled with holes. As he felt the numbing pain in his chest, despair flickered in his eyes, mingled with shock and disbelief. This was the legendary and now extinct supreme body technique, the dance of stars. This technique could instantaneously alter one's position or that of a target, making it the most efficient combat maneuver, enhancing attack efficacy or evading pursuit. It had been lost for a millennium, existing only in ancient texts. How could Yifan possibly wield it? How could this be? Had Yifan truly awakened? In the haze of his fading consciousness, the young man finally grasped a pivotal realization that he had been outmaneuvered. His strength surpassed that of the bespectacled youth, and he had held the final trump card against Lei Qianjue, while the bespectacled youth had inexplicably perished at the hands of Yuling. However, before his demise, he had crossed paths with Yifan. Now, having fallen himself, he understood that it was due to Yifan's subtle maneuvering when he had placed his hand on his shoulder. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. Even if he unraveled the truth, it could not alter his fate. With a thud, the floral shirt youth collapsed into a pool of blood. The violent sound causing Lei Qianjue, whose eyes had previously closed, to open them again in confusion, glancing down at his chest. No wounds, no injuries. He was alive. What was happening? How had he survived while the assassin who sought to kill him was suddenly slain by his own hidden weapon? What sort of miracle could occur within a mere meter to bring about such an outcome? Lei Qianjue looked around in bewilderment. Beside him, aside from the ordinary bodyguards arranged by Yuling, there was Yifan, 2 meters away, grinning foolishly. See, I told you not to provoke me. And now you've met your comeuppance. But how could Yifan, in such a state, possibly be the one to save him? Were there hidden masters among the bodyguards who had unexpectedly rescued him? Impossible. Lei Qianjue was well aware of the bodyguards' capabilities, but they could not possess such strength. Was it Yifan? He cast a perplexed glance at Yifan. Although he had been a prodigious genius and a master 5 years ago, now he appeared dazed. Moreover, even if Yifan had returned to normal, could he truly save him from such close proximity amidst the onslaught of little darts and escape unscathed? That was beyond the capabilities of a mere master. Unless one possesses strength surpassing that of a martial sovereign, is such a feat even conceivable? Moreover, given how close Yifan is, how could I, as a martial arts expert myself, not perceive even the slightest ripple of energy? Lei Qianjue swiftly excluded Yifan from his considerations. Thus, aside from Yifan, the only one left with any potential was Yuling. However, when Lei Qianjue turned his gaze towards Yuling, he was met with the same look of confusion reflected in her eyes. Yuling was still reeling from the shock of having dispatched the young master with a single technique. How could she possibly find the opportunity to rescue Lei Qianjue? In the blink of an eye, yet another master had met his demise, inexplicably falling prey to the rain of pear blossoms. Strangely, the opponent had activated the technique only to swiftly change direction and propel themselves into the path of the little needles, essentially offering themselves as a target. Was there not a single rational thought in that mind? This was utterly illogical. Yuling was the first to react, rushing to Yifan's side and grasping his arm. Yifan, tell me, have you awakened? Are you deceiving us? If you dare to trick me, I shall see to it that you pay dearly. Initially, Yifan had intended to be forthright with Yuling Long, but a sudden chill caused him to swallow his words. His formidable wife was not to be trifled with. Some matters could wait until later. Awaken. I just woke up this morning, how could I be waking again? Are you here specifically to see me, Yuling Long? Do you wish to share a bed with me? Yifan exclaimed with an innocent expression, drawing closer to her. Though Yuling Long had a prior engagement with the Yi family, she had hardly ever seen the eldest of the Yi clan, let alone engaged in any intimate actions. Thus, when Yifan suddenly embraced her, she felt her body stiffen, discomfort washing over her. Do not speak nonsense. Yuling Long had intended to scold Yifan. But recalling that she had publicly declared her intention to marry him in front of so many sisters, she resigned herself to the situation. After all, he was still a fool at present. Nevertheless, this circumstance seemed to favor Yifan. In such close proximity, Yifan held Yuling Long, savoring the warmth and softness of her form, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Mr. Lei, I implore you. This is my husband, Yifan. Yuling Long bowed respectfully to Lei Chenjue. Lei Chenjue nodded, assuring her, rest assured, I shall exert every effort. Soon after, Wang Fugui and Li Hu, having concluded their battle, arrived with a substantial entourage. Brother, are you unharmed? Wang Fugui, relieved to see Yifan safe, turned to Lei Chenjue, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the saint of medicine. As a renowned healer in the Great Xia, Lei Chenjue was well known. Not only for saving prominent figures but also for providing remedies that benefited the common folk. Saint of medicine, I entrust my brother to your care. If you can heal him, I shall willingly serve you. Wang Fugui spoke earnestly, his sincerity evident in his concern for Yifan's well-being. As Lei Chenjue and Yuling Long gazed upon the throng of people gathering, it became evident that these individuals had come to offer their protection to Lei Chenjue. However, moments prior, when the esteemed medical sage Lei was in peril, who had intervened to rescue the venerable physician. Noticing the perplexity in Yuling Long's eyes, Xia Hao promptly approached with a respectful introduction, I am Xia Hao. 5 years ago, I received a life-saving favor from young Master Yi. And now I serve at his side. Upon hearing that the esteemed Lei was here to treat young Master Yi, I dared to accompany young Master Wang and bring assistance. Upon hearing Xia Hao's report, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yuling Long's gaze. To thwart the efforts of the venerable Lei in treating Yifan, the adversaries had mobilized such a multitude. Having resolved to continue her engagement to Yifan, Yuling Long had made her decision to stand united with the Yi family through thick and thin. Those who sought to impede Lei's efforts were thus opposing Yuling Long herself. The return journey from the airport to Su Ishue's residence proceeded smoothly. Soon, Yifan found himself alone with Lei Chenjue in a room ready to commence the examination. Young Master Yi, may I see your hand? Lei Chenjue spoke gently, extending his hand towards Yifan, indicating for him to allow the pulse check. Please be obedient. And once I have finished examining you, I shall buy you some sweets, all right. Yifan smiled faintly, cutting off Lei Chenjue's words. Actually, I have been awaiting your arrival. Esteemed master. As he spoke, Yifan swiftly grasped Lei Chenjue's wrist and remarked, Master Lei, your internal heat is excessive, your pulse quickened by 3 beats. And your breathing is somewhat irregular. It seems you have not rested well recently. Moreover, last night, during the hour of the rat, you indulged in a couple of ounces of liquor. At your age, drinking is not advisable for your health. Lei Chenjue's pupils dilated in astonishment as he stared at Yifan, momentarily at a loss for words. Was Yifan genuinely foolish, or was there something more? The details he had articulated were astonishingly precise. Such a keen diagnosis made Lei Chenjue suspect that Yifan had been monitoring him. Could it be that Yifan was not as dull-witted as he appeared? Indeed, I have awakened. But I possess a clandestine plan that must remain undisclosed in the presence of outsiders. Once Yifan began to speak, he had no intention of withholding from Lei Chenjue. After all, there were 2 critical matters that required Lei Chenjue's assistance. What? Lei Chenjue was utterly astonished. This Yifan was an exceptional actor, managing to deceive everyone. So, the operation at the airport was orchestrated entirely by you? Initially curious, Lei Chenjue pondered why all the families were distancing themselves from the Yi family, while the Xia family in the provincial capital was relentlessly surrounding Yifan. It made no sense. Moreover, in such a short span, the numerous assassins lurking at the airport had been eradicated. Yifan had coincidentally eliminated those sent to deal with him not once, but twice, revealing that it was no coincidence, but rather the result of Yifan's meticulous planning. Indeed, Yifan nodded, only Xia Hao is aware of my awakening. My plan necessitates his execution. Then, it was you who rescued me from that young man in the floral shirt. Under the relentless assault of the rain of pear blossoms and hidden weapons, did you utilize the exquisite technique of the celestial shift? The astonishment of Lei Chenjue was beyond measure, his beard trembling with disbelief. He understood all too well the implications of this revelation. The celestial shift, a skill coveted by countless individuals. Since Yifan possesses such a technique, it stands to reason that he must also be proficient in many other martial arts. Once Yifan awakens, with his terrifying talent, the Yi family shall not fall. Those who entertain thoughts of confronting the Yi family are bound to face dire consequences. It is I. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, my methods may have been somewhat crude, and I hope Mr. Lei will forgive my shortcomings. Yifan continued to nod. Therefore, you must keep everyone in the dark. Lei Chenjue, being astute, quickly grasped Yifan's intention. It was evident that Yifan would not reveal himself before outsiders and would continue to feign ignorance. Then, young Master Yi, what assistance do you require from me? A grave expression settled upon Lei Chenjue's face. Rest assured, I have been a long-time friend of old Master Yi. I will keep your situation confidential. And I shall not hesitate to offer my assistance. Yifan nodded appreciatively. Mr. Lei, I await your arrival. There are two matters for which I need your help. First, the beauty elixir formula from Ishue Company has been stolen, and with the product launch imminent, I require your assistance in procuring a copy of the formula for her. Lei Chenjue furrowed his brow. But I do not possess any useful formulas for maintaining youth. I do. As Yifan spoke, his gaze swept across the room. And he retrieved a notebook from the table, tearing out a sheet of paper. He swiftly inscribed a formula for a beauty bomb. A long-lost recipe from the Divine Farmer's Classic. Remember, the temperature must be precisely maintained at 323 degrees, and it must be burned for exactly 8 minutes, 1 second off. And the bomb will not be successfully concocted. Receiving the formula, Lei Chenjue examined it closely, and as he scrutinized the combination of ingredients, a grave expression deepened on his face. Although most of the herbs listed were common, the ingenious combination elicited a remarkable reaction, deviating entirely from conventional understanding. Remarkable. Indeed. It is exceptional. How did I not conceive of this? A long-lost formula is simply unparalleled. The more he examined it, the more exhilarated he became. His old face flashed with excitement. Yet, a momentary glimmer of doubt crossed his eyes. Young Master Yi, possessing such an exquisite formula. Why not hand it directly to that girl, Ishue? Lei Chenjue was fully aware of the actions taken by Su Ishue and Yu Linglong. In such dire circumstances, they had exhibited tremendous courage, without hesitation declaring their intent to marry Yifan and remain within the Yi family. Such valor deserved the utmost admiration. Yifan offered a bittersweet smile. Mr. Lei, do you believe that as a fool, if I were to present the formula, anyone would truly believe it? Furthermore, even if someone did believe, how could I continue to maintain my facade? Upon hearing this, Lei Chenjue immediately understood. Yifan sought to leverage his own identity to provide cover for him. Very well. I shall ensure the formula reaches Ishue. This evening, I will return and personally concoct the bomb. Once successful, I will guide Ishue and the others in person. Lei Chenjue gazed at Yifan with profound significance. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for those who had dared to lay hands on the Yi family. They were blissfully unaware of the peril that awaited them. Young Master Yi, what is the other matter you wish to discuss? Yifan, wearing a grave expression, began, Mr. Lei, you are aware of my grandfather's health, are you not? After years of chronic illness, compounded by recent setbacks, he has reached a state of utter exhaustion. Lei Chenjue nodded, saying, indeed, I am well aware of the elder Ye's condition. I have assisted in examining him before, but my medical expertise is limited. And relying solely on medication may not sustain him for much longer. Do you have a solution, young Master Yi? Therefore, the second matter is this, I implore you, Mr. Lei to assist in treating my grandfather to extend his life by at least another 20 years. To facilitate your efforts, I will impart to you a set of acupuncture techniques. As he spoke, Yifan retrieved silver needles from his person. Mr. Lei, please observe closely. The first needle, Avalokiteshvara whips, penetrates the Shonshong point by 3/10, while utilizing my chi to vibrate the needle's tip, I gently rotate it to stimulate the blood vessels. The second needle, Great Compassion Buddha's Sorrow, enters Feng Chi by 4/10, with chi pressure, it locks in vitality. Upon the completion of this acupuncture technique, Lei Qianjue was utterly astounded. Young Master Yi, is this not the legendary 13 needles of Ghost Valley? The unparalleled technique lost to the Shonong's pharmacopoeia. You have mastered such a formidable art capable of snatching life from the jaws of death. Lei Qianjue's astonishment propelled him off the ground. This technique was a celestial marvel. The ultimate aspiration of all practitioners in the field of medicine. While many had only heard of it through ancient texts, none had ever mastered it, let alone learned it. Yet now, Yifan not only possessed this technique but was also imparting it without reservation. Suddenly, a thought struck Lei Qianjue. 5 years prior, a legend had emerged in the southwest, the young medical sage who had rescued countless influential figures, wielding a needle technique that snatched many from the brink of death. At that time, this young sage's reputation had nearly eclipsed that of Lei Qianjue himself. Lei Qianjue had discreetly investigated numerous cases treated by this young sage, noting that his techniques and remedies far surpassed his own, making him more than capable of being his master. However, after Yifan's car accident, the young sage had vanished without a trace. Connecting the dots, Lei Qianjue's pupils dilated in realization. Young Master Yi, could it be that the renowned young medical sage who captivated the entirety of Great Xia 5 years ago is you? Indeed, it is I, Yifan replied calmly. Did you manage to memorize the techniques I demonstrated? If not, I can demonstrate once more. Lei Qianjue hurriedly responded with utmost respect, I have memorized them. In the next moment, without hesitation, Lei Qianjue knelt before Yifan, proclaiming, Disciple Lei Qianjue expresses deep gratitude to Master for bestowing the teachings. This act left Yifan momentarily speechless. Mr. Lei, what are you doing? Please rise. Yifan had merely intended to share the 13 needles of Ghost Valley with Lei Qianjue to seek assistance for his grandfather. As a highly esteemed medical authority in Huaxia whom Yifan greatly respected, he feared that having Lei Qianjue take him as a master would shorten his own life. Yifan wished to reach out and assist Lei Qianjue, however, Lei Qianjue's demeanor was resolute. Master, please do not decline. You are surely aware of the rarity and value of the Ghost Valley 13 needles, a technique capable of defying fate. You have imparted this technique to me. And from this day forth, I shall be known as Yishao's disciple. I have also examined the cases you previously treated, and I must confess, I find myself lacking. I hope you will not hesitate to guide me, Master. Lei Qianjue's actions prompted a wry smile from Yifan. At just over 20 years of age, he had taken on a 70-year-old man as his apprentice. Yet, witnessing Lei Qianjue's steadfastness, he refrained from further protest. Mr. Lei, please rise. It matters not how you address me in private, however, in public, I must be referred to as Yifan to maintain discretion. Understood, Master. Lei Qianjue stood respectfully to the side, resembling an obedient schoolboy. But how should I explain your condition to General Yu and Ishue? Yifan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Revealing his identity was out of the question. Yet stating that he could not be cured would only cause concern among the young women. Tell them my condition is gradually improving, that my head and nerves are unharmed. And that recovery is entirely possible, albeit requiring time for recuperation. A glint of depth crossed Yifan's eyes. Once this information was disseminated, those who sought to undermine the Yi family would surely become anxious. The prospect of the family's full being capable of recovery signified a chance for revival, prompting them to probe and possibly act against him once more. Meanwhile, Yifan would remain in the shadows, tracing the roots of the conspiracy to seek justice for the souls lost by the Yi family. Yes, Master. At Su Ishue's residence, just outside the bedroom door, Yu Linglong and Su Ishue were both present. The two women anxiously gazed at the door, awaiting the outcome of Lei Qianjue's diagnosis. Su Ishue's fingers twisted together in nervousness, recalling Yifan's vigorous display the previous night, leaving her puzzled. The man she had seen last night bore no resemblance to a fool, yet Why had he not awakened until now? What was truly happening? Beside them, Xia Hao sat calmly in a chair. Yi Shao is clearly conscious but chooses to conceal his true self. It is indeed a burden for him. Creak. The door swung open. And Su Yixue and Yuling Long sprang forward. Mr. Lei, how is Yifan's condition? With a smile, Lei Chenjue reassured them, do not worry. Yifan's head and nerves are uninjured, only certain areas have been stimulated and are temporarily stuck. I will assist him in gradually recuperating. And he should return to normal shortly. You need not be overly concerned. With those words, Su Yixue and Yuling Long exchanged relieved glances, finally exhaling in relief. Xiaofan. You will be well soon, do you know? Given her intimate relationship with Yifan, Su Yixue felt compelled to act naturally, stepping forward to take his hand. Her expression affectionate. The thought of sharing a bed with him once he awakened filled her with a mix of shyness and anticipation, causing her cheeks to flush at the images that danced in her mind. Yuling Long fixed her gaze upon Yifan, her mind swirling with confusion as she recalled the fluctuations of martial energy she had sensed previously, along with the events that transpired at the airport that day. Was it her perception that had faltered, or had Yifan truly not awakened? Yet, Mr. Lei would not deceive them. Yifan must still be in a state of stupor. Otherwise, if the awakened Yifan were to discover that he had 7 stunning sisters-in-law, all eager to marry him, he would surely be overwhelmed with joy. With a half, Yuling Long cast a deep glance at Yifan, feeling a pang of unfairness for this fellow. General Yu, Miss Su. It is getting late. I shall visit old Master Yi now and return tomorrow to continue aiding young Master Ye's recovery. Lei Chenjue bid farewell to the others, boarding his vehicle and departing from Su Yixue's residence. In the crowd, the young man discreetly sent a text message upon witnessing Lei Chenjue's departure. Consequently, in a secret location in the northwest, the elder Zhong immediately received the news. Humph. A bunch of incompetent fools. Despite the numerous attempts to intercept Lei Chenjue, he managed to slip through their fingers. Lei Chenjue's diagnosis had yielded results, indicating that Yifan held a complete chance of awakening, and with proper care, he would soon recover. What would happen once Yifan regained consciousness? Elder Zhong, furious, slammed the documents in his hand to the ground, his expression darkening. 5 years ago, everyone was aware of Yifan's extraordinary talent. By the age of 15, he had already reached the master level, a feat unparalleled in the entire Great Xia. In terms of intellect, martial arts, and medicine, he stood at the absolute pinnacle. Yifan was the dragon of the Yi family, as long as he was present. The family would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Elder, what shall we do now? If we know Yifan can awaken, then others will surely discover this too. Those who have already distanced themselves from the Yi family may side with them again upon hearing this news, complicating our plans. The middle-aged man beside the elder wore a grim expression, for all operations in Yun City had been orchestrated by him. Both the suppression of the Su family and the interception of Lei Chenjue had failed, indicating that he must personally visit Yun City. Humph. You are finally grasping the gravity of the situation. What else can we do? If we must act, we shall eradicate any potential threats. A glint of malice flickered in Elder Zhang's eyes. What we are doing must remain concealed. If the Yi family retaliates, everyone will face dire consequences. We must handle this matter with utmost precision. You are to personally arrange the operations in Yun City, selecting only the most skilled individuals for the task. Those beneath our level should not be involved. We are not in haste, but we must be meticulous and prudent. Elder Zhong sighed deeply, murmuring, Yi Changfeng. You have forced my hand, do not blame me. In Yun City, within Lei Chenjue's vehicle, he sped towards Yi Changfeng's residence while incessantly making phone calls. Old Li, are you free tonight? Come to Yun City and join old Master Yi for a drink. Yes, indeed, it's Yi Changfeng. What am I coming to Yun City for? To treat Yifan. Do not ask why, just tell me, will you come or not? Since the esteemed Dr. Lei had made the request, how could he possibly refuse? In a courtyard in the southwest, a spirited old man hung up the phone, a glint of intelligence flashing in his eyes. What could be the reason for Lei Chenjue to host such a high-profile gathering? Could it be that Yifan is showing signs of awakening? If so, the Li family strategy must be reconsidered. Old Zhou, come over for a drink. Old Lu, Lei Qianjue, the quintessential socialite, had called nearly all his old friends, making 2 or 3 dozen calls in just 20 minutes from Su Yishue's residence to the Yi family estate. Yi Chongfeng, who had already settled in for the night, was utterly unprepared for the lively gathering taking place in his home. Friends he hadn't connected with in a while were now converging on his abode. Old Lei. What is going on? Did you summon everyone? Is there a new development regarding Yifan's condition? Yi Chongfeng inquired, seated at the head of the table, directing his question towards Lei Qianjue. The notable figures who had already arrived at the Yi residence packed up their ears, eager to hear what Lei Qianjue had to say. This was the matter that concerned them most. Lei Qianjue's decision to come to Yun City at such a pivotal moment, to assist the Yi family in treating Yifan, was indeed a bold move. Everyone was aware that the Yi family was under scrutiny. Lei Qianjue's choice to align himself with them was rather unwise. Yet, he was no fool, his actions must have been driven by a deeper rationale. Based on my examination, Yi Shao's brain and nerves appear unaffected. There is hope for awakening. I will need to continue monitoring and treating him for a while longer, Lei Qianjue conveyed. His words shrouded in ambiguity, as Yifan's situation could not be too openly discussed at this time. Yifan remained in the shadows, allowing for more strategic movements. Oh. Is that so? Yi Chongfeng replied, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. The sentiment echoed among some of the other prominent figures present. They had harbored hopes that Yifan was on the verge of awakening. With Yifan's extraordinary talent, if he were to awaken, he could effortlessly assume command of the dragon army, propelling the Yi family back to its former glory. However, the prospect of Yifan merely having a glimmer of hope for awakening felt like an interminable wait. Upon realizing the true circumstances, some of the dignitaries feigned phone calls and discreetly slipped away. A declining Yi family was not worth their time, especially one that could potentially implicate them. Yet, a remaining faction of dignitaries pondered more deeply. Lei Qianjue was not a man devoid of intellect. His willingness to come to Yun City and act for Yifan, especially at such an hour, indicated that there was more to his intentions than met the eye. Haha. You truly embody sincerity. The good people will be rewarded. Come. Let us drink. Oldie, surely you have enough wine at home. Tonight we shall not return until we are intoxicated. The social butterfly Lei Qianjue became the life of the gathering, treating the Yi residence as his own, reveling without reservation. In Su Yishue's villa, after Lei Qianjue departed, Xia Hao, Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and others departed discreetly as well. The villa was soon left with only Su Yishue and Yu Linglong. Observing the intimate gestures between Su Yishue and Yifan, Yu Linglong's face flushed with embarrassment. Yishue, did you too? Yishue, though bashful, nodded in affirmation. Indeed. You seem to be quite swift in your actions. Yu Linglong cast a glance at Yifan, feeling that this fellow had truly struck gold. 7 stunning beauties had chosen to marry Yifan simultaneously, without a hint of regret. Yu Linglong found herself pondering her own thoughts at that moment, perhaps deep down. She held no aversion towards Yifan. Dear Linglong, will you join me for the night? It's quite cozy. Yifan approached and, with a bold maneuver, embraced Yu Linglong, his hand daringly caressing her rear. Humph. This Yu Linglong had threatened to chop him up, yet perhaps it was time to collect some interest. After all, in his current foolish state, any actions he took would likely go unnoticed. What are you doing with your hands? Yu Linglong stiffened at Yifan's touch. Go touch Yishue instead, I'm leaving. Overcome with heat, she hurriedly stood up, bidding farewell to Su Yishue and Yifan as she made a swift exit. Yifan, still in a daze, remained restless. If he were to awaken, she would surely be at his mercy. Humph. I shall diligently practice my martial arts, ensuring you can never best me. As Yu Linglong fled in a fluster, a charming smile graced Yifan's lips. To challenge me, you will surely find yourself thoroughly subdued. Once everyone had departed, Su Yishue turned to Yifan, her cheeks tinged with crimson. It's getting late, we should prepare for bed. Although the affairs of the company troubled her greatly, she did not forget her mission to expand the Yi family's legacy. Upon fertile ground, one must plant seeds to flourish. All right. Sleep is my favorite pastime. Yifan swiftly lifted Su Yishue, carrying her towards the bedroom. Oh, Shaofan, be gentle. The room soon filled with sounds inappropriate for children, and after a tempestuous interlude, Com returned nearly 2 hours later. It was now past 11 at night. Yifan was mindful that another significant event awaited him that evening, one that required his attention. There were whispers in Yun City of a plot involving 20 billion to eliminate him and his grandfather. And Yifan had formed a conjecture regarding the identity of the orchestrator. If he was correct in his assumptions, Yifan intended to ensure that this individual would not return. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Su Ishue, Yifan quietly rose, dressed himself, and evaded the bodyguards surrounding the villa, swiftly making his way outside. There, Xia Hao awaited in a car. Young Master Yi. To the Zhong Bridge in Yun City. Tonight's rendezvous at Zhong Bridge involved 2 parties, the mysterious employer seeking to assassinate him for 20 billion, and the Wang family of Yun City. Earlier that day, Yifan had dealt with Wang Chao, and it was certain that Wang Zhong and his associates would be in a frenzy. If they were to discover the whereabouts of their kidnapped son, they would undoubtedly act recklessly. At that moment, let them tear each other apart. Yifan could discreetly eliminate both factions of adversaries, the scenario he was most pleased to witness. As the vehicle approached the Zhong Bridge in Yun City, Yifan had already sensed the surging energy emanating from that direction. Numerous individuals were concealed around the bridge, none other than the assassins orchestrated by Wang Zhong. Master, we've been waiting here since midnight. Are the kidnappers even coming? One of the Wang family's bodyguards complained in frustration beside Wang Zhong. We've been famished for hours and are utterly exhausted. Damn it, are you courting death? How do you think I sustain you lot? Now that I've tasked you with a simple job, you start whining. Wang Zhong, the infuriated, kicked one of his subordinates in anger. Ding dong. Suddenly, Wang Zhong's phone received a message. Dad, I fear I want to make it, they plan to kill me. I placed the phone in the kidnapper's pocket. You must avenge me. Attached was a photo of Wang Chao, battered and bruised. You scoundrel, keep calling. I'll find that bastard and make him pay dearly. This was, of course, orchestrated by Yifan from behind the scenes. After completing this, Yifan powered off Wang Chao's phone again, setting it to automatically turn on after 10 minutes. Just as he finished, he spotted a familiar vehicle approaching. It was the flashy red Ferrari belonging to Su Dong, the son of Su Jian, whom the Yi family had raised. Is it him? A fleeting shadow crossed Yifan's previously grim expression. Although he had his suspicions, the confirmation chilled him. Typically, his grandfather treated Su Jian and Su Dong as if they were his own sons and grandsons. Yet Su Dong was contemplating spending 2 billion to eliminate both him and his grandfather. Then he could seamlessly inherit the Yi group. Humph. If that is the case, then let it not be said that this young master is lacking in courtesy. You wait right here. Yifan instructed Xia Hao and, with a swift movement, dashed out from behind a flower bed, positioning himself in front of Su Dong's vehicle. Damn it. Are you trying to die? Can't you see the road? Su Dong, engrossed in his navigation, was startled to see a figure blocking his path and shouted angrily out the window. However, upon recognizing that it was Yifan standing in his way, he was momentarily dazed. Yifan? You foolish idiot. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Su Dong halted the car, looking at Yifan with curiosity. After yesterday's events, didn't Su Ishue take Yifan home? Damn it. Yifan, that fool, is truly fortunate. Despite being so foolish, he has 7 sisters-in-law who all wish to marry him. Such good fortune, why does it not come to me? Am I not also a member of the Yi family? It is the middle of the night, and instead of being at Su Ishue's home, Yifan is here wandering about aimlessly. Brother Dong. How wonderful to see you. I can't find my way home, and I'm starving. Please take me home. Yifan approached, grasping Su Dong's arm and shaking it, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Su Dong looked at Yifan with a hint of skepticism. So, that was the case. Lost? For an ordinary person, it would indeed be inconsequential. But for Yifan, who possessed the intellect of a mere child, being lost was quite a plausible scenario. Get lost. I'm busy and have no time for you. Su Dong pushed Yifan away with a tinge of disdain. With the clock nearing midnight, He had made arrangements to meet that enigmatic expert at the bridge in Yun City. Sudong, consumed with thoughts of eliminating Yifan, recognized that this desolate place was an opportune moment to act. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that other bodyguards might be lurking nearby, watching Yifan. "Brother Dong, I beg you. Please take me home, or will you? Or at least call my grandfather to come pick me up." Yifan gazed intently at Sudong, hoping to solicit his assistance, a chance for himself and a chance for Sudong. If Sudong still harbored a shred of benevolence, a simple call to his grandfather or a ride home would grant Yifan the opportunity to spare his life. Unfortunately, Sudong had long desired to rid himself of Yifan, with Yifan present, and the imminent meeting with the mysterious expert. It would be exceedingly convenient to take action. Heh. "Sure, you foolish idiot, just wait here obediently, I'll find someone to take you home shortly," Sudong sneered. Envisioning the moment when both Yifan and Yi Changfeng would be dead, leaving the vast Yi family estate entirely under his control, a life of comfort and grandeur awaited him. Once he wielded power, he intended to take all 7 of Yifan's sisters-in-law for his own amusement. With that, Sudong pressed the accelerator, flinging Yifan's arm away as the vehicle sped off toward the Yun City bridge, muttering under his breath, "You just wait there to die. Once I meet that mysterious assassin, I'll send you off to the afterlife to reunite with your brothers." Though Sudong's words were faint, they were crystal clear to Yifan, whose expression grew increasingly somber. "This is your doing, so don't blame me." Yifan had stealthily placed Wang Chao's phone into Sudong's pocket while he was distracted. When the Wang family discovers the phone on Sudong, no amount of excuses would save him. "Let us go. We are off to witness the spectacle." Yifan got into Xiaohao's car, signaling him to drive to a prime observation spot, where they concealed themselves behind the foliage, quietly waiting. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, Sudong arrived at the designated location, stepping out of the car and scanning the surroundings with confusion, still calling out, "Boss, you summoned me, and here I am." "Where are you?" At that moment, Wang Zhong and his subordinates, hidden nearby, exchanged puzzled glances at the sudden appearance of Sudong. "I sent that Sudong, the adopted grandson of the Yi family. What brings him here at this hour?" Wang Zhong queried, perplexed. "Unclear. But it seems he is here to meet some big shot. Perhaps to fulfill a task assigned by them." One of Wang Zhong's subordinates successfully steered his thoughts towards the notion of harming Sudong. "Why are you all just standing there? Don't stop. Xiao Chao mentioned that the kidnapper will definitely arrive at Yun City Zhongqiao by midnight. The phone is with the kidnapper, and we will surely find him." "Yes, master." Behind Wang Zhong, a group of subordinates continued to dial Wang Chao's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off." After several attempts, Wang Chao's phone consistently showed that it was powered down. When another subordinate dialed for the 5th time, the call suddenly connected. Beep. The subordinate jumped up immediately. "Master, the call has connected." The young master's phone is no longer off. Under the moonlight, they gaze upward. Meanwhile, in the open space of Yun City Zhongqiao, Sudong's body suddenly resonated with the ringing of a phone. "Huh? What is this? How did I suddenly acquire another phone?" Curiously, Sudong retrieved the phone, saw the incoming call, and answered, "Hello, who the hell is this? Damn it, it's that scoundrel Sudong. This bastard actually kidnapped Xiao Chao and killed everyone. Get him." Wang Zhong, hidden in the shadows, observed Sudong's every action and heard his every word. The phone was with Sudong, and Wang Chao's last message clearly stated that before he was killed, he placed the phone on the kidnapper. This proved that Sudong was indeed the kidnapper, the very one who murdered his son, Wang Chao. A grandson adopted by the Yi family had the audacity to harm someone from the Wang family. Humph. As the call remained connected, Sudong noticed numerous bodyguards wielding machetes emerging from the surrounding woods and bushes, causing him to tremble in fear and attempt to flee. However, at that moment, Wang Zhong had already surrounded the area completely, leaving Sudong with no escape route. "Mr. Wang? It's you. Why the commotion? What has happened?" Upon seeing Wang Zhong, Sudong instinctively sighed with relief. In the course of business dealings, Sudong had encountered Wang Zhong several times. While they were not particularly close, They at least recognized one another, and the latter would grant him some courtesy due to his connection with the Yi family. Don't give me that nonsense. Beat him to a pulp. Wang Zhong shouted, striking Su Dong on the head with a club, causing blood to gush forth. Who do you think you are? Daring to kidnap my son? And then kill him? Bang. 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 All the bodyguards surged forward, raining down blows, and Su Dong was soon left battered and bruised, with broken ribs and arms. Listening to Wang Zhong's furious tirade, Su Dong finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Chao, was dead, and he had been kidnapped and subsequently murdered. But he had spent the afternoon at home, surrounded by beautiful women, and came here only to meet the assassin leader. When had he ever attempted to kidnap Wang Chao? Furthermore, he had no grievances with Wang Chao. So why would he want to kidnap and kill him? Additionally, according to Su Dong's information, Wang Chao had sent someone to deal with Su Ishue earlier that afternoon. It should be considered a matter of allegiance. Stop. Wait a moment, is there a misunderstanding, Mr. Wang? I have never even laid eyes on Wang Chao. How could I possibly have kidnapped him? Su Dong, enduring excruciating pain, crawled out from the crowd, wailing to Wang Zhong, Mr. Wang, please do not wrongfully accuse an innocent person. Observing Su Dong, who was in a state of disarray from the beating, Wang Zhong scoffed, snatching Wang Chao's phone from Su Dong's grasp. Wrong you. Humph. What then is this? This is Wang Chao's phone. The last message informs me that the kidnappers intend to kill him, and he has placed the phone on one of the abductors. With that, Wang Zhong's words left Su Dong utterly bewildered. Indeed, where was the phone in his possession? Damn it. Su Dong felt as though he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not cleanse himself of this predicament. He had clearly been at home all afternoon. Never stepping out, how could a phone suddenly appear on him? He had just changed his clothes, freshly washed, with no other belongings. On his way here, he had not stopped the car, and the only person he had encountered was the fool Yifan. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Su Dong's mind. Recalling how Yifan had embraced him earlier, he immediately realized. It must be Yifan's doing. Mr. Wang, it was Yifan. He must have killed Wang Chao and framed me. I encountered only Yifan on my way here. Su Dong hastily explained. His thoughts raced back to the sudden destruction of the Zhao family and the rescue of Su Ishue. Everything seemed so suspicious. Previously, Su Dong had been perplexed by the unfolding events, noting how families opposing the Yi clan did not seem to fare well. But in that moment, it dawned on him Yifan might have awakened. This entire situation was a covert act of vengeance orchestrated by Yifan. That fool Yifan framed you. Humph. Su Dong. Have you no shame? If you wish to find a scapegoat, at least choose someone credible. Yifan, that fool, can barely manage his own life, let alone commit murder. Wang Zhong stepped forward, gripping Su Dong's neck tightly, teeth clenched, demanding, where have you hidden my son's body? Why did you kill him? Su Dong struggled to breathe, gasping. Mr. Wang, I truly did not commit murder. It was not me. Still attempting to feign innocence? Do you believe I want to strangle you right here? Wang Zhong, filled with fury, tightened his grip further, causing Su Dong's face to turn crimson, his eyes bulging. Instinctively, Su Dong drew a dagger from his person and slashed at Wang Zhong's arm. The blade cut through, blood immediately gushing forth. You little beast. Not only did you kill Wang Chao, but now you dare attempt to kill me. You seek death. Wang Zhong, now completely unhinged, hurled Su Dong to the ground. Seizing a combat knife from a nearby subordinate, roaring, for harming my son, for killing my child. With a single slash, followed by another, Wang Zhong, please, cease your assault. It is truly not my doing. Indeed, it is not I, you have all been deceived by Yifan. In the beginning, Su Dong still had the strength to cry out, yet as Wang Zhong relentlessly swung his battle blade. It was but a brief moment before Su Dong was left covered in lacerations, blood pooling around him. Su Dong's breaths grew shallow, his body convulsing momentarily before succumbing to silence. Exhausted from his onslaught, Wang Zhong finally halted his actions, collapsing onto the ground in tears. My son, I am powerless. I have yet to uncover where your body lies hidden. But rest assured, if Su Dong dared to kill you, he must have accomplices. That scoundrel Su Jian shall not escape my wrath. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Zhong's eyes. Find out Su Jian's whereabouts at once. I shall have him torn to pieces. Yes. Wang Zhong's subordinates exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly cleaning up the scene. As Wang Zhong prepared to depart with his men, Xia Hao, concealed in the shadows, followed Yifan, observing the unfolding events. He comprehended Yifan's earlier actions. It was a masterstroke of utilizing another's hand to achieve one's ends. Yifan had certainly placed his phone on Su Dong during their encounter, employing Wang's means to deal with the Su father and son, thus eliminating the internal threat to the Yi family without having to lift a finger. Upon discovering that Su Jian and his son were covertly plotting to seize control of the Yi group, Xia Hao hesitated to inform Yifan. However, witnessing Yifan's actions now made it abundantly clear that he was already aware of the situation. Have you captured everything clearly? Yifan inquired, turning his gaze back to Xia Hao. Xia Hao stowed his phone, nodding affirmatively. Everything is captured with utmost clarity. Unnecessary scenes have been effortlessly trimmed. Yifan's lips curled slightly. Find a stranger and send this video to Su Jian. Let them continue their dog-eat-dog conflict. If Su Jian is not forewarned and Wang Zhong charges in, he could easily dispatch Su Jian in an instant, rendering it meaningless. At the very least, let Su Jian struggle, allowing his core forces to be exposed before his demise. This would significantly alleviate future troubles within the Yi group. Understood, Xia Hao replied, turning to drive Yifan home. For the time being, Yifan still maintained an act of foolishness. Before dawn, he needed to return to Su Xue's residence. In the car, Yifan retrieved a porcelain vial from his person, handing it to Xia Hao. This contains some elixirs I previously concocted. They will assist you in enhancing your strength and breaking through to the realm of martial mastery. Ah. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. Xia Hao, already in his 50s or 60s, had barely crossed into the realm of martial transformation, a feat that was already quite challenging. Without any other fortuitous opportunities, further advancement seemed nearly impossible. Xia Hao understood that the elixirs could indeed improve his chances of breaking through. However, the issue remained that alchemists were an exceedingly rare resource in the Daxia. Throughout the entirety of Daxia, fewer than 10 masters could independently concoct second-tier elixirs. For the average person, no amount of wealth could procure such elixirs. Inside were 5 elixirs. Distribute one to Master Hu, and for the rest, you may allocate as you see fit, but do not reveal my identity. Following my instructions is imperative. Being too weak is not an option. Yifan succinctly instructed. Xia Hao promptly nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, understood. Regarding Wang Shao, Xia Hao had initially intended to inquire about Wang Fugue, but considering Wang Fugue's close bond with Yifan, he assumed that Yifan had already contemplated the matter. Old Wang? At the mention of Wang Fugue, a flicker of profundity crossed Yifan's gaze. If all goes as anticipated, tomorrow Yun City shall witness the emergence of yet another master-level expert. A faint smile graced Yifan's lips, as he mused that the vitality elixir procured from the black market should indeed prove effective. Meanwhile, that the Wang family estate, having returned home, Wang Fugue had already set his plans into motion. Today, he had arranged for triple the number of bodyguards outside the Wang family compound. With his grandfather away at Old Yi's residence for drinks, no one was overseeing Wang Fugue. Upon entering the family's secret chamber, Wang Fugue meticulously ensured that all doors and windows were secured before retrieving the vitality elixir from his possession. He placed it on the table before him, scrutinizing it closely, feeling the turbulent energy and potent medicinal force it contained. Brother, was it merely luck that led you to this? You found a vitality elixir hidden within a stone purchased for 50,000 at the black market. Wang Fugue murmured to himself. Or perhaps you wish for me to enhance my strength to better safeguard you. Confronted with the elixir, Wang Fugue pondered deeply. Regardless, with this vitality elixir in hand, I am certain that I can break through to the master realm. At just over 20 years of age, a young master such as myself is a rarity in the entirety of Great Xia, aside from Yifan. The future is boundless. And the potential to ascend to the martial sovereign realm, or even the martial emperor realm, is indeed within reach. With such a foundation, even if the Yi family were to be utterly dismantled, the strength of the Wang family, along with the remnants of the Yi family, will ensure the safety of my brother and his wife. Once a brother, always a brother. In Wang Fugui's eyes, regardless of Yifan's transformation, he would eternally remain his esteemed elder brother. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Fugui reached for the vitality elixir and swallowed it whole. This elixir is far too conspicuous. Should word get out, countless individuals would come seeking to seize it by any means necessary. The Wang family's current strength could not possibly safeguard it. Better to keep it within myself, aiding my breakthrough, thus that is the wisest course of action. Moreover, witnessing the Yi family's current plight, Wang Fugui yearned to contribute something for his brother. As a master, facing true experts would at least grant him the capacity to contend. The elixir dissolved upon entry, transforming into a warm current that surged through his throat and coursed through Wang Fugui's limbs. The overwhelming energy and force instantaneously compelled him to unleash a primal roar. Enduring the excruciating pain, Wang Fugui began to force himself to calm down, absorbing the formidable energy contained within the elixir as it surged through his meridians, rapidly enhancing his martial prowess. The martial aura emanating from Wang Fugui was rising at a visibly remarkable pace, and his entire demeanor was undergoing a transformation. His skin grew more resilient, and his physique became increasingly robust. In an instant, the atmospheric currents within Yun City began to stir. Back at home, Yifan lay beside Su Yixue, attuned to the fluctuations in the city's energies. A faint smile graced his lips, as he surmised that old Wang was on the verge of a successful breakthrough, thus adding another formidable ally to his repertoire. Soon, Yifan drifted into slumber. However, in a hotel within Yun City, Yulinglong found herself unable to sleep. She had discovered an unexpected warmth coursing through her body, nurturing her meridians and quietly enhancing her foundation and martial prowess. It was utterly extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Yulinglong recalled that this warmth had manifested immediately after Yifan had made a rather intimate gesture. She was baffled. How could such a brief encounter result in this newfound energy? What mechanism allowed this warmth to enter her being? If she could elevate her martial vigor in such a manner, what could be said of Yifan himself? Reflecting on Yifan's prodigious talent, the realization struck her. Yifan had achieved the realm of martial master by the age of 15, the feat inconceivable by ordinary standards. Had she stumbled upon Yifan's greatest secret? If she could discern this, might Su Yixue also be privy to it? She resolved to inquire about it the following day. Yet, another pressing question lingered: did Shen Yufei remain oblivious to Yifan's secret? If not, she would surely not have been so foolish as to break off their engagement. As the youngest female martial deity of the Great Xiao, Yulinglong had also ascended to the rank of martial master. However, due to issues surrounding her foundation and innate talent, she had stagnated at this level for an extended period, showing no signs of advancement. It seemed as though her path of cultivation had reached an impasse. Yet now, with this intimate connection to Yifan, her strength and foundation could potentially be enhanced. If she were to foster such interactions frequently, could she not aspire toward the realms of martial sovereign or even martial emperor? Contemplating the future that lay ahead upon reaching such heights, she envisioned a trajectory that would transcend her current limitations. Moreover, once she attained that level of prowess, certain individuals might cease to speak ill of her. Having resolved these thoughts, Yulinglong made a decision: henceforth she would seek to engage more closely with Yifan. That incorrigible rogue could take advantage of her; after all, he would inevitably become hers in due time. The night passed in silence. The following day, as Yifan awakened, he found Su Yixue still nestled in his embrace, peacefully asleep. Despite the intimate exchanges, which indeed provided a warm reciprocation beneficial for her physical nurturing and enhancement, Su Yixue's martial energy had already surpassed the stage of transformation and was now advancing toward the realm of mastery within a mere 2 days of their companionship. Regrettably, Yifan's combat prowess was exceedingly formidable, rendering Su Yixue, an ordinary person, unable to withstand his might. Consequently, each encounter left Su Yixue in a state of deep slumber for an entire night. Yifan, feeling a twinge of concern, placed his palm gently on Su Yixue's waist, discreetly channeling his martial energy to infuse her with vitality and nurturing her body. It was only when Su Yixue's eyelashes fluttered, signaling her impending awakening, that Yifan withdrew his hand. You are already awake?" Su Yixue exclaimed, her gaze meeting Yifan's intense stare. The blanket slipped from her shoulders, revealing a glimpse of her fair complexion. Despite their previous intimacy, Su Ishue felt a rush of embarrassment under Yifan's unwavering gaze. "Don't look," she protested, reaching out to cover his eyes. However, her movement inadvertently caused the blanket to slip further, exposing more of herself, prompting another startled gasp from her. Even Yifan, with his remarkable composure, found it difficult to endure such stimulating sights. He promptly tackled Su Ishue, revisiting their earlier exercises before allowing her to rise. With a rosy hue adorning her cheeks, Su Ishue glanced at her phone and suddenly became anxious as she hastily searched for her clothes. "Oh no. I'm running out of time. The Su Corporation is holding a press conference today, I must hurry to the office," she exclaimed, playfully chiding Yifan. Reflecting on his recent behavior, Su Ishue felt a sense of satisfaction. Although Yifan appeared rather naive, he exhibited remarkable skill in their intimate moments, adeptly gauging pace and pressure. Could it be that Yifan was truly a fool? Such matters were never taught to him. How did he become so proficient? Before Yifan could respond, a voice called from outside Su Ishue's residence. "Brother, are you awake? Sister-in-law, quickly get dressed. I have something important to report to my brother." Wang Fugue's words caused Su Ishue's cheeks to flush once more. How embarrassing, she thought, feeling flustered by Wang Fugue's lack of discretion. After hastily preparing, Yifan and Su Ishue descended to the lobby, where Wang Fugue was already pacing excitedly. Upon spotting Yifan, he rushed over, seizing his hand. "Brother, I've made a breakthrough. I have ascended to the Master Realm, haha. Thanks to the Spirit Stone you bought yesterday. The Vitality Elixir within helped me finally reach the Master Realm. Now, I possess sufficient strength to protect you." Wang Fugue's face radiated excitement. While Yifan had sensed this development the previous night, given Yifan's current persona as a simpleton, he did not display much enthusiasm. "Master, what is that? Can it be eaten?" he inquired innocently, leaving Su Ishue and Wang Fugue momentarily speechless. "No. Brother, the Master Realm signifies exceptional combat prowess. 5 years ago, at your peak, you were also at the Master Realm. Now, my strength can finally rival yours from 5 years ago." Wang Fugue exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. Due to the constant companionship with Yifan, Wang Fugue found himself overshadowed by Yifan's extraordinary talent, which was not merely a head above, but several levels beyond his own. In Wang Fugue's heart, surpassing Yifan remained his ultimate aspiration. Observing Wang Fugue's excitement, Yifan could not help but smile softly to himself. Now you wish to compete with me? I could easily defeat you with one hand tied behind my back. While you are progressing, I am advancing as well, mind you." As they conversed, Liu Linglong arrived. Upon entering, she immediately sensed a change in Wang Fugue's aura. "Young Master Wang, did you break through last night?" Yu Linglong gazed at Wang Fugue, her expression one of astonishment. Just yesterday at the airport, she had sensed that Wang Fugue was merely at the mastery level with no signs of any breakthrough. Yet, in the span of a single night, he had astonishingly ascended to the Master Realm. When did the Master Realm become so commonplace, so easily attainable? Indeed, I have broken through, thanks to the stone my brother purchased yesterday. Wang Fugue was acutely aware that his advancement was entirely due to that vital essence spilled, otherwise, with his innate talent, he would not have achieved such a feat until the age of 60. What stone? What exactly is going on? Yu Linglong furrowed her brow. Since the annihilation of the Yi family, an overwhelming series of events had unfolded in Yun City within just a few days. The Zhao family was exterminated. The heir of the Wang family was murdered, Su Ishue was attacked, and Xia Hao and Li Hu were inextricably bound to Li Yunyong, who had suddenly perished. Now, with Wang Fugue acquiring that stone, he unexpectedly became a master. Yu Linglong couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It seemed as though an invisible hand was orchestrating these events. All who opposed the Yi family met with dire consequences, while those who allied with them reaped immense rewards. Yu Linglong had long suspected that Yifan had awakened, yet lacked concrete evidence. The stone, which her brother had insisted on purchasing for 50,000 after examining numerous items, was ultimately acquired at his insistence. Moreover, her brother had even intended to consume the stone rope which led to its falling to the ground, revealing the pill within. Listening to Wang Fugui's detailed account, emphasizing every point, Yifan couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. This fool. As if he is afraid others won't know. Describing it so thoroughly. Yulinglong's astute mind will undoubtedly raise suspicions. Such trivial details might easily deceive Su Yixue. But it will not be so simple to fool Yulinglong, the youngest Valkyrie of the Great Xia. Did you really let him eat that stone? Yulinglong's brow knitted tightly, her breath quickening. Was it truly a coincidence? The stone Yifan insisted on buying contained a pill. And he even urged Wang Fugui to consume it. Only someone as naive as Wang Fugui would not think twice. According to Yulinglong's speculation, Yifan was deliberately feigning ignorance, attempting to assist his brother in enhancing his strength. Yifan, tell me the truth. Have you truly awakened? Was the extermination of the Zhao family your scheme? The demise of Li Yunyong, was it orchestrated by you? Furthermore, yesterday, when Mr. Lei was saved, Yulinglong exuded an overwhelming presence, taking a couple of steps forward, causing the entire atmosphere of the room to become somewhat oppressive. Yifan gazed at his future wife. A sense of bitterness welling up within him. Sometimes, a woman's intelligence can indeed be a double-edged sword. Who fears murder? If I were to commit such an act, I would feign vulnerability. Yifan pretended to be fragile, retreating behind Su Yixue. Observing Yifan's demeanor, Su Yixue, feeling a pang of compassion, interrupted Yulinglong, saying, Elder sister, please do not be too harsh on Shaofan. On the night the Zhao family was annihilated, Yifan was with me, leaving him no opportunity to act. Moreover, when Yifan was at home, there were bodyguards arranged by the Yi family, as well as those I had arranged myself. All of whom were protecting him around the clock. He was never seen leaving the house. How could he have committed the act? Indeed. Elder sister, I too have harbored doubts about whether elder brother has awakened. Yet, he has always been by my side, and he truly had no chance to do anything. Wang Fugui chimed in, supporting her words. Is that so? Yulinglong pondered their words, her heart growing more perplexed. If Yifan had no opportunity to act, then who was the formidable figure that appeared in Yun City? Was it merely a coincidence? However, Yulinglong soon reached a realization, regardless of whether Yifan was truly awakened or merely feigning ignorance, it was not a disadvantage for the Yi family or the others. Yulinglong cast a deep glance at Yifan and continued, Yifan, no matter your current state, do not forget, we are all your wives. Should you treat us poorly, I shall not let you off easily. Though her words were scolding, they took on a hint of playful reproach by the end. Recalling the tragic fate of the Yi family, Yulinglong felt a surge of sympathy. Poor Yifan, for the sake of the entire Yi family, had clearly awakened yet still had to maintain the facade of ignorance. How pitiful. Contemplating this, Yulinglong stepped forward and embraced Yifan. In that fleeting moment of skin contact, a wave of warmth surged into Yulinglong's body, nourishing her while swiftly enhancing her martial prowess. Indeed, Yifan's body was the most extraordinary of cauldrons. As long as there was intimate contact with Yifan, one could obtain that miraculous flow of warmth. Yulinglong was nearly certain that while she benefited, Yifan would equally gain from this exchange. Otherwise, his rapid advancement in strength would be inexplicable. Sister Yixue, I have a secret question to ask you, Yulinglong said. Excitement glimmering in her eyes as she pulled Su Yixue aside. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she hesitated for quite some time, pondering how to broach such a topic. What is the proper way to inquire about such matters for an innocent maiden? Should she ask, what was it like last night when you were in those positions while sleeping? However, considering the peculiar nature of Yifan's body and its implications for her own martial journey, Yulinglong stilled herself and asked, Sister Yixue, when you were close to Yifan last night, did you feel anything extraordinary? Did you experience that warm flow after Yifan's intimate contact? As soon as Yulinglong's voice fell, Su Yixue looked at her in astonishment and exclaimed, Sister Linglong, you felt it too? This is simply astonishing. Look at me. I barely had any foundation in martial arts, yet I have already entered the stage of martial transformation. While speaking, Su Yixue reached for a steel cup on the table. And with a gentle squeeze, it instantly crumpled into a mass of scrap metal. Then, channeling her energy, the cup returned to its original form. Yuling Long gazed at Su Yixue in sheer amazement. Naturally, she was aware of Su Yixue's background, as this girl had previously been an ordinary young lady. How could she have become so formidable after just a few days with Yifan? It seemed her intuition had been correct. Yifan was indeed extraordinary. Initially, she and the other 6 had thought that marrying Yifan was a sacrifice, but now it appeared that her sisters had stumbled upon a treasure. Given this rate of improvement, their strength would soon soar. Even if Yifan remained in his current state, with such beautiful wives to protect him, the Yi family would undoubtedly thrive. Furthermore, Yifan might not necessarily remain in that state. Hadn't the Thunder Doctor mentioned that Yifan had a promising chance of awakening? Sister Yixue, I still harbor some doubts. Do you truly believe Yifan has awakened? Something feels off, Yuling Long admitted, still somewhat skeptical. Hearing this, Su Yixue's face flushed with embarrassment. Sister Ling Long, I have similar thoughts. On 2 occasions, when Yifan was in bed, he did not seem at all like someone who was foolish. As she spoke, Su Yixue became increasingly embarrassed and quickly sought an excuse to leave. Sister Ling Long, you all stay with Yifan, I have important matters to attend to at my company. Let us have dinner together this afternoon. Today was originally the day of the Su Group's new drug launch. But Li Yunyong had deliberately scheduled the conference a day early and even leaked the core formula of the Su Group. This was a calculated attempt to humiliate the Su Group. However, after the Li family's conference yesterday, a significant upheaval occurred during the engagement banquet that evening. To everyone's shock, Shen Yufei appeared with Yifan, and the godfather of Yuncheng, Li Hu, brought a Gatling gun, intimidating the entire gathering. The critical moment came when Li Yunyong suddenly died on the spot. This could be seen as retribution for the Li family. After Su Yixue departed, Xia Hao and Lei Chenjue soon arrived. Yifan and Lei Chenjue continued their treatment in the room. Master, last night, after gathering the herbs, I followed your instructions to concoct 3 batches, and I finally succeeded. Look. As Lei Chenjue spoke, he pulled out a vial containing a vibrant green ointment. Upon opening the cap, a strong fragrance wafted through the air. Lei Chenjue, filled with excitement, took a knife and made a small cut on his arm, causing blood to flow immediately. He wiped the blood with a tissue and quickly applied some of the ointment to the wound. In the next moment, the injury on Lei Chenjue's arm astonishingly vanished at a visible pace. After the ointment was thoroughly applied, not a trace remained on the wound, and it appeared even more luminous than before. Despite indulging in copious amounts of alcohol with Yi Changfeng and his companions the previous night, Lei Chenjue did not forget the task entrusted to him by Yifan. He conducted an experiment throughout the night. After preparing the ointment, Lei Chenjue had tested it on his own arm several times, inflicting multiple scars upon himself. Yifan picked up the bottle and inhaled. Indeed, it had achieved an impressive level of efficacy, sufficient for market promotion. Yixue's press conference was imminent, then he urged, "You must take me with you in your name to witness it." A profound glimmer flickered in Yifan's gaze. He had nearly dealt with the Xiao and Wang families of Yun City. The only remaining challenge was the Li family, who would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely during the Su family's press conference today. Indeed, though Lei Chenjue was a titan in the medical field, he dared not exhibit any insolence before Yifan. The Zhao family, a colossal clan, had been eradicated with alarming swiftness. Yifan, in a trance-like state, had quietly dismantled the Xiao family, with young Master Wang missing and Li Yunyong perishing on the spot. Yifan's methods were undeniably fearsome. Those who opposed the Yi family would surely meet a grim fate. As the Su group prepared for the press conference, Su Yixue, Su Honghai, their uncle Su Mingho, and numerous co-members of the Su family, along with shareholders, gathered. "Brother, the press conference is about to commence, but our formula has been stolen. And the Li family has already released theirs. What should we do?" "Indeed, the old chairman, we have uncovered the truth. The one behind the theft has the Lu family backing them in the provincial city, and we cannot contend with them." Alas, this was the retaliation from those who sought to undermine the Yi family, targeting the Su family in response to President Su's announcement of her engagement to Yifan. They would stop at nothing to suppress the Su group. Although a significant collaboration had been established with the Xia family due to Yifan's influence at the banquet yesterday, providing a robust channel for Su Pharmaceutical, the crux of the matter remained. With the leakage of their long-developed formula, even ample channels would be futile without a superior product. There was a palpable sense of discontent among the attendees. Su Honghai, aware of the circumstances, chose his words carefully. Everyone. Our discussion should not center on why our adversaries are targeting us, but rather on how we can resolve this issue. We deliberated for an entire afternoon yesterday without arriving at any viable solutions. Does anyone possess new ideas? As Su Ishue and Su Honghai surveyed the assembly. Heads bowed in silence, no one dared to voice an opinion. The Su group's research capabilities were already limited, the successful development of the beauty-enhancing pill was commendable enough. Now that their formula had been compromised, what recourse remained? Unless they could devise a formula even more exquisite and effective, capable of eclipsing the Li family's momentum and reclaiming their advantage. But how could that even be possible? The Su family group finds itself unable to develop the necessary innovations. While if other companies were capable of such advancements, they would undoubtedly have introduced them to the market long before now. As Su Ishue listened to the discussions around her, she let out a resigned sigh, accepting the situation. So be it. Even though our formula has been stolen, if we release a new one, we will still capture a portion of the market. We must first navigate through this immediate crisis. Despite her outward calm, Su Ishue was deeply troubled internally. While the Su family group had indeed developed a new formula, the necessary patent procedures had yet to be fully completed. The Li family had seized their formula. Should they file for a patent ahead of time, the Su family would be forced to seek authorization from them to use the formula. Otherwise, the Li family would sue for infringement, a scenario that weighed heavily on Su Ishue's mind. She kept her thoughts to herself, as the ordinary shareholders and management did not grasp the gravity of the situation. However, Su Honghai and his uncle Su Mingho certainly understood the implications. Yet, what recourse did they have at this moment? The invitations for the press conference had been sent, and the journalists had already arrived at the venue. Regardless of the quality of their offering, something must be presented today. Let us disperse, Su Ishue said, rubbing her temples in exhaustion. Her choice to align with Yifan was of little concern to her own reputation. But the thought of dragging the Su family group into turmoil weighed heavily on her conscience. President Su, General Xia has arrived, along with young Master Yi and Mr. Lei. As Su Ishue was making the final preparations in her office, she was alerted by her secretary. Mr. Lei has good news to share with you. Su Ishue was taken aback. Lei Qianjue, the renowned physician of the Great Xia, had previously contributed numerous high-quality, affordable remedies to the public. Could it be that the medical sage had additional formulas to assist her? Yet, why would such a prominent figure extend his aid to her? Was it due to Sister Yu Linglong or perhaps Yifan? After all, Xia Hao had come to her aid unconditionally because of Yifan. Su Ishue recalled Yu Linglong's words, pondering whether Yifan had indeed awakened, merely feigning ignorance before everyone else. If that were the case, it would be profoundly embarrassing. Just the other night, she had guided Yifan, forgetting that she had once been his sister-in-law. Please, let them in. Half an hour later, the press conference for the Su family group commenced officially. The event took place in the largest multimedia hall on the first floor of the Su family building, which could accommodate thousands, and astonishingly, every seat was filled. There were medical representatives, channel suppliers, industry peers, and various collaborators. Additionally, numerous family representatives and spies had come to observe the unfolding events. Everyone was aware that after the incident with the Yi family, Su Ishue was among the 7 girls who had publicly announced their intent to marry into the Yi family. It was common knowledge that those who opposed the Yi family would not simply relent. The Su family's decision to associate with the Yi family would surely provoke a response leading to potential actions against the Su family group. The assassination of Su Ishue and the theft of the core pharmaceutical formula developed by the Su group represent but one of the methods employed. Although the news has been suppressed, for those elite families, uncovering such information is hardly a challenge. Just yesterday, Su Ishue narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, thus, today, the core formula of the Su group has been compromised and prematurely disclosed. What course of action shall the Su group undertake? Will their press conference proceed smoothly? Might the Li family cause trouble on site? All eyes inevitably gravitate towards a particular section in the front, where a designated area is occupied by the head of the Li family, Li Zhong, seated seriously with a group of individuals, laptops in hand. A trace of disdain lingers on his face, as though victory is already assured. In addition to the Li family, representatives from the Lu family of the provincial capital have also arrived, occasionally engaging in conversation with Li Xiong, seemingly in discussion over some matters with an air of satisfaction. Many others present are merely spectators, eager to observe the Su group's response strategy and the Yi family's support for the Su group. For all appearances, it is a press conference of the Su group, a confrontation between the Li and Su families, yet, in reality, it is a clash between the Yi family and its adversaries lurking in the shadows. Welcome, everyone, to the Su group's new drug launch event. Please, everyone, quiet down as we are about to commence. The host greeted the assembly and welcomed all the representatives present. To the astonishment of all, not only has Xia Hao graced the occasion, but also the governor of Yuncheng, San Qian, along with the esteemed Wang elder, who has ties with the Yi family, and numerous other prominent figures who have long since retired, all of whom have unexpectedly gathered. These illustrious individuals hold significant renown and status throughout Tianan province and the southwest region. They have never participated in commercial endeavors. Yet their presence at the Su group's conference clearly signifies support for the Su group and, by extension, the Yi family. Indeed, many of these dignitaries were summoned for drinks by Lei Qianjue the previous night. The sudden influx of such influential figures has rendered the atmosphere rather peculiar. What initially seemed to be a modest press conference has transformed into a pivotal showdown. Unbeknownst to the attendees, in a corner of the back row, the venerable Yi elder, Yi Chongfeng, accompanied by his guards and donning a hat, sits quietly. At such a crucial moment, Su Yixue has unhesitatingly stepped forward to restore the Yi family's honor. Therefore, for the daughter-in-law's press conference, it is only fitting that the Yi elder is present to oversee the proceedings. He is keen to witness who might dare to cause a ruckus today. Although aged, the Yi elder's authority remains unchallenged. Many former military personnel owe their rise to his patronage. As long as he draws breath, the debts of gratitude linger. Should the moment arise for decisive action, Yi Chongfeng's subordinates will undoubtedly rally to his side without hesitation. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend amidst your busy schedules. I am Su Yixue, the president of the Su group. It is likely that everyone has already heard about the recent release of a new drug by the Su group. However, coincidentally, the Li group from Yun City has also begun to clandestinely develop a beauty-enhancing pill which bears an almost identical efficacy to that of the Su group's product. And they hosted a press conference just yesterday. As Su Yixue spoke, her gaze shifted towards Li Xiong and others in the audience. The Li family's press conference had already been broadcasted live across the internet, and most people were well aware. Particularly noting that while the Li family is involved in the pharmaceutical industry, they have never engaged in beauty products and lack any research and development department. How could they possibly develop a new beauty pill in such a short span of time? It is widely known that the Li family's formula was pilfered from the Su group, which is hardly a secret. Everyone present was eager to witness how the Su group would navigate or address this predicament and how the Li family would challenge them during the conference. Su Yixue, displaying her astuteness, did not wait for the Li family to initiate the conversation. Instead, she boldly raised the issue herself. While most attendees were already aware of the situation, there remained a portion who were oblivious. Su Yixue's proactive approach ensured that those unaware became informed of the Li family's unscrupulous actions, preventing them from being misled. Furthermore, her decisive move forced the Li family into a defensive position. Li Xiong and the representatives from the Lu family were momentarily taken aback. Why was Su Yixue not adhering to the expected script? Normally, she would announce her new drug's ingredients, effects, and patent data before casting doubt on others. Yet, she had directly targeted the Li family from the outset. Was she taking the initiative? What gave her the audacity to flip the tables? However, Su Yixue had already articulated her stance before an audience of thousands, clearly igniting the fuse of conflict. If Li Xiong failed to respond, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Having come alongside the Lu family's representative with the intent to disrupt the Su group's conference, to Li Xiong, though in a foul mood since the previous day, found himself with no choice. As Su Yixue spoke, all eyes turned to Li Xiong, awaiting his response. The Li family's actions were indeed despicable. Rumors suggested they had stolen the Su family's formula and released it prematurely, which was truly malicious. Yet, as the saying goes, ill deeds attract retribution. Wasn't he the Lee family's eldest son, Lee Yun-young, struck down just yesterday? The Yi family, with its profound heritage, would undoubtedly support the Su family, ensuring their resilience against the Lee family's impending consequences. Around Lee Jong, those eager for drama showed no restraint in their comments, exacerbating his pain. The grief of losing a child was still fresh, and these individuals were deliberately inflicting further wounds. Lee Jong's face turned a deep shade of anger, wishing fervently to confront those insolent fools. Yet, with the stakes so high, he had more pressing matters to attend to, and despite his fury, he had to suppress it. What do you mean by this, President Su? Do you imply that my family, the Lee family, has pilfered the formula from your family, the Su family? If that is the case, I kindly request Mr. Su to present evidence, otherwise, it would be unwise for you to make baseless accusations that mislead the public. Mr. Lee Jong, a seasoned player in the business world, astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. It is widely acknowledged that the Lee family has indeed appropriated the Su family's formula, yet the investigation has yielded no conclusive evidence. The crucial witness has mysteriously vanished, perhaps silenced forever. Even if everyone is aware of the Lee family's transgressions, what difference does it make? The Su family has undeniably suffered, yet they can only swallow their grievances in silence. Su Ishue furrowed her brow, glancing sideways. The scene mirrored the simulations conducted by Mr. Xie and others in the office almost perfectly. Fortunately, Yifan and Mr. Lee had arrived, otherwise, Su Ishue would have been at a loss for how to respond. Mr. Su, judging by your demeanor, it seems you lack substantial evidence. Perhaps you should refrain from attributing your own shortcomings onto others and focus on your press conference instead. However, I must forewarn you, I hope the new drug your family is set to unveil bears no resemblance to the one my family is launching. If the ingredient composition is identical, the Lee family will have grounds to assert that the Su family has stolen our formula and infringed upon our trade secrets. I will not hesitate to pursue legal action that could lead to the bankruptcy of the Su group. After all, it is common knowledge that the Lee family's press conference was held just yesterday. Moreover, all our formulas, the patents, the ingredients, the efficacy, and manufacturing processes have been duly registered. Miss Su, you would do well to exercise caution. Of course, there exists another avenue should the Su group be willing to entertain a merger with the Lee family. Lee Jong would consider sharing our formula with you. I have prepared the contract already. Lee Jong's barrage of words flowed like a well-rehearsed monologue. Once he finished, he felt a sense of relief. While speaking, he raised the contract in his hand. His objective today was to force the Su group into a corner, leading to either their bankruptcy or acquisition by the Lee family, rendering them non-existent. Only then would it serve to intimidate other forces and families that were allied with the Yi family. Observing the Su group's predicament brought Lee Jong great satisfaction. He had accomplished half of his assigned task. Now, all that remained was to wait patiently. If the Su group proceeded to launch their new drug, the ingredient composition would undoubtedly be the same, and Lee Jong would immediately initiate legal proceedings against them, armed with his evidence and patents, which could effectively dismantle the Su group. Conversely, if the Su group failed to unveil their new drug, today's press conference would be rendered a farce. This would also serve to illustrate that the Su family's alignment with the Yi family left them with no room for resistance when faced with retribution. The downfall of the Su family would signify the complete decline of the Yi family. Other families in a neutral position would think carefully about their future dealings with the Yi family. Furthermore, Lee Jong would seize the opportunity to attract all clients and partners of the Su group. In the event of the Su group's collapse, should the Lee family offer conditions several times more favorable, how would those channel partners choose to respond? Even with the support of the Xia family, the Su group finds itself in an inadequate position. After all, the distributors under the Xia family also seek profit and require products to promote. No matter what, the Su family is destined to face ruin today. Lee Jong had meticulously calculated every aspect, orchestrating a plan that left the Su family with no recourse. With a swift motion, Lee Jong's words drew the attention of everyone once more to Su Ishue on stage. Curiosity swirled among the crowd regarding her next move, pondering how the Su family could possibly navigate this dire predicament. However, what piqued everyone's interest was Su Ishue's calm demeanor on stage. Master Lee, one must act with a conscience, otherwise, when one engages in wrongful deeds, retribution will follow. Su Ishue's words struck directly at Lee Jong's vulnerabilities. implying that his son's sudden demise was a consequence of his misdeeds. Rest assured, the Su Group stands firm and upright. Our new drug launch will proceed as planned. I am pleased to announce that our newly developed product is called the Shuoyan Beauty Ointment, crafted from an ancient formula, capable of eliminating dark spots and facilitating rapid wound healing without leaving a trace. As Su Ishue elaborated, the large screen displayed hastily prepared visuals of the ointment's ingredients, combinations, and effects, which were entirely distinct from the beauty pills released by the Lee family. Moreover, it became evident that the efficacy of the Shuoyan ointment far surpassed that of the beauty pills, offering a remarkable solution for women recovering from cesarean sections. A wave of excitement rippled through the audience. If the Shuoyan ointment were authentic, it would revolutionize the market, poised to be a blockbuster product worth trillions in the beauty industry. Such an extraordinary ointment could easily command prices in the hundreds or even thousands, with countless buyers eager to purchase it. Did the Su Group truly have another product to unveil? Were they executing a grand deception? The realization struck that the Su Group had cleverly obscured their true intentions all along. Li Zhong, filled with fury, glared at his secretary beside him. What is happening? Did you not say your people had infiltrated the upper echelons of the Su Group and were privy to all their secrets? How could this Shuoyan ointment suddenly emerge? Li Zhong was seething with anger. He had invested billions to cultivate and bribe spies, pouring immense effort into the endeavor. He even suspected that his own son had been manipulated by the Su family. Having sacrificed so much to end up with something of no consequence was infuriating. Mr. Li, I cannot explain this, but I can assure you with absolute certainty that the formula we obtained is indeed the new drug that the Su Group has spent a decade developing. There is no doubt about it, the Su family group cannot possibly have the time or energy to develop another new drug. Li Zhong's secretary wore a perplexed expression, his mind racing until, suddenly, the light bulb went off in his head. I understand now. The Su family group is attempting to deceive us. This Shuoyan ointment must be a fabrication, a mere ruse to mislead everyone. It cannot possibly be effective. Jin Yong, Li Zhong's secretary, seemed to have discovered a new world, joyously gesturing animatedly, unable to contain his own cleverness. Throughout the entire process of pilfering the Su family group's secrets, Li Zhong had been involved as well. He too understood that the Su family was unlikely to be developing another new drug. However, with the Su family group unveiling yet another new drug at the press conference, only one explanation sufficed: the Su family group was deceiving everyone. This medicine could not possibly be genuine. Mr. Su, is it true that this drug is truly miraculous? Has the ancient prescription you mentioned been validated? Is there any risk to humanity, and who will bear the consequences of the side effects? Someone in the crowd called out to Su Ishue. This was precisely what Li Zhong wished to inquire about, and since someone had spoken up, he was content to remain silent, quietly observing the unfolding drama. I shall see how you, Su Ishue, intend to extricate yourself from this predicament today. On stage. Although Su Ishue had already received affirmation from Lei Chenjue in her heart, she felt a slight lack of confidence and hesitated for a moment. It was in that fleeting hesitation that the hecklers seized the opportunity, inciting a commotion. Mr. Su, are you deceiving us? If this miraculous drug can heal wounds, wouldn't all those other beauty companies collapse? Indeed. If anyone could merely claim to use an ancient formula to create a beauty ointment for profit, making money would be far too easy. Fraud. Su Ishue, you are committing fraud. 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 The crowd's emotions, stirred by a few instigators, escalated rapidly, and the atmosphere began to spiral out of control. The distributors under the Su family group wore expressions of dismay, secretly contemplating how they might engage with the Lee family later on to explore potential collaboration opportunities. Su Ishue, are you so desperate as to resort to such a clumsy tactic? Such a grand lie, is it not easily pierced? As Li Zhong spoke, the crowd fell silent. Mr. Su, I suggest you sell the Su family group to my Lee family. 2,500,000, it cannot be more. Li Zhong's words were a deliberate affront to Su Ishue. Just as Su Ishue found herself at a loss, Yifan beside the stage subtly touched Lei Chenjue's arm. Lei Chenjue understood that it was his moment to step forward. How is it that anyone doubts the authenticity of this prescription? Do you not trust my medical expertise? Or what? Holding the microphone, Lei Chenjue strode onto the stage, instantly igniting a wave of screams from the audience. Ah! Is that the esteemed medical sage Lei Chenjue of Daxia? Oh my! It truly is Elder Lei. What does this mean? Is Elder Lei implying that this ancient prescription was provided by him? If that is the case, then it is likely that the Shuyan ointment from the Su family is indeed genuine. How intriguing. Today's spectacle surpasses even the most riveting of films. The tumultuous crowd erupted into a crescendo once more with the arrival of Lei Chenjue. However, the sentiments and attitudes of the onlookers began to shift. While the Su family had previously claimed their formula was of ancient origin, skepticism lingered. Yet now, with the esteemed healer Lei Chenjue personally endorsing the Su family group, the weight of his endorsement is undeniable. Could the foremost medical authority in Great Xia lack persuasiveness? Ladies and gentlemen, this prescription was serendipitously acquired by me. And based on the herbs, ingredients, and preparation methods detailed in ancient texts, I concocted an ointment last night that indeed demonstrates the efficacy as described, accelerating wound healing, enhancing beauty, and eliminating blemishes, all within mere minutes. Boom. Lei Chenjue is genuinely advocating for the Su family's new product and personally validating its effects. What is transpiring here? It is well known that as a celebrated healer in Great Xia, Lei Chenjue has cured countless dignitaries, tycoons, and elites. Is financial motivation even a consideration for him? Furthermore, throughout the years, Lei Chenjue has never endorsed any commercial enterprise. Whenever he possessed a beneficial formula, he would publicly share it online. His open and confident support for the Su family today is highly unusual. Nevertheless, the impact of Lei Chenjue's presence was instantaneous. As his words resonated, the crowd erupted in astonishment, quickly responding, "The esteemed healer has validated it. I choose to believe in the Su family group. Mr. Su, I represent Hongfa Pharmaceutical Company and wish to collaborate with the Su family group, placing an initial order with a deposit of 1 billion. My company, Yuanshan Group, also seeks to partner with the Su family group, offering a deposit of 500 million. Please give us the opportunity." In the blink of an eye, dozens of companies expressed their intentions to collaborate with Su Ishue, with initial deposits estimated in the hundreds of billions. With such capital, the Su family group's growth is assured, effortlessly positioning it as the premier pharmaceutical company in Great Xia. As Su Ishue gazed at Lei Chenjue beside her eyes sparkled with joy, yet a hint of concern lingered. As the president of a pharmaceutical company, she understood the complexities involved in developing beauty ointments. An ointment capable of healing wounds and eliminating dark spots. Such miraculous properties are entirely unprecedented. Witnessing the rapid reversal of circumstances, Li Zhong was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had ridiculed the Su family group, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Damn it. What kind of intelligence gathering is this? In a fit of rage, Li Zhong kicked his secretary Jin Yong, exclaiming, "How could you have overlooked that old man Lei Chenjue? With his appearance, even if the ointment were counterfeit, most would still believe in its authenticity. Mr. Li, according to the directives, Lei Chenjue was not supposed to appear in Yun City. So many were dispatched to obstruct and eliminate him. It is inexplicable that he is here now. We shall settle this later." Li Zhong cast a fierce glare at his secretary, then cleared his throat and rose to speak loudly. "Dr. Lei, it is not that we do not believe you. It is simply that the efficacy of this ointment is too extraordinary for us to accept. We genuinely struggle to believe that it can instantaneously heal wounds. How can you prove it to us?" The crowd fell silent, their attention drawn to Li Zhong. Upon reflection, his words did not seem unreasonable. Such a miraculous ointment should surely demonstrate its effects within mere minutes, so why not provide live proof to bolster its credibility? But how could this be proven? The most effective method would naturally involve making a small incision on an arm, applying the ointment, then witnessing the wound vanish within minutes. Yet, whose arm would they use? Lei Chenjue instinctively reached for a dagger, intending to cut his own arm. However, at that moment, Yifan suddenly dashed out from the side of the stage, snatching the dagger from Lei Chenjue's grasp. I know how to prove it. Let us find someone to make a cut, apply the ointment, and see if the wound heals, and that will demonstrate whether the medicine is genuine or not, right? I sent you that so, Ishue? Yifan inquired, dagger in hand, glancing at Su Ishue. Indeed, that is correct. But Shaofan, what nonsense are you up to at this moment? Su Yixue exclaimed. Her voice laced with exasperation as she rushed to pull Yifan back. Yet, without hesitation, Yifan climbed down from the stage and sprinted towards Li Zhong. Sir. You are the one speaking the most just now. Come, help us verify this. Before Li Zhong could comprehend the situation, Yifan was already before him. Without any delay, he swung the dagger, slicing a deep gash over a foot long into Li Zhong's arm, exposing the stark weight of bone beneath. You fool. What are you doing? Oh my arm. Someone, come help me bandage. Li Zhong glared angrily at Yifan, but as he attempted to strike back, Yifan had already retreated several meters away. Sir. I am merely assisting you in proving the effects of the ointment. Were you not doubtful of its efficacy? Come. Let us see for ourselves if it works. Yifan's innocent demeanor left the crowd astonished. Li Zhong wanted to erupt in anger. But considering that he was arguing with a fool, he felt it would be beneath his dignity. Reluctantly, Li Zhong allowed himself to be pulled by Yifan towards the stage. On the stage, Su Yixue watched in disbelief as Yifan had stabbed Li Zhong twice with a dagger, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This Li Zhong was utterly despicable. Having stolen the Su family's formula and now trying to humiliate her at the press conference. If she could, she would have longed to kick him. Yifan had done what she wished she could have done but deemed inappropriate. Meanwhile, Lei Chenjue observed Li Zhong, now bloodied. Ascending the stage, and a smirk graced his lips. His little disciple was indeed not one to suffer losses lightly. The Li family was about to face dire consequences. Suddenly, as Li Zhong neared the stage, the audience finally reacted. Laughter erupted, filling the air. Li Zhong truly finds himself in a wretched predicament. Having been stabbed by that fool from the Yi family. Indeed, even if Li Zhong were to die by Yifan's hand, it would be an utterly futile demise. What do you think? Could Yifan be genuinely foolish, or is it merely an act? To approach and stab Li Zhong not once, but twice. With the intellect of an 8-year-old child, what more can one expect? However, allowing Li Zhong to validate the efficacy of the remedy is undoubtedly the best course of action. After all, he is the last person who would desire the new medicine from the Su family to succeed, if even he could attest to its effectiveness. It would be nothing short of miraculous. As Li Zhong ascended the stage, he was left in a state of bemusement. Had he truly exhausted all his fortune across 8 lifetimes? Every encounter with Yifan seemed to culminate in disaster. Just yesterday, at the engagement banquet, he crossed paths with Yifan and lost his son. Today, he faced Yifan again and nearly lost his life. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his arm, Li Zhong still managed to address Su Yixue, saying, Miss Su, spare yourself the futile struggle. Your choice to align with the Yi family has led you to this outcome. What? Just as Li Zhong was halfway through his statement, he suddenly let out a shriek, glaring furiously at Yifan beside him. Are you blind? Why did you step on my foot? Apologies. I wasn't paying attention. I weigh over 100 pounds, am I really that heavy? Stepping down like this shouldn't hurt too much, right? Yifan replied, feigning innocence, while intentionally shifting his foot back and forth. Stomping down hard on Li Zhong's instep again. Are you trying to kill me? This is intentional, I sent it. Li Zhong cried out in agony. Hopping around on stage, clutching his foot. Damn it. Yifan didn't appear particularly heavy. Yet the pressure on Li Zhong's foot felt as though a bulldozer were crushing it. His instep felt as if it might shatter. Su Yixue, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Yifan was truly avenging her. Alas! If Yifan were not genuinely foolish given his earlier tactics, he would have likely dispatched Li Zhong without a second thought. The photographer, ever adept at capturing the moment, had already positioned his camera to focus on the wound on Li Zhong's arm. Lei Chenjue wiped away the blood with a towel, showcasing the injury before the camera. Can everyone see this clearly? The wound is quite deep, I sent it. You can even see the bone. Li Zhong felt his heart take another blow. Damn it. Could you refrain from incessantly chattering? It's humiliating enough to be stabbed by a fool without you reiterating it. At this moment, The guests and media present were glued to the large screens around the hall, collectively gasping at the gruesome sight of the wound. That fool from the Yi family truly struck with ferocity. One slice revealed bone. If he had been any more ruthless, Li Zhong's entire arm might have been rendered useless. Meanwhile, seated in the front row, Su Honghai, Zhong Ru, Su Mingho, and the co-disciples of the Su family watched the unfolding scene with bated breath. Brother. When did Yishue establish contact with the revered medical sage? Does the ointment he provided truly have any efficacy? Indeed. Uncle. This pertains to the very survival of our Su family group. How could Sister Yishue be acquainted with such a formidable figure and not inform us? While the crowd was filled with anticipation, there lingered a hint of apprehension. Su Honghai, too, was gripped by anxiety, for until just moments before taking the stage, Su Yishue had withheld any mention of Lei Chenjue or the miraculous ointment. He had steeled himself for the possibility that the Su family group might falter in this critical moment. Yet, suddenly, the tide turned. Lei Chenjue personally took charge, presenting an extraordinary ointment. How could Su Honghai not feel exhilarated? Thus, you must trust Yishue's choice. The Yi family's foundation is beyond your comprehension. Su Honghai spoke with an air of gravitas, imparting profound words that led the disciples of the Su family to regard Su Yishue with newfound respect. On stage, Lei Chenjue meticulously applied the ointment to Li Zhong's arm, with the camera capturing every detail. The onlookers observed in awe as the emerald green ointment was applied. It seemed as if Li Zhong's skin itself was animated, the bleeding from the wound ceased, and the flesh began to knit together at a pace that defied contemporary scientific understanding. Unfolding before their very eyes, everyone was left astounded, their gaze fixated on the screen. As Li Zhong beheld the transformation of his arm, a disbelief washed over his face. Could it be that the Su family's ointment was indeed genuine? How could this be possible? The Li family scheme to purify the Su family's formula had been in the works for years. Now, they had finally cornered the Su family. Poised on the brink of collapse, once the Su family fell, the Li family would seamlessly seize control of their enterprises, ascending to become the premier pharmaceutical company in Yun City. In addition, he would undoubtedly receive accolades from above, ensuring a prosperous future. No, this cannot be allowed. The Su family's ointment must not fulfill its intended purpose. With this thought, Li Zhong attempted to move his arm, intending to swiftly wipe away the ointment. However, his intentions had long been anticipated by Yi Fan, who had instructed Wang Fugui to stand close by Li Zhong. Just as Li Zhong was about to act, Wang Fugui seized his arm with a grip akin to that of an iron vice. Master Li, what is the matter? Thirsty, are we? Would you like me to fetch you some water? Wang Fugui, now at a level beyond that of a master, had attained a new echelon of control over his martial energy. With his grip on Li Zhong's shoulder, his energy enveloped Li Zhong entirely, rendering him incapable of even twitching a finger. No, I'm not thirsty, Li Zhong stuttered, feeling a twinge of fear upon seeing Wang Fugui. This Wang Fugui was infamous for his sheer size and strength. Although he was ostensibly a normal person, he was no less foolish than Yi Fan. If Yi Fan commanded him to kill, Wang Fugui would likely comply without a moment's hesitation. Such demons. The heart of a baby is heavy with sorrow. Though Li Zhong was desperate within, he dared not utter another word, helplessly watching as the wound on his arm healed at a visibly remarkable pace. In less than 5 minutes, the wound on Li Zhong's arm appeared to have nearly healed from an external perspective. Lei Chenjue brought a towel and meticulously wiped away the ointment from Li Zhong's arm. Everyone widened their eyes, intently staring at the screen before them. On stage, Su Yishue and Li Zhong, along with a few others, glanced at his arm. Before them lay a brand new, remarkably fair arm, seemingly bleached to a hue that was significantly more radiant and tender than the surrounding skin. The wound that had been visible moments ago had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Wang Fugui had released Li Zhong, who, in disbelief, turned his arm over and inspected it repeatedly, unable to find any sign of the injury. This is impossible, utterly impossible. Li Zhong grasped his arm firmly, desperately attempting to locate the wound he had just experienced. Yet he found nothing. No. You must have employed some form of illusion or trickery. Li Zhong was on the verge of tears. He had meticulously prepared to disrupt the Su family's affairs, yet here he was, unexpectedly on stage, appearing as a pawn of the Su family. Had he not personally ascended the stage, he would have certainly believed this was a ruse orchestrated by the Su family. Li Zhong rolled his arm back and forth. And under the close-up of the camera, the large screen displayed a robust arm in constant motion, clearly visible to all present. Were anyone else to take the stage, doubts would abound. But now, it was the head of the Li family himself, the direct adversary who had stolen the Su family's formula. If the ointment bore any flaw, Li Zhong would undoubtedly have reacted vehemently. The astonishing results left everyone in the audience speechless. Boom. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Those who had yet to place deposits surged toward the Su family's collaboration registration desk, almost mad with excitement. Our Tianhong group will deposit 1 billion. Our Shuang group will deposit 800 million. Our Highway group will deposit 1 billion, willing to share all distribution channels. The implications of such a miraculous ointment for the market were abundantly clear to everyone. This represented a market worth trillions, merely entering the fray meant an effortless windfall. Anyone who obstructed their partnership would be hindering their financial gain. The atmosphere was electric, and all media outlets thrust their microphones towards Su Yishui. Miss Su, how did you accomplish this? Were you deceiving us when you announced that the formula was stolen? Miss Su, might your engagement to Yifan have brought you good fortune? Dr. Lei, may I interview you? Is there a possibility of the young master of the Yi family awakening? The scene was far more explosive than Li Zhong had anticipated. On stage, he felt like a clown, caught between standing and sitting, trapped in an uncomfortable dilemma. He exchanged a furtive glance with the representative of Luran in the audience, the shadow of gloom flickering across his expression. Humph. Su Yishui. Since you refuse to allow me peace, then let us ensure that none shall find solace. In confronting the Su family, Li Zhong and the representative of Luran had prepared more than one strategy. Miss Su, do not rejoice too soon. As far as I know, you still owe quite a sum to numerous distributors, do you not? Does your company truly possess such a large amount of capital? Furthermore, if all the distributors cease their collaboration with you, no matter how exceptional your products may be, how will you sell them? Li Zhong let out a couple of grim chuckles, reminding everyone that with the Su family and the Yi family growing so close, and with the Yi family facing oppression, the Su family is bound to suffer as well. Can anyone guarantee that they will still profit under these circumstances? This is a concern shared by all present. Many have come today merely to observe how the Su family intends to confront this crisis. By bringing this crisis to the forefront, Li Zhong effectively magnified the predicament of the Su family, providing everyone with a clearer understanding. Some companies and groups that had previously acted impulsively began to hesitate. Indeed, the Su family's products are undeniably superior, but what good is wealth if one cannot enjoy it? At that moment, Li Zhong and Luran, representing the suppliers they had arranged, began to echo the sentiment of the crowd, calling out to Mr. Su. It's not that we lack compassion. The situation has simply grown too complex. Mr. Su, please settle our accounts. Yes. Mr. Su, I too demand the settlement of my previous debt of 100 million. And my 50 million. Under the rhythm set by Li Zhong and Luran's orchestrated distributors, the atmosphere shifted once more. With hundreds of distributors clamoring to terminate their partnerships with the Su family and reclaim their funds. Groups that had previously considered cooperating with the Su family also began to waver. However, at that moment, a young man stood up and exclaimed, "What on earth is wrong with you all? Mr. Lei has come forward to support us, then you still fear mere trifles. It's just a bit of debt. Guoli will fully assist the Su family in repaying it. If you choose not to cooperate, so be it. My family will join forces with Mr. Xia to take over all distribution channels of the Su family. Anyone who dares to complain will face my wrath." His unexpected declaration left the crowd momentarily stunned. All eyes turning towards the young man. The Guo family from the provincial capital. Another prominent family siding with the Su family. With Guoli's encouragement, those eager to collaborate immediately reacted, erupting in agreement. Indeed, no matter the oppression, this ointment is a goldmine. How could I almost miss this opportunity? Let's take action. In an instant, the hundreds present began to surge forward, fiercely confronting those demanding payment from the distributors. It was nearly a 3-to-1, 4-to-1 scenario. In that moment, All opposing voices diminished, leaving Li Zhong and Lu Ran's representative Qin Tao totally bewildered. What is happening? Why does it feel like the entire world is conspiring against me? Am I being forced to reveal my trump card? Brother, I was sent abroad by my father for my studies and only learned of the Yi family's situation yesterday. I apologize, brother, you cannot imagine how I have longed for you over the years, my feelings flowing like a relentless river. As Guoli spoke, he stepped onto the stage, grasping Yifan's hands, continuing, brother, after years apart, I see you have become even more dashing. To speak frankly, has your wife been pampering you? Guoli showed no intention of holding back, teasing Su Yishue beside him. You rascal, you are asking for a beating. Su Yishue's face flashed with embarrassment at Guoli's words, the familiar figure to her. Though Guoli hailed from the provincial capital 5 years prior, he had been inseparable from Yifan, alongside Wang Fugue, forming a formidable trio known as the two generals of humor and valor. Wang Fugue was the martial one, while Guoli, possessing a sharp intellect, handled strategy and planning, coupled with Yifan's extraordinary talents. The trio of three rascals became renowned throughout the entire Tiannan province and even the southwest. However, after Yifan's tragic accident, which left him mentally impaired, Guoli was sent abroad for studies, temporarily severing their bond, though their emotional ties remained intact. Damn it, Guoshiot sighed, must you be so shameless? Always eager to steal my brother's thunder with your eloquent praise. Do you really need words to paint his handsomeness? Guoli boasted. I could take him to the Lichuan courtyard where the ladies would flock to him. Watching his two close friends bicker upon reuniting, Yifan felt a headache coming on, his brows furrowing slightly. Both brothers had their merits, yet their knack for flattering each other was unparalleled. Noticing Yifan's subtle change in expression, Guoli, ever perceptive, inquired. Brother, why are you pretending? While his voice had been loud earlier, he now lowered it, glancing around cautiously. This was the stark contrast between Guoli and Wang Fugue. Guoli was far more astute. Upon observing Yifan's demeanor, he quickly deduced much of Yifan's intentions while understanding the importance of discretion. Yifan's lips twitched. It was quite challenging to keep secrets from Guoli's sharp mind. Thus, in due course, it would be prudent to lay the cards on the table with him. After all, many of Yifan's future plans required execution, and relying solely on Xiaohua was insufficient. Guoli, his sworn brother, was the optimal choice, possessing the capability to oversee the grand scheme. Noticing Yifan's slight brow lift, Guoli immediately took the hint and refrained from further probing. Instead, he seized the microphone from Su Yishue and declared, Dear esteemed guests, you have witnessed the effects of Su's beauty cream today. For those wishing to collaborate, seize this opportunity to register, first come, first served. Miss this chance, and you'll regret it. Guoli possessed a natural charm and social finesse, effortlessly stirring the emotions of everyone present. Meanwhile, Li Zhong and Qin Tao's merchants, having been thoroughly beaten down, could barely muster a sound. In an instant, the tide of the gathering shifted in favor of the Su family. Yifan nodded in quiet satisfaction, with Guoli managing the situation adeptly, he could relax. Everyone, please line up to pay your deposits. The entire launch event, orchestrated by Yifan and energized by the presence of Lei Chenjue and Guoli, unfolded flawlessly. Li Zhong and Qin Tao's plans were utterly dismantled, leading several merchants that had initially aligned with the Li family to gravitate towards the Su family instead. Li family patriarch. What is the meaning of this? Are you still seeking to save face, or do you intend to linger here until the new year? Guoli gazed at Li Zhong, who remained in a daze, and coldly chided him, If I were in your position, I would have long sought a block of tofu to end my misery. To have your son perish at your own hands, and still stand here in disgrace. Guoli deliberately struck at Li Zhong's sore spot, causing Li Zhong's face to turn a shade of iron grey. You wretched dog, Guoli. Do not presume that because you hail from the renowned Guo family in the provincial capital, I will fear you. Humph. Everyone, prepare for action. With Li Zhong's command, a throng of over 100 burly men wielding battle blades and steel rods surged forth, encircling the entire venue. Cease this at once. Who among you dares to sign a contract with the Su family today? Li Zhong's voice rang coldly, as a fresh wave of archers emerged from behind the muscular figures, their crossbows aimed menacingly at the company representatives and bosses present. What is the meaning of this, Li Zhong? Su Honghai exclaimed, springing from his seat to confront Li Zhong. If you cannot outmaneuver the Su family through business tactics, do you intend to resort to such underhanded methods? Are you planning to obstruct the Su family's progress through force? Humph. Is my intention not clear enough? Your Su family has grown too close to the Yi family. This is a punishment from above for your Su clan. As Li Zhong surveyed the assassins he had arranged, a sense of relief washed over him, and a smug smile graced his face. Now, your Su family faces two choices: continue to ally with the Yi family, and today will mark your demise, or surrender Yifan and accept my Li group's acquisition, which will ensure your survival. As for the price, I have already stated 5 million. Li Zhong's cold smirk reflected his grand ambitions. Since the plan was set in motion, he intended to capture Yifan and eliminate him entirely. Though there was no evidence linking Yi Yunyong's sudden demise at the engagement banquet to Yifan, Li Zhong harbored a firm belief in their connection, thus he sought to avenge his son by taking Yifan's life. You're dreaming. Su Yixue swiftly positioned herself in front of Yifan. Li Zhong, you are despicable. If you wish to harm Yifan, you must first step over my dead body. With resolute determination, Su Yixue stood firm. She was now Yifan's woman and had promised the elder of the Yi family to protect him. If any harm befell Yifan while he was by her side, how could she ever face Linglong? Where is Linglong? Su Yixue suddenly realized that Yu Linglong should also be present, yet her absence raised concern. Still clinging to the illusion of being a lofty princess, are you? You vile wretch. Li Zhong ceded, recalling how Su Yixue had just humiliated him. The injury inflicted by Yifan, the deep gash on his arm, only darkened his expression further. He raised his hand, intending to slap Su Yixue across the face. Boom. However, before Li Zhong could strike, Yifan seized a chair nearby and swung it with all his might at Li Zhong's head. Anyone who dares to harm my wife shall face my wrath. Bang. 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 Yifan wielded the chair with unrestrained ferocity, relentlessly striking at Li Zhong's head. Li Zhong felt a blinding pain in his eyes, his head splitting, and stumbled several times before teetering towards the ground. You fool! He exclaimed. Qin Tao, regaining his composure, glared at the scene before him, angrily addressing the surrounding Bali men. What are you waiting for? Move. Capture everyone from the Su family. I dare anyone to oppose us. Just as Li Zhong's subordinates were about to act, Wang Fugui leaped from behind Yifan. His formidable aura surged forth, causing the frontline thugs to retreat several steps, their weapons clattering to the ground in fear. The sharp sound drew everyone's attention to Wang Fugui. Some martial arts masters sensed the powerful energy radiating from him. Astonished to realize he had ascended to the level of a master, another prodigious talent had emerged in Yun City. Good heavens! Is brilliance contagious? They wondered. Indeed, the 15-year-old Yifan had been a master, and now Wang Fugui, who stood by his side, had also reached that esteemed level, truly terrifying. In the realm of martial arts, the path from entry level to mastery, and then to the ranks of master, martial sovereign, and martial emperor, may seem to differ by mere titles. Yet, in truth, the disparities between each stage represent exponential gaps in power. Despite Li Zhong's preparation of numerous assassins, Wang Fugui's presence rendered their efforts futile. One man alone was sufficient to dispatch all the hired killers Li Zhong had arranged. Li Zhong sensed the shift in Wang Fugui's energy. Realizing he had accounted for everything except this unexpected breakthrough to master. Mr. Qin, Li Zhong said, casting a troubled glance at Qin Tao. Although Li Zhong was the primary executor of this operation, he was merely at the forefront. The true authority lay with Lu Ran, who had dispatched Qin Tao. What are you afraid of? No matter how formidable he is, he stands alone. We have the numbers. If we act from multiple angles and capture Su Yixue or Yifan, or even just a few of those company owners will wish to collaborate with us hostages, Wang Fugui will hesitate to act rashly. With Qin Tao's reassurance, Li Zhong regained his confidence. Young Master Wang, this is a matter between us and the Su family. I advise you not to interfere. The forces behind me are beyond your reckoning. As Li Zhong spoke, blood streamed down his face from a wound, rendering him a pitiful sight. Humph. Su Yixue is my sister-in-law. The affairs of the Su family are my concern. Today, Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on the Su family, they will be opposing the Wang family. Wang Fugui showed no signs of retreat. Li Zhong, withdraw your men now, and you may still have a chance, otherwise, you will learn the meaning of a fate worse than death. Before Wang Fugui could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Guoli. Enough. You've had your say, now it's my turn. With that, Guoli charged forward without hesitation, unleashing a powerful punch at the nearest assassins. The sheer force sent them flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, motionless. I too have attained mastery. And should anyone doubt my prowess, they may test the strength of my fists, which are now eager for action. Guoli arrogantly brandished his fists, casting a self-satisfied glance at Wang Fugui. What do you think, old Wang? Did you expect this? I had intended to flaunt my skills before you. But it seems this oaf has also made a breakthrough. Alas. He's another master. The two formidable aides beside Yifan have all achieved breakthroughs in such a brief span. The onlookers were utterly astonished, collectively gasping in disbelief. It was confirmed. Talent must surely be contagious. How else could Guoli and Wang Fugui have advanced so swiftly? With two masters present, Qin Tao's complexion turned ashen. With one master, they might exploit vulnerabilities to strike, but with two, their chances were virtually non-existent. Even with the threat posed by archers, masters could effortlessly form a barrier of vital energy to deflect projectiles safely away. Qin Tao surveyed the scene, casting a glance toward the exit, already contemplating a retreat. Given the current situation, remaining here would only lead to their demise. Do not move. Surrender your weapons. I have tolerated you for far too long. As Qin Tao and Li Zhong hesitated, a commanding voice pierced through the crowd. Yu Linglong arrived, flanked by a substantial number of youths clad in camouflage, their ranks swelling to several hundred. In comparison to Li Zhong's contingent, it was essentially 2 against 1. Behind each archer stood 2 of these camouflaged youths, their gleaming daggers aimed directly at the hearts of the archers. The once menacing archers found their bravado evaporating, compelled to lower their bows in resignation. The other assassins arranged by Li Zhong had no recourse either. Under the unyielding pressure of power, they were all swiftly subdued. A life-and-death crisis was thus resolved without a trace of violence. The speed was astonishing. The company owners and partners present had scarcely grasped the unfolding events before the turmoil had dissipated. Li Patriarch, let us find a place to converse, Xia Hao proposed, approaching with Li Hu from the side of the stage, encircling Li Zhong in the process. Both Li Zhong and Qin Tao turned pale as they beheld the captives being led away, despair washing over them as the last assassin departed. Why did Li Zhong feel so constrained? Today should have been his moment to dominate, to subdue the Su family and leave them utterly humiliated. Yet, here he was, inexplicably ambushed. It felt as though he had been ensnared in a web of conspiracy. Yu Linglong was also a master-level powerhouse, with 3 masters in command. How could Li Zhong and Qin Tao dare provoke the Su family? Was that not courting death? Unbeknownst to Li Zhong and Qin Tao, apart from the 3 esteemed masters, Yifan has already attained the pinnacle of martial prowess, the martial sovereign level. Even if Li Zhong and Qin Tao were to bring 10 masters with them, they would meet a similarly grim fate today. Yu Linglong, Xia Hao, and Li Hu promptly escorted Li Zhong and Qin Tao away, leaving the crowd in a state of astonishment. This fierce confrontation has irrevocably severed ties between the Li family and the Su family, heralding an inevitable downfall for the Li family, which may as well announce its own demise. Recently, the Zhao family faced annihilation for opposing Yifan, and now the Li family is destined for the same fate against the Su family. Some astute observers have already begun to sense the underlying currents. Although the Yi family has suffered significant blows, they remain a formidable force not easily vanquished. Is the prodigal son of the Yi family genuinely foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? Ladies and gentlemen, let the music play on and the dancing continue. Do not allow trivial matters to hinder our pursuit of profit. Once Qin Tao and Li Zhong were ushered away, Guoli immediately began to rally the remaining company executives and representatives present, urging them to continue their registration for collaboration with the Su family. In truth, even without Guoli's prompting, the attendees would have been eager to sign up, as they had all witnessed the provocation from the Li family and the subsequent humiliation faced by Li Zhong, who had conspired with the Lu family from the provincial city to disrupt the Su family's press conference only to ultimately face defeat. The Su family is backed by the Yi family, the fact well known to all. Previously, when the Yi family faced near annihilation in a single day, there was a palpable apprehension regarding their adversaries. However, the current presence of Wang Fugui, Guoli, Yuling Long, and 6 other formidable allies, along with the 3 master-level warriors, demonstrates the Yi family's resilience. The elder of the Yi family, with numerous disciples scattered across the land, is hardly a force to be underestimated. Keen-eyed attendees have already spotted the venerable elder of the Yi family seated in the back row alongside prominent figures rarely seen outside of television screens, now discreetly occupying various corners of the press conference venue. Goodness! Even the governor of Tiannan province has graced us with his presence. Surely the Li family is courting disaster. Indeed, I also noticed the veteran general of the Southwest, who has held his post for 30 years, is present as well. Alas! Poor Li Zhong. Upon recognizing the situation unfolding before them, the crowd quickly understood that even if Yuling Long, Wang Fugui, Guoli, and others chose not to act, the Li family could not possibly prevail. With the elder of the Yi family personally overseeing matters, how could they lack contingency plans? A mere Li family from Yun City daring to challenge the Su group and wrestle with the Yi family is courting a truly disastrous end. I too wish to register. Hey, you there, don't push. Form an orderly line, quickly, let me through to the front. The company executives went into a frenzy, disregarding their composure and frantically jostling forward to secure a partnership opportunity. The press conference culminated in a resounding victory for the Su family. Some of the channel merchants previously aligned with the Li family, having been rather cunning, refrained from joining in the ruckus alongside Li's associates and now lament their ill fate. Those merchants who conspired with the Li family shall undoubtedly find themselves excluded from future collaborations and face comprehensive repercussions. Those who remain can profit immensely from the sole product. The snow facial cream for a decade. Observing the scene from the back row, Yi Changfeng felt a secret sigh of relief. The descendants of the Yi family were far away during the calamity, beyond the old man's reach. Yet the Su family resided in Yun City, right under his nose. How could they dare to bully them? Nonetheless, Yi Changfeng was somewhat intrigued. When did the Su family acquire such a formidable product as the snow facial cream? If they possessed such an item, would they truly be in such a state of disarray? Moreover, the meticulous arrangement of the event by the Su family was undeniably rigorous, leaving no room for oversight, even with the support from figures like Xia Hao and Guoli from the provincial city. The sheer clarity with which they orchestrated the event led Yi Changfeng to believe there were unseen masterminds at play. Old Master Yi. It seems there is nothing more to address here. Let us return and continue our drinking. As the influential figures began to converge around Yi Changfeng, one interjected. What is there to drink about? Did you not hear the Thunder Doctor? Young Master Yi has a complete chance of awakening, with the elder statesman. Must still contribute our efforts. We cannot allow the Yi family to be bullied into extinction. Those old subordinates of yours, make your greetings swiftly. Indeed. We must return to strategize against those scoundrels. Today's plan has faltered, and there will surely be subsequent actions. We cannot allow them to prevail. The esteemed figures summoned by Lei Chenjue were shrewd and perceptive. The confrontation between the Su and Li families had unfolded in an exceedingly strange manner, resulting in a complete defeat for the Li family. Although Yifan maintained a seemingly foolish demeanor, an abnormal scent lingered in the air, unsettling all present. What if Yifan were not truly foolish, but merely feigning it? Yi Changfeng and the group of dignitaries discreetly departed, while the co-disciples of the Su family busied themselves with greeting the company owners. Su Ishue, as the company president, wished to extend her greetings but hesitated, glancing at Yifan with concern. Little sister-in-law, you should attend to your duties. We will take care of your elder brother here, fret not. Guoli, noticing Su Ishue's apprehension, reassured her before swiftly guiding Yifan toward the backstage lounge. Once inside, Guoli shut the door and quickly addressed Yifan, elder brother. When did you awaken? Yifan understood he could no longer conceal his state from Guoli, renowned as Guoshuotsai by Wang Fugui. Guoli possessed intelligence and strategy that were not far inferior to Yifan's. Furthermore, Yifan had sensed something peculiar about Guoli's physique, besides the normal aura. There was an ancient essence pulsating within him, as if a legacy lay sealed within, merely awaiting activation. This realization struck Yifan on the very day the Yi family faced annihilation. 5 years ago, the Zhao family orchestrated a car accident, and through a twist of fate, I inadvertently sealed myself away for 5 years with a talisman. Consequently, Yifan swiftly elucidated his plan to Guo Li. It was straightforward to continue to feign ignorance, thereby numbing the adversaries of the Yi family. They will begin with the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, investigate the Lu family in the provincial city, and then pursue Zhou Shao in the capital, seeking justice for the Yi family. Guo Li had always played the role of a strategist beside Yifan. As Yifan continued his charade, he entrusted Guo Li with the execution of many tasks, finding it quite fitting to have him as his mouthpiece. Thus, it turned out that the annihilation of the Zhao family and the explosive demise of Li Yunyong were indeed orchestrated by his elder brother. Guo Li couldn't help but give Yifan a thumbs up. Those who opposed the Yi family had no inkling that their most formidable genius had awakened, and what awaited them would be a living nightmare. In the room, Guo Li was still deliberating further plans with Yifan. Meanwhile, on the stage, Wang Fugui, upon turning his head, noticed that Guo Li and Yifan had vanished. Frustrated, he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Guo Xiutsai, you lack martial virtue. Where have you taken my elder brother? Your flattery has gone a tad too far, leave me a little." Inside the room, Yifan and Guo Li exchanged a wry smile upon hearing Wang Fugui's booming voice. This foolish man truly left them speechless. "So, elder brother, shall we pay a visit to Li Zhong and Qin Tao to extract some information from them?" Guo Li inquired of Yifan. "Indeed. The time has come for the Li family to disappear starting today. It is imperative to uncover who is truly orchestrating today's operations. Capturing a significant fish would be ideal," Yifan replied. When Wang Fugui reached the door to the backstage room, Guo Li and Yifan emerged, greeting him with a wave. "Let us go find Li Zhong." Wang Fugui looked at Guo Li with suspicion. "Guo Xiutsai, what did you and my elder brother discuss in hushed tones? I sense there is something you're concealing from me. Please, just tell me the truth. Have you awakened?" "I promise I won't tell anyone." Wang Fugui had inquired of Yifan more than once over the past few days. Although Wang Fugui appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was merely slow to react, not genuinely foolish. Moreover, after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, his thinking and intelligence seemed to have sharpened somewhat. Yifan and Guo Li exchanged a glance but said nothing, stepping outside. Nearby the Su family group, in a courtyard, Xia Hao and Li Hu had captured Li Zhong and Qin Tao. Li Zhong, begrudgingly, exclaimed, "Xia Hao, Li Hu, do you not uphold the law? Restricting my freedom like this violates human rights. I will sue you." Bang! Li Hu, known for his temper, swung his weapon towards Li Zhong's face. "You best understand your situation, Li family head. If it weren't for young master you waiting for the information you possess, you would have met your demise countless times already. Law? Humph. When you amassed so many martial arts masters, assassins, and archers to surround the Su family press conference, did you think of the law then? If Li Zhong emerges victorious, will you fund Su Yixue, along with Li Hu and Xia Hao, to meet a favorable fate? Do you, Li Zhong, wish to continue your defense?" At that moment, Guo Li and Wang Fugui appeared at the entrance. "Young Master Yi." Xia Hao and Li Hu greeted Yifan with utmost respect. Yifan, however, remained silent, grasping the nearby chair with an innocent demeanor, and struck several blows towards Li Zhong and Qin Tao, exclaiming, "You are wicked, attempting to bully my wife. You deserve punishment." The audacity displayed towards the Su family was appalling. Had it not been for Yifan's prior arrangements with Xia Hao and Yuling Long, the outcome would have been drastically different. While the mastermind behind these maneuvers remained elusive, it was imperative to vent frustrations on the lowly pawns in front of him and collect some interest. Once Yifan had vented his anger, Guo Li took the stage. "Head of the Li family, will you confess willingly, or shall I employ more forceful methods?" Guo Li's smile was unsettling as he twirled a dagger in his hand. "I pfft." Before Li Zhong could hesitate further, the dagger had already pierced his chest, leaving a gash. "You are truly despicable in nearly annihilating my elder brother. Your death would be too lenient." Guo Li genuinely regarded Yifan as an elder brother, and upon learning of the near destruction of the Yi family, he was incensed, wishing to obliterate all their enemies. Li Zhong gazed at Guo Li in terror, unable to fathom that the seemingly refined Guo Li, known as Guo Xiutsai, could be so brutal, thrusting a dagger straight through his chest. As blood streamed from his wound, Li Zhong felt his vitality rapidly waning. Was he truly destined to perish here? He was certain that if he did not utter something soon, they would indeed end his life. I'll speak. This operation was ordered by the head of the Lu family in the provincial city. I merely organized the help. The real commander is him. It's Qin Tao, damn it. Qin Tao, you have doomed me. Li Zhong thought of his deceased son and lamented his own grim fate. He realized that from this day forth, the Li family would surely cease to exist. Initially believing that aligning with the Lu family would lead to greater prosperity, he now confronted a dire reality. Li Zhong, cease your slander. What was our agreement before the operation? Are you foolish enough to think that revealing the superior's plans will spare your life? Oomph. It's merely a matter of death. Should we perish, others will come to deal with the Yi family. They won't last long. Qin Tao spoke merrily. But in the next moment, Guoli plunged his dagger into Qin Tao's chest, creating another gaping wound. You are quite tiresome. Rest assured, once Li Zhong has confessed, it will soon be your turn. Guoli turned back to Li Zhong, urging him to continue. I know they are planning an operation. They previously aimed to prevent Li Shoni from treating young Master Yi. There is another scheme underway, involving a significant figure from above who intends to personally test young Master Yi to see if he has awakened. Furthermore, the provincial city will dispatch others to come as well. Li Zhong spilled the information like beans, revealing all that he knew. Although a portion of Yifan was already aware, he did not expect that the powerful figure behind Luran would take matters into his own hands and personally come to Yun City. Should they dare to arrive, Yifan would ensure their return was far from guaranteed. Are guests arriving? Are they villains? If they are, I shall deal with them accordingly, Yifan replied earnestly. Guoli stifled a laugh, casting a glance at Yifan, amused by his performance. Li Zhong, have you lost your senses? Are you truly divulging everything? Qin Tao exclaimed in exasperation. Initially, he had intended to take those secrets to the grave, yet Li Zhong had recklessly revealed most of them, rendering his own discretion pointless. If we are to compare failures, let us see who falls shorter. I too have knowledge. I am aware that two individuals are in contact with Luran. One is from the military, codenamed Lone Wolf, and the other is Zhou Shao from Shangjing. Their intentions towards the Yi family involve not only annihilation but also the pursuit of an item said to drastically enhance combat capabilities, the specifics of which remain unknown to me. Qin Tao and Li Zhong seemed to be in a contest, each disclosing all the secrets they knew. Yifan and Guoli, along with others, observed like spectators, absorbing the information exchanged. Yifan's mind began to form a rough understanding of the plans led by these individuals. The young master from the provincial capital appeared manageable. Yet the military figure remained an enigma. Caution was imperative. It was essential to keep them from suspecting him and necessitating careful strategizing. In the northwest, within a villa, a large screen displayed live footage of the Su Group's press conference, clearly showcasing Li Zhong and his cohort's operational plans. As Li Zhong and his companions were taken away, an elder beside him irritably switched off the screen. Is this how you arrange actions? Allowing the Su Group to bask in glory while the Li family faces total annihilation. What have you accomplished? How will others perceive us? They openly oppose us without suffering any repercussions, and their press conference has been a resounding success. What is happening? Please, Elder, do not be angry. It is my fault. I did not anticipate their meticulous preparations. I shall personally go to Yun City and seek an opportunity to eliminate Yifan once and for all, Li Zhong vowed. In Yun City, Guoli, Yifan, and Wang Fugue returned to the Su Group, where the signing ceremony was nearing completion. Upon seeing Yifan's return, Su Ishue warmly embraced him. Thank you, my husband. Su Ishue was uncertain whether Yifan had truly awakened or remained in a daze. Yet one thing was clear, the success of the Su family's press conference was largely attributable to Yifan. Although Wang Fugue, Guoli, Yuling Long, and the esteemed Dr. Lei had taken the stage, would they have acted without Yifan's influence? Hearing her call him husband, Yifan's heart fluttered. Had this young girl truly been completely won over by him? He. Ishue, my dear wife, you are indeed my wife. I promised my grandfather I would protect you all. I shall strive diligently to rid us of those villains. As he spoke, Yifan stole a glance at Yuling Long, who stood not far away. Yuling Long gazed thoughtfully at Yifan, contemplating the extraordinary constitution he possessed. The prospect of engaging in close contact with him, thereby benefiting from the warm currents that facilitated cultivation, was nothing short of miraculous. If Yifan were truly to awaken, and his monstrous talent were to manifest once more, what a formidable occurrence that would be. The possibility of him breaking through to the martial sovereign, martial emperor, or even reaching the realm of martial saint was not beyond imagination. At such a juncture, who could possibly stand against the chilling son of the Yi family? Moreover, Lei Qianjue, the esteemed medical sage of the Great Xia, had made remarks the previous day that left Yuling Long in a state of doubt. Known for his meticulous nature, Lei Qianjue would not disseminate ambiguous information. Yet, when discussing Yifan's condition, his words were somewhat circumspect, merely alluding to the potential for awakening without specifying a timeline. Such vagueness, in accordance with Lei Qianjue's usual demeanor, suggested either a definite possibility of awakening or an outright impossibility. Could it be that he was instructed by someone of even greater authority to speak in such ambiguous terms? As this thought crossed her mind, Yuling Long's gaze sharpened as she regarded Yifan. Could it be that her husband had indeed awakened? She had heard tales of Yifan's renown as a young medical sage in the southwest 5 years prior, where his medical prowess was said to have eclipsed that of Lei Qianjue. If Yifan were to awaken and utilize his medical skills to subdue Lei Qianjue, it was entirely plausible that Lei Qianjue would assist in concealing certain truths. As the Great Xia's 3-star martial goddess, Yuling Long possessed not only formidable combat skills but also a keen intellect. Her deductions had led her to a near-complete understanding of the underlying truths. Yifan sensed the intensity of Yuling Long's gaze, causing his heart to flutter with unease. His formidable wife was not easily deceived. It seemed he would need to exercise more restraint in her presence. Otherwise, if Yuling Long were to learn that he was no longer the fool she once believed him to be, would she still choose to marry him? Esteemed elders and friends, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance in ensuring the smooth conduct of today's Su family's press conference. It is now time for lunch. I have arranged a banquet for everyone to enjoy. Su Yishue warmly welcomed the attendees, while Su Honghai and Su Mingho, confronted with so many prominent figures, found themselves at a loss for words, merely smiling foolishly. They remained uncertain as to whether the Su family's current decisions were wise or misguided. Their deep entanglement with the Yi family would surely provoke retaliation from the latter's adversaries, who would not relent easily. However, they had not anticipated such a swift response from their opponents. As Su Yishue greeted all those present and prepared to depart from the Su group, a sudden cacophony of sirens erupted from outside. A contingent of uniformed personnel rushed into the venue. We apologize, but we have received reports alleging that you are illegally gathering funds here and are suspected of false advertising and counterfeit drugs. Please have your person in charge accompany us for investigation. Additionally, your company's accounts have been frozen in accordance with the law. They will be unfrozen promptly upon the conclusion of the investigation. This operation was a joint effort by the police department, the drug regulatory agency, and the enforcement team. The shocking news struck like a bolt from the blue. Officers, surely there has been some mistake. Our Su group is merely conducting legitimate business activities. How could they be suspected of illegally gathering funds? Those funds were merely deposits for their orders. Su Yishue was on the verge of tears. Today's successful launch of the new drug had brought her immense joy, as she had secured numerous distributors and retrieved substantial capital. She felt elated, believing that expanding production was no longer a problem. Hundreds of billions could allow her to accomplish many things. Yet, suddenly, a multitude of uniformed personnel sealed off her company and froze their accounts. What was to be done? Delaying production was one issue, but if news of this got out, it would be a catastrophic blow to the Su group. Would those martial arts merchants who wished to collaborate with the Su group still dare to proceed? The leading officer cast a bittersweet glance at Su Yishue and said, Miss Su, we have no choice, we are merely following orders. In truth, everyone understood that this was not an issue of the Su group itself, but rather a storm stemming from the ongoing conflict between the Yi family and their rivals. Who would arbitrarily investigate a commercial group with such swiftness otherwise? Su Yishue attempted to speak further, but Yifan exchanged a glance with Guoli, who quickly stepped forward and reassured sister-in-law, it's all right. They are just conducting an investigation, let them do their work. With us here, the Su group will be safe. Both Guoli and Yifan knew that these underlings were merely executing orders. To resolve the current predicament, they needed to identify the key figures behind the scenes. "Misu, we require your cooperation. Please let the core members of your company accompany us," the leading officer said, clearly troubled, yet bound by orders he could not defy. Taking Su Yuxue away? Guoli frowned and glanced at Yifan. This seemed excessively audacious. How could his brother possibly tolerate this? Impudence. Yu Linglong was incensed. "What do you mean by this? In broad daylight do you dare to arrest someone at will? I am here to try to apprehend anyone." With a wave of her hand, several of her subordinates surrounded her, weapons drawn. In response, the uniformed personnel, having been prepared, also drew their weapons, leading to an immediate standoff. The atmosphere grew tense, and a confrontation seemed imminent. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. If it was merely the freezing of company accounts, the Su group could still salvage its reputation. However, if Su Yuxue were taken away, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Su group to regain commercial credibility, signifying a failure in the confrontation with the Yi family and their adversaries. Yifan pondered, aware that he possessed many means at his disposal, including the king's authority in the Xuanwu battle zone and the untapped power behind the Tianji pavilion. Any one of these could compel the opposition to yield. However, if he were to reveal these resources prematurely, even the true adversaries of the Yi family might refrain from showing their faces. What is happening? What is happening? Yifan continued to contemplate when several military trucks halted outside the Su group's entrance. Soldiers clad in camouflage, armed to the teeth, leaped from the vehicles. At the forefront was Major Guofei, leading his team in a patrol training exercise. As they passed by the Su group, they chanced upon Yifan encircled by a group of individuals. Instantly, he rallied his subordinates and turned the tables, surrounding the uniformed personnel instead. They were nefarious, intent on abducting my wife. Upon spotting Guofei, Yifan's eyes brightened, and he called out to him. The previous day, while rescuing Shen Yufei's father at the hospital, Guofei had recognized the insignia of the Xuanwu town king in Yifan's possession. As for Major Guofei's identity, while he might not excel in other areas, it should be feasible for him to protect Su Yuxue and the others from being taken away. Listening to Yifan's words, Guofei narrowed his eyes slightly. The implication was clear. Yifan was at odds with this uniformed personnel. After recognizing the insignia of the Xuanwu town king, Guofei had promptly reported the situation to his superiors. The reappearance of the town king's insignia had directly alarmed the highest authority in Xuanwu, who personally communicated with Guofei, requesting a detailed account of the events. The concluding directive was to cooperate fully with the king in all actions, regardless of how he manifested, and to obey any orders unconditionally, even enlisting all forces under Xuanwu's command. Guofei was astute enough to discern additional nuances in his superior's words. The youngest scion of the Yi family, who had ascended to the position of town king in the Xuanwu district, undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. The critical point was that given Yifan's current demeanor and the unwavering support from above, it could only imply one thing: Yifan was likely not feeble-minded but rather feigning ignorance to confound his adversaries. Without a moment's hesitation, Guofei issued orders for his subordinates to apprehend all the uniformed personnel. Those who still intended to abduct Su Yuxue found themselves instantaneously deprived of their freedom. Despite their uniforms, they were no match for Guofei's men in terms of numbers and combat prowess. "Major Guo, do you understand what you are doing? We are executing official duties, and your actions are a blatant act of defiance. Can you bear the consequences that will follow?" The leading officer among the uniformed personnel attempted to argue. However, Guofei offered no leniency, retorting, "Silence. Do you presume to instruct me on my duties? Everyone, take them away. Let me make this clear: the Su group is a supplier of medical resources to our military. To dare lay hands on the Su group is to declare enmity with us. Any issues can be addressed later." His voice, though not loud, sent shivers through those present, leaving them stunned. When did the Su group become a medical supply channel for the military? Yifan glanced at Guofei, raising an eyebrow. This young man was quite adept at handling matters, while Yifan couldn't guarantee other aspects. If the Tianlong army and the Xuanwu army were to procure medicine from the Su group, the scale would surely reach hundreds of billions annually. It appeared that there was indeed room for maneuvering. In a mere moment, the previously arrogant uniformed personnel was swiftly taken away. Su Ishue looked at Yifan in bewilderment, pondering how he had come to know individuals from the Shonu military. Moreover, the military generally refrains from interfering in the lives of ordinary citizens. Yet, Guofei, upon the utterance of a single phrase by Yifan, promptly took away so many uniformed personnel. This was a joint enforcement action by the three major departments. Su Ishue found herself momentarily perplexed by Yifan, though what secrets was he concealing? In his current state of foolishness, he exhibited such formidable prowess. If Yifan were to awaken as the prodigious genius he once was, what terrifying entity would he become? Suddenly, Su Ishue was filled with hope for the future. Should Yifan awaken, being his wife would indeed be a most splendid affair. The immediate crisis facing the Su group had been averted. Yet the issue of the company's frozen accounts loomed ahead. To freeze the company's accounts required the collaborative efforts of various departments, particularly the banking sector. Miss Su, do not worry, I have already contacted some old friends, and they will have news for us shortly. Ishue, I have also reached out to my elder acquaintances. They too will find a solution. Miss Su, I have sent Governor San Chen to meet with the president of Huachi Bank. Lei Qinjue, Yulin Long, and see how fervently began making calls to facilitate operations for the Su group. Yifan glanced at Guoli and said, I need to use the restroom, Laoguo. Accompany me. Of course. Guoli understood that Yifan must possess hidden contingencies and readily agreed to follow him. Beside them, Wang Fugui hurriedly chimed in, brother, I'll accompany you as well. Though somewhat simple-minded, Wang Fugui had recently sensed that Yifan was concealing something from him. Sharing matters with Xiahao but withholding them from him. All Wang, it's merely a trip to the restroom, what are you worried about? As a master, I can't protect my brother. Guoli remarked, somewhat exasperated, realizing that Wang Fugui had indeed caught on to some clues. Right. How could I have forgotten to ask Grandpa for assistance? I'll call him right now. As Wang Fugui made his call, Yifan and Guoli swiftly entered the company's restroom. Laoguo, may I borrow your phone? Given the circumstances, Yifan decided to employ the power of the Tiangong Pavilion, yet he wished to conceal his identity for the time being. The inscription within the dragon pattern ring had indicated that since the demise of the former pavilion master, the Tiangong Pavilion had not been entirely united. Should news of a new pavilion master emerge, Yifan feared that his current strength may not suffice to handle the ensuing complications. After receiving Laoguo's phone, Yifan quickly input a long string of encrypted passwords before dialing a number. The wind rises, the clear waters flow, an eternal night. These were the secret words of the Tiangong Pavilion, also recorded within the dragon pattern ring, serving as one of the credentials for the succession between the old and new pavilion masters. Upon uttering those 8 simple words, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a flurry of activity. Subordinate Pang Hai, greeting the new pavilion master. I have awaited 20 years, is the Tiangong Pavilion finally said to be revived? Pang Hai serves as the chief steward of the Tianji Pavilion. Before the former master fell victim to a treacherous plot, he had a conversation with Pang Hai, entrusting him with the internal affairs of the pavilion until the arrival of the new master, who was prophesied to appear in 15 years. At long last, the new master has emerged. However, it is not opportune for me to reveal myself right now, please refrain from contacting me unless absolutely necessary. The reason I sought you today is due to an urgent task, the corporate account of the Su group in Yuncheng has been frozen. And I require you to leverage the power of the Tianji Pavilion to unfreeze the account within 10 minutes, while simultaneously suppressing all negative news regarding the Su group. Can you accomplish this? Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort. For years, Pang Hai has managed to keep the Tianji Pavilion operational. But he is now weary and strained. Within the pavilion, various factions are starring with ambition, and with the master's absence for 15 years, even he, the chief steward, is struggling to maintain control. The emergence of the new master at this juncture symbolizes a beacon of hope for the revival of the entire Tianji Pavilion. Naturally, Pang Hai is determined to fulfill the first task assigned by the new master with utmost dedication. Although the pavilion has endured considerable internal strife over the years, it remains a colossal entity, ranking among the top 3 globally. Addressing such a trivial matter in Yuncheng is well within our capabilities. Panhai's public persona is that of the president of the Zhuzhou Group, a trillion-level conglomerate dominating the 18 provinces of southwest China. After concluding a call, he hastily made his way across the office to press a switch on the wall, revealing a hidden door. Passing through this concealed entrance, he found himself in a vast command center capable of accommodating hundreds, with an array of data monitoring screens flickering incessantly. No one would ever suspect that this was the temporary headquarters of the Tianji Pavilion. Everyone will mobilize immediately, activate the operational directives and execute the task with the utmost speed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Yuncheng Huagi Bank, President Chen Tao was overwhelmed today. He received an order from the higher-ups in the provincial capital, commanding him to collaborate with the Yuncheng Bureau of Industry and the police to promptly freeze the accounts of the Su Group. Although the proper procedures had not been fully approved, he had no choice but to act against protocol, personally overseeing the freezing of the Su Group's accounts due to the formidable decree from above. He was assured that nothing would go awry as soon after news would break regarding the arrest of key members of the Su Group. However, as Chen Tao anxiously awaited the anticipated news on television and his phone, he was instead inundated with calls. The first call came from Governor San Qian of Yuncheng. "Qian, I don't know what you're playing at, but I order you to immediately unfreeze the Su Group's accounts. On what grounds have you frozen them? You must know that the Su Group is collaborating with the Shonu War Zone. The police officers who just apprehended members of the Su Group have already been taken away by the military." "What?" Hearing San Qian's words, Chen Tao was utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Wasn't it stated that there would be cooperation from Yuncheng? Why had he acted while his allies seemed to falter? Had he unwittingly become the fool in this scenario? As soon as San Qian hung up the phone, Chen Tao was preparing to call his superior for clarification. However, his former boss called him fast, unleashing a torrent of scolding. "Chen Tao, are you seeking your own demise? Why provoke the Su family for no reason? Are you unaware of the Yi family's influence behind them? Though the Yi family has suffered a significant blow, the old master Yi is still alive, and the situation is about to turn." Chen Tao felt a wave of bitterness wash over him, and he was all too aware of the circumstances. The conflict between the Su and Li families was essentially a power struggle involving the Yi family and their adversaries. With such formidable forces at play, individuals like Chen Tao had no real options. Having boarded the ship of the powerful, he knew he was merely cannon fodder and could do nothing but follow along. Then, calls began pouring in from other leaders in the provincial capital, even from the higher-ups in the capital city. Chen Tao's phone was nearly overwhelmed, akin to poking a hornet's nest. Many influential figures he usually had no contact with were reaching out, urging him to lift the freeze on their accounts. Yet, without a direct order from above, how could he dare to unfreeze anything? After receiving a barrage of calls, Chen Tao finally found a moment of respite. Just as he was about to dial the provincial leader, an urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. "Breaking news. A leader named Li from the provincial capital has been arrested on suspicion of criminal activities. More details to follow." Bang! Chen Tao felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His strongest ally had been taken down. This was disastrous. And just 10 minutes after the Su family's account was frozen, they were apprehended. As the president of Huagi Bank's Yun City branch, having navigated the corridors of power and commerce for many years, he could not believe this was mere coincidence. Run! He had to escape immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Tao retrieved a few essential items from his private safe and opened the door to leave. However, as soon as he stepped out, several uniformed officers were waiting for him. "Mr. Qian, you are suspected of being involved in a financial operation case. Please accompany us." It was over. Chen Tao's legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath him. Was he truly unable to escape his fate? Just after receiving an appointment from the board of directors, Mr. Chenwei was to take over the position of president of the Yun City branch, with full authority to manage all affairs there. Before the officers could escort Chen Tao away, his rival Chenwei, accompanied by his secretary and a document from headquarters, announced the appointment on the spot. With a smug expression, Chenwei said, "Chen Tao, why did you overreach and provoke the Su family? Frankly, I owe you my gratitude. You've been quite helpful. Quickly execute my first order and freeze the Su family's accounts. I will personally call President Su to apologize." Chen Wei was well aware of the channels through which he had risen to power. The instructions from the mysterious higher-ups were unequivocal upon taking office. His first action was to unfreeze the Su family's accounts and minimize any losses or repercussions. Understood. With Chen Wei's command, the Huagi Bank sprang into action. Watching this unfold before him, Chen Tao closed his eyes in despair. What hope remained when even the powerful allies behind him had fallen? The future of the Su family in Yun City lay in uncertainty. As Yifan and Guoli stepped away for a brief moment, the entire Su group was fervently reaching out to their network, striving to unfreeze the company's accounts. Given the gravity of the situation, even a formidable figure like Lei Chenjue had to await the efforts of old friends, which required time. Those who had just departed, including Yi Changfeng, were soon apprised of the situation and, upon instruction, made calls to several trusted acquaintances. The ongoing rivalry between the Su and Li families was well understood by all. It was a visible confrontation between the Yi family and their adversaries. Although Yi Changfeng's old friends promised assistance, they too needed time. While everyone anxiously awaited developments, Su Ishue's phone suddenly rang. It was the chief financial officer. Mr. Su, our accounts have returned to normal. The bank just called, stating it was a mistake on their part and they extend their sincerest apologies. A mistake? I find that hard to believe. Su Ishue thought as she processed the CFO's report, her mind filled with confusion. The police had been quite explicit, this was retaliation from their rivals against the Su family. Not a mere oversight. Su Ishue had just consulted several provincial leaders about the matter, all of whom had indicated that it was quite delicate and could not offer assistance at this time. The situation on Xia Hao's end was equally grim. Lin Longjie, is this related to your contacts? Su Ishue concluded her conversation with the CFO and glanced at Yu Linglong, her expression tinged with uncertainty. Among those present, it appeared that only Yu Linglong and Lei Chenjue had connections at the highest echelons capable of addressing this matter. Not at all. My grandfather's friends are still on the line. There is no way the account could be unblocked so swiftly, Yu Linglong replied, equally perplexed. How could the Su Group's accounts be reinstated before her side had even moved? Dr. Lei, could it be you? Su Ishue turned her gaze back to Lei Chenjue. He shook his head, asserting, it is not from my end. Although my old friends agreed to help, they could not possibly act this swiftly. If it wasn't their contacts, then who could it be? Xia Hao, quietly observing the conversation, cast a discreet glance at Yifan. Such rapid action could only be attributed to Yishao. But what influence did he possess that could resolve matters so impeccably within mere minutes? Everyone, look. The top trending news on our phones is about a certain bigwig from the provincial capital being arrested for economic crimes. Along with the head of the Yun City Industry and Commerce Bureau, Yang, the president of the Yun City Huagi Bank, Chen, and the tax bureau, Xiong. Someone shouted, prompting everyone to open their phones and check the breaking news, leaving them utterly astonished. The industry, tax, police, and banking sectors, along with that prominent figure from the provincial capital, formed a complete chain. How fortuitous that those responsible for sealing the Su Group's accounts were apprehended at such a critical juncture. As the elite present began to ponder, the implications became clear. These individuals were directly involved in the freezing of the Su Group's assets, yet they faced retaliation in such a short span of time. The implications were chilling indeed. Even during the zenith of the Yi family, it would be inconceivable to mobilize sufficient power within a mere 10 minutes to apprehend all relevant individuals while simultaneously unfreezing the Su Group's accounts. What magnitude of influence would be necessary to orchestrate the actions of so many officials, balancing the relationships among various factions? It is utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, it is evident that this formidable force is aligned with the Su Group. The unfreezing of the Su Group's accounts and the absence of any detentions have significantly mitigated the impact on the Su family. As long as those photos taken by the uniformed personnel during their operation do not circulate and are not subjected to malicious speculation, the Su Group should emerge unscathed. Ding ding ding. Su Ishue's phone rang once more. It was a call from Chen Wei, the newly appointed president of Huchi Bank in Yuncheng. Miss Su. I am Chen Wei, the newly appointed president of Huchi Bank. First and foremost, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of Huchi Bank for the disturbances caused to the Su Group due to Chen Tao's misconduct. We will hold a press conference to clarify matters to the public. I have already taken the initiative to unfreeze the Su Group's accounts. Additionally, President Pang Hai of the Jujo Group sends his regards and intends to visit you personally in Yuncheng in a few days. Chen Wei's words left Su Yishue momentarily bewildered. Old Pang. The Jujo Group is a colossal entity that dominates the 13 provinces of southwest China, boasting assets rumored to exceed trillions. Such a magnate typically mingles only with those in provincial capitals and the imperial capital. How could a modest family like the Su clan possibly catch the attention of Old Pang? And now he wishes to visit me personally. How is this conceivable? After ending the call, Su Yishue glanced at Yu Linglong, Lei Qianjue, and Xia Hao. The influence of any one of these individuals would be insufficient to warrant Old Pang's deference. At this moment, she comprehended that the force that intervened to rescue the Su family must indeed be from Old Pang's faction. With Old Pang's dominance in the southwest and his extensive connections in the imperial capital, it is plausible that Jujo Group could protect the Su Group. However, it all transpired too swiftly. Within half an hour, every individual who sought to suppress the Su Group had been dealt with. There must be an even more formidable power concealed behind Jujo Group. If it is not Linglong and the others, who else could possibly compel Old Pang to take action? Yifan? As Su Yishue's gaze finally settled on Yifan, her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Previously, Xia Hao had assisted the Su Group due to Yifan's influence. Could it be that Old Pang is also repaying a kindness? Is there a force behind Old Pang that surpasses even the Yi family? Is this Yifan's ultimate trump card? Yet, Yifan remains in a dazed state, unable to provide any clarity. Fortunately, despite the myriad twists and turns, the Su Group has emerged unscathed. Alright everyone, the matter has been resolved, let us proceed with our meal. In the northwest, at the Buyuan, the man codenamed Lone Wolf, an underling of Elder Zhong, smashed the screen before him in anger as he reviewed the reports from his subordinates. What on earth is happening? In a small branch of the Su family, we have exerted the influence of the prominent figure from the province, yet we are still unable to resolve the matter. The individuals from Yun City have been completely apprehended by the military. What a bunch of inept fools. The Lone Wolf, furiously tossing the documents in his hands, was on the verge of losing his sanity. Upon seeing the latest news, which reported the capture of even the provincial bigwig, his expression finally grew serious. What is happening? Does the Yi family possess the capability to have elderly detained so swiftly? The Lone Wolf, in shock, flipped through the materials in his hands, revealing that, including elderly, every leader responsible for commerce in the provincial city, as well as all officials related to the banking sector in Yun City concerning this incident, had been apprehended without exception. Captain Chu, it is not that my brothers are not putting in the effort. We have thoroughly investigated and found that it was the Jujo Group that intervened. A somewhat anxious subordinate reported nearby. The Jujo Group? That old wretch, Pang Hai, dares to meddle in our affairs? Why? The Jujo Group had become an enormous entity, its assets exceeding trillions, that everyone knew it was a lucrative price. Yet no one dared to touch it, undoubtedly for a reason. Although Chu Feng served as the esteemed Zhang's guard captain and was his right-hand man, he still lacked the qualifications to uncover the secrets behind Pang's influence. Damn it. Those scoundrels are ruining our plans. I will personally lead a team to Tiannan province and dispose of Yifan and that car. Chu Feng was infuriated. Repeated attempts had inflicted no substantial damage on the Su family or the Yi family. Not only was the elder dissatisfied, but Chu Feng was also discontented with himself. Stop. Xiao Feng, after all these years by my side, are you still this reckless? Just as Chu Feng stood up, Elder Zhang entered draped in a garment, admonishing him. Can you truly contend with Pang Hai? Your capabilities are merely at the master realm. Do you believe you are stronger than him? Moreover, do you even know who is behind Pang Hai? Noticing the elder's serious demeanor, Chu Feng inquired with curiosity, Elder, who exactly supports Pang Hai? How dare he interfere with our matters? Does he not realize that we do not speak recklessly? Elder Zhang interrupted urgently, continuing, if Pang Hai has taken action, then targeting the Su family will be exceedingly troublesome. I am currently unclear as to why he is aiding the Su family. You may proceed to Yun City to conduct other business, but refrain from engaging in direct conflict with Pang Hai for the time being, understood? The forces backing Pang Hai require more time for us to maneuver. I believe that soon his support will crumble, and at that point, we shall settle the score with him. Elder Zhang furrowed his brow, gazing at the results on the screen, expressing irritation. The crux of the issue is that everyone knows the Li family was our ally in confronting the Su family. Yet now the Li family has perished while the Su family has triumphed. We find ourselves in a passive position. If we do not make a move soon, those who remain neutral may very well shift their stance. Elder, I know what needs to be done. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened as he summoned a few subordinates and stepped out of the residence. After Chu Feng departed, Elder Zhang rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. Things are becoming increasingly precarious. Sighed, casting a stone to inquire about the path ahead. I fervently hope that this stone may yield some noteworthy response. The secretary beside Lord Zhang's side shifted his gaze. My lord, are you aware that Captain Chu has no viable path on this venture? Why permit him to proceed? Lord Zhang responded with a faint smile. If the matters concerning the Yi family are far more intricate than we can fathom, I sent Chu Feng to ascertain what hidden cards the Yi family may possess. Could it be that the prodigious talent of the Yi family has awakened? Any feedback will enable us to swiftly adapt our strategies. In the president's office of the Xian Corporation in Yun City, Xian Yufei gazed at the television screen broadcasting news about the Su family, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. How fortunate the Su family is to have narrowly escaped catastrophe, she mused. Though she spoke of luck, Xian Yufei was acutely aware that the Su family's smooth success in their confrontation with the Li family could not merely be attributed to chance. When her uncle had declared the annulment of the engagement with the Yi family, Xian Yufei hesitated, pondering the fate of the Yi family's remaining members, who would surely not be spared by their adversaries. Even if Yifan were deemed a fool, he could be slain at any moment. At that time, she judged that hope was lost for the Yi family. However, recent events had unfolded dramatically, 7 sisters announcing simultaneous marriages to Yifan, the inexplicable annihilation of the Zhao family, and Li Yunyang's sudden demise on the night of their engagement. With the complete destruction of the Li family now evident, Xian Yufei gradually came to a realization that the Yi family was not as simple as she had once believed. The Xia and Guo families from the provincial capital were unreservedly supporting the Su Corporation, clearly targeting Yifan. Had she not annulled her engagement with Yifan, she would now be by his side. Sigh. Where could Fan be now? Xian Yufei hesitated for a moment before inquiring of her secretary. During her time in the hospital, she had assured Yifan that he would not be forsaken easily. Having indeed hurt him that day, she resolved to make amends doubly. Young Master Yi should be celebrating at the Royal City Grand Hotel with the Su Corporation's representatives. Very well. The meeting this afternoon is cancelled. I shall seek out Fan. Xian Yufei succinctly instructed her secretary before changing into a more alluring outfit and driving towards the Royal City Grand Hotel. President Xian, her secretary murmured, shaking his head as he watched her depart. How could she rush off like this, having just regained control of the company? At the Royal City Grand Hotel, in the banquet hall on the 8th floor, Su Honghai and Su Mingho, along with other core members of the Su family, were in high spirits. Everyone must indulge and enjoy this day. Do not skimp on yourselves. The Su family owes its current standing to all of you. Today's new drug launch had already secured hundreds of billions in deposits. With this financial windfall, the Su family could establish 10 new production lines within 2 months. Coupled with the formula for the snow skin ointment generously provided by Mr. Lei, a prosperous future was assured. These production lines would become nothing short of money-printing machines. Many prominent figures, who previously had been unreachable, now greeted Su Honghai and Su Mingho with respect, addressing them as President Su. Su Honghai was acutely aware of the reasons behind this newfound reverence. Although Yifan currently remains in a state of mental stupor, Mr. Lei has asserted that there exists a possibility of awakening. Should Yifan one day regain his faculties and ascend once more to the pinnacle of his extraordinary talent, the Su family will undoubtedly soar alongside the Yi family. Among the crowd, certain distributors, witnessing Su Honghai's smug demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. What can one do? After all, one cannot help but feel envy for not having a beautiful daughter. Let us not speak carelessly, lest the Zhao family becomes the next target. However, have you noticed something peculiar? Despite the significant events unfolding within the Su family today, there seems to be no information circulating online regarding the arrest or the freezing of accounts. Such news should not remain concealed. This reminder prompted many to discreetly pull out their phones and search for news online. To their astonishment, the only results were the ostentatious video of the Su family's new drug launch and an apology video from Huachi Bank in Yun City. As for any negative news concerning the Su family, there was not a trace. This is quite abnormal, is it not? It is far from typical. If the Yi family's adversaries have indeed taken action against the Su family, how could negative news not be allowed to proliferate? Indeed, if I were an opponent of the Yi family, I would do the same, ensuring that those who ally with the Yi family witness the consequences of offending me. Meanwhile, in the northwestern region, aboard a plane preparing for takeoff, the lone wolf Chu Feng stared at the news on his phone, seething with rage. What is happening? Have our partnered media outlets gone silent? With so many negative reports concerning the Su family, how is it possible that not a single one has been released? This was initially a well-planned trifecta of moves orchestrated by Chu Feng, freezing the Su family's accounts, apprehending key members of the Su family, dismantling the Su group, and subsequently manufacturing public opinion to illustrate the fate of those who assist the Yi family. Then, he intended to employ the same tactics against Yuling Long and Sean Mang from other clans. Yet now, the first step has not even been initiated, then chaos has ensued. Captain Chu, it is not that the news is not being released, but rather that all the media we control have been monitored and silenced. Any negative news regarding the Su family, upon being uploaded, is forcibly deleted within mere seconds. In fact, some platforms are entirely incapable of uploading such content. It appears that the Jujo group is exerting their influence. The Jujo group is that formidable. Chu Feng's brow furrowed in concern. It seems he has underestimated the Jujo group. Despite Elder Zhang's warnings, Chu Feng had intended to probe the capabilities of Pang Hai's Jujo group before setting off. But now, he began to waver. Contemplating briefly before making a decision, best to set aside those matters for now. He resolved to deal with Yifan and the Su family directly, ideally eliminating them outright. Should the Su and Yi families continue their arrogance unabated, all that Elder Zhang had orchestrated would be rendered futile. The neutral factions might choose to align with the Yi family, and even those who previously supported Elder Zhang could shift their allegiance to the Yi family. Yes. By the way, have the Lu family in the provincial capital made any moves? After nurturing them for so many years, it is time they contributed. A shadow crossed Chu Feng's face as he thought of Lu Ran, that incompetent fool. Once I conclude matters in Yun City, I shall deal with him. Captain. The Lu family has dispatched their eldest son, Lu Qingyang, who is already en route. That is more like it. This time, even if Yifan feigns ignorance, he shall not be permitted to continue living. Although Yifan was perceived as a fool, the higher-ups had previously hesitated over whether to spare his life. However, now that Lei Chenjue has declared the possibility of Yifan's awakening, he must not be allowed to survive. Otherwise, those who support the Yi family might still hold on to a glimmer of hope. At the Royal City Hotel, Yifan sat at a table with Guoli and Wang Fugue, observing the jubilant celebrations around him. A slight frown appeared on his brow. Although the Su family had claimed a temporary victory, Yifan was acutely aware that they would undoubtedly face even greater challenges in their quest for further advancement. His duty was to overcome all obstacles and crush every adversary in their cradle. As Yifan pondered these matters, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure at the entrance, Xian Yufei. What was that young lady doing here again? Yifan, come hold my hand. Xian Yufei approached, her voice teasing yet filled with anticipation. In the past, whether Yifan was in a state of clarity or had succumbed to foolishness, he had always obeyed her every whim. He had become, in essence, the archetypal sycophant. Though her voice was soft, many around them clearly heard, and their gazes converged upon the pair. Just days prior, on the day the Yi family encountered calamity, the Xian family had publicly annulled their engagement in front of numerous witnesses, a fact well known to all. Wasn't she Yifan's former fiancée? What was her purpose in coming here? Indeed, did she still have the audacity to show her face? Perhaps she was envious of the Su family's triumph, bolstered by the Yi family's support. The hasty annulment had left many with a disdainful impression of Xian Yufei, and her reception was far from warm. At Yifan's table, Wang Fugue, Guoli, and Xia Hao also took note of Xian Yufei's call, redirecting their attention to him. Seeing Xian Yufei adorned so alluringly, Yifan felt a pang in his heart, yet he shook his head and replied, "No thank you, Miss Xian. I fear that my wife, Su Ishue, might feel jealous." As he spoke, he cast a glance toward Su Ishue. On the other side, after toasting several guests, Su Ishue noticed Xian Yufei and quickly made her way over, affectionately wrapping her arms around Yifan's neck. With a hint of defiance, she addressed Xian Yufei, "Miss Xian, welcome to my celebration. Allow my husband and me to toast you with a glass. In a sense, I ought to thank you properly." As she spoke, Su Ishue raised 2 flutes of champagne in Xian Yufei's direction. Pain. A profound ache. Hearing Yifan's words, Xian Yufei felt as if her heart had been pierced by a steel needle, leaving a hollow void within her. Certain things seemed to have quietly slipped away, never to return. "Congratulations," she managed to utter, raising her glass to clink with Su Ishue and Yifan, her complexion pale. While internally she cried out, "That was meant to be mine. Mine. All thanks to my uncle, who insisted on annulling the engagement before so many witnesses." And now, it seemed her beloved Fan Gu would never return to her. However, Xian Yufei remained unwilling to concede. "Fan Gu, I am grateful for your company at Li Yunyong's engagement ceremony yesterday. Would you permit me to treat you to a meal? Perhaps dining alone with Yifan would evoke memories of their past, and he might no longer harbor such aversion towards her." Xian Yufei's intentions were clear to Yifan. Yet the wounds inflicted by her actions that day were not easily healed. "I am already married, you see, my primary wife is over there. Even dining with them requires a cue," Yifan remarked seriously, counting on his fingers. "Let us discuss this after I finish dining with them." Although Yifan appeared somewhat simple-minded, his reasoning was impeccable. Indeed, Xian Yufei had annulled their engagement, only to have 7 sisters proclaim their intention to marry Yifan. Thus, he effectively exchanged 1 wife for 7. With such 7 exquisite wives, what else could possibly matter? Xian Yufei felt a pang in her heart. Was she destined to be the 7th choice? It seemed she had truly hurt Fan Gu. She blinked back tears, steeling herself. "It's all right. I must not give up. As long as I persevere, there will be another opportunity." "Very well. I shall invite Fan Gu at a later time." Xian Yufei cast a deep glance at Su Ishue. "Miss Su, I entrust Fan Gu to your care. Please look after him well. I shall return with favor." Her expression was grave, resembling a solemn charge or a declaration of war. A hush fell over the gathering as all eyes turned towards Su Ishue, Xian Yufei, and the quietly approaching Yuling Long. This was a battlefield among women. Xian Yufei regretted her earlier decisions, yearning to reclaim Yifan. Yet, many were bewildered. What is so special about a fool? They wondered. But the astute Guoli and Xia Hao knew better. Yifan had awakened, surpassing the pinnacle of martial sovereign and poised to break into the martial emperor realm. A prodigious genius had once again stirred, his strength eclipsing yet another summit. Whoever possessed such a remarkable talent would be met with immense fortune. Xian Yufei's arrival was merely a fleeting interlude. The guests resumed their jubilant celebrations, raising their glasses in merriment. Elder Yi Chongfeng also made an appearance at the banquet. Seated in a private room on the 2nd floor. Observing the earlier scene, he couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, the second of the Xian family. It appears you misread the situation and now regret it. However, you must act swiftly to investigate why the Juzhou group is extending such assistance to us. I previously had no dealings with them," Yi Chongfeng instructed his chief bodyguard, Leng Feng. "Also, look into the circumstances surrounding the Xuanwu battle zone. A major with the authority to apprehend so many uniformed personnel represents the Xuanwu battle zone. Could it be that the Xuanwu battle zone has begun to support the Yi family?" On the day of the Yi family's funeral, many superpower factions had refrained from sending representatives for the memorial, only expressing their condolences discreetly. Yet now, it seemed that overnight, all winds of change had begun to shift. Suddenly, the situation has turned advantageous for the Yi family. What on earth is happening? As the words fell, Yi Chongfeng's piercing gaze swept across the hall on the 1st floor, and then he furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "Where is Su Jian? As the executive president of the Yi group, he should be present at this moment, yet it feels as though he has been absent since last night." At this point, Captain Leng Feng's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. He pulled out a document and handed it to Yi Chongfeng, stating, "Elder Yi, this is the information we have just received. It appears that Su Dong was slain by members of the Wang family last night on the Zhongqiao in Yuncheng, under the pretext of Su Dong's alleged kidnapping and the murder of the Wang family's young master. Now, Wang Zhong is leading a citywide manhunt for Su Jian, who is likely in hiding. What? Su Dong kidnapped Wang Chao. And Wang Chao is dead? Yi Chongfeng raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Wasn't it Wang Chao who arranged for Wu Laolang to pursue Yu Xue? Precisely. Leng Feng replied. In truth, they are all astute individuals. And the unfolding events have raised numerous suspicions. The Zhao family, fixated on Su Yuxue, has covertly attacked the Su family several times, leading to a massacre overnight. The Wang family, having orchestrated the pursuit of Su Yuxue, found Wang Chao murdered and the blame was shifted to Su Dong. The crux of the matter is that both Su Dong and Su Jian harbor no benevolence towards the Yi family, persistently seeking to annex it. In Yuncheng is the Li family. Under Li Yunyong's arrangement with Shen Zhongguo, intended to become engaged to Shen Yufei. However, due to Yifan's interference, the plan was thwarted, resulting in Li Yunyong's untimely demise. Today, at the Su Group's new drug launch, Li Zhong and Qin Tao were directly dealt with by Xia Hao and Li Hu, heralding the downfall of the Li family. When all these events are interconnected, they yield a shocking conclusion. In less than 3 days, all families harboring hostility towards the Yi family have been eradicated. Furthermore, every incident is intricately linked to Yifan. Where was Yifan last night? Yi Chongfeng felt his heart racing. Could it be that his grandson has awakened? But if he has awakened, why has he not informed me? Elder Yi, our people monitored him yesterday and discovered that he remained at the Su family villa. My brothers overheard some inappropriate sounds that persisted until after 11 o'clock, Leng Feng remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Moreover, according to reports, Xia Hao's vehicle from the provincial capital was spotted near the Su family villa twice. Although young Master Yi may currently lack in intellect, his combat prowess remains formidable. At this rate, it won't be long before Elder Yi can embrace a great-grandson. Has he been at the Su family all along? Leng Feng. Is there a possibility that Yifan has awakened? Yi Chongfeng keenly seized upon a critical piece of information. Why would Xia Hao linger outside the Su family villa so late? Perhaps to assist Yifan in his endeavors? However, our men have been monitoring the area from all angles and with surveillance cameras in place. It would be impossible for us not to notice if young Master Yi left the villa. Although Leng Feng shared the doubt, he still found it perplexing. Humph. The individuals you have arranged consist solely of a singular master and a few at the control realm. It is worth noting that Yifan possessed the strength of a master 5 years ago. If he were to depart quietly, would your men be capable of detecting his absence? Yi Chongfeng let out a long sigh, instructing them to investigate thoroughly, irrespective of any findings. It is imperative to maintain utmost confidentiality. If Yifan awakens without revealing himself, there must be a reason behind it. Indeed, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Leng Feng's eyes. Should the young master awaken, with his extraordinary talent, the deep-seated enmity of the Yi family shall surely be avenged. In the southern outskirts of Yun City, Su Jian possesses a long-established secret estate. After receiving a video from an unfamiliar source last night, Su Jian hastily summoned his loyal subordinates to relocate to this place. Father, save me. They are going to kill me. Su Jian, in the living room, once again watched the footage, witnessing helplessly as his son Su Dong was brutally slain by Wang Zhong. Infuriated, he slammed his palm onto the table. The Wang family had truly gone too far. Su Dong had previously contemplated collaborating with the Wang, the Zhao, and Li families to jointly seize the assets of the Yi family. Yet now, the Wang family had taken the life of Su Jian's only son. This was a vendetta that could not be resolved lightly. Boss. News from the brothers indicates that Wang Zhong has likely discovered our location and is approaching with a group. A scarred man reported to Su Jian, exuding an intense aura of murderous intent. In the courtyard outside, a gathering of over 100 strong men, predominantly martial arts experts, had formed. These were the assassins Su Jian had cultivated over the years, intended to serve as his trump card in the future confrontation with the Yi family. However, with his son murdered by the Wang family and now facing a threat to his own life, Su Jian felt compelled to reveal his hand and engage in a fight to the death with the Wang family. Prepare immediately. Each of you has a role to play. Execute everything as previously arranged, ensuring they leave with no return. A fierce glint shone in Su Jian's eyes. While he had aspirations to seize the Yi family's assets, the agony of losing his son had driven him to the brink of madness. compared to the Yi family's possessions. Su Jian yearned more for the annihilation of the Wang family. There was one detail Su Jian had yet to share with his subordinates during the construction of the estate. He had discreetly buried several tons of explosives beneath it. The sheer weight of those potent explosives was sufficient to level a 1-kilometer radius to the ground. If it came to it, Su Jian had resolved to take Wang Zhong down with him in mutual destruction. However, boss, the Wang family is sending a considerable number of people this time, and their strength far exceeds ours. We may face significant difficulties. The scarred man voiced his concerns. Su Jian chuckled lightly. What is there to fear? You have followed me for many years. The funds for this operation have already been sent to your families. Even in death, you shall not be wronged. Moreover, we have numerous traps at our disposal, so what if they outnumber us? At this moment, Su Jian was still attempting to instill courage in his men. Meanwhile, at the Royal Hotel, the atmosphere had grown a bit intoxicated when suddenly Guo Li's phone chimed with a notification. Upon opening it, he discovered an unfamiliar text message. According to intelligence, a formidable martial artist has arrived from the northwest, possessing strength at least at the level of a martial sovereign, seemingly targeting the Su family. Additionally, Lu Qingyong, the young master of the Lu family from the provincial capital, has reached Yun City and is also poised to strike at the Su family, so caution is advised. Although the text message bore no signature, Guo Li was certain it was the result of the call previously made by Yifan. This served as a warning for their side. Guo Li discreetly brought the text message before Yifan, allowing him a brief glance. Yifan's lips twitched as he murmured, "What I fear most is that they might not come. If they dare to show up, it will lead us to the true culprit behind the scenes." The near annihilation of the Yi family, while simultaneously acting across 6 battle zones, could not possibly be orchestrated by an ordinary force. Those who had jumped forth earlier were merely minor characters. Yet it was through these pawns that the bigger fish lurking in the shadows would be drawn out step by step. The reason Yifan feigned ignorance was to avoid startling the true mastermind hidden in the dark. After all, being a prodigious talent at the master realm at merely 15. Once he awakens, it would undoubtedly stir the entire realm of Great Xia, heralding the resurgence of the Yi family. Perhaps the true culprits behind the Yi family's massacre would quietly conceal themselves, making it impossible for Yifan to trace them again. As Guo Li and Yifan continued their discreet conversation, the large screen in the hall switched from music to a news channel, suddenly broadcasting a shocking update. Breaking news. A significant explosion has just occurred in a manor on the southern outskirts of Yun City. Preliminary investigations suggest it was due to the unauthorized actions of the executive president of the Yi group, who, along with his subordinates, engaged in a deadly confrontation with the Wang family's bodyguards, ultimately resulting in a detonation of explosives that led to mutual destruction. The deceased have been preliminarily identified as Wang Zhong, the head of the Wang family, co-member Wang Tao, and senior executive El Quan of the Yi group. The unexpected news caused an uproar among the crowd. It seemed that the young master of the Wang family had been kidnapped and executed the previous night. A fact known to only a select few, but today it began to gain traction. Insiders revealed that Wang Chao was the financial backer behind the notorious Wu Laolang, who had instructed him to assault Su Yixue, albeit unsuccessfully. That same night, Wang Chao was abducted and killed, and today the Wang family had clashed with Su Jian, suffering total annihilation in a mutual demise. Wow. In the private room on the second floor, Yi Chongfeng was so astonished that he let out an expletive. What a coincidence. Was it a case of using a knife to kill someone? The Wang family targeted Su Yixue, then Su Jian aimed to seize control of the Yi group, and now both of Yi family's potential adversaries have turned on each other and perished completely. No one with a normal level of intelligence would believe that events could unfold so fortuitously. Was Wang Chao truly kidnapped and killed by Su Dong? Why do I find that so hard to believe? Yi Chongfeng narrowed his eyes, gazing at Yifan, who was conversing with Guo Li below, a smile creeping across his lips. "Oh, little Fan, you are keeping your grandfather in the dark. The prosperity of the Yi family rests upon your shoulders." The simultaneous downfall of the Wang family and Su Jian sent shockwaves through the scene, drawing the attention of everyone towards Yifan's stable. Su Yixue furrowed her brows as she glanced at Yifan. The Wang family had pursued her just the night before, and today they faced such swift retribution, utterly annihilated. Considering the fates of the Li and Zhao families, it was difficult for Su Yixue not to associate these events with Yifan. However, while others remained oblivious. Su Ishue was acutely aware that when the Shao family and Wang Cha were slain, Yifan had been lying beside her, surrounded by bodyguards from both the Su and Yi families. It seemed implausible that he had the opportunity to strike. Could it be that Yifan orchestrated the actions of Xia Hao and the others? This revelation led the merchants present to reaffirm a crucial point: although the Yi family had suffered significant losses, they were far from extinguished. Once they regained their footing, Yifan would undoubtedly launch a furious counterattack. The Su group, along with Yu Linglong, Shen Mang, and Lin Yanqiu, would surely reap immense rewards in the future. Those merchants who chose to collaborate with the Su group at this juncture would also benefit greatly. Thank goodness they had boarded this train early. Indeed, the Su family's account was frozen but unfrozen within 10 minutes, remarkable. As the crowd marveled at this, the sudden round of applause resonated from the entrance of the hall. Congratulations, Miss Su. Today's press conference was a resounding success. I hope my uninvited presence is welcome. The young man clad in a pink suit strode into the hall, clapping as he approached. Lu Qingyong, you certainly arrived quickly. Guoli, being the scion of the provincial city, naturally recognized Lu Qingyong, known for his ruthless and sinister nature. It was rumored he had once killed his half-brother's mother when he was merely a teenager. Upon hearing Guoli's words, Lu Qingyong's brow furrowed slightly. Something felt amiss. It seemed that Guoli was aware of his journey to Yun City, yet he had only received Captain Chu's call 2 hours prior, deciding to depart at the last minute. How could Guoli's information channels be so formidable? Lu Qingyong, I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters here, otherwise your Lu family might meet the same fate as the Zhao, Li, and Wang families. The demise of the 3 great families is no longer a secret. On his way to Yun City, Lu Qingyong had also caught wind of the Wang family's clash with Su Jian. It was utterly illogical for the Yi family's sworn enemies to turn upon one another. There must be secrets unknown to outsiders. However, tracing the benefits back, it was evident that the Yi family emerged as the greatest beneficiary, leading to the conclusion that they had manipulated events from behind the scenes. Yet, with the young disciples of the Yi family obliterated, and only Yi Changfeng remaining, who was ailing and had suffered tremendous blows, could he possibly orchestrate such schemes? Could it be that the fool was Yifan? Lu Qingyong's gaze settled on Yifan, who still bore that innocent demeanor, leaning on Su Ishue's shoulder while holding Yu Linglong's hand. What a predicament! Su Ishue and Yu Linglong were both unparalleled beauties. For an ordinary person to possess even one of these, it would be akin to striking a fortune, yet Yifan astonishingly holds 2. No, in fact, it is 7. 5 others, who are not present, have also proclaimed their intent to marry him. Lu Qingyong scrutinized Yifan closely. He exhibited no signs of martial prowess, appearing as foolish and unassuming as ever, devoid of any indication of awakening. Could it be that Captain Chu is overthinking? If it is neither Yi Chongfeng nor Yifan, then the actions must belong to Guoli and Xia Hao. Humph. It seems that, in addition to teaching the Su family a lesson, some measures must also be taken against the Guo and Xia families. If these 2 families continue to meddle alongside the clandestine maneuvers of the Zhuzhou group, they would find themselves in a precarious position. Guo Shao, I suggest you focus on your own matters. Refrain from meddling, should any troubles arise at home. You will rue the day. Lu Qingyong stated nonchalantly, yet the undertone of provocation was unmistakable. The same goes for the head of the Xia family. It may not be too late for you to withdraw. However, what Lu Qingyong was unaware of was that Guoli and Xia Hao were the only 2 individuals beside Yifan who were fully cognizant of the situation. They understood that Yifan had indeed awakened. The prodigious talent had returned, and his strength was even greater than before. With the formidable martial artist Wang Fugui at his side, and the scholarly Guoli providing support, backed by the powerful Tianji Pavilion, who could dare to oppose them? Guoli and Xia Hao exchanged a subtle smile. Lu Qingyong had come today primarily on the orders of Chu Feng to probe Yifan. As he approached Yifan with a wine glass in hand, he remarked, Yi Shao, how unfortunate that you have become a fool. With 2 such beautiful wives, how will you manage at night? Haha. This was a blatant insult, a direct affront. If Yi Shao were incapable, I could certainly bring my wives to teach you, ensuring both sisters-in-law are satisfied. Bang. While Lu Qingyong continued to prattle, Yifan had already made his move. seizing a bowl of scalding soup from the table and smashing it onto Lu Qingyong's head. You shameless wretch. My wife Ishue has declared that they will only sleep with me at night. What are you trying to do? Go home and sleep with your mother. Hiss. My face, my head. Are you insane? Scalding water cascaded down Lu Qingyong's head. Though he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts several years ago, and is now speculated to be at the master level, he was still jolted by the heat and nearly lost his composure. The proximity had left Lu Qingyong no chance to evade. In that fleeting moment, he could not ascertain whether Yifan was genuinely foolish or merely feigning. Was Yifan's reaction truly that swift? You bastard, you seek death. Lu Qingyong's murderous intent surged as he raised his fist to strike Yifan. Linglong, I'm scared. Yifan, startled, quickly darted behind Yu Linglong, his fearful expression betraying any semblance of pretense. Guoli, observing from the side, couldn't help but curl his lips. Life is but a play, entirely reliant on one's performance. Bravo, my dear brother. How audacious to wreak havoc here if you have chosen the wrong place. Dare you lay a finger on my man? Yu Linglong stepped forward, her formidable aura beginning to ripple. Simultaneously, Guoli, Wang Fugue, and the others advanced a step, encircling Lu Qingyong, who found himself momentarily struggling to breathe. Why should a fool like Yifan be surrounded by such powerful protectors? Lu Qingyong realized that if he intended to act here, it would be nearly impossible. He would have to wait for Yifan to be isolated before seizing the opportunity. You think you are fierce, HM? You can protect him for a moment, but can you shield him for a lifetime? Lu Qingyong retreated a step, casting a sinister gaze at Yu Linglong and the others, taunting, I fear that soon Yifan will be left to rot in the wilderness at that time. You shall truly become widows, how? Do you still wish to remarry that old relic of the Yi family? Lu Qingyong's laughter was rampant, and the murderous intent around Yifan surged uncontrollably. Lu Qingyong, in a daring provocation, whispered as he passed by Yifan, fool, did you know? Your second brother met a tragic end. I stabbed him a dozen times and severed his meridians one by one. In the end, that pitiful wretch knelt before me, begging for mercy. Alas, soon you shall join him. What? In an instant, Yifan's pupils constricted violently. The true culprit behind the annihilation of the Yi family is finally revealing himself. Yifan had not anticipated that the Lu family from the provincial capital would be involved. Did they participate in the assassination of his second brother, Yi Lingjun, within the southwestern UK war zone? Seeking death. At this moment, the fury within Yifan could no longer be contained. He suddenly grasped Lu Qingyong fiercely. Lu Qingyong, brimming with arrogance, stared at Yifan. What? Do you wish to strike me? Now that you know the truth, what can you do? Even if I cannot handle you, Captain Chu Feng will find it effortless. Yifan understood that Lu Qingyong's primary aim in coming here was to provoke him into revealing himself. Once exposed, those lurking behind the Yi family would either frantically attempt to eliminate him at any cost or retreat into the shadows. Thus, Yifan swiftly unleashed silver needles, infusing an odorless and tasteless poison into Lu Qingyong's body. Remaining undetected did not imply that Yifan lacked means to deal with Lu Qingyong. After all, at the engagement banquet of the Li family, he had quietly dispatched Li Yunyong, and he could similarly eliminate Lu Qingyong. However, Yifan had no intention of allowing Lu Qingyong to perish so swiftly. Rather, he wished for him to experience the torment of a fate worse than death. What are you doing? Lu Qingyong gasped, startled by the sudden prick, though it was merely a momentary irritation on his skin. He felt as if the pain had penetrated to his very marrow, scorching his soul. Simultaneously, a subtle breath began to circulate within Lu Qingyong's body, seemingly merging with his meridians. What is happening? Although sensing something amiss, Lu Qingyong attentively scrutinized the situation once more and found no further anomalies. With a fierce glare directed at Yifan, he swiftly departed from the scene. The banquet hosted by the Su family continued until the afternoon, when guests gradually dispersed. Yu Linglong took her leave, as the disturbances from the eastern neighbors had become increasingly frequent in the southeast war zone, necessitating her prompt return to maintain order. Upon her return to the Su Corporation, Su Ishue began to address the matters concerning pharmaceutical production and expansion. With Guoli and Wang Fugue by Yifan's side, Su Ishue felt reassured. Brother, what shall be our next course of action? In the wake of the banquet's conclusion, Guoli, Wang Fugui, and others proceeded ahead, while Xia Hao and Li Hu trailed behind. Intelligence from Old Pang indicated that a notable figure had been dispatched from the northwest, and Lu Qingyong was also en route to Yun City to initiate operations, while others remained oblivious to Lu Qingyong's earlier shriek. Guoli and Xia Hao understood that Yifan must have done something to him. Yifan undoubtedly had a plan for the forthcoming actions. As Yifan prepared to speak, Elder Yi Changfeng arrived, accompanied by Lang Feng, emerging from a nearby vehicle and striding purposefully toward Yifan. Elder Yi. Guoli and the others greeted him with utmost respect. Having presided over the northern territories for many years, Elder Yi rightfully earned the title of King of the North. Indeed, Yi Changfeng expressed his satisfaction with the unwavering loyalty of Yifan's companions. You are commendable, particularly Guoli and Fugui. Mr. Xia. Should you encounter any obstacles regarding your business in the provincial city, do not hesitate to contact the provincial defense chief, Zhang Cheng. He is my student. Simply mention my name when you seek him out. As he spoke, Yi Changfeng handed a business card to Xia Hao. Thank you, Elder Yi. Xia Hao received the card with reverence, his heart racing as he instinctively glanced at Yifan. The advantages of being associated with Yifan were already evident. The remarkable elixirs he had received and Yifan's boundless potential were more than sufficient motivation for Xia Hao to exert his utmost efforts. Noting Yifan's lack of objection, Xia Hao finally pocketed the card. Though merely a business card, Xia Hao understood its significance all too well. The provincial defense chief of Tiannan was the third most powerful figure in the region, and with his backing, few would dare to challenge the Xia family in Tiannan. This card served as a formidable weapon, one with practical utility. While Xia Hao's expression remained discreet, Yi Changfeng, who had been observing him closely, clearly discerned the emotions behind Xia Hao's demeanor. If Xia Hao felt the need to consult Yifan over a mere business card, Yi Changfeng surmised with considerable confidence that Yifan had indeed awakened, and Xia Hao was likely one of the informed parties. During this period, Xia Hao had been consistently by Yifan's side, assisting in rescuing Su Yixue, countering the Li family, and employing strategic maneuvers against the Wang family and Su Jian. Everything seemed to fall into place. Yifan, in the eyes of outsiders, still needed to maintain the facade of a fool. Yet the specifics of the actions and strategies ultimately required execution by someone else. Thus, Xia Hao emerges as the most adept at providing cover and executing plans. Now that Guoli has returned, as a former brother and strategist, Guo Xiukai perfectly fits the requirements. Therefore, Guoli and Xia Hao must be in the know. As for Wang Fugui, this simpleton, while possessing commendable strength, is likely kept in the dark. Having speculated on the matter extensively, Yi Changfeng finally comprehended why at the Su family press conference, Xia Hao could orchestrate everything so meticulously. Yifan is indeed a prodigious talent during his awakened state. His innate abilities and intellect were unparalleled, which elucidates everything. Now, with the Su Jian father and son having perished alongside the Wang family, my Yi family conglomerate also boasts a substantial financial scale and requires assistance to manage matters with Mr. Xia and Guoli. I shall entrust the Yi family group to Yifan and will inform the board of directors to appoint you both as vice presidents of the conglomerate. Is that agreeable? Guoli's reaction was entirely normal. The titles held little significance to him. He understood that even if Yifan were in a conscious state, the Yi family group would likely still be passed on to him. However, Xia Hao was once again taken aback. As an outsider and merely the head of the Xia family in the provincial capital, his asset scale was only in the hundreds of billions, which was incomparable to the Yi family. Yet, the old master Yi appointed him as vice president of the Yi family group with a mere blink, a tremendous trust indeed. The old master, it seems inappropriate for me to seek out Yifan. My original intention was to repay a favor, yet in just a few days, I have attained a level of benefit that countless others could scarcely imagine. Xia Hao wished to continue seeking Yifan's guidance, but Guoli could no longer tolerate it and directly interrupted him. Mr. Xia, since the old master has arranged it this way, let us adhere to his directives. When Yi Xiao awakens, we can resign then. Xia Hao's loyalty is commendable, yet it borders on excessive if he continues to seek counsel from the elder brother. Perhaps Wang Fugui and others might not perceive it, but how astute is the old master Yi. One glance, and you have essentially revealed everything. Thus, Guoli interrupted Xia Hao's inquiries. Yi Chong-fong smiled slightly at the side, realizing that Guo Li's cleverness as Yifan's strategist was well-founded. Although Guo Li's innate talent may be slightly inferior to Yifan's, in terms of intellect, he certainly keeps pace with Yifan. You all go to the company. I shall greet a few old friends and return shortly. Meanwhile, Lei Chenjue had gathered that batch of old friends. The adversaries of the Yi family had gone too far, nearly exterminating the Yi family and even intending to kill Lei Chenjue, fearing that he might aid Yifan in awakening. Thus, everyone can no longer sit idly by. Previously, Yi Chong-fong had not been overly enthusiastic about Lei Chenjue's actions. However, after the recent events, realizing that his precious grandson might have already awakened, Yi Chong-fong developed a keen interest. The Yi family could finally see a glimmer of hope. Moreover, with the Northern Sky Dragon army numbering in the hundreds of thousands, as long as he still drew breath, the Yi banner would not fall. If the dragon army could be smoothly handed over to Yifan, then the Yi family would endure. It is time to strike back. Just as Yi Chong-fong departed, another young man clad in a floral shirt rushed forward with great urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Yifan, pleading, "Young Master Yi, I implore you to assist me in eliminating Lu Qingyong and the Lu family. If successful, Lu Wuyang, I am willing to dedicate my life to serve you faithfully." Yifan furrowed his brow at the sight of the young man. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Qingyong, who had just stormed into the venue, although their attire differed. Sharing the same surname. Was this Lu Wuyang a member of the Lu family? Why would a member of the Lu family seek assistance in annihilating his own kin? Beside them, Guo Li regarded Lu Wuyang with astonishment, exclaiming, "Lu family's second young master. Aren't you usually busy chasing after girls and embroiled in scandals with celebrity beauties? What brings you to young Master Yi? Are you not aware that my elder brother is still in a state of stupor?" In the provincial city, the Lu family had been embroiled in a scandal that had become common knowledge among the upper echelons of society. Lu Qingyong's father, Lu Zijian, had once dallied with a girl who was none other than Lu Wuyang's mother. The Lu family had persistently denied her identity, even considering her existence an embarrassment. Ultimately, under Lu Zijian's tacit approval, Lu Qingyong ruthlessly murdered Lu Wuyang's mother. At that time, Lu Wuyang was merely 8 years old, hiding beneath a bed, witnessing the atrocity unfold. From that moment on, Lu Wuyang vowed silently to survive and, when he grew powerful enough, to exact vengeance upon his elder brother Lu Qingyong and his monstrous father, ensuring the Lu family's demise. Following this traumatic experience, Lu Wuyang endured inhumane treatment within the Lu household, subjected to drinking urine and eating dog food, until he was sheltered by a compassionate steward, allowing him to mature. Perhaps out of guilt or some other reason, Lu Zijian spared Lu Wuyang's life and sent him to school. When he faced ostracism, Lu Wuyang willingly sought exile in Yun City years ago. Ostensibly, he was involved in scandals with starlets, indulging in a life of extravagance, yet in reality, he had ingeniously built several multi-billion-dollar companies over the years, accumulating a fortune of several hundred billion, a remarkable feat given the disparity with the provincial Lu family's strength. Guo Shao, I trust my judgment. I am certain that young Master Yi will awaken one day. I am willing to stake everything I possess on this bet, pleading for your assistance. Here is a record of all my assets. As he spoke, Lu Wuyang presented a dossier and contract to Guo Li, young Master Yi, to please review. Once you sign, all my assets will belong to you. Guo Li took the document, his eyes widening in astonishment at the 8 companies listed within. As the eldest son of the Guo family in the provincial city, his talents and business acumen were already remarkable. However, Guo Li's greatest strength lies in his wit and strategy. When it comes to financial management, he is utterly outclassed by Lu Wuyang. The time you have spent pursuing women has merely been an illusion. Those starlets are all artists under your entertainment company, and your scandalous rumors with them are merely tactics to bolster their publicity and generate buzz. Lu Shao, you have truly underestimated him. Furthermore, with the recently emerging financial entity, Ma Air Finance, is also a creation of yours. You are indeed a commercial prodigy. Recently, the small loan company Ma Air Finance, which has gained traction in the southwestern region, employs innovative models to assist micro and small enterprises in securing loans, utilizing big data models to assess creditworthiness in conjunction with banks to amass a scale exceeding $1 trillion in a short span. Everyone has been investigating the background of this company, pondering who could have conceived such a remarkable scheme. Yet, None have anticipated that the genius behind it is none other than the second young master of the Lu family, exiled to the frontier. The demeanor of the second young master suggests a complete resurgence. Yet, Lu Wuyang is acutely aware of his own limitations and the necessity of a benefactor's assistance. When the Lu family faced annihilation, Lu Wuyang shared the sentiments of all. Recognizing that even the seven sisters-in-law's declarations of marrying Yifan could not alter the Lu family's decline. Yet, within mere days, the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, who covertly attacked the Yi family, all met with disastrous fates. The Xuanwu battle zones open support the intervention of the Zhuzhou group. And Yifan's various actions indicate that these occurrences were no mere coincidences. In conclusion, Lu Wuyang deduced that the foolish prodigy, Yifan, from 5 years ago must have awakened. He is precisely the benefactor Lu Wuyang seeks. Thus, when his elder brother Lu Qingyong clashed with Yifan, Lu Wuyang promptly sought him out. Beyond the assets at his disposal, Lu Wuyang possessed a unique token of allegiance that would surely sway Yifan to take action. As Guoli perused the asset sheet provided by Lu Wuyang, the Yifan scrutinized it as well. Upon discovering that Lu Wuyang had devised a Pinduoduo plan aimed at establishing a new shopping platform to enable consumers to participate in price reductions, Yifan's pupils widened in astonishment. Lu Wuyang is indeed a commercial genius, skillfully leveraging human nature by employing price cuts to encourage consumers to advertise, achieving maximal promotional impact with minimal expenditure. Since Yifan aspires to restore the Yi family's former glory, he requires not only Guoli, the strategist, but also Wang Fugui, the warrior, and additionally, an internal financial magnate to oversee logistics and commercial operations. Lu Wuyang appears to be an excellent candidate. You are indeed a good person. Come. Let us visit the Yi family, Yifan said earnestly. However, upon exchanging glances with Guoli, the latter understood Yifan's intentions. The elder brother intends to give Lu Wuyang a chance. For Yifan, confronting the Lu family is inevitable since an internal division can be exploited. He will not refuse Lu Wuyang. Lu Wuyang's face brightened. As long as he could join the Yi group, his plan would be halfway to success. If all goes according to plan, his foolish elder brother should already be at the Yi group by now. After Su Jian and his son Su Dong sensed something amiss, they sought out the Lu family in the provincial capital and, using the official seal of the Yi group, clandestinely signed a secret acquisition agreement with the Yi family, which had been notarized by a third party and held legal validity. The intentions of Su Jian and his son were clear. If they could not possess it, they would ensure that the Yi family would not fare well either. Within the Yi group, the board of directors was abruptly informed by Elder Yi that Su Jian and his son had engaged in mutual destruction with the Wang family, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Most of the company's veterans were aware of the machinations that Su Jian and his son had been orchestrating over the years within the Yi group. However, as Elder Yi had not spoken out, it was presumed that matters were still under control. Thus, everyone remained composed. Had Su Jian not signed that secret contract with the Lu family before his demise, the Yi group would have continued to stand steadfast as always. Those two treacherous wolves, Su Jian and his son, deserved their fate. Indeed, this was their end. Elder Yi had generously taken them in, yet they audaciously sought more, conspiring with outsiders to gain complete control over the Yi group. Despicable. However, with the downfall of Su Jian and his son, Elder Yi appointed Guoli and Xia Hao as vice presidents of the company. What could this mean? Was there an intention to elevate the young master? The young master, however, appeared to be in a state of despair. The crowd was somewhat puzzled by Elder Yi's decision, yet the majority still agreed with it. Only a small faction aligned with Su Jian, overhearing the murmurs around them, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Did you still hope to seize the Yi group? It was too late. The agreement that Su Jian had arranged before his death was about to take effect, and when that happened, the entire Yi group, with its assets worth hundreds of billions, would likely no longer bear the Yi surname, but rather the Lu surname. When Yifan, Guoli, Wang Fugui, Xia Hao, Lu Wuyang, and others arrived at the conference hall of the Yi group, Lu Qingyong unexpectedly made an appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the situation. Mr. Su Jian, the executive president of the Yi group, signed an agreement with our Lu group a day ago, selling the Yi group for 30 million. Here is the contract, notarized by a reputable notary office, and it possesses legal validity. Furthermore, the head of the legal department, You and manager you from the procurement department were present during the signing of this contract. Can you attest to its authenticity? The deputy head of the legal department and manager you from the procurement department represented the last remnants of Soo Jian's legacy within the Yi group. When Soo Jian faced the Wang family's pursuit, although he was unclear as to why they had suddenly targeted him, Soo Dong was not foolish. He quickly surmised that this matter must be connected to the Yi family. Thus, he had arranged such a contingency. Of course, we accompanied President Soo to witness the acquisition of the Yi group by the Lu group firsthand, 30 million indeed. As manager Yu and the others confirmed the news, it seemed that those present finally grasped the gravity of the situation. What a joke. The Yi group possesses assets exceeding 500 billion. To sell for merely 30 million. That is an insult to cabbage prices. This is a giveaway. Damn. This is outrageous. Soo Jian's ill intentions have cost him dearly. He got off too easily. Spit. The contract is invalid. Among the upper echelons of the Yi family group, most have already been summoned by Soo Jian to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Wang family, leaving behind a mere shadow of their former strength. The prevailing public sentiment appears to favor the Yi family. However, the crux of the matter lies in the hands of Lu Qingyong, who possesses a notarized contract that holds legal weight. What use is your clamor? Humph. This is the law, protected by the state. Lu Qingyong, with a hint of pride, brandished the copy of the contract in his hand, declaring that since the Yi family now belonged to the Lu clan, it was time for a prompt handover. Especially concerning the critical materials research department. The urgency of Lu Qingyong's visit to take control of the Yi family was spurred by a precious treasure rumored to be in their possession. It is said that the Yi family acquired an extraordinary treasure map years ago, detailing the location of a miraculous relic site. Should the map be deciphered and the site entered, it promises immense rewards, even the possibility of transcending to immortality. There is widespread speculation that the Yi family's plethora of formidable masters, who dominate half of the military might of the Great Xia, may have discovered certain secrets within the relic site. The extermination of the Yi family was driven by the desire of their opponents to eradicate them entirely, but also by the allure of the Yi family's treasure map. The pursuit of immortality is a dream cherished by all martial artists, and any opportunity would be worth risking one's life. At the entrance of the conference room, Yifan observed the cacophony within, his brow furrowed in concern. He felt a twinge of unease, realizing he was the sole remaining co-disciple of the Yi family, and in a state of confusion, was not yet ready to present himself to the public. Without the sight of hope from the Yi family, they would merely remain a disarrayed collection of individuals. It was imperative to swiftly consolidate the family from within and restore their confidence. Prior to his arrival, Yifan had already instructed an investigation into Manager Yu and various heads of the legal department, initially not expecting any substantial outcomes. Yet, as staunch loyalists of Soo Jian, their continued allegiance despite his demise left Yifan with no choice but to confront them directly. Where did you wild dogs come from, making a ruckus on my turf? Yifan strode into the hall, pulled out a chair, then fixed a scorching gaze on Lu Qingyong. What, haven't you had enough of being pummeled at the celebration? Shall I demonstrate my skills once more? Startled by Yifan's aggressive demeanor, Lu Qingyong instinctively took 2 steps back. With formidable masters Guoli and Wang Fugui by Yifan's side, Lu Qingyong was acutely aware that he could not ensure a swift end to Yifan and thus opted to endure. Yifan, you best refrain from reckless actions. I must inform you that the Yi family group has already been acquired by me, it no longer bears the Yi name. You and your companions would do well to vacate the premises. This is a commercial transaction, and even if you were to kill me, it would be of no consequence. Lu Qingyong, fearing for his life, hastily added this last remark. After all, should Yifan lose control and inadvertently cause his demise, it would be a senseless end at the hands of a fool. I comprehend your intentions clearly, you 2 scoundrels. Seeking to undermine from within and sell the company at a low price for your own gain, am I right? I once stealthily observed you, Manager Yu, secretly accepting bribes amounting to millions. And Minister Zhu, I witnessed you maintaining 3 women in a particular location. 5 years ago, you even caused a young woman to leap from a building. I had been forbidden by my grandfather to speak of this, but now I shall expose you all. Yifan took the stage, murmuring a torrent of words with remarkable clarity, seemingly devoid of any foolishness. The hundreds of shareholders and core executives of the Yi group were momentarily bewildered. Had the young master, who had been deemed foolish for 5 years, finally regained the ability to communicate normally? To articulate so much information at once was indeed a challenge for him. However, the news had already spread that the renowned healer Lei Chenjue had arrived in Yun City and declared that Yifan's condition could be cured, and improvement had already begun. If this were true, the Yi group could potentially turn the tide. Yifan, you are slandering me. When have I ever accepted money from anyone? And as for who jumped, what does that have to do with me? Manager Yu and Minister Zhu felt a surge of fear at Yifan's accusations. Accepting bribes of millions, if proven true, could lead to a minimum of a decade in prison, and the implications of manslaughter were even more terrifying. Since Yifan had laid the truth bare, it was clear that the elder of the Yi family was aware of the reality, merely choosing to refrain from taking action for the time being. Was it finally time for them to settle the debts? You must speak with evidence. Yifan. As senior members of the Yi group, Manager Yu and Minister Zhu have fought for numerous rights for the company. To doubt their loyalty is disheartening. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyong, while orchestrating the scene, he did not hesitate to stab Yifan with a verbal jab, casting doubt on his intentions. Although the Yi group was a family-run enterprise, over the years it had welcomed external shareholders, leading to a lack of complete unity within. Lu Qingyong's words had an effect, as some attendees frowned at Yifan. 5 years ago, Yifan was a prodigious genius, mastering cultivation and strategies of the highest caliber. With his awakening and assumption of control over the Yi group, there was no doubt about his capability. However, if his methods were deemed inappropriate, garnering the support of all would prove difficult. Evidence, you ask? I happen to have some materials here to share with everyone. As he spoke, Yifan handed a disc to Guoli Old Gue. My friend mentioned there are valuable insights within, could you take a look? Guoli stared at Yifan in disbelief. Could this brother of his, who had just awakened in recent days, truly have acquired such knowledge of the Yi group's inner workings? In truth, Yifan had begun his investigation into Su Dong's demise as a means to confront Su Jian and his son. It was inevitable that their relationship would deteriorate. Yet Yifan had not anticipated the rapid progression of events. Manager Yu, this is 3 million for the Yi group's steel factory project, with an additional 5 million upon completion. Agreed. Manager Yu, our procurement channel has been stalled at the approval stage. Perhaps you could assist in smoothing the process. Here. Take this 2 million for some leisure. The first video was displayed on the screen, showcasing images that were captured with remarkable clarity. Manager Yu from the procurement department had accepted a bribe of 5 million. According to relevant laws, Manager Yu could expect a life of sewing for the remainder of his days. Do not continue the playback. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Manager Yu was so taken aback that he slumped into his seat, his complexion ashen. Despite his prior caution, how could he have been so clearly recorded? Was Yifan not a fool? How did he possess such substantial evidence against himself? Do not worry, Manager Yu, I reassured him. My friend mentioned that there are still many captivating segments to come. Yifan smiled faintly, betraying little emotion, and turned his gaze towards the other Minister Zhu. Now, Minister Zhu, it is your turn to be showcased. Shall we reveal your impressive pectorals and gluteal muscles? Yifan's remark left Minister Zhu momentarily speechless. He understood all too well what the mention of pectorals and glutes implied. Most likely, he had been captured during a rendezvous with his lover. If Yifan could obtain evidence of Manager Yu's corruption, acquiring information on Minister Zhu's indiscretions would be effortless. Was Yifan truly a fool, or had he, with the aid of the illustrious Dr. Lei Chenjue, began to awaken? With just this subtle display of cunning, the atmosphere became tense. Should Yifan fully awaken and unleash his capabilities, the rivals of the Yi family would surely face dire consequences. Realizing this, Minister Zhu was filled with regret. Had he known that the young master still held the potential for revival, he would never have allied himself with Su Jian. However, now that matters had escalated to this point, Minister Zhu understood that further words would be futile. Young Master Yi, please, what do you desire? He inquired, acutely aware that Yifan's withholding of this information from the authorities indicated that he required something from him. What else could I possibly need to say? Yifan replied with a faint smile, an alluring glint in his eyes. Wang Fugui remained oblivious to the tension, while the nearby Lu Wuyang, upon seeing Yifan's expression, felt a surge of joy, realizing that he had indeed placed his bet wisely. The prodigal scion of the Yi family had likely awakened long ago, all the while feigning ignorance to deceive those around him. A meticulous development, and when the moment of full eruption arrived, it would herald a renewed era of glory for the Yi family. Minister Zhu inferred from Yi Fan's actions that he had indeed begun to awaken. The astute individuals present, although momentarily slow to react, gradually grasped the situation. The young master is no longer stuttering, nor is he truly awakening. One exclaimed. Indeed. Did you observe the young master's earlier movements? They were executed with such precision that many corporate executives would struggle to replicate them. The eminent Dr. Lei was indeed formidable. Having rescued the young master, he had, in essence, salvaged the entire Yi family and its corporation. While the majority of the attendees rejoiced at Yi Fan's awakening, a few middle-aged men in the crowd wore grim expressions, murmuring amongst themselves that this was far from a fortuitous development. Humph. Those inept fools could not prevent Lei Chenjue from intervening, and now we are in trouble. Yi Fan's extraordinary talent had once astounded and instilled fear in everyone. After awakening from a prolonged stupor of 5 years, Li Fan remained oblivious to the current circumstances. He instructed Minister Zhu to contemplate independently, and upon observing the situation, Minister Zhu discerned the implications. Exchanging a glance with Manager Yu, he nonchalantly remarked that if they did not wish to tread the treacherous path, it would be prudent to abandon the endeavor. Li Fan's directive was unambiguous, they simply needed to refrain from siding with Lu Qingyong. By neutralizing the two significant thorns planted by Su Jian, Li Fan could more effortlessly contend with Lu Qingyong. Manager Yu, not lacking in sagacity, quickly grasped the situation. After a moment of reflection, he articulated, esteemed shareholders of the Yi Group, our earlier discourse was somewhat disorganized, and certain statements were erroneous. In truth, Mr. Su and we indeed met with Lu Qingyong, but no contract was signed. The contract presented by Lu Qingyong is a forgery. And the notion of acquiring the Yi Group is entirely unfounded. Uncertain of Li Fan's ulterior motives and strategies, their immediate course of action was to withhold testimony that would validate Lu Qingyong's claims, thereby undermining the legitimacy and efficacy of his contract, and striving to align with Li Fan's interests. Lu Qingyong, his countenance darkened with fury, glared at the unfolding scene, nearly reaching the boiling point. You young Zhu Ming, have you lost your minds? You are present as witnesses. Do you think your denial now holds any weight? Everyone take note, the contract bears Su Jian's signature and seal, the Yi Group's official stamp, and notarized documentation. Your repudiation is futile. Shaking the contract copy in his hand, Lu Qingyong quelled the tumult that had enveloped the room. Indeed, the contract possessed legal validity. Regardless of Manager Yu and Zhu Ming's coerced defection, Lu Qingyong's fate remained unchanged. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards Li Fan, who furrowed his brow in contemplation of the next steps. At that moment, Lu Wuyang emerged from behind Li Fan, exclaiming loudly, "Young Master Lu, what you hold is merely a copy of the contract, is it not? What use is a copy? What if your contract is a fabrication?" Lu Qingyong, upon witnessing Lu Wuyang's unexpected appearance beside Li Fan, was gripped by an ominous premonition. Throughout their lives, Lu Qingyong had often bullied Lu Wuyang. Yet the latter never shed a tear. The intensity of Lu Wuyang's gaze seemed to bore into Lu Qingyong, as if he wished to devour him whole. Although he had exiled this brother to Yun City, Lu Qingyong remained ever wary. His visit was not solely to address matters concerning Li Fan but also to contemplate whether to eliminate this sibling, for he could not find peace at night otherwise. What do you mean by that? Knowing you would cast such doubt, I have brought the original contract. Lu Qingyong called to his bodyguard, who promptly presented a locked briefcase. Meanwhile, Lu Wuyang flashed a sly smile from the audience. "Brother, I happen to possess a briefcase as well. Pray tell, which of our boxes contains the original?" When Lu Qingyong beheld Lu Wuyang producing an identical briefcase, an overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within him. Intuition told Lu Qingyong that his younger brother was undoubtedly engaging in clandestine and insidious development in Yun City. He feared that, sooner or later, he would find himself ensnared by this sibling. "Hurry. Open it," Lu Qingyong urged, his voice tinged with urgency, anxious about any unforeseen complications in today's endeavor. He had insisted that his bodyguard captain keep the briefcase close at hand, within which lay the acquisition contracts. However, upon opening the case, it revealed not contracts, but a set of red funeral garments. What on earth is going on? Where are my contracts? Lu Qingyong exclaimed, taken aback by the shocking contents and exploding with fury. Glancing at Lu Wuyang, his expression was rife with rage. Is this your doing, Lu Wuyang? With an air of indifference, Lu Wuyang replied, 20 years ago. You murdered our mother, and now, this is a gift for you. I trust you will find it useful soon enough. As he spoke, Lu Wuyang opened his own briefcase, which contained 3 acquisition contracts. Indeed, Su Jian had signed contracts with Lu Qingyong, but Lu Wuyang had long since bribed the bodyguard captain to switch the documents, effectively pulling the rug out from under him. Young Master Yi, all the contracts are yours to handle. Lu Wuyang respectfully presented the briefcase to Yifan. No, Lu Wuyang. You scoundrel. Are you out of your mind? Those assets are worth billions. Lu Qingyong was nearly driven to madness, having boasted to Captain Chu that he would economically devastate the Yi family today. Yet, in the end, he was betrayed by his own brother, failing at the crucial moment. Where could he show his face now? Billions? You are a fool, Lu Qingyong. No asset is worth your life. Go and repent to our mother in the afterlife. Lu Wuyang coldly retorted. Lu Wuyang, with his current resources and capabilities, could indeed hire someone to deal with Lu Qingyong. However, killing Lu Qingyong would leave him unable to escape unscathed. In contrast, Yifan had the backing of the Yi family, supported by the Guo and Wang families, and was unafraid of the ensuing storm of revenge. Yifan examined the contracts within the briefcase, confirming their authenticity with notarized stamps. Young Master Lu, all 3 originals are with me. What is the status of the Yi family now? Yifan gazed intensely at Lu Qingyong, a wicked smile gracing his features. Lu Qingyong glared fiercely at Lu Wuyang, genuinely contemplating devouring him whole. Lu Wuyang, you are indeed formidable. Losing control over the Yi family infuriated Lu Qingyong, but his greater ire was directed at his brother, who had seemingly surpassed his control after years of hiding in Yun City. Lu Qingyong began to regret sending his brother to Yun City in the first place. We are leaving. Acknowledging that the original contracts had been stolen, Lu Qingyong realized that his acquisition plan for today was doomed to fail, rendering his presence here meaningless. He signaled to his subordinates, preparing to depart the scene. Stop. You think you can just walk away? Yifan coldly reprimanded, my wife once said, when someone bullies me, they must pay a price. You start trouble at the celebration banquet, and I haven't even sought retribution yet. Now, the time has come to settle the score. Yifan had no intention of letting Lu Qingyong off easily. A shadow of gloom flickered in Lu Qingyong's eyes. He had not yet sought trouble with Yifan. Yet Yifan was already planning to take action against him fast. What do you want from me? Lu Qingyong asked, his gaze fixed anxiously on Yifan. Although Yu Linglong was not present, Yifan was flanked by 2 formidable masters, Guo Li and Wang Fugui, along with other bodyguards assigned by the Yi family. Furthermore, Yifan's intellect appeared to be functioning normally for the time being. It was uncertain if his strength had also been restored. If that were the case, Lu Qingyong would indeed be in trouble. Young Master Yi, he possesses a transparent bone that emanates a strong, ancient aura, purportedly beneficial for cultivation. Perhaps you should request him to surrender it. Before Yifan could speak, Lu Wuyang directly revealed Lu Qingyong's treasure. Lu Wuyang, were you trying to get yourself killed? That is a priceless heirloom of the Lu family. Lu Qingyong clutched his chest, aghast. Lu Qingyong had reached the level of a master at just over 30 years of age, largely due to the nurturing of that bone. Could he really allow it to be taken from him so easily? Indeed, it is a treasure of the Lu family, but what concern is it of mine? Lu Wuyang replied nonchalantly. Yifan smirked. It seemed Lu Wuyang harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Lu family. Without Yifan needing to intervene, Wang Fugui and Guo Li moved into action, flanking Lu Qingyong and subduing him with their formidable martial energy. Lu Shao, hand it over. You, this is robbery. Lu Qingyong's face turned a deep shade of rage as he attempted to summon his martial energy to resist. However, just as he began to channel his strength, he was met with a devastating realization. His martial energy was inexplicably inaccessible, and its potency was rapidly diminishing. Since being pricked by Yifan at Su Shui's celebration banquet, A mysterious aura seemed to be quietly corroding his insides. The slightest exertion left him feeling utterly drained. What is happening? Lu Qingyang looked at Yifan in terror. Had Yifan truly regained his full faculties? The methods and prowess of this prodigious genius were utterly unfathomable. We are taking it, what will you do about it? You dare to rob the Yi Corporation, or do you think we can't take from you? Wang Fugui, displaying a rough demeanor, scolded while tearing Lu Qingyang's clothing apart. Extracting the half-transparent bone from his innermost garments and handing it to Yifan. Big brother, look. Yifan received the bone, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Undying bone? Yifan's heart raced with shock. From the dragon pattern ring, he had long been privy to relevant information, aware that throughout the world, some great sages had fallen. Beings who surpassed the pinnacle of martial arts. After their fall, their bodies transformed, the bones coalescing into translucent forms. Imbued with the essence of their formidable martial arts and accumulated combat experiences. A typical martial arts practitioner, adorned with these ethereal bones, could nurture themselves and reap immense benefits. However, should one absorb the energy and experiences encapsulated within these immortal bones, the advantages would be even greater. Fortuitously, the notes within the dragon pattern ring meticulously documented the method for absorbing and transforming these immortal bones. Thank you, young Master Lu. I will accept this. Yifan smiled as he secured the bones, reverting to his formerly unassuming demeanor. Old Wang, look, he has voluntarily come to present us with gifts. He is a guest. Why are you holding on to him? Release him, quickly. Young Master Lu, allow me to escort you out. As he spoke, Yifan's gaze returned to a state of bewilderment, and he affectionately draped his arm around Lu Qingyang's neck as if to usher him out. The others present assumed Yifan had reverted to his fullest state, yet only Guoli and Xia Hao understood that Yifan surely had other plans. At that moment, Lu Qingyang felt as though his heart was shattered, each stab of betrayal piercing deeper. What treachery is this? I came here to seize your Yi family group. And now I am nearly stripped of everything. Brother, I will accompany you to see him off. Wang Fugui, upon realizing Yifan intended to leave with Lu Qingyang alone, quickly rose to follow. Guoli swiftly intervened, saying, Old Wang, the order here requires your maintenance, let Mr. Xiao accompany him instead. During the celebration banquet, Lu Qingyang had exposed himself, having personally participated in the assassination of the Yi family members. Yifan's private meeting with Lu Qingyang was undoubtedly to uncover the truth of that incident. If Wang Fugui were to accompany them, complications would surely arise. Xia Hao immediately comprehended the situation. Li Hu, bring the others and accompany me to see young Master Lu off. Yifan smiled slightly. And as he exited the meeting room, he called out to Lu Wuyang, young Master Lu, join me. Previously, at the Su family's celebration banquet, Yifan had refrained from taking action. Yet now, with Lu Qingyang voluntarily presenting himself at the Yi family group, Yifan had no intention of letting him escape. More crucially, Yifan recognized Lu Wuyang's potential and intended to grant him a favor, thus securing him as an ally to manage finances, allowing Yifan more time to pursue other endeavors. Very well. Upon hearing that Yifan had declined the assistance of Wang Fugui and Guoli to accompany him, Lu Qingyang's pupils dilated in surprise. With the two formidable masters present, he dared not confront Yifan. Yet, in solitude, even with diminished strength, he would still have an opportunity to act. As for Xia Hao and Lu Wuyang, he regarded them with disdain. One must remember, he had arranged for his subordinates to wait in the parking lot below, combined, would Yifan have any chance of escape? Yifan. Yifan. You turn away from the path to paradise, yet wander into the gates of hell. Lu Qingyang, Yifan, Lu Wuyang, and others descended to the parking lot of the Yi group. Upon locating Lu Qingyang's vehicle, before Yifan could utter a word, Lu Qingyang spoke fast, fool. Since you've come, why not stay? With a snap of his fingers, the throng of martial arts experts emerged from the surrounding vehicles, encircling Yifan, Xia Hao, Li Hu, and Lu Wuyang. Yifan, I cannot discern whether you are genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. When you were with Guoli and Wang Fugui, I hesitated to act against you, but your reckless descent here is tantamount to seeking death. Thus, I must expedite your journey to the afterlife. Lu Qingyang appeared utterly confident in his impending victory. Do not expect them to come to your rescue, even if they wanted to intervene. It would take them a few minutes, enough time to extinguish your life several times over. This time, Lu Qingyong had brought only the elite from his household. As the encirclement tightened, Lu Wuyang began to feel anxious. Young Master Lu, our young master kindly offered you a chance to depart. Yet you insist on charging headfirst into danger. Do not blame our young master for being ungracious. Xia Hao regarded Lu Qingyong coldly. Having already sentenced him to death in his mind. This Lu young master was truly the foolish one. Yi Fan's intentions were glaringly evident. His collaboration with Lu Wuyang signified a desire for vengeance on Lu Qingyong's behalf. Instead of devising a means of escape, Lu Qingyong intended to strike at Yi Fan. Ungracious. Ha! A foolish young master like you, alongside the head of the Xia family. Let me enlighten you. Xia Hao, I address you as head of the Xia family out of respect, otherwise, I would refer to you as Xia Dog. Which would be a mere elevation of your status. Be patient, once the Yi family is dealt with, it will soon be your turn. The higher-ups had made it abundantly clear that any family closely aligned with the Yi family would not escape unscathed and would face punishment. Li Hu remained vigilant beside Xia Hao, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, an explosive sound resonated as Lu Qingyong expressed his excitement and Yi Fan made his move. He forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, unleashing a formidable aura that shattered the bluestone floor, sending countless shards hurtling toward Lu Qingyong's subordinates. With a swift and powerful surge, Lu Qingyong's bodyguards were utterly powerless to resist, and in an instant, they all perished. Moments ago, Lu Qingyong had dozens of experts at his disposal, seemingly in a position of dominance, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself the sole survivor. Lu Qingyong's pupils dilated in shock as he surveyed the scene. Finally, he comprehended. Yi Fan, are you pretending to be foolish? Are you deceiving us? You have awakened. Haven't you? At this juncture, only Xia Hao, Lu Wuyang, and Lu Qingyong remained on the scene. When Yi Fan made his move, he had also incapacitated Li Hu and several of his subordinates. Although Li Hu, as the underground patriarch of Yun City, should have been capable of maintaining discretion, Yi Fan was reluctant to reveal too much in front of others. Xia Hao was already aware of his awakening, and Lu Wuyang, as a prospective core member, posed no threat to Yi Fan's secrets. As for Lu Qingyong, he will never disclose any information regarding the death. Do you only now comprehend this? It is too late. Yi Fan coldly stepped forward, advising him to answer a few questions honestly to spare himself some physical torment. Lu Qingyong sensed the formidable surge of energy emanating from Yi Fan, which had far surpassed the prowess of a martial arts master, likely reaching the level of a martial arts sovereign. However, the intelligence received by Captain Chu Feng suggested that Yi Fan possessed only the strength of a master. If this assessment was erroneous, it could lead to the failure of Captain Chu Feng's mission. The most critical issue was that the intelligence had been flawed. Everyone had arranged their plans based on the information that Yi Fan had not awakened. Now that Yi Fan had indeed regained consciousness, the situation would inevitably undergo a dramatic transformation. Many previously hesitant factions would certainly react upon learning of Yi Fan's awakening. And with the influence of the prodigious talent combined with the lingering authority of the Yi family's patriarch, a reversal of fortunes was entirely possible. Realizing this, Lu Qingyong discreetly reached for his phone, intending to report the situation to Captain Chu Feng. However, before he could make a move, a tremendous force surged forth from Yi Fan, striking Lu Qingyong's pocket and shattering his phone into pieces. At this juncture, still contemplating a warning, did he believe there remained any opportunity? An invisible yet overwhelming power emanated from Yi Fan, firmly suppressing Lu Qingyong and forcing him back against the front of the car. Now, speak. Who is truly backing the Lu family? Is it Zhou Shao from the capital, or the lone wolf? Who else, apart from your Lu family, could have orchestrated the assault on my second brother in the Xuanwu battle zone? According to Yi Fan's temperament, he would have eliminated Lu Qingyong on the spot when the latter acted brazenly at the Su family's banquet. The only reason he had spared Lu Qingyong's life was to extract some truths from him. Following the trail to uncover the true culprit behind the attempts on the Yi family's existence, the Zhao family, the Li family, and the representative from the Lu family, Qin Tao, were all of a lower caliber, possessing limited knowledge. Lu Qingyong, having come directly with the bigwig from the northwest battle zone, should have more information. Humph. Yifan, do you believe that your awakening alone can alter the outcome? Dream on. The lone wolf from the northwest battle zone is already en route, calculating the time. He will arrive shortly. At that moment, it will be the complete annihilation of your Yi family. At this moment, Lu Qingyang comprehended that his premature visit to confront Yifan had been a grave mistake. He was likely out of options for escape. Thus, he decided to adopt a defiant attitude, unperturbed by the impending doom. Even if I know some secrets, I will never divulge them to you. Just wait for your demise. Haha. Once you are gone, your wives and sisters will surely be pitied, as many men will take turns to cherish them. Suddenly, Yifan struck with a ferocious attack, invoking the 7 stars soul-extinguishing claw. This was a secret technique from the dragon pattern ring, capable of manipulating energy to control mental forces, penetrating the target's mind, and delivering torment on a soul level. As Yifan channeled his energy, Lu Qingyang felt as though his head was about to explode. What are you doing to me? Why does it hurt so much? Lu Qingyang gazed at Yifan in disbelief, feeling as though a knife were carving into his brain, akin to a dagger piercing through his very soul. The excruciating pain rendered Lu Qingyang's consciousness scattered, leading him into a downward spiral. Now speak. Who else stands behind the Lu family? Aside from the Zhou family in the capital, what is their intent in targeting the Yi family? Yifan seldom employed the 7-star soul destruction claw, yet had used it a few times previously, then none had managed to resist its power, Lu Qingyang included. As for the participants in the assault, I am uncertain about others. But both the Lu family in the provincial capital and my own family were involved. Our contact was Captain Chu Feng from the Northwest War Zone. We are unaware of his specific affiliations, but it is undoubtedly military. As for Zhou Shao from the capital, he is not from the same Shao family, yet seems to be backed by a formidable organization known as the Holy Envoy, which is pursuing a particular map. Lu Qingyang, being of a higher standing, possessed more information than Li Zhong and Qin Yao. At the very least, he was aware that those who had targeted the Yi family were not a singular force. There existed, on one side, military involvement, and on the other, the Holy Envoy organization. They must have united for certain interests, which enabled them to strike successfully. The point of breach from the military side was that Chu Feng, while Zhou Shao served as the ultimate breach point from the Holy Envoy's side. Dealing with them would be a matter for later. For now, the one who killed my second brother must first pay the price. With a swift motion, Yifan unleashed his energy, obliterating Lu Qingyang's meridians, subsequently freeing him from the clutches of the 7-star soul destruction claw, restoring his awareness. The excruciating pain coursing through his bones and sinews rendered Lu Qingyang's existence a torment, prompting him to scream, "Yifan, if you have the courage, kill me." Yifan's lips curled slightly as he replied, "I indeed wish to end your life, but there exists someone who desires it even more. Therefore, your fate lies in his hands." As he spoke, Yifan retrieved a dagger from the ground and turned to the still-dazed Lu Wuyang, saying, "Young Master Lu, seek your vengeance." Witnessing Yifan's earlier display of power, Lu Wuyang's pupils widened in shock. The figure before him, young Master Yi, truly was an unparalleled prodigy. "Very well. Thank you." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wuyang accepted the dagger from Yifan, brandishing it a couple of times before stepping towards Lu Qingyang. "What do you intend to do, Lu Wuyang? We are brothers. You cannot kill me." Lu Qingyang, though unafraid of death when faced with Yifan, felt fear in the presence of Lu Wuyang. Lu Wuyang, once bullied by Lu Qingyang throughout his childhood, now stood in a position to determine his own fate. "Brothers? Humph. Lu Qingyang, do you have any shame? Where was your conscience when you murdered my mother? Did you think of us as brothers then?" Lu Wuyang had endured for many years, not a fool to be trifled with. Without a moment's hesitation, the dagger in hand plunged fiercely into Lu Qingyang's chest. A vast gaping wound suddenly appeared on Lu Qingyang's chest, blood coursing from the injury, staining much of his clothing crimson. "Ha! Are you truly serious, Lu Wuyang? If you kill me like this, my father will not let you go. You ought to cease at once." In truth, Lu Qingyang was acutely aware that any entreaties he made at this moment would bear no fruit. From the instant Lu Wuyang orchestrated the swap of his contract, he had resolutely chosen Yifan, intent on claiming Lu Qingyang's life. Yet Lu Qingyang clung to the last thread of hope. "Humph. My father. Does he even deserve to be called one? Brother, do not rush, first go and apologize to my mother. Soon enough, I shall ensure he kneels before her as well. Third, with each thrust of the blade, Lu Wuyang avenged the urine you once sprinkled upon me. Third, this strike is for the times you forced me to compete with a ravenous hound. Third, this blow is for the way you rode upon my neck, compelling me to crawl through filth in sub-zero temperatures. Countless stabs later, Lu Qingyong had become a mere sieve, his body devoid of any unscathed flesh. Young Master Lu. That is enough. Yifan observed Lu Qingyong, who lay lifeless, and gently patted Lu Wuyang's shoulder. Awakened from the depths of his sorrow, Lu Wuyang immediately knelt to the ground, bowing 3 times towards the provincial city. Mother, did you see? I avenged you. The one who took your life has been slain. And tonight, I shall finally find rest. For years, Lu Wuyang had been jolted awake from nightmares, haunted by the vision of his mother being suffocated by Lu Qingyong. Now, with Lu Qingyong meeting his end, Lu Wuyang could finally lay this burden to rest. Master Xia, has the video been recorded? Yifan inquired of Xia Hao. Xia Hao activated the video on his phone, revealing the very moment Yifan brandished a dagger against Lu Qingyong, which, when paired with the subsequent scene of Lu Qingyong's demise, would lead anyone to believe that Yifan had committed the murder. Young Master Yi. But Lu Qingyong was clearly slain by my hand. Lu Wuyang protested. Yifan replied coolly, in truth. From the moment Lu Qingyong stirred up trouble at the Su family celebration, he was as good as dead. What transpired just now was merely to allow you the satisfaction of avenging your mother. He continued, moreover. If we were to declare that you are the one who killed Lu Qingyong, do you possess the strength to withstand the retaliation from the Lu family? Particularly from the forces aligned with Lu Qingyong's maternal grandfather, could you endure that? Yifan's clarity of thought left Lu Wuyang feeling somewhat flustered. Lu Wuyang, I am grateful for your assistance. Should you ever require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Excellent. I have long awaited this very declaration. It is precisely you that I desire. Yifan stated without hesitation, leaving Lu Wuyang momentarily stunned. Or young Master Yi, you wish for me. But Lu Wuyang misinterpreted, pondering why Yifan, who possessed so many beautiful wives and sisters-in-law, might harbor an interest in men. However, thinking of the significant assistance Yifan had provided, she gritted her teeth and declared, as long as young Master Yi is pleased, I am willing to adopt any posture. Lu Wuyang's face turned almost crimson as she managed to utter this phrase. Observing Lu Wuyang's expression, Yifan playfully tapped her on the head and retorted. What are you thinking? I have no interest in that, what I seek is your intellect. Utilize your brilliant economic acumen to help me establish a colossal commercial empire. Lu Wuyang felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Is this truly what young Master Yi meant? Let's go. From this moment forth, your business plans need not be concealed. The Yi family shall serve as your support. However, be prepared, for I have yet to fully reveal myself. And the Yi family may face considerable pressure for quite some time. Yifan turned to glance at the imposing office building of the Yi group behind him. The Holy Envoy organization sounds like yet another formidable conglomerate. Perhaps it is akin to the organization behind me, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Sigh. The road ahead appears exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, Lu Wuyang remained undeterred. It matters not. Since I am aligned with young Master Yi, I shall certainly share both joys and hardships with him. I have unwavering faith in young Master Yi's capabilities. 5 years ago, at the tender age of 15, Yifan had already attained the realm of a grandmaster. Now, after 5 years of apparent folly, it was evident that Yifan's prowess had surpassed the shackles of that realm, reaching at least the level of a martial sovereign. Coupled with Yifan's extraordinary talent and strategic mind, the rise of the Yi family was merely a matter of time. Leaving Xia Hao and Li Hu to manage the scene, Yifan made his way toward the Yi group. In the provincial city, at the Lu family estate, the family head, Lu Zijin, received a video from an unknown sender, causing him to leap up in shock. What? Qingyong has been killed? The video depicted the scene Xia Hao had been managing, showcasing Yifan executing Lu Qingyong. How could the fool from the Yi family possess such strength to slay Qingyong? Lu Zijin's voice trembled as he exclaimed quickly. Call Qingyong. Someone must be playing a prank. His subordinates hurriedly took action, but after much effort, Lu Qingyong's phone remained unreachable. Moreover, all of Lu Qingyong's accompanying subordinates were also out of contact. Finally, the peripheral driver reported, head of the family. I saw the eldest young master's body being dealt with. He was killed by someone from the Yi family, and I even saw the second young master. With this new information, combined with the video footage, Lu Zijian collapsed onto the sofa, finally accepting the grim reality. His son had been slain by that fool from the Yi family. Yet, wasn't that fool still in a state of folly? How could he possess such formidable strength to slay Qingyong? Additionally, Qingyong himself had already surpassed the Grandmaster level. To kill Qingyong, one would need to possess at least the pinnacle of Grandmaster strength. Amidst his sorrow, Lu Zijian rapidly analyzed the current situation. Although the video only captured Yifan's figure, Lu Zijian instinctively surmised that there must have been others present at the scene. After all, a fool could not possibly slay his own son. The Yi family must have orchestrated a trap to eliminate his son. Today, Lu Qingyong's purpose in visiting Yun City was well understood by Lu Zijian. Captain Chu Feng had personally commanded the Lu family to take action against the Yi family and to crush the Su family. Originally, Lu Zijian intended to go himself. But due to the necessity of meeting an important figure from the east, he refrained from doing so. Now, with his son deceased, he regretted not attending in person. Quickly, contact Captain Chu Feng immediately, this news must be reported to him. The Yi family has been suppressed to such a degree. Yet they still dare to eliminate a master from the Lu family. The death of Lu Qingyong, while seemingly insignificant to the Lu family or to Chu Feng and others, could have dire repercussions if not handled appropriately. Previously, the Zhao, Li, and Wang families in Yun City, who had acted against the Yi family, were eradicated. And that was somewhat acceptable. After all, although the Yi family had been weakened, its foundation remained formidable enough to contend with those minor families. However, the Lu family's strength was already dominant in the provincial city, backed unequivocally by Chu Feng and his allies. One must consider the honor when dealing with a dog. The Yi family's swift execution of Lu Qingyong was a blatant affront. At Yun City International Airport, as Chu Feng disembarked from his flight, he received the news from Lu Zijian. What? Yifan killed Lu Qingyong? What nonsense is this? Is Lu Qingyong a fool to be slain by an imbecile? Upon receiving this news, Chu Feng's first reaction was disbelief. Surely it must be false. However, the call was from Lu Zijian, who would never jest about his son's life. While he remained on the phone, his subordinates were already gathering additional reports on the situation in Yun City. The video of Lu Qingyong's murder had begun to circulate online. The Yi family seemed unperturbed about revealing that Yifan was responsible, despite his seemingly simple-minded demeanor. But does that matter? If a fool can trample over your subordinates, what grounds do you have for arrogance? Moreover, Lei Chenjue had remarked that Yifan's apparent dullness did not affect his neural integrity, leaving room for a potential recovery. Should Yifan fully awaken in the future, it could signify the end for the Yi family's adversaries. Some of the previously neutral families in Yun City, after viewing the video, decided to pay a visit to the Yi family the following day. Meanwhile, several families in the capital had also altered their stances. Those who had previously sought collaboration suddenly claimed urgent matters requiring their attention, postponing any partnership discussions. As Chu Feng conversed with Lu Zijian and listened to the reports from his subordinates, his expression grew increasingly grim. The intentions of these cunning old foxes were clear. They had glimpsed hope in the Yi family's resurgence and were reluctant to hastily align themselves. Everyone was acutely aware of the Yi family's formidable foundation. Although the core disciples of the Yi family have been completely annihilated, the Tianlong army remains intact, and Yifan is still alive. As long as Yifan awakens and regains full control of the Tianlong army, it will not be so easy to eliminate him again. Given his prodigious talent and formidable strength. After receiving the news from Lu Zijian, along with various reports from Yun City and other places in Shangjing, Chu Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. Initially, he had believed that dealing with Yifan would require his personal intervention, which he thought would suffice. After all, with the assistance of the elder, Chu Feng had already achieved the level of a martial venerable. Previously, the Yi family had its elder who was also a martial venerable. But now the strongest among them were merely the likes of Lang Feng and the Yi family patriarch, who were at the master level. Even if 5 masters joined forces, They would hardly stand a chance against a marshal venerable like himself. However, Chu Feng's perspective had shifted. The Yi family, as one of the 6 prominent families of the Great Xia, had dominated for so many years for a reason, and he realized he must exercise greater caution. Lu family head, the situation with the Yi family is rather complicated. It would be prudent for you to arrange for additional support to aid me. We must resolve the issue with the Yi family swiftly, or we may all face dire consequences. Although Chu Feng was beseeching Lu Zijiang, the latter understood he had no grounds to refuse. Very well. However, Captain Chu, you are aware that our resources are limited. Most of our experts have been taken by Qingyang and are likely already eliminated by the Yi family. Additionally, we have a few acquaintances from the Eastern Dark Society arriving today who are quite interested in the affairs of the Yi family. Perhaps we could have them join you in action. Lu Zijiang was not as straightforward as he seemed, despite his connections with Chu Feng and the Holy Envoy. He also maintained close ties with the East, seeking alternative support. All right. Have them come to Yun City at once. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. When he had initially planned to confront the Yi family, individuals from the Eastern Dark Society had approached them, but at that time, the circumstances were favorable. And Elder Jiang had declined their assistance. Now, however, the situation was becoming precarious, and allowing the Easterners to take the lead seemed a viable option. Just after hanging up with Lu Zijiang, the call from Elder Jiang came through. Chu Feng, what is happening? How did the young master of the Lu family get killed by Yi Fan upon arriving in Yun City? Do you comprehend the severity of the repercussions this incident could cause? In a hidden courtyard somewhere in the northwest, the Elder Jiang held the phone. His brow furrowed and his expression grim. He had just received a scathing reprimand from his superiors. Days had passed since the Su family and Yuling Long declared their support for the Yi family, yet the Su family continued to thrive, even successfully holding a press conference. In contrast, the individuals Elder Jiang had dispatched, those from the Zhao, Li, and Wang families, had all perished. And even the reinforcements from the provincial capital had been slaughtered before they could take action. The Yi family had audaciously employed a fool to strike, which was nothing short of a provocation. Elder, please remain calm. Chu Feng is fully aware of everything. I have arrived in Yun City, where individuals from the Eastern Isles seek to meddle. I have promised my trust and shall soon provide the esteemed elder with an account. I cannot shake the feeling that the Yi family is currently amiss, that foolish prodigy of theirs may have awakened. I will certainly relay any news to you post-haste. In the northwest, within the courtyard, the Elder Jiang hung up the phone, his facial muscles twitching momentarily. Alas! Casting stones to find the way. With such a significant stone as Chu Feng thrown forth, I fear that we may uncover nothing in the end, rendering the effort futile. Elder. Is the Yi family truly as formidable as they say? Elder Jiang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. According to the calculations from above, the Yi family is destined to produce a remarkable figure capable of shaking the foundations of the entire Great Xia, even altering the global landscape. This is precisely why the higher-ups have exerted such considerable effort to mobilize resources to obliterate the Yi family. Yet, they overlooked all possibilities, save for that fool, Yi Fan. Alas, I wonder if it is still not too late. In Yun City, when Yi Fan and Lu Wuyang returned to the conference hall, Guoli and Wang Fugui were already convening a meeting. They must have received the news, Su Jian and his son Su Dong have perished. The Yi group ultimately belongs to my elder brother. Thus the old patriarch has appointed me and the head of the Xia family as vice presidents to temporarily assist my elder brother in managing the Yi group. Additionally, we will appoint another vice president, this distinguished Lu Wuyang, the second son of the Lu family, whom you have all just met. He has rendered service to the Yi family, yet has been marginalized by the Lu family. In a short span, he has established a commercial empire worth hundreds of billions. Therefore, during the times when Guoli, Mr. Xia, and are unavailable, all affairs of the Yi group shall be at his discretion. A glint of sharpness flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he spoke softly. Yet his words left no room for contradiction. Is there any dissent regarding my decision? Yi Fan glanced at the crowd, symbolically inquiring. The recent conduct of Yi Fan had been evident to all, though he had not publicly declared it. The fates of the Yi family's adversaries suggested that Yi Fan had likely awakened. Such extraordinary means, only moments ago, the Yi group was on the verge of being undervalued. Yet Yi Fan turned the tide. A prodigious talent indeed, who would dare oppose such power? My brother has posed a question, are you all deaf? Wang Fugui, noticing the lack of fervent response, slammed his hands on the table, the resounding noise startling everyone present. No objections. We wholeheartedly support young Master Ye's leadership. The crowd responded in unison. Lu Shao, please take charge of the arrangements. The plan you proposed earlier can be executed without reservation, it is all permissible. You may freely access all company funds, as you are accountable to me alone. For any necessary discussions, feel free to consult with young Master Guo and Mr. Xia. Yifan granted Lu Wuyang ample authority. While Lu Wuyang felt grateful, the pressure was considerable. Thank you for your trust, young Master Yi, I shall give my utmost effort. Navigating the business world is also Lu Wuyang's dream. Previously, he could only operate in secrecy, but now, with Yifan providing him a grand stage, he must unleash his talents to the fullest. The Yi family group is poised to undergo a sweeping reform, accompanied by a thorough personnel cleansing of matters that no longer concern Yifan. With Guoli and Lu Wuyang at the helm, Yifan withdrew from the conference room and entered the adjacent lounge. After closing the door, he extracted the undying bone from Liu Qingyong. Channeling his internal energy, he began to absorb the pure life force contained within, following the method recorded in the Dragon Ring. A gentle energy began to emanate from the undying bone, as though something dormant had been awakened. In the next moment, an immense wave of energy surged forth from the lounge, causing Yifan to instantly feel a vibrant force rushing through his meridians, as if it had long been stifled and had finally found an outlet for release. With a whoosh, Yifan, already at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, began to rapidly gather ancient energy, nourishing and expanding his dantian. Even the flickering flame within his dantian was influenced, shaking vigorously as it absorbed the energy from the undying bone. The once feeble spark quickly grew in brightness. Such formidable power. As Yifan sensed the immense energy within the undying bone, countless profound combat experiences flooded into his mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. If this pace continued, he would soon break through to the martial emperor level. In the entire Great Xia, few could claim such strength at the imperial tier. By then, even if besieged, they might not easily be able to vanquish him. Who could stand in the way of the Yi family's rise? Crack. As Yifan's thoughts raced, he suddenly felt something in his dantian shatter. It was the shackle of the martial sovereign realm breaking apart, indicating that he could once again ascend to the martial emperor level. Without hesitation, Yifan continued to sit cross-legged, exerting all his strength to push toward the martial emperor tier. Meanwhile, after meeting with Yi Chongfeng and his old friends, they had just arrived beside the Yi family group's conference room with Lei Chenjue when they sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the adjacent lounge. Yi Chongfeng raised an eyebrow. Although he had an inkling of what was happening, he still inquired of the bodyguard at the door, who is inside. Old master. It is the young master. The bodyguard, personally assigned by the old master and a member of the Yi family's direct lineage, was trained to detect such strong energy fluctuations. It seemed the young master was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi Chongfeng nodded, admonishing Leng Feng and the master-level captain to secure the area. Under my orders, no one is to approach here. With that, Yi Chongfeng produced several red talismans from his possession, activating their power to form a potent luminous circle that enveloped the lounge. This protective barrier, left by a venerable expert, would ensure that the events within remained undetectable from the outside. For now, Yifan's identity was still perceived as that of a foolish young man to the outside world. If they were to realize that he had already reached the martial emperor realm, the enemies of the Yi family would either cower in fear, retreating into the shadows, or they would take reckless risks, perhaps even seeking the assistance of powerful outsiders to eliminate Yifan in his infancy. Thus, Yi Chongfeng understood the importance of maintaining a low profile, biding his time until he amassed sufficient strength. If Yifan had indeed awakened with his extraordinary talent, it would not take long for him to ascend to the martial sage level. At that point, Yifan would truly stand atop the pinnacle of the martial arts world. There would be no more than 10 martial sage-level warriors globally, and they would be nearly invulnerable. Even in fierce combat, none could truly prevail over the others. However, what Yi Chongfeng was unaware of was that although he had enveloped Yifan's energy fluctuations with talismanic power, the extraordinary phenomenon resulting from the breakthrough to martial emperor was overwhelmingly intense. Just moments ago, powerful energy waves began to gather above the Yi group. forming a vortex of energy that rendered the skies of Cloud City dim. In a secluded estate on the eastern outskirts of Cloud City, several elderly men dressed in grey robes sensed the energy fluctuations and activated a mysterious device monitoring the energy levels displayed. Upon seeing the energy surpass the final red threshold on the device, the elders could not contain their excitement and leapt with joy. The power of the undying bone. Had the clues left by their master finally surfaced? Is the coordinate confirmed? Where is it? Our master has been missing for many years, and before his departure, he instructed us to guard the soul organization and assist the young master. We have waited for 20 years, and finally, the moment has arrived. The coordinates were confirmed to be at the E group. However, the energy was only sustained for a brief moment before it was inexplicably concealed. What could this mean? Just as they had pinpointed the coordinates, the energy fluctuations suddenly vanished. This was not surprising, given that it was the master's descendant. He must possess some unique means to conceal his energy fluctuations, especially with the potential attention from other martial arts practitioners after breaking through to the martial emperor level. Hiding one's energy is indeed the wisest course of action. The practice of martial arts aligns with the dark forest theory. All martial artists are hunters wielding guns in the shadows, uncertain of who might fire first. The best strategy is to eliminate others before they can strike. Wait. Where did you say the coordinates are? After a few seconds, the elderly men seemed to regain their composure, their expressions turning to astonishment as they inquired of the technician operating the device. At the E group? What about it? Just as the question was half asked, the technician suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh my! I just realized, you mean the prodigious genius of the E family from 5 years ago. Could it be him?" Yes. 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 We noticed that young man from the E family back then, but without evidence and considering his subsequent decline, we paid him no mind. But now it seems he cannot escape our grasp. They rejoiced with laughter. How wonderful it is to discover that the person we have been searching for has been right under our noses all along. Fortunately, we did not act impulsively and were nearly swayed by those individuals to partake in an assault against the E family. Quickly, notify the elders, those who wander as spirits are poised to take action. Given that the E family is a lineage of the master, we cannot neglect their current plight. New heir, having attained the rank of martial sovereign, shall accompany me to check on the young master. Should he encounter any difficulties, we must be ready to lend our assistance. In the E group's lounge, Ethan devotedly circulated the energy within his body for a full 49 cycles before sensing that a substantial portion had been absorbed. The energy contained within the undying bone was overwhelmingly formidable. Even with the enhancement from the dragon ring, Ethan struggled to absorb all of it. The residual energy had been concealed within his meridians, awaiting future utilization. As Ethan gazed at his hand, the undying bone that had just been there was now entirely consumed. The flames within his dantian blazed more fervently, and the energy mass formed by the chi had grown significantly denser. His prowess at the martial emperor level had reached an astonishing threshold. With merely a slight release of his perceptive abilities, he could distinctly sense all movements within a radius of several hundred meters. The flutter of insects, the chirps of birds, even the stirring of ants and the sound of seeds breaking through the soil. Ethan could perceive the vital energies of all living beings around him and could even absorb them for his own use. Was this ability to absorb the energies of living beings truly unique to him? Ethan was also acutely aware of his grandfather, who stood guard outside. Despite his injuries, which had kept him at the master level for quite some time, his grandfather was able to shroud his energy fluctuations with talismans. It appeared that the Yi family harbored many secrets yet unknown to him. Nonetheless, having broken through to this level of strength and with Lei Chenjue providing cover, he could present a semblance of recovery in front of his grandfather to alleviate his worries. Additionally, he needed to find a way to enhance his grandfather's capabilities, ensuring that even in his absence, his grandfather could protect himself. As the door to his grandfather's room opened, Yifan called out to Yi Changfeng. The recent near annihilation of the Yi family had inflicted a profound blow to Yi Changfeng, whose aura had been quite troubled in the past few days. However, upon learning Yifan's secret today, his countenance was radiant. "My dear grandson, I am so sorry for the hardships you have endured." Yi Changfeng spoke, embracing Yifan tightly, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Yifan, witnessing his grandfather's emotional display, wished to articulate something, but Yi Chongfeng interrupted. Xiaofan, let us discuss everything when we return. Yifan felt a twinge of helplessness at his grandfather's reaction. Recently, the Yi family has encountered significant events. As the commander of the Heavenly Dragon Army, my grandfather is undoubtedly aware of the situation. Given today's occurrences, he must have learned of my awakening. I can only anticipate a barrage of admonitions from him. However, reflecting on my deceased brothers and uncles, I find solace in my circumstances. Aside from my missing parents, my grandfather remains my last relative in this world, and I cherish our moments together profoundly. Yi Chongfeng made a public appearance with me during a meeting at the Yi group, signaling his unwavering support for me. Consequently, individuals like Guoli, Xia Hao, and Lu Wuyang can execute their plans without encountering any resistance. Having accomplished this, Yi Chongfeng hurriedly took me home. In the car on our way back, Leng Feng was driving, while Lei Chenjue, my grandfather, and I occupied the vehicle. Old Lei, your secret keeping has been quite taxing for me. If I had discovered it myself, how long did you plan to keep me in the dark? Yi Chongfeng remarked, lightly punching Lei Chenjue on the shoulder. Lei Chenjue glanced at me, seeking my approval. With a deep sigh, I confessed, at that time, I had not fully regained my strength and dared not reveal myself. Since grandfather has discovered the truth, let us no longer hide it. Upon receiving my consent, Lei Chenjue hastily spoke. Old Yi, it's not that I refrained from telling you. My master forbade me to do so. I was struggling more than you can imagine, having to swallow my words. Master. Yi Chongfeng chuckled heartily at Lei Chenjue's words. Looking between him and me. What do you mean, Lei Chenjue? Have you taken my grandson as your master? Ha! You should call me great-grandmaster now. Let me hear you say it. Yi Chongfeng was in high spirits today, unable to resist teasing Lei Chenjue. Feeling somewhat vexed, Lei Chenjue replied, though I am reluctant. By the order of generations, I truly must address you as such. I willingly acknowledge Yifan's prowess. He is the youthful medical sage who once dominated the Southwest. Capable of surpassing even the great medical sage of the Great Xia. The 13 needles of Ghost Valley and the prescription for Shulian plaster supporting the Su family are each astonishing in their own right. All right. Just a jest. Yi Chongfeng interrupted Lei Chenjue, turning to me with a serious expression. Xiaofan, when did you awaken? You certainly kept your grandfather in the dark. As he spoke, his eyes began to glisten with tears. In a family as vast as the Yi clan, only and Yi Chongfeng remain. It is a poignant reality to contemplate. Especially considering that just a day has passed since such a dramatic turn of events. On the very day the Yi family was annihilated, I awakened after being sealed for 5 years due to the aftermath of a car accident while testing talismans. I am deeply sorry, grandfather. I recounted the circumstances surrounding my awakening to him in detail. Since my grandfather is already aware of my revival, I have no intentions of concealing my plans from him any longer, sharing all my intentions openly. Indeed, the Zhao family, the Li family, the Wang family, and even Su Jian, all stem from the lineage of my esteemed Yi family. Well done. At last, I can breathe a sigh of relief. According to the revelations from Lu Qingyang and the Zhao family, multiple factions have conspired against the Yi family. Among them is an organization known as the Holy Envoy, along with individuals from the military. Lu Qingyang, who participated in the assassination of my second brother, has already been dealt with. Now, a formidable figure from the northwest intends to confront me and the Yi family directly, which is why I am eager to attain a breakthrough. Since the adversary dares to approach from the northwest and engage the Yi family, their strength must certainly be at the martial sovereign level. Yifan's ascension to the martial emperor realm serves as a safeguard. Subsequently, I plan to have Lu Wuyang establish a commercial group to provide robust financial support. Additionally, we must form a combat support team. If these individuals wish to confront the Yi family, targeting the Su family and the Yuling Long clan to instill fear in others, then we shall gradually eliminate all their minions, ultimately forcing them to reveal themselves and make them pay for their actions. However, before the true enemy appears, it is imperative that my identity remains as concealed as possible. After hearing Yifan's account, Yi Chongfeng uttered no superfluous words. Heaven will not extinguish the Yi family. It has been said that the Yi family would give birth to a Qilin child. Has that day finally arrived? Tears streamed down Yi Changfeng's face as he continued. Shaofan, after enduring this calamity, I had lost all hope. But now, go forth and do as you must. Return home with your grandfather, though I may be old. I can still lend you a helping hand. The Yi family has stood resilient in the Great Xia for so many years. And even the imperial family dares not act recklessly, for there is surely depth to the Yi family's heritage. Today, Yi Changfeng had resolved to reveal all the Yi family's foundations before Yifan. Upon his return, Yi Changfeng quintupled the family's protective forces. Even Wang Fugue's grandfather was summoned. Lei Qianjue, possessing mastery over the realms, also took on the role of guardian, participating in the vigilance. Once the arrangements were complete, Yi Changfeng led Yifan towards the expansive garden behind the Yi family residence. This garden boasted a vast lake. In his childhood, Yifan had played countless times in this park filled with rockeries. Approaching several of the artificial hills, Yi Changfeng touched and fiddled with them, then suddenly, the flat ground began to tremble, revealing a massive stairway entrance as the garden cracked open. Let us go. Yi Changfeng beckoned Yifan to descend the stairs. And Yifan stood in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Despite having played in this garden for so long, he had never perceived the hidden wonders beneath. Even now, having reached the martial emperor level, he sensed a mysterious force hindering him as he released his perception beneath the surface. Clearly, there were formidable individuals behind the Yi family. As the garden was fortified with prohibitions to thwart prying eyes, this was Yifan's inaugural descent into the subterranean realm of the garden. After traversing over 100 meters down the steps, the passage abruptly opened into a vast hall filled with numerous ancestral tablets. These are the generals who sacrificed their lives for the heavenly dragon army, including captains, generals, and even ordinary charioteers. Grandfather remembers them all. As Yi Changfeng spoke, he lit an incense stick and handed it to Yifan, saying, offer this incense for them, you ought to understand this now. Initially, with the protection of uncles and brothers, there were intentions to make you a carefree young lord, but given the current situation, you must shoulder the responsibilities of the Yi family. After Yifan finished lighting the incense, Yi Changfeng led him toward a large side door. Upon entering, Yifan was once again astonished by the scene before him. Greetings, a young master. As soon as he stepped inside, 4 stunning maidens rushed toward him, bowing respectfully. The 4 maidens exuded a powerful martial aura, each one a master in their own right, and their beauty was breathtaking. Were these prepared for himself? Grandfather, when did you acquire such exquisite maidens? Yifan wondered, astonished that even the maidens possessed such formidable strength. The Yi family's foundation is indeed terrifying. Outsiders believe that by eliminating all the core disciples of the Yi family, they could easily shake its foundations, unaware that what lies above the surface is merely the tip of the iceberg. If great endeavors are to be undertaken, reliable and loyal individuals must be present. These individuals were not prepared by your grandfather, they were left for you by your mother before she departed. Yi Changfeng smiled, adding, your mother said that one day you would find use for them. My mother? Yifan's pupils dilated in surprise, he had never seen his mother since childhood. How could she have anticipated events over 20 years ago and arranged his path? What kind of person was she? Indeed, your mother did not perish. She merely went to a distant place with your father. Before leaving, she instructed me that if you led a mundane life, these things would remain unnecessary. However, the key is that you have never been ordinary. By the age of 15, you had already reached the pinnacle of mastery. Had you not suffered that accident 5 years ago, I would have shared this with you then. It is not too late to tell you now. Besides the forces beneath the Yi family, your mother also arranged other contingencies in the Great Xia. Many details remain unclear to me, and you will have to explore them yourself. Yi Changfeng continued to lead Yifan deeper into the hall. Greetings, Elder Yi. Greetings, a young master. At the innermost part, a group of men in black were training. Upon seeing Yifan and Yi Changfeng approach, they immediately halted their training and bowed respectfully. These are the 81 elite warriors your mother selected for you since childhood, nurtured over the years, known as the Blood Guards. They are all loyal and reliable. If you wish to establish your own power, you can expand upon their foundation, Yi Changfeng explained to Yifan in a harsh tone. These Blood Guards possess extraordinary physiques from a young age, and your mother seems to have placed certain restrictions on them. So you need not worry about their loyalty and safety. Yi Changfeng continued to guide Yifan through the underground hall, revealing an array of connections, resources, assets, and treasures. This time, he held nothing back before Yifan. Furthermore, it is time to bestow upon you the Dragon Legion Command Token. In the final, most secret chamber, Yi Changfeng produced a black dragon pattern token from his person. With a vigorous motion, he rubbed it with his hand, and a surge of energy swept across, seemingly purging something from the token. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Changfeng utilized this energy to slice open a small wound on Yifan's finger, allowing blood to drip onto the token. The Dragon Legion token is nurtured by the essence and blood of 1,000,000 soldiers, possessing a faint connection to the might of a vast army. The Dragon Legion soul may even lend you assistance in critical moments. A design conceived with the help of your mother. As for the underlying principles, I am yet to comprehend them fully. Yi Changfeng solemnly entrusted the token to Yifan, saying, Shaofan, the Yi family now relies on you. Do not let the Yi family down, nor disappoint your sisters. Yi Changfeng guided Yifan through the underground hall, revealing the rich heritage of the Yi family, which transformed Yifan's perception of his lineage. It became evident that the Yi family was backed by an extensive network, encompassing not only military connections but also assets within and beyond the borders, along with unknown contingencies arranged by his mother. The notion of completely annihilating the Yi family was utterly implausible. Shaofan, had you remained in your dazed state, I would not have pushed you. However, now that you have awakened, the Yi family must strive for a brighter future. I may need to journey to the capital to secure a prosperous legacy for the Yi family. Pursue your aspirations fearlessly, for as long as grandfather draws breath, none would dare to harm you. After imparting the intricacies of the Yi family's affairs, Yi Changfeng appeared considerably relieved, his spirit soaring with ambition. Yifan nodded discreetly, the grandfather. Your health should have improved under Mr. Lei's care, correct? Previously, Yifan had refrained from revealing too much in front of his grandfather. Thus he had enlisted Lei Chenjue to utilize the 13 needles of Gigu to aid his grandfather's recovery. Much better now. I was curious how old Lei, who previously lacked such formidable medical skills, has suddenly become so proficient, it appears you taught him. Yi Changfeng exclaimed with excitement. If my health continues to improve, I might even break through to the martial sovereign realm in my lifetime. At such a juncture, the influence of our Yi family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Assisting his grandfather in enhancing his strength was also a concern for Yifan. Grandfather, allow me to show you. As he spoke, Yifan grasped Yi Changfeng's wrist, carefully attuning himself to his grandfather's pulse. Yifan could distinctly sense that the vitality within Yi Changfeng was far more stable than before. In recent days, Lei Chenjue had evidently not been idle, employing the 13 needles of Gigu to mend many of his grandfather's injuries. However, Lei Chenjue's martial energy was inherently weak, limiting the effectiveness of each treatment. Previously, when Yifan was merely at the martial sovereign level, he could not expedite his grandfather's recovery. Yet now, having absorbed the undying bone from Liu Qingyang, Yifan had transcended to the martial emperor level, with residual powers of the undying bone still within him, making the task of healing his grandfather a matter of ease. Grandfather, please take a seat. I believe I can assist in mending your injuries. Yifan gestured for his grandfather to sit comfortably in the chair within the secret chamber. The formidable power of a martial emperor surged forth from within him, as he simultaneously summoned the untapped essence of the undying bone to swiftly restore the hidden wounds within Yi Changfeng's body, rejuvenating the once withered meridians with newfound vitality. Yi Changfeng felt the continuous repair of his meridians and the strengthening aura within him, the hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This Yifan, indeed, was not an ordinary individual, much like his mother. What others deemed irreparable wounds were so effortlessly healed in Yifan's hands. In just over 10 minutes, Yi Changfeng sensed a profound transformation within himself, as if he had reverted to the vigor of his youth. Shaofan, I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. If only I had some elixirs to aid me. Yi Changfeng's previous strength had long been at the peak of the master level, had it not been for the lingering injuries from past battles. He would have already ascended to the realm of the martial honor. Now, with his injuries mended, he immediately exhibited signs of potential breakthrough. Yifan smiled gently. You need not worry about elixirs, grandfather. I have been capable of refining chi pills on my own since 5 years ago. As he spoke, Yifan produced a porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Yi Changfeng. This contains 5 pills for you. Keep them for yourself. In addition to your own breakthrough, consider which core members of the Yi family are worthy of advancement. They, too, may benefit from these enhancements. Should you require more, feel free to ask me at any time. Yi Changfeng opened the vial, his eyes widening at the aromatic chi pills within, speechless in awe. What a treasure of a grandson he had. Was there truly nothing in this world beyond his reach? Yi Lao, young master, there is a situation outside. Someone is attempting to force their way into the Yi family, and they possess formidable strength. The security team has already suffered significant casualties. Yi Fan's brow furrowed. Had they finally arrived? Before the formidable Chu Feng from the northwest could make his appearance, Yi Fan had elevated his own strength to the level of a martial emperor. Eager to ascertain the true caliber of this Chu Feng. If he were to confront him, it would be with absolute power to crush him. Chu Feng was the key to unraveling the true culprits behind the military's machinations. Yi Fan sought nothing less than dominance. Xiao Fan. Perhaps you should hide for the time being. Although Yi Changfeng was aware that Yi Fan had awakened and was no weakling, the twinge of concern lingered. After all, those intent on annihilating the Yi family possessed exceptionally powerful capabilities and connections. The fact that they had directly dispatched individuals to launch an assault on their stronghold in Yun City indicated substantial investment. Yi Fan was the sole hope for the Yi family, and Yi Changfeng wished to protect him at all costs. Yi Fan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, grandfather. Since I am willing to step forward, I possess absolute confidence. Moreover, if my strength as a martial emperor cannot withstand them, then the rise of the Yi family would indeed be a futile dream. Yi Changfeng gasped, taken aback by Yi Fan's assessment of his own prowess. Although Yi Changfeng had previously surmised the extent of Yi Fan's strength, hearing it directly from Yi Fan himself was still profoundly shocking. Good. 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 Yi Changfeng exclaimed thrice. Addressing those present, did everyone hear that? Our young master of the Yi family has now reached the level of a martial emperor. Heaven does not forsake the Yi family. I trust Yi Fan will rely on all of you in the future. In the underground hall, Yi Changfeng bowed to the death warriors and Yi Fan's 4 maidservants. Grandfather, let us ascend. Yi Fan beckoned Yi Changfeng and the 4 maidservants to follow him up the steps. Once we exit this door, I shall remain the same foolish young master you know, do you understand? He felt the need to remind them before they stepped out. Yi Fan's awakening was merely a clandestine affair. Many matters were far better handled in a guise of foolishness. Indeed, the entrance of the Yi family now lay in ruins. Once grand and imposing, it had been utterly shattered, debris scattered widely. Is this all the Yi family can master? Chu Feng, accompanied by his subordinates, advanced boldly into the Yi family estate without any semblance of concealment. Captain Langfang, leading the core guards of the Yi family, attempted to mount a defense. However, Chu Feng's prowess far surpassed that of a martial sovereign, bolstered by several master-level warriors at his side, making Langfang's men mere lambs to the slaughter. Captain Langfang, save your breath, your men cannot halt my advance. Chu Feng declared, since you are a man of honor, step aside. I am here for Yi Lao and Yi Fan. If the others do not resist, I shall spare their lives. Although the death of Lu Qingyong had caused Chu Feng some vexation, upon reaching the Yi family estate, he realized that subduing the Yi family might not prove as formidable a challenge as he had anticipated. In the face of overwhelming strength, any fanciful maneuvers were rendered futile. The elite warriors accompanying Chu Feng were seasoned veterans, each coming with the singular intent of annihilating the Yi family. Although he understood that eliminating the 2 core figures of the family would undoubtedly stir a tempest throughout the Great Seer, Chu Feng was fully prepared for the consequences. Since I fear not death, there is little left to dread. He scoffed. You wretches dare to strike at the Yi family from the shadows. Yet you wish to obliterate them. Know this, you cannot extinguish the Yi family. Once the young master awakens, you shall all accompany them to the grave. Captain Langfang, the most loyal protector of Yi Changfeng, had followed him for many years and held deep affection for the Yi family. Despite knowing that his men stood no chance against Chu Feng and his ilk, he resolutely positioned the Yi family's guards at the gates of their inner courtyard. Since you have sought your own demise, you do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng commanded his 5 or 6 master-level subordinates to step forward, their martial energies surging ominously. In your vicinity, along with the old man Yi Chongfeng, there are merely 3 masters of the martial arts realm. Our side possesses an overwhelming number of skilled practitioners, and your futile resistance is nothing short of courting death. Before arriving, Chu Feng meticulously investigated the entirety of the Yi family's strength. The current Yi family is akin to leaves falling in autumn, engaging in their final desperate struggles. It baffles me why Lu Qingyang and the Xiao and Wang families, those worthless entities, cannot even contend with a family on the brink of collapse. With a sigh, as Chu Feng's words lingered in the air, the group of individuals rushed forth from the courtyard. Leading the charge were Yi Chongfeng and Yi Fan, with 4 stunning maidens surrounding Yi Fan, all exuding the aura of martial arts masters. Furthermore, behind Yi Fan stood 2 elite assassins, also at the master level. Humph. Who dares assert that my Yi family harbors only 3 masters? Do they truly believe we are without capable individuals? Yi Chongfeng scolded with a grave tone, casting a sharp gaze over Chu Feng. Despite having a general notion of his nemesis, Yi Chongfeng was unfamiliar with Chu Feng, as he had not been actively involved in recent events. What is this? In an instant, 6 master-level warriors materialized beside Yi Fan. What on earth is happening? Witnessing such a scene, Chu Feng's expression grew serious, and he shot a fierce glare at one of his subordinates, demanding to know if this was the intelligence they had gathered. Hadn't it been stated that the core of the Yi family was decimated, leading to their imminent disintegration? How could such a multitude of powerful figures suddenly appear? Moreover, the reverent and cautious demeanor of the maidens and assassins towards Yi Fan revealed an unmistakable admiration and unconditional protection. Their exhibited combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable, rivaling his own forces. With the emergence of the 4 maidens, the balance of master-level strength was instantaneously achieved. In my day on the battlefield, you were still in diapers. Weren't you? Humph. Now you covertly target my Yi family, intending to eliminate even our last scion. Yi Chongfeng fixed his gaze on Chu Feng and continued. Tell your master to confront me face to face if he dares. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words, for across the entire Great Xia, no one could deny the contributions the Yi family had made to the realm. It could be said that a significant portion of Great Xia was established by the Yi army. Presently, everyone merely fears the overwhelming power of the Yi family, feeling threatened. Hence their actions. However, Chu Feng, being a capable aide to Elder Zhong, quickly regained his composure. Elder Yi, the fate of the Yi family is already sealed. I had intended to grant you a dignified conclusion, but since you have chosen your own path, I shall personally ensure your departure. Even if you possess 6 master-level warriors. What of it? I am already at the pinnacle of martial sovereign. Can you truly abstract me from eliminating that fool Yi Fan and Elder Yi? This was the confidence that fueled Chu Feng's resolve. Having ascended to the pinnacle of martial prowess, Chu Feng now stands unrivaled in the vast expanse of the Great Xia. Apart from a few ancient beings, none can thwart his advance. Thus, it is evident that today, Chu Feng has utterly annihilated the Yi family. Even if the vassal families and forces of the Yi family seek retribution, they shall find themselves utterly powerless against him. Had Yi Fan not awakened and elevated his strength to the level of a martial emperor, the Yi family would have laid bare all their trump cards in a futile attempt to hinder Chu Feng's actions. Yi Chongfeng raised an eyebrow. Had this been in the past, he might have harbored concerns. However, now that he comprehended Yi Fan's strength and situation, he bore an air of calm, regarding Chu Feng with the same derision one might reserve for a fool. Yi Fan, currently investigating the truth behind the demise of the Yi family, found this individual presenting himself an opportune lead for a deeper inquiry. Standing beside Yi Chongfeng, Yi Fan's lips curled slightly as he appraised Chu Feng with a discerning gaze. Confronting the pinnacle of martial prowess was not a daunting task for Yi Fan. Moreover, having consumed the undying bones, he had activated a remarkable ability, teleportation. This power allowed him to instantaneously traverse several meters at will. In the midst of a duel, even the slightest miscalculation can prove fatal. Thus, Yi Fan's life-saving ability to blink away was invaluable. In critical moments, he could either launch a decisive attack or escape, rendering it a veritable trump card. Before Yi Fan could utter a word, a powerful surge of martial energy reverberated at the entrance, heralding the arrival of another group of formidable warriors into the Yi family state. Who dares to harm our young master? First, you must contend with old Nyo. A cacophony of footsteps heralded the emergence of at least 2 or 3 dozen strong warriors, who swiftly encircled Chu Feng and his subordinates. Members of the Ghost Souls. What brings you here? Chu Feng recognized the leader, Neo Air, a notable figure within the Ghost Souls, and his pupils narrowed instinctively. The martial arts of the Great Seer had developed over many years. Beyond the major superfamilies, there existed traditional sects, including Buddhist, Taoist, Confucian, and Shaolin schools, alongside the emergence of various other organizations. Among these were the officially backed Shunwu Division and the Grassroots Martial Arts Alliance, with the Ghost Souls being one of the most influential factions. It was said that the Ghost Souls had established over 100 branches globally, with many foreign dignitaries considering it an honor to join this martial organization. However, a sudden internal upheaval had caused the Ghost Souls to retreat into obscurity. Yet their formidable power could not be disregarded. It is worth noting that the Ghost Souls had martial emperors among their ranks. When Elder Zhong and others planned to strike against the Yi family, they had quietly forged agreements with the Ghost Souls, ensuring that while the latter would not provide support, they would not obstruct their plans either. Now, with the appearance of the Ghost Souls declaring their intent to protect the young master, the situation had undeniably grown complex. Humph. Am I not clear enough? I have come to protect my young master. Should you dare to challenge the Ghost Souls, try moving a finger. Neo Air, seemingly lacking patience, confronted Chu Feng directly with a scathing rebuke. Chu Feng, as the esteemed secretary to the venerable Elder Zhong, was not one to endure such indignities. How could a figure of his stature be subjected to such humiliation? Ha! You few insignificant beings think you can obstruct me. Do you truly believe that my presence here signifies I wield only a modicum of strength? Although Chu Feng had initially intended to keep his power concealed, the emergence of the Wandering Souls necessitated that he unleash his full might. Today, with the intent to eradicate the Yi family once and for all, he recognized the need for an all-out effort. Otherwise, should he let this opportunity slip away, he sensed that the Yi family would escape his grasp entirely. With a light clap of his hands, the multitude of masked warriors, armed with swords, materialized from beyond the walls of the Yi estate. There were dozens of them. The courtyard, once spacious, now felt constricted with the arrival of several waves of formidable figures. The martial artists of the Eastern Black Society. How dare you conspire with the Eastern Dogs to strike against the Yi family? Do you not have any shame left? Upon witnessing the Eastern warriors, Neo Air was immediately incensed. How could you forget how the Eastern Dogs once ravaged our homeland? You dare to collude with them? If I do not slay you today, I shall forsake my own name. Chu Feng remained unfazed by Neo Air's vitriol. Shame. Ha! Can it be consumed as sustenance? Today, the Yi family shall be annihilated. With a cold gaze sweeping over all present, he offered one final chance apart from Yifan and the elder Yi Changfeng. I shall spare the rest if you vacate immediately. I can grant you a path to survival, otherwise there shall be no mercy. However, to Chu Feng's fury, his words fell upon deaf ears, as none showed any inclination to depart. All eyes were riveted upon him, filled with a desire to consume him alive. Attack! Chu Feng gritted his teeth, issuing the command to his subordinates and the warriors of the Eastern Black Society. As the leader of the Black Society approached, he coldly remarked, Captain Chu, we shall act in unison today, and do not forget our agreement afterward. Kill. On the Yi family's side, all martial experts, summoned by Leng Feng, brandished their weapons, preparing to confront their adversaries. Yet, at a pivotal moment, Yifan leaned towards his grandfather and quietly urged, let everyone retreat to the underground chamber. Today, I shall unleash a massacre. Yifan had endured for far too long. Chu Feng was undoubtedly the first formidable adversary to target the Yi family. The most detestable aspect was his collaboration with the Eastern Dogs, which made him even more loathsome. Yifan had no intention of allowing Chu Feng to escape thus. The fate of Chu Feng and his allies was sealed. A mere assembly of martial masters and grandmasters stood before him, while Yifan, wielding the strength of an emperor, could easily crush them with a single hand. Everyone, heed my command. Retreat. Yi Changfeng's sudden order left the Yi family's guards and martial experts bewildered. The warriors of the Wandering Souls were also taken aback. What was happening with the elder of the Yi family? With the strength of the Yi family aligned with the Wandering Souls, they surely had the means to fight. Why the sudden retreat? All the bodyguards and skilled fighters of the Yi family are well trained. Upon receiving Yi Lao's orders, albeit without understanding their significance, they instinctively began to retreat. Yi Changfeng called out to Nyo Air and the others, urging them to follow his lead in retreating, assuring them that the external matters could be resolved in due course. In an instant, everyone withdrew to the entrance of the inner courtyard's secret chamber, yet Yi Fan and his 4 exquisite maidens remained outside, seemingly indifferent to entering. Nyo Air and his companions had initially sensed the powerful energy fluctuations and had come to investigate. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, their eyes brightened with intrigue. Was the young master preparing to take action himself? During their observations at the base, they had already deduced that the intensity of the martial aura emanating from the Yi family was at least at the emperor level. As the legitimate bloodline of the master, the young master's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Let us go. Retreat. If Yi Lao was confident enough to leave the young master outside, he certainly knew something. Although the young master appeared to be a fool to the outside world, one must not forget the extraordinary talents he had displayed 5 years prior. The sudden retreat of everyone left the martial artists on Chu Feng's side momentarily bewildered. They had prepared to engage wholeheartedly, only to find their opponents had vanished. What were they to fight now? Captain, those under Chu Feng looked puzzled as they watched Yi Changfeng and the others depart. What trickery is the Yi family up to? If they intended to withdraw entirely, they should have taken Yi Fan with them. What is the meaning of leaving him behind? Ha! Fool! Your grandfather has retreated but left you behind as if to cast you aside. Do you not feel distressed? Allow me to liberate you. Chu Feng squinted. His gaze fixed on Yi Fan with a burning intensity, reminiscent of how he had dealt with your elder brother, slicing him into pieces slowly. With a wave of his hand, several subordinates circled toward Yi Fan from 8 directions. Beside Yi Fan, the 4 stunning maidens felt the martial aura around them surge with agitation, readying themselves for battle. Yi Fan calmly placed his hands on the shoulders of the maidens, reassuring them, there is no need for tension. I have left you here to handle the situation later. Yes, young master. Though the 4 maidens had not witnessed Yi Fan's true power, they were well aware of his extraordinary martial talent from 5 years ago. Moreover, they had heard him declare in the basement that he had already reached the emperor level. Such strength would easily suffice to deal with the current situation. Hearing Yi Fan speak so calmly and articulately, Chu Feng felt a flicker of confusion, his sharp eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Yi Fan. You're not foolish. Are you just pretending? A sense of foreboding crept into Chu Feng's mind as he regarded Yi Fan with vigilance. So, you have been secretly orchestrating everything regarding the Li family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, and Lu Qingyang. Chu Feng's mind raced, swiftly piecing together the puzzle. He had previously questioned why the Zhao, Wang, and Li family struggled so much to contend with the Su family, ultimately achieving no results and even leading to their own demise. The Yi family, on the verge of collapse, appears to be propelled by unseen powerful forces steering events in their favor. Moreover, Le Chenjue, the Xia family of the provincial capital, the Guo family, and the esteemed elder Pang of the Juzhou group, all willingly lent their support to the Yi family. What could possibly account for this? In that moment, Chu Feng seemed to grasp everything. If the Yi family's foolish young master, a prodigious talent, has awakened and is poised to elevate his strength once more, then Yi Fan alone could rival the potential of all the Yi family disciples combined. No superpower would forgo the opportunity to align themselves with such a golden asset. They would wager their entire family's fate to do so. Everyone has been deceived by Yi Fan. Yet, if Yi Fan has maintained this FAOD for so long, why now reveal himself before Chu Feng? Unless, a sudden thought struck Chu Feng, unless Yi Fan possesses absolute confidence that no one present could dare speak, only the dead would remain silent. With this realization, Chu Feng immediately reached for his communication device, eager to disseminate the news Yi Fan has awakened. This explosive revelation must be conveyed to Elder Zhong and those behind him, otherwise they would surely fall victim to Yi Fan's machinations. However, to his astonishment, as he reached for his intercom, it suddenly levitated under the influence of an overwhelming force. Not only his device, but also the phones and communication devices of his subordinates, as well as those of the Eastern strongmen, were all seized by this formidable martial energy, floating in midair. With a resounding explosion, those devices were obliterated, reduced to mere powder. Yifan, now at the emperor level of martial prowess, could hear even the faintest movements of ants within a 500-meter radius. And he was acutely aware of the communication tools possessed by these formidable individuals. In the blink of an eye, all communication devices were annihilated. You have already transcended to the emperor level of strength. Chu Feng gasped as he beheld the scene before him, suddenly struck by a terrifying realization. Yifan could simultaneously wield martial energy to destroy so many phones with such precision. Such mental acuity and control over martial energy could only be achieved at the emperor level. Chu Feng's face turned pale. His body swayed as he nearly collapsed to the ground. He had believed himself to be at the pinnacle of the martial venerable level, able to easily crush Yifan. Yet, Yifan's power had surpassed him by several realms, even 10 of him could not measure up. Indeed, I possess the strength of an emperor. Yifan stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze on Chu Feng. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, and you have finally come. With each step Yifan took, an invisible pressure akin to Mount Tai bore down, distorting the very air, making it difficult for Chu Feng to breathe. It felt as though an enormous hand gripped his throat, quickening his breath to a frantic pace. At this moment, Chu Feng finally comprehended that the current situation, which appeared to be a scheme against the Yi family, was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated trap led by Yifan, awaiting him to fall into it. Today, whether it be himself or Elder Zhong, there was no turning back for anyone who dared to enter, only a path leading to death remained. How audacious! A fool dared to wreak havoc here, I shall slay you. Nearby, two frenzied masters observed Chu Feng rendered speechless by fear. Disbelieving, they scolded him while brandishing their blades, recklessly aiming strikes at Yifan's chest. Yifan's muscles twitched slightly as he turned his gaze towards the two formidable masters, his martial energy rippling with intensity. In an instant, an invisible barrier seemed to materialize in the air, effectively halting those two martial masters mid-motion. With a crack, the blades in their hands shattered, plummeting to the ground as a powerful surge of energy began to assault their arms, chests, and abdomens. With a splatter, and a resounding boom, the sound of slicing through melon echoed as the two masters' bodies disintegrated, erupting into a cloud of blood mist that dispersed into the air. This scene left all present utterly astonished, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Was this the terror of a martial emperor? They had not even witnessed Yifan's movements. The two masters had not even brushed against his sleeve before they met their explosive demise. How could they possibly continue fighting? Baka. Retreat. The first to react were those from the east who, sensing the dire turn of events, instinctively sought to flee. Under the leader's command, dozens of martial experts from the east wished fervently for two more legs, scrambling desperately in all directions to escape. However, from the moment Yifan revealed himself before them, they had no chance of survival. He would not permit any of them to live. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yifan made his move, activating his teleportation abilities. His figure transforming into a phantom, weaving swiftly among the East martial practitioners. From above, it appeared as though a spectral afterimage darted among the scattered warriors. In mere seconds, those fleeing East martial experts found their bodies rigid, as a massive wound opened in their chests, blood gushing forth. Life energy drained away, their powers vanished. Before they could grasp the situation, they collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Among the dozens of East practitioners, at least 5 were masters. Yet they had barely glimpsed Yifan's face before being swiftly dispatched. Finally, only the captain of the black-clad society remained. His face a mask of terror as he surveyed the chaos around him, his weapon clattering to the ground. In the realm of the East, the Black Cloak Society stands as the most formidable martial organization, its members honed through devilish training and endowed with an indomitable fighting spirit. Yet, at this moment, the squad leader, Mutu, found himself devoid of any inclination to fight, lacking even the courage to take his own life or flee. How could he possibly escape? His own side, a battalion of warriors, belonged to one of the 5 great forces that had infiltrated the Great Seer, and without any merit. They had already been completely annihilated. The might of the martial emperor was upon them, any act of defiance would be futile. With a resounding thud, Yifan advanced and delivered a powerful punch to Mutu's chest, causing him to spew blood and lose consciousness instantly. Yifan's cold gaze remained fixed upon Mutu, Pondering the presence of so many martial experts from the East who had stealthily infiltrated the Great Seer, what were their intentions? Before Mutu succumbed to his demise, Yifan was determined to extract some information from him. After discarding Mutu on the ground like a lifeless dog, Yifan strode towards Chufeng. Instinctively, Chufeng attempted to move, only to find his legs weighed down as if encased in lead, rendering him utterly immobile. Under the immense pressure, he realized that should he fall into Yifan's hands, it would be a fate far worse than death. A flicker of resolve crossed Chufeng's eyes as he summoned his martial energy, intending to end his own life. However, to Yifan, the martial emperor, a master like Chufeng was akin to refuse. With a mere flick of his finger, the surge of martial energy erupted, effortlessly sealing Chufeng's vital points, leaving him frozen in place, helplessly watching Yifan approach. Desperate, Chufeng contemplated his last resort, biting down on the poison hidden between his teeth. Yet, Yifan, astute as ever, anticipated this move. Before Chufeng could act, a forceful wave of energy struck, extracting his 4 molars along with the concealed poison capsules. Witnessing this, despair engulfed Chufeng. In the presence of a martial emperor, did he no longer possess even the right to die? What do you truly desire? Chufeng inquired. His composure somewhat restored upon realizing escape was no longer an option. From the outset of his assault on the Yi family, he understood that toppling them would not be as simple as he had imagined. Furthermore, during his journey to Yun City from the northwest, though Elder Zhong had remained silent, Chufeng was not naive. He had been cast aside like a stone, a mere pawn in Zhang's strategic maneuvering. It was evident that Chufeng was unlikely to meet a favorable end. Yet, the soldier is willing to lay down his life for one who understands him. Aware of his grim fate, Chufeng still harbored no doubts and chose to confront his adversary with his subordinates. Yifan, too, exhibited no hesitation, eschewing conventional methods to deal with Chufeng. Such a deeply indoctrinated expert would be impervious to normal interrogative techniques. Have you heard of the 7 stars soul extinguishing hand? Yifan stepped forward, his gaze fixed intensely on Chufeng. With merely a single utterance, Chufeng's complexion turned ashen. You. How could you resort to such malevolent methods? Please, do not touch me. The expression on Chufeng's face was one of sheer repulsion. As a core member by the side of Elder Zhong, he was well aware of the sinister technique known as the 7 stars soul destroying hand. It was said that this technique could annihilate and manipulate the thoughts of its target on a mental level, shattering their will and compelling them to divulge their deepest secrets. Elder Zhong's associates had long sought the cultivation method for this technique but had yet to succeed. Now that Yifan had mentioned it, it was evident that he feared Yifan had mastered this art. Bang! Ignoring Chufeng's resistance, Yifan summoned a radiant light that enveloped his wrist, placing his palm upon Chufeng's head. As the light flowed into Chufeng's mind, he began to thrash violently. No, it hurts. Please, stop. The veins on his body throbbed, yet his resistance was insufficient. In mere seconds, Chufeng fell silent, his eyes wide open but devoid of focus. Speak. To whom do you pledge your loyalty? Who sent you? Yifan's gaze bore down on Chufeng, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Yifan had feigned ignorance for this very moment, waiting for the arrival of a significant figure. As a martial sovereign, Chufeng had reached a level of power whereby Yifan believed he was inching closer to the truth. The major players targeting the Yi family were beginning to reveal themselves. Elder Zhong from the northwest was orchestrating all assassination plots against the Yi family's offspring, having taken the lead on the operational plans in that region. At this moment, with his soul under Yifan's control, Chufeng instinctively began to disclose a multitude of secrets. Elder Zhong? Yifan furrowed his brow. Was this the same Elder Zhong from the 9 elders of the Great Seer? The one primarily responsible for military affairs in the northwest aimed at undermining the Yi family. Having only pried open a corner of the secret, Yifan was astonished to find himself entangled with such a formidable figure. From Chufeng's tone, it became evident that Elder Zhong was merely a cog in a larger scheme and not the ultimate orchestrator. Who, then, was the true mastermind? Beyond Elder Zhong, only the royal family of the Great Seer held such power. Could it be that the imperial family intended to strike against the Yi family? Humph. If that were the case, Yifan would not hesitate to bring about a change in the heavens above Great Seer. Yifan pressed Chufeng further. hoping to extract information regarding the individual behind Elder Zhang. However, it seemed that Chu Feng was genuinely unaware. Blood streamed from his orifices, and ultimately, the immense mental strain caused him to collapse, failing to divulge any additional useful information. Nonetheless, learning that Elder Zhang was a significant player was already enough. Since Elder Zhang had surfaced, Yifan would not allow him to see the new year. With this crucial lead unveiled, Yifan was determined to pursue Elder Zhang, ensuring that none of the other major players would escape unscathed. Let them all be eliminated. Yifan instructed the 4 maidens beside him to handle the bewildered subordinates of Chu Feng while he approached the captain of the Black Cloak Society, Wu Tong, employing the 7 stars soul extinguishing technique to interrogate the nefarious plans of the Eastern Dog. To his astonishment, the interrogation revealed that the Eastern faction had infiltrated the Great Seer with 5 formidable forces, intent on assassinating high-ranking officials and targeting the nation's prodigies and key figures to incite chaos. Yifan's thoughts immediately turned to Yuling Long, his beloved wife, who was stationed at the forefront of the Southeastern Front with peak master-level prowess. If she were to encounter these Eastern warriors, it could spell trouble. He needed to devise a way to alert her, and ideally, enhance her strength. The most effective method to bolster her power, he surmised, was to cultivate a close connection with her, allowing his warmth to nurture her growth. In the secret chamber of the Yi family, Yi Chongfeng ordered everyone to retreat within its confines. The oblivious and anxious Leng Feng and others questioned Yu Lao's decision to leave the young master and the 4 maidens outside, especially since the young master had not yet regained consciousness. Indeed, they expressed their deep concern for Yifan's safety, as he was the last scion of the Yi family. Not only were they worried, but Yi Chongfeng himself felt a twinge of anxiety had it not been for Yifan's arrangements. He would never have allowed him to confront such dangers alone. Niu Air and his comrades from the Yuhan were somewhat reassured, having monitored Yifan's prowess in advance. Connecting the dots, Niu Air quickly deduced that the young master was feigning ignorance to take matters into his own hands without revealing his true strength, thus orchestrating the retreat of others to create an opportunity for himself. Realizing this, Niu Air spoke up, reassuring everyone that they had other experts stationed outside who could potentially reach the martial emperor level, ensuring the young master's safety. Furthermore, he urged them to trust in Yifan's abilities, recalling that before the accident, he had already demonstrated extraordinary talent, having attained master-level strength. 5 years had passed. Perhaps Yifan had made significant breakthroughs. Dr. Lei had mentioned that the young master would awaken soon, and participating in combat might expedite his recovery. Niu Air's timely interjection alleviated the awkwardness for Yi Chongfeng. Lei Chenjue, standing beside him, quickly concurred, affirming that according to his estimations, Yifan's martial prowess should have been restored. Yi Lao's decision to leave Yifan outside was also a means to test his capabilities, especially with the experts from Yuan positioned outside to ensure his safety. The group harmoniously played along, concealing the underlying tension in the room. Yet, Leng Feng and others still sensed something amiss. Although they were in the underground chamber, following Yifan's conclusion of battle, they overheard the conversations taking place therein quite clearly. With Niu Air's comment about the Yuan resolving Chu Feng's assassination squad, the situation seemed manageable for the time being. After the 4 maidens outside had nearly cleared the battlefield, Yifan knocked on the door of the secret chamber, reverting to a seemingly daft demeanor. Many had perished, what a formidable elder. In front of everyone. Yifan feigned astonishment, yet his gaze subtly shifted towards Niu Air. That profound stare and piercing eyes hardly resembled a foolish appearance. Indeed, the young master was astute. After enduring in silence for so many years, he now demonstrated strength at the level of a martial emperor. Although it was Yifan who had slain Chu Feng and his companions, he sought someone to take the blame, allowing him to continue his charade of ignorance and play the fool to ensnare the tiger. Ah yes, it must have been Elder Wu of the ghostly souls who intervened. I suspected as much. These wretches posed no threat to the Yi family. As the group emerged from the secret chamber, they surveyed the Yi family courtyard. Aside from the lingering scent of blood in the air, everything appeared normal, as if Chu Feng and his entourage had never set foot there. Had the masters of the ghostly souls truly eliminated Chu Feng and his companions? But why did they avoid the witnesses from the Yi family? Although the core members of the Yi family harbored doubts, given the current situation, they prudently refrained from questioning further. However, their gazes towards Yifan were tinged with curiosity. Perhaps this young master had changed in ways beyond recognition. New heir had come today to pay his respects to Yifan. With the crisis at the Yi family now averted, he bowed respectfully to Elder Yi, expressing his desire for a private conversation with young Master Yi. Elder Yi glanced at Yi Chongfeng and said, "Come with me." Yi Chongfeng led New heir and Yifan back into the secret chamber. Once the door was closed, New heir knelt reverently before Yifan, proclaiming, "I am New heir, captain of the 38th team of the Ghostly Souls, here to greet the young master. Please forgive us for taking so long to ascertain your existence." "Captain Yo, what exactly is the situation? The Yi family has had little interaction with the Ghostly Souls. Why do you refer to Yifan as the young master? Is there some misunderstanding?" Yi Chongfeng, noticing Yifan's silence, voiced his concerns. "This is a token entrusted to us by the master before his departure," New heir explained, retrieving a fragment of a jade pendant and presenting it to Yi Chongfeng. Upon seeing the jade fragment, Yi Chongfeng's expression shifted. "This is a fragment of the pendant belonging to Xiao Zhu. How did it come to be in your possession?" In astonishment, he produced the other half of the pendant fragment from his own belongings. When the two pieces were joined, they fit together perfectly to form a complete pendant. "I am not entirely certain of the details. When the master last met with us, he entrusted this to us, instructing us to ensure the Ghostly Soul's legacy was passed on to the young master." Yi Chongfeng nodded in agreement and turned to Yifan, saying, "Xiao Fan, this is indeed true. It is certainly your mother's arrangement. It appears that, in addition to the forces of the Yi family, your mother has set up other contingencies." Receiving his grandfather's affirmative response, Yifan finally spoke softly, "You may rise." The formidable power of the Soul Wanderer was a topic Li Fan had previously heard about. Now, in addition to the mysterious heavenly mechanism pavilion inherited from the dragon pattern ring, he had gained another significant ally. This bolstered his confidence in confronting the enemies of the Yi family. "At present, few are aware of my awakening, and you are one of them. For the sake of my subsequent plans, it is imperative that we maintain secrecy, do you understand?" Although New heir had mostly grasped my intentions, Li Fan reiterated the importance of discretion. "Yes. I assure you that I will keep everything confidential. If there are matters inconvenient for the Yi family to handle, we will take care of them," New heir replied respectfully. "The dean has nearly resolved the affairs in the capital and will visit you personally in a few days to complete the handover ceremony at your convenience. No rush on that. However, there is indeed a pressing task that requires your assistance." While interrogating Chu Feng, "I uncovered a particular individual," Li Fan said, turning his gaze towards his grandfather. "Behind Chu Feng stands Elder Zhong, who oversees military affairs in the northwest." They acted directly, but from Chu Feng's words, I deduced that there is someone else directing their actions. I suspect there may be royal influence behind Elder Zhong. You must investigate this matter without delay and provide a definitive outcome." Yi Chongfeng sighed deeply, "As I suspected. In truth, whether or not we investigate is of little consequence. The high echelons of power in the Great Seer are few, everyone knows who might dare to act against the Yi family. However, I did not anticipate their ruthless and secretive methods. Overnight, they annihilated all 10 of our co-descendants." His eyes were ablaze with fury. "They truly show no regard for past grievances. I had initially resigned myself to our fate, but now, with our combined strength, we shall ensure they pay for their blood debts. Indeed, the Soul Wanderer will spare no effort to support you, young master. However, dealing with Elder Zhong requires a meticulous strategy. Currently, their foothold in Yun City has nearly been uprooted. Next, we must dismantle their arrangements in Tiannan province, rendering them powerless to act against Qinshui and Linglong. Only after that shall we strike at their stronghold with full force." Li Fan concurred with his grandfather's proposal, recognizing the sacrifices made by his 7 sisters-in-law for the Yi family. "I will mobilize all my resources to elevate their family into one of the premier clans of the Great Seer. Yet, to the outside world, I will continue to play the fool as long as you are aware of the situation, grandfather, that suffices." As the group emerged from the secret chamber, Li Fan reverted to his previously foolish demeanor. The day had grown late and Su Ishue had nearly concluded her business affairs. With thoughts of Li Fan occupying her mind, she personally drove to retrieve him. "Xiao Fan, thank you," she expressed gratefully while driving, her eyes reflecting deep appreciation for Li Fan. Had it not been for his meticulous planning, the Su family might have faced dire consequences today, possibly even being acquired by the Lee family for several million. In the dim light of the evening, Yifan gazed upon the exquisite beauty of his beloved Su Yishue, a wave of warmth enveloping him. Such an extraordinary woman had chosen to marry him during the most challenging times for the Yi family. It was imperative to eradicate all enemies that threatened them and to protect these cherished women, for their affection deserved nothing less. Shaofan, have you awakened? Are you all right? Su Yishue's voice resonated with clarity and anticipation as she looked at Yifan. My dear, what are you speaking of? Yifan recognized her earnest desire to ascertain his condition. Yet, given the numerous individuals already privy to his current state, revealing more would jeopardize his carefully laid plans. Thus, he resolved to keep his true situation concealed from Su Yishue. Moreover, an additional concern weighed on him. He had yet to determine how to face his other wives. If he had indeed awakened, did that mean the other 6 women would choose to remain married to him? Meanwhile, the formidable Chu Feng had launched an assault on the Yi family in Yun City, enlisting the aid of powerful martial artists from the east. Despite the clandestine nature of the operation, the eyes of the observant were ever watchful. In a certain courtyard in the northwest, Elder Zhong tapped his fingers anxiously against the table. His brow furrowed as he noted the encroaching darkness. What is happening? Is there still no news from Yun City? Chu Feng, his trusted protege, was more than capable. Possessing strength surpassing that of a martial sovereign, he dispatched to deal with a crumbling Yi family. There should have been little difficulty in the task. And with nearly a day elapsed, news should have arrived by now. Elder, we still have no information. Moreover, we are unable to contact Captain Chu Feng or the spies we deployed. They have all gone silent, reported Zhang's assistant, his heart racing as he absorbed the unsettling updates. To dismantle the Yi family, they had strategically placed the Li, Wang, and Zhao families in Yun City alongside a multitude of undercover operatives. The inexplicable annihilation of the Zhao, Wang, and Li families was already troubling, but now, the spies they had sent were vanishing one by one, unable to be reached. The last report received was from the afternoon, indicating that Captain Chu Feng had sent individuals into the Yi estate, then simultaneously. Experts from the Yuan had also entered the premises. What? The Yuan are intervening in the affairs of the Yi family. Have they not vowed neutrality? This is disastrous. Elder Zhang's expression shifted immediately upon hearing of Yuan's involvement. Indeed, moments later, news from Yun City finally arrived. The assistant's voice trembled as he spoke. We have word from Yun City. Captain Chu Feng and all his subordinates have perished. It is said that Elder Wu of Yuan was responsible, annihilating them at the martial emperor level, leaving no survivors. Damn it. Elder Zhong furiously swept a teacup from the table to the ground. His anger boiling over as he shouted, what do those scoundrels from Yuan intend to do? What methods did the Yi family employ to summon the wandering spirits? This time, it seems impossible to eradicate the Yi family completely. Doing so in the future will likely prove troublesome. Elder Zhong was exceedingly irate. Furthermore, he was deeply concerned that all of Chu Feng's companions had perished so utterly. Was it truly feasible that, even with the intervention of the wandering spirits, Chu Feng had not arranged for anyone outside to provide support? Nearly 100 formidable warriors, so many master-level experts, yet not a single one emerged alive. This situation was decidedly abnormal. Although Chu Feng was undeniably loyal, should he ever divulge the true nature of his affiliations, his identity would be compromised, implicating the influential figures behind him. Such a revelation would send shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Great Xia. If the Yi family launched a comprehensive counterattack and the Heavenly Dragon army became agitated, the situation could spiral out of control. What should be done now? The assistant appeared somewhat flustered. The alignment of the wandering spirits with the Yi family was a potent signal. The Jojo group had already taken a stand. And with the influence of the wandering spirits and Lei Chenjue's mediation, many who previously overlooked the Yi family's strength would likely rally to their support. We must take action. Immediately arrange for several other families in the provincial city to collectively suppress the Su family group. We cannot allow the Yi family and their associates to thrive. If they prosper, then our own fortunes will wane. Elder Zhang's demeanor grew increasingly unsettled. Moreover, we must deploy our people to thoroughly probe Yifan. I need to ascertain whether that fool is genuinely simple-minded or merely feigning ignorance. Elder Zhang felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Despite the myriad events surrounding the Yi family recently, everything had been resolved remarkably well, favoring the Yi family immensely. It appeared as though an invisible hand was orchestrating everything behind the scenes, a hand belonging to a remarkably astute and meticulous mastermind. This was not something that Yi Changfeng could orchestrate. But if it were not Yi Changfeng, who could it possibly be? After issuing a series of commands, the entire southwestern region seemed to ignite with activity. All families and factions associated with Elder Zhang received orders to comprehensively encircle the Su family group and suppress the families of the 7 granddaughters-in-law of the Yi family. The conflict had shifted from a covert struggle to an overt confrontation. If Elder Zhang and his allies did not take decisive action, they would find themselves in a precariously passive position. After dismissing his assistant from the room, Elder Zhang retrieved an old mobile phone and dialed an encrypted number. "Boss. The situation has evolved unexpectedly. My assistant was eliminated by the wandering spirits while dealing with the Yi family in Yun City. We only received this news after a day of information lockdown. Why are the wandering spirits meddling now? Was it not agreed that the Yi family was already severely weakened, reduced to a fool and an old relic, and thus not worthy of concern? Why have you suddenly resumed your actions?" On the other end of the line, the response to the wandering spirit's involvement was one of surprise and frustration. "Boss, the situation is more complicated than we anticipated. Although the Yi family is indeed in a weakened state, there are signs of revival. The fool of a young master must be eliminated, otherwise he will remain a lingering threat. Please make a decision." "I understand, I will consider it. You all should remain discreet for the time being, refrain from any unnecessary actions. The situation in the southwest has become exceedingly complex, and one misstep could entangle you in a perilous predicament, leaving you unaware of how it transpired. Furthermore, regarding Chu Feng's affairs, ensure that you clean up your own mess, for if anything were to happen, even I would be unable to protect you." Indeed, aside from Elder Zhang's attention on the matters concerning Yun City, the Lu family from Huadu in Tiannan province and Lu Zijian are also closely monitoring the developments in Yun City. Upon receiving news from Yun City, both family heads exhibited nearly identical reactions. "What? Captain Chu Feng was unexpectedly eliminated by the spirits of the dead? Not a single survivor. How fortunate for the Yi family to have such luck to summon the spirits to act on their behalf. Particularly for Lu Zijian, who had anticipated that his eldest son, Lu Qingyong, would be avenged by Chu Feng and his subordinates eliminating the entire Yi family. Yet now, with Captain Chu Feng deceased, how can retribution even be contemplated?" According to Lu Zijian's intel, the illegitimate son he previously underestimated seems to be gathering funds with the intention of targeting the Lu family and seizing their stronghold entirely. The Yi family is indeed fortunate. With the spirits taking action, we are in a bit of trouble. With the Yi family's backing, if the Lu family cannot secure support from other forces allied with Chu Feng, they will be unable to withstand Lu Wuyang's onslaught. Upon hearing this news, Lu Ran was also filled with sorrow. Damn, why is dealing with the Yi family so troublesome? The Zhao family, Wang family, and Li family have all fallen. A glint of profundity passed through Lu Ran's eyes as he turned to his son Lu Hao beside him, saying, "Hao, you must visit Yun City tomorrow. Employ alternative methods. And be cautious not to engage in direct conflict with the Yi family." Lu Ran did not wish to target the Yi family, however, after the demise of the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, the Yi family would soon uncover that the Lu family was behind the 3 major clans. If the Yi family were to regain their composure, they would undoubtedly retaliate against the Lu family, taking advantage of the fact that the Yi and Su families are still in a phase of exertion. It is imperative to strike fast. Understood? Lu Hao replied. I recall that the Lu family and the Su family had previously entered into a contract. But due to the Yi family's influence, we have yet to execute it. Perhaps now it might serve a purpose. With his son's reminder, Lu Ran's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a clever stratagem. However, exercise caution, as Lu Qingyang possesses contracts left by Su Jian and Su Dong, and they did not yield favorable outcomes. Xia Hao, Guoli, and Wang Fugue are not to be underestimated. I understand. Lu Hao's eyes reflected a hint of depth as he harbored disdain for Yifan and Su Yishu. A fool and a mere small family from Yun City, how much trouble could they truly cause? So long as one does not provoke the formidable spirits. There should not be any significant issues. In Yun City, at the Su family villa. After a night of tumult, the Su Ishue lay languidly in Yifan's embrace, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. She was also curious, wasn't Yifan still in a dazed state? How could he possess such vitality? The crux of the matter lies in the invigorating warmth that Su Ishue experiences after each intimate encounter with Yifan, which has yielded her considerable benefits in just a few short days. Her physical constitution has strengthened significantly, and she has even attained a martial arts prowess akin to that of a formidable warrior. If this trend continues, it is likely that Su Ishue, an ordinary individual with no prior training, may soon ascend to the ranks of a master-level practitioner. Yifan has also noticed the change in the energy emanating from Su Ishue as he holds her close. He contemplates finding a skilled martial artist to provide her with guidance. Captain Neo Air of the Yuhan team appears to be a suitable candidate. Though Su Ishue was utterly exhausted from the previous night's exertions, she awoke at the break of dawn, initially intending to rise quietly. Her slightest movement stirred Yifan from his slumber, and he gazed at her, causing her to feel a bit bashful. "Shaofan, you're awake? I have some matters to attend to at the company today. Would you mind entertaining yourself at home?" Su Ishue yearned to accompany Yifan, but the pressing responsibilities of the company were overwhelming. With the miraculous Shuyan beauty bomb provided by Lei Chenjue alongside the support from the Xia family, the Su group is poised for significant growth. "Ishue, I want to go with you. What do you need to do?" Yifan's current plan is to bolster the Su group's development. He is committed to assisting with any challenges the company faces. As Su Ishue dresses, she lets out a long sigh. Sigh. Hasn't the Su group already publicized the miraculous effects of the Shuyan beauty bomb? We've received numerous orders. However, there is still a pressing issue. To officially commence production of the bomb, we must obtain a manufacturing license from the Medical Association. Yet, the president of the Southwest Medical Association, Liu Chong, is notoriously difficult to persuade. Even the esteemed Dr. Lei has been unable to sway him. His only interests lie in antiquities and calligraphy. I plan to visit the antique street to purchase a few pieces of art and then pay a visit to Yu Chong in hopes of expediting the Su Group's production license. The quota for this manufacturing license is exceedingly scarce. It is said that only one will be granted this year in the entire Southwest region. Moreover, our rival, the Jin family, is also aggressively vying for the same license. Should they secure it, the Su Group would face dire consequences, unable to fulfill numerous orders on time, leading to substantial penalties. Without regard for whether Yifan comprehends the situation, Su Ishue elaborates on the circumstances. The president of the Southwest Medical Association, Liu Chong. Yifan recognizes the name, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a rapid mental review, he recalls that Yu Chong's name appears on the list of core members of the Tenji Pavilion within the Dragon Pattern Ring. Ostensibly, Yu Chong is the president of the Southwest Medical Association, but in reality, he is the head of the assassination division of the Tenji Pavilion, a figure of considerable strength. According to the information within the Dragon Pattern Ring, since the incident involving the former leader of the Tenji Pavilion, the organization has remained in a state of semi-dormancy. In support of the Su Group, Yifan had previously contacted Pang Hai. Therefore, this opportunity to deliver the antique paintings may also serve to subtly prompt Yu Chong. After all, Yifan must confront the true culprits who have wronged the Yi family, and he requires additional assistance. I wish to accompany him, as I have a profound appreciation for antiques and artworks. I possess a keen eye for selection. Would you kindly allow me to join? Upon activating the Dragon Ring, Yifan experienced a remarkable transformation in his gaze. It awakened a function akin to magical vision, although the notion of X-ray sight may be an exaggeration. By channeling his energy around his eyes, he could perceive things invisible to others. During his previous excursion to the underground market in Yun City with Wang Fugui, it was this unique ocular ability that led him to discover the Chidan encased within a stone. Well, since you wish to accompany us, you may come along. But you must behave and not wander off, understood? Su Ishue cast a deep glance at Yifan. The esteemed Thunder Doctor had previously advised that Yifan's current condition necessitates companionship and frequent visits to familiar places. This might stimulate his awakening. Previously, Yifan and Wang Fugui most enjoyed visiting the antique street. Perhaps a visit to such locales would trigger some memories, aiding in his recovery. The antique street in Yun City is renowned throughout Dacia, known for its vast scale and abundance of treasures. Even though it was only around 9 in the morning, the street was already teeming with people. Wanbao Pavilion, an independent 9-story building adorned with resplendent decor, stood out from the surrounding structures. Su Ishue led Yifan directly to this establishment. Since they were to visit Yuchong, it was only fitting to bring a valuable gift. However, before entering the building, Yifan's keen eye caught sight of two middle-aged men in a small antique shop nearby, furtively attempting to sell a painting to the shopkeeper. At the martial emperor level, Yifan could distinctly sense all movements within a 500-meter radius. With a mere narrowing of his eyes, he detected the ancient aura emanating from the painting. That artwork is a remarkable find. Hello, I am seeking Manager Wu. I wish to purchase a couple of fine items. Could you relay this message? Su Ishue was already acquainted with the manager of Wanbao Pavilion and had contacted him prior to their arrival. The receptionist, having been alerted by the manager, greeted Su Ishue warmly. Miss Su, Manager Wu has instructed that should you arrive, he will take you to the back. Please, follow me. Very well. Su Ishue beckoned to Yifan, intending to follow the receptionist into the inner chamber. At that moment, however, Yifan's acute hearing picked up the conversation from the adjacent shop where the two men were planning to sell the painting for a mere 1,000 yuan. In Yifan's estimation, the painting was worth at least 10 million. If they sold it for just 1,000, wouldn't this present a golden opportunity? With this thought, Yifan turned to Su Ishue and said, Dear Ishue, please go ahead, I'll just step into the restroom and join you shortly, if that is alright. Su Ishue hesitated. In her mind, Yifan was still in a dazed state, and with so many eyes on him, she feared what might happen if he got lost. Do not worry, my dear. I shall not wander aimlessly, for I have matured and there shall be no issues. Yifan fixed a fervent gaze upon Su Ishue. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ishue noted that, based on Yifan's recent demeanor, his intellect seemed to have considerably recovered. After all, they were within the confines of Wanbao Pavilion. Usually, nothing untoward could transpire, could it? Very well then. She acquiesced, noticing that the receptionist awaited her response. If anything arises, do ensure you contact me. As Su Ishue followed the receptionist into the inner chamber, she took a moment to remind the other receptionists, ladies, please keep an eye on my husband, his intellect is somewhat compromised. Rest assured, Miss Su, nothing untoward will occur at Wanbao Pavilion. They assured her. Once Su Ishue had entered the inner room, Yifan swiftly made his way towards the restroom. Upon rounding the corner, he executed a sudden move, appearing before the adjacent shop of Wanbao Pavilion. At that moment, the shopkeeper, Mo-san, was engaged in a transaction with two men. As we agreed, 1,000 yuan. Payment upon delivery, no regrets once the deal is struck. Mo-san stifled his excitement, though he remained uncertain of the painting's authenticity. Nevertheless, even if it were a counterfeit, it was of a commendable imitation. Having received 1,000 yuan, if he encountered a gullible buyer, he could easily profit several thousand without issue. Yifan stood discreetly nearby, recording the scene with his mobile device. Once the two men pocketed their cash, they departed hastily, murmuring to each other that was a good deal. Can you believe it? We snagged 50 yuan from an elderly lady and sold it for 1,000, what a steal. Yifan sighed, remarking to himself, such unscrupulous hearts. With that thought, he felt no remorse for his subsequent actions. As soon as the men left, Mo-san eagerly unfurled the scroll, scrutinizing it once more. The painting appeared vigorous and powerful, with distinct lines and profound artistic sentiment, signed by Wu Daoze, a depiction of a tiger descending the mountain, showcasing commendable qualities. However, the scroll's colors were excessively worn, detracting from its appeal. Alas, the craftsman of this imitation had been overly hasty, aging the scroll too severely, yet it still held promise. Lifting the scroll, Mo-san prepared to display it prominently in the shop. Encountering an uninformed buyer, he could easily deceive them based solely on the painting's strokes. After all, he wouldn't incur any loss. Boss, I shall take this painting for 1,500 yuan. Before Mo-san could turn around, Yifan had already appeared at the shop's entrance. Smiling at him, Mo-san was taken aback. 1,500 yuan? This young man possesses a keen eye. He is offering 500 more than what I paid. Sir, you jest. This is a genuine work by Wu Daozi, and I painstakingly acquired it for $1,000,000 yuan. If you are not interested in purchasing, kindly refrain from causing a disturbance. Mosan spoke honestly, as if he had genuinely spent $1,000,000. However, should you truly wish to buy, I can offer you a sincere price, 300,000, and I shall part with it. He feigned a pained expression, all the while observing Yifan intently for any changes in his demeanor. The world of antiques is intrinsically about discerning the character of individuals. Antique dealers, despite their shortcomings in other areas, possess an uncanny ability to read people. A mere utterance can reveal subtle shifts in your demeanor should you exhibit an air of affluence. Unfazed by a price tag of 300,000, the dealer is unlikely to entertain offers below that figure. Unfortunately for Mosan, he encountered Yifan. Yifan had meticulously recorded the entire transaction process with Mosan, rendering him impervious to any deceit. Dear sir, do not be overly avaricious. Perhaps you could consider a modest fee for your efforts and allow me to view an item, Yifan suggested, smiling as he advanced and opened the video on his phone. It vividly documented the transaction between Mosan and the two men, along with the price. A glint of sharpness flickered in Mosan's eyes as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Yifan, questioning his intentions. Mosan's reputation on this street was far from stellar. He was notorious for his unscrupulous dealings. Despite his attempts to reform his image, his instinct to exploit others often resurfaced, especially given his recent lack of business. If the video in Yifan's possession were to be made public, Mosan's prospects in Yun City would be severely compromised. As I mentioned earlier, I am here to purchase the painting for 1,500. You may take 500 as a fee, you would not be at a loss. Yifan was fully aware of the painting's true worth. It was easily worth $1,000,000, if not 10. Yet, Mosan's greed motivated Yifan to teach him a valuable lesson. You think you're clever? Mosan shot Yifan a fierce glare, while behind him loomed several burly men, their expressions decidedly hostile. Nevertheless, as Mosan showcased the painting, a crowd began to gather, drawn by the spectacle. In the antique market, spectators often revel in the prospect of uncovering hidden treasures, whether for themselves or vicariously through others. 1,000, and the painting is yours. No further discussion. Mosan initially contemplated sending his subordinates to forcibly remove Yifan, but the presence of the crowd necessitated caution. Thus, he begrudgingly continued to haggle with Yifan. 1,500 is your offer, consider it for 10 seconds. With today's technology, should this video surface, your losses would extend far beyond a mere few thousand. Yifan's demeanor suggested he had the upper hand, a realization that vexed Mosan. Yet he could not refute the validity of Yifan's words. If Yifan were to release the video online, even a minor escalation could spell disaster for Mosan's business. You little brat, are you deliberately provoking me? My backer is Wu Laolang. You would do well to reflect on this. If you wish to buy the painting, offer 1,000 and live peacefully, or we risk a fallout that benefits no one. Mosan hissed close to Yifan. Wu Laolang? Yifan hesitated. He had initially felt a twinge of guilt for confronting Mosan. However, upon learning that Mosan was backed by Wu Laolang, a man infamous for nearly taking the life of Su Ishue, Yifan felt a sense of relief. Wu Laolang was certainly not a man of virtue. Moreover, Wu Laolang has already been dealt with by Xia Hao and Li Hu, and the Tiger Hole has been disbanded. Yet, Mosan still dares to flaunt Wu Laolang's name. You may try. I will count down from 3 to 3, 2, 1. Yifan showed no sign of concession, commencing the countdown with unwavering determination. Such a forceful demeanor from Yifan nearly drove Mosan to madness. The youth before him seemed vaguely familiar. Yet Mosan could not recall where he had encountered him before. As Yifan uttered the final number, Mosan gritted his teeth, conceding, all right. You win. Yifan was bold enough to wager, but Mosan hesitated. With a cold tone, he thrust the painting into Yifan's arms, demanding payment. Yifan, with a faint smile, produced 15 red bills from his pocket and handed them to Mosan, remarking, in business, one ought to possess a modicum of integrity. I will remember you, kid. Best watch your step. Mosan grumbled, clutching the money and striding angrily into the shop. He had intended to profit handsomely from this painting. But instead, he was thwarted and left with a mere 500 after being exposed. As Mosan threatened Yifan, the girl's playful voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. Handsome, may I purchase this painting? I offer 8 million. The girl's words caused an audible gasp among the onlookers. The painting, they initially bought for a mere $1,500, was now offered at $8 million. Surely, these two were not in cahoots. The crowd turned to gaze at the girl, who was adorned in a flowing green gown, accentuated by a yellow belt that showcased her slender waist and alluring curves. Was she not Ren Shuiying, the esteemed young lady of the Ren family? It was rumored that she was also an expert in antiques. Her willingness to offer $8 million surely held merit. Had they truly witnessed an extraordinary opportunity today? Mo-san, who had just reached the shop's entrance, staggered at the mention of $8 million. He paused, turned, and stared at Ren Shuiying, bewildered. Miss, are you jesting? If that painting is truly worth $8 million, you would be a fool. The wealth he had almost grasped was snatched away by that young man. Do I appear to be joking? Ren Shuiying replied coolly, glancing once more at Yifan. At that moment, Yifan disregarded her and instead took a bottle of mineral water, splashing it over the surface of the painting. The crowd was left utterly astonished. Young man, what are you doing? Indeed, that beauty just offered $8 million, you are ruining the painting. The onlookers sighed in dismay, yet Ren Shuiying, witnessing Yifan's actions, felt a flicker of excitement in her eyes. It seemed she had encountered a connoisseur today. Handsome, how about I raise my offer to $10 million? Ren Shuiying unexpectedly increased her bid by $2 million, leaving the crowd utterly perplexed. Clearly, she had discerned something significant, otherwise. As a member of a prominent family from the provincial capital, she would not so irrationally elevate her offer. Yifan remained silent, waiting for Shuize to thoroughly moisten the scroll. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through the air as he grasped a corner of the scroll and tore it forcefully. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he managed to strip away a thin film from the surface of the scroll, akin to peeling off a layer of adhesive. As this layer was removed, the true masterpiece within was unveiled. The colors were vibrant, the brush strokes precise, and the lines became distinctly clear, with Woodeyes still appearing sharper than ever. I understand now, this is the legendary layered painting. The outer layer is a protective membrane made of sheepskin, while the true work lies within. Good heavens, this is indeed Woodeyes' authentic piece. What an incredible stroke of luck. Let's not quibble about a mere $10 million. It could easily fetch $20 million. Handsome, I will offer $15 million for this painting. How about a cash transaction? I'll bid $18 million. The crowd erupted in excitement. This was undeniably sensational. A painting bought for $1,500 was now being offered for $20 million. Such a staggering profit margin. Yifan's lips twitched slightly. The moment the film was torn away, the ancient, flowing aura from the scroll was drawn into him or absorbed by his energy. Yifan could distinctly feel the ancient essence merging with his dantian. Deep within, the flickering flame seemed to grow more vigorous, its brightness intensifying. It appeared that the ancient aura from the scroll served as nourishment, akin to fuel for the mysterious fire within his being. To Yifan, whether it was $20 million or $2 billion, money was merely a number. He had the backing of the Yi Group, the Soul Wanderers, and the yet-to-be-fully revealed Tianji Pavilion. Should he desire wealth, he could easily shake a nation with a mere flick of his finger. Yifan's interest in this painting stemmed primarily from his need for the ancient aura it contained. Now that he had fully absorbed it, the significance of the scroll diminished greatly for him. However, for Mo-san, the thought of losing $20 million on this scroll was more painful than death. Mo-san stood at the door, dazed for several seconds, before finally snapping back to reality. He hastened to Yifan's side, grasping his arm and demanding, "Return the painting. I won't sell it anymore." As he spoke, Mo-san attempted to reclaim the scroll. Yifan swiftly evaded, coldly retorting, "Boss, are you attempting to rob me? What do you mean by this? The scroll has already been sold, trying to take it back seems rather unlikely. You brat, don't be ungrateful. How dare you snatch food from a tiger's mouth? In Yun City, few have the audacity to compete with me, Mo-san, for valuable items." Mo-san glared at Yifan, continuing, "You'd best return the scroll willingly, or I will make you wish for a fate worse than death." As Mo-san's tone grew increasingly sinister, several burly men approached Yifan menacingly. Yifan's lips curled slightly. "Boss, it seems you still haven't grasped the situation. Setting aside other matters, your big brother, Wu Laolang, has already passed away. Surely you are aware of this? Moreover, I must inform you that it was I who brought about his demise. Do you wish to accompany him in the afterlife? As Yifan spoke, an intense aura of murderous intent surged from him, causing Masan's heart to tremble violently. He was well aware of the incident involving Old Wolf who, however, being of his standing, he only knew that Old Wolf had seemingly offended the young master of the Yi family and the Su corporation, resulting in his downfall. The specifics remained elusive to him. Upon Yifan's reminder, Masan scrutinized him once more, as if trying to recall who he was. Was this not the fool from the Yi family? Why, at this moment, did he appear anything but foolish? What was truly happening? Handsome. Would you sell me this painting for 30 million? Ren Shuiying squeezed through the crowd, grasping Yifan's arm and gently shaking it. Her ample bosom pressing against him without a hint of modesty. My grandfather's birthday is approaching, and I am at a loss for a suitable gift. Please, handsome. Fulfill my wish. As Ren Shuiying swayed, the neckline of her dress shifted, slipping halfway off her shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Though it was but a fleeting glance, Yifan's pupils dilated in surprise. A phoenix motif. Beneath Ren Shuiying's collarbone, he distinctly glimpsed a golden phoenix pattern flash before his eyes. 6 years prior, during a covert mission in the provincial capital, he had nearly met his demise, only to be saved by a girl. In the deep of night, he had not seen her face clearly, but he remembered the golden phoenix at her neckline. To encounter the girl who had saved his life once more, 6 years later in Yun City, was indeed a twist of fate. A life saved deserves a life in return. Yet, now he already had 7 wives, perhaps he could not afford such a promise. Since Ren Shuiying had expressed her fondness for the painting, he would gift it to her. Clearly, she possessed a commendable filial piety. So he decided to give her the painting. As he spoke, Yifan pressed the scroll into Ren Shuiying's hands. Ah! Ren Shuiying was taken aback. Handsome. The surrounding crowd was equally bewildered. A painting worth 30 million was simply given away? How extravagant. The most vexed was Masan, who had been willing to spend $1 million to acquire it but was met with refusal, only to see it gifted to another beauty. Was this a deliberate affront to him? Masan, who had intended to voice his frustration, bit his tongue upon considering Yifan's identity. He gazed greedily at the painting in Ren Shuiying's hands, wanting to ask her for it, yet lacking the courage to do so. Neither the Yi family nor the Ren family were adversaries he could afford to provoke. The crucial point was that his own elder brother had fallen, and indeed, Old Wolf who had perished at Yifan's hands. Though Masan had been left speechless, he dared not utter a word of complaint. Boss. Shall we simply let this go? That is 30 million. Masan had already given up, yet the bodyguards surrounding him were somewhat perplexed. If they were to leave this place, how would they have another opportunity to act? Nonsense. Do you think we have a chance here? Do you know who they are? One is the sole heir of the Yi family, and the other is the daughter of the Ren family's second generation. Try touching a single hair on them. Masan cast a glance around. On the surface, only Yifan and Ren Shuiying were present, but in the shadows, countless formidable guardians were concealed, ensuring their safety. Masan could only watch helplessly as 30 million slipped away from him. Ren Shuiying gazed at the scroll in her hands, still astonished. Handsome. Did you really just give this to me? This is worth 30 million. Why? As she looked at Yifan's countenance, it felt somewhat familiar and endearing. Yet she couldn't quite recall where she had seen him before. However, the idea of receiving a scroll worth 30 million left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Indeed. It is a gift for you because good people deserve good fortune. After speaking, Yifan turned to leave. He had been away for too long. And if Su Ishue couldn't find him, she would surely be worried. Good fortune for good people. Ren Shuiying pondered Yifan's words. Seeing him about to depart, she hurriedly called out, "Wait a moment." As she spoke, she removed a jade pendant from her chest, intending to offer it to Yifan. Beside Ren Shuiying, a girl clad in jeans quickly interjected, "Miss, please think this through. That jade pendant was given to you by the old master as a dowry." Ren Shuiying hesitated for a moment but continued to extend the pendant. "I dislike being indebted to others. This jade is from my family and should be of value. So, I shall gift it to you." After a pause, her cheeks flushed as she added, "If you have time next month." I welcome you to my grandfather's birthday banquet at the Ren family. Upon speaking, Ren Shuiling's face turned crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Yifan held the jade pendant she had given him. It was still warm, imbued with her body heat, and bore a hint of a captivating fragrance. Observing Ren Shuiling's bashful demeanor, he couldn't help but recall that cold winter night 6 years ago when he had nearly perished. And it was this girl who had used her body to warm him. He had always cherished that bond. At that time, he had already been with Shen Yufei. But now, having been released from their engagement and with 7 sisters-in-law declaring their intention to marry him, the addition of another seemed inconsequential. All right. I will definitely come. Yifan gazed deeply at Ren Shuiling, not wanting to disappoint the girl who had shown him kindness. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, he suddenly noticed several strands of black lines entwined on Ren Shuiling's forehead with a hint of crimson running through them. A calamity of blood? It appeared that Ren Shuiling had been subjected to some sinister means, and she was currently ensnared in a severe blood-related calamity. Yifan furrowed his brows, realizing that since he had encountered this situation, he could not turn a blind eye. He glanced at Ren Shuiling's wrist, where she wore a bracelet. My dear lady, might I have a look at your bracelet? As he spoke, Yifan reached out and grasped Ren Shuiling's wrist, removing the verdant ornament. With a surge of energy, he swiftly inscribed several intricate patterns onto the bracelet. For the next half-month, you must wear this at all times and avoid water. It will safeguard your well-being. This was a charm of peace, the talisman Yifan had comprehended through his understanding of the dragon pattern. He had tested its efficacy numerous times, and it possessed remarkable powers. Before Yuling long departed, Yifan had discreetly inscribed a few talismans onto her personal belongings, though she remained unaware of them. He sincerely hoped she would not need to rely on them. Oh, very well. Although Ren Shuiling did not fully comprehend Yifan's actions, she could sense his genuine concern for her. Farewell. With the jade pendant in hand, Yifan swiftly made his way toward the Wanbao pavilion, vanishing from Ren Shuiling's sight in an instant. Watching his retreating figure, Ren Shuiling furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring to her maid as they departed. Why does that handsome fellow seem so familiar? It feels as though I've encountered him somewhere before. Miss, it appears your heart is flattering. Look at you. Even giving away your cherished jade pendant. You know you wear it daily. Ren Shuiling's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded her maid, suddenly feeling a wave of warmth surging from where she had just touched Yifan's wrist. Warmth? Realizing this, Ren Shuiling's pupils involuntarily constricted, and she immediately recalled the young man she had met 6 years ago. That night, as she embraced him, she had also felt that same warmth coursing through her, rapidly enhancing her martial energy. Ah! It's him. Understanding everything now, Ren Shuiling couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, fate is truly wondrous. Shao Qing, please investigate who that handsome gentleman is, I want to know all about him. Of course. The maid was well aware of her mistress's past and knew that Ren Shuiling had not interacted with any males over the years, always searching for that young man from long ago. Now that she had found her ideal partner, the maid genuinely rejoiced for Ren Shuiling, congratulating her. Now and in the past, your affections lie with the same person. Ren Shuiling's face was alight with excitement yet tinged with shyness. Humph. That rascal surely recognized me. I knew he had no reason to gift me 30 million in paintings, how vexing. Simultaneously, Ren Shuiling silently thought, next month, at grandfather's birthday banquet, you must come. If you do, half of my troubles will be resolved. As Yifan re-entered the Wanbao pavilion, Su Ishue and manager Wu had just emerged from the inner chambers. Su Ishue held 2 wooden boxes, exuding an ancient aura from within. Mr. Wu, I am truly embarrassed. Such a precious gift. And you offer it to me without asking for any payment. Su Ishue, gazed at Mr. Wu with immense gratitude. Yifan understood the situation. Mr. Wu had chosen 2 exquisite items to present to Su Ishue, with no intention of receiving money in return. Judging by the antique aura emanating from the objects, they must surely be of remarkable value, perhaps worth tens of millions. Mr. Su, please do not feel obliged. Mr. Wu continued. We have witnessed the noble actions of you and Miss Yuling Long. Your unwavering support for the Yi family during those times is commendable, earning our bosses deep respect. As Mr. Wu spoke, he noticed Yifan's arrival and promptly bowed slightly, addressing him, the young Master Yi. Our boss has instructed me to convey that while we cannot publicly show our support for the Yi family, we are still willing to assist you in any way possible. These 2 items are a token of our goodwill. The Wanbao Pavilion was clearly extending an olive branch to both the Yi and Su families. Su Ishue began to comprehend that Mr. Wu's gesture was not merely out of regard for her but rather in recognition of Yifan's standing. Recent events in Yun City, albeit shrouded in secrecy, could not be entirely concealed. The obliteration of the Xiao, Li, and Wang families, along with the fall of the Lu family steward and the young master of the Lu family, had not gone unnoticed. Furthermore, the upheaval at the Su group's new drug launch, with renowned figures such as Thunder Doctor showing support, hinted that the Yi family was not as feeble as many presumed. The gathering of various mysterious forces around the Yi family suggested that these influential individuals, astute in their choices, were privy to information unknown to outsiders, perhaps even the awakening of Yifan. It was not too late for Wanbao Pavilion to align themselves with the Yi family. Thank you. Those who assist my wife are indeed good people. Yifan responded in a rather composed manner, suppressing any overt signs of his previous foolishness. Thunder Chenjue had already laid the groundwork by indicating that Yifan would gradually regain his faculties. Thus, it was entirely normal for Yifan's intelligence to evolve from that of an 8-year-old to that of a 10-year-old. Mr. Wu, you should be somewhat aware of my husband's condition, I hope you can understand, Su Ishue explained. However, Mr. Wu regarded Yifan with a deep look, assuring her, no worries at all. Young Master Yi was once a prodigious talent, the given time, he shall surely reclaim his former glory. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Su Ishue expressed her eagerness to visit Yuchong and thus prepared to take her leave. Just then, a group of individuals stormed into the Wanbao Pavilion with an aggressive demeanor. Ha! Isn't Wanbao Pavilion quite impressive? Today, I shall see for myself just how capable you truly are. Last time at the appraisal conference, you bested my brother, leading him to a grievous fate. Today, you shall pay the price. The leader, a young man donned in a flamboyant shirt, strode confidently into the hall, accompanied by others who were live-streaming the event. Attention, everyone. This is the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion, and we are here to challenge their courage to confront us. Upon seeing the group of individuals approach, Manager Wu could not help but furrow his brow. It was this same crowd again, an incessant nuisance. What was the matter? Su Ishue, witnessing the unfolding situation, could not refrain from inquiring. They are members of the Sun family from the provincial capital. Last year, during the appraisal competition, our one badge encountered them when we faced off against their younger brother. In the final round, he made a critical error in judging the age of a vase, resulting in our victory. Unable to bear the defeat, he leapt from the second floor, fracturing his leg. Since then, the Sun family has relentlessly targeted our one badge, frequently instigating trouble. Initially, we paid little heed to it, but their audacity has only grown. It is evident that they have someone backing them in this scheme. One badge's long-standing reputation has consistently overshadowed their jewelry shop. Only by undermining us can they hope to thrive. With a slight smirk, Manager Wu reassured himself, no matter. These petty antics are within my grasp. As a luminary in the antique realm of the Great Seer, he possessed genuine expertise. Having presided over one badge for many years, he rarely faltered. With that, Manager Wu stepped forward, addressing the young Master San Dashong. Young Master San, the appraisal competition is based on merit. It has been so long since the event, can the San family truly not accept defeat? The discerning eyes of our audience are upon us. Perhaps they should render their judgment. As the long-standing steward of one badge, Manager Wu had a few tricks up his sleeve. He greeted the viewers, thereby swaying public opinion somewhat. San Dashong, momentarily rendered speechless, found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Manager Wu pressed on. Since one badge dares to establish itself here, we fear no challenge. Young Master San, since you have brought your entourage today, let us engage in a grand wager. Should I emerge victorious, I kindly ask that you cease your underhanded tactics. Let our two families compete fairly in the open. Upon hearing Manager Wu agree to the challenge, a gleam of delight appeared on San Dashong's face. Excellent. Manager Wu, your generosity is commendable. Today, let us wager big. If One Beige triumphs, the Sun family's jewelry shop shall withdraw from Yuncheng, ceasing all competition with you. However, should I prevail, One Beige must also exit Yuncheng. Do you dare accept? Sandashong cunningly pushed One Beige into a precarious position. The scale of the jewelry shop and its business were already inferior to One Beige. Withdrawing would pose no significant loss for them. Yet, would One Beige dare to take such a plunge? Manager Wu frowned, casting an indignant glance at Sandashong. This young master had clearly come with ill intentions, directly pushing himself into a perilous situation. Agreeing would be challenging, yet declining was equally untenable. The live broadcast indicated that millions were watching. Should Manager Wu refuse, One Beige's reputation and credibility would be irrevocably tarnished. Very well, it is settled. Though confident, Manager Wu felt a pang of anxiety as he observed several porcelain vases being brought in by Sandashong's associates. He had scrutinized those vases several times. Yet at that moment, he found himself unable to ascertain their age. This was indeed infuriating. Beside him, Su Ishue, witnessing the sudden turn of events, found herself in a quandary, contemplating whether to stay or depart. Ishue, let us observe a while longer. I seem to recall something. A cold smirk crept across Ifan's lips the moment those porcelain vases were brought in. This Sandashong was indeed cunning, those vases had been tampered with. And it would be impossible to discern their authenticity through conventional appraisal methods. If he did not intervene, Manager Wu would undoubtedly face defeat today. Out of respect for the two antiques Manager Wu had gifted, Ifan resolved to take action. What? Shaofan, have you remembered something? Su Ishue's face lit up with joy upon hearing that Ifan's memory and intellect might be returning. Everything else paled in significance compared to this. In the center of the hall, Sandashong had arranged 5 porcelain vases neatly on the table. He looked at Manager Wu with a smug expression. For he had come prepared. He was not intimidated by the myriad of identification methods at Manager Wu's disposal. What he feared was Manager Wu declining to accept the challenge. In such a case, aside from indulging in a verbal spar, he would be unable to inflict any substantial damage on Manager Wu. Manager Wu. These 5 vases are treasures I unearthed from the antique market. However, their exact ages remain unknown. I would greatly appreciate your expertise in discerning their true ages. If you can accurately identify the ages of just 3 of these vases, how about we declare you the winner? Sandashong exchanged glances with his subordinates, their eyes brimming with arrogance. These 5 porcelain vases had been meticulously replicated over 3 months by top-tier artisans from abroad, and although each fragment was genuine, the claim of authenticity was a misrepresentation. Each vase was a mosaic of dozens of shattered pieces, expertly restored to the untrained eye. Yet, the shards used for each vase were sourced from 5 distinct dynasties, artfully assembled together. No matter how skilled Manager Wu was, should he ascertain the age of one fragment, Sandashong could counter with another piece, thus undermining Manager Wu's conclusion. Hence, from the moment Manager Wu acquiesced to the challenge, One Beige had already lost. The nature of the wager was akin to a game of rock, paper, scissors where one party revealed their choice first, allowing the other to tailor their response accordingly. How could victory be within reach? As a luminary in the antiquities realm, Manager Wu's prowess was not to be underestimated. From the instant the 5 vases were presented, he scrutinized them, inhaling their scent. Yet, upon smelling just one, his expression shifted dramatically. He discerned an unsettling blend of aromas, elements reminiscent of the Song dynasty, mingled with those of the Tang, and even traces from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Manager Wu was momentarily taken aback. Logically, while it was commonplace for a porcelain piece to undergo restoration, it was utterly unorthodox to amalgamate shards from multiple dynasties into a single vase. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Master Wu meticulously lifted the porcelain vase, scrutinizing it closely, even employing a magnifying glass. Yet he discerned no signs of restoration whatsoever. This was true for the first vase, and similarly, the second one. After examining 5 vases in succession, taking over 10 minutes, Master Wu remained silent, refraining from any judgment. In truth, a tentative hypothesis had begun to form in his mind. The porcelain vases brought by Sandashong had likely been expertly replicated, exhibiting no traces of repair. They were constructed from shards of various dynasties, essentially setting a trap for himself. Regardless of which dynasty he claimed, Sandashong would effortlessly counter his assertions. Master Wu had already perceived the underlying problem. However, this was a blatant scheme. Even if he were to reveal his understanding of the ploy to millions of viewers, no one would believe him. So, has Master Wu discerned the truth? Let us witness his profound knowledge as he elucidates the origins of these porcelain vases. Observing Master Wu's prolonged silence, San Dasheng flaunted his triumph before him, deliberately showcasing to the live stream audience, "Dear viewers, behold. This is Master Wu from Wanbei appraising the 5 porcelain vases I have brought. To be honest, it's somewhat disappointing. It appears Wanbei is not as impressive as one might think. Please, don't leave. Help me serve as witnesses. We had a wager, after all." San Dasheng continued to boast, while the staff members of Wanbei gathered around, seething with indignation yet rendered powerless, not daring to confront him. "Scoundrel. A charlatan. How shameful it is for you to deceive Master Wu with counterfeit items." Just as the crowd was at a loss for what to do, and beads of sweat adorned Master Wu's forehead, Yifan suddenly emerged from the throng, pointing an accusatory finger at San Dasheng and unleashing a tirade. His words instantly captivated the attention of the onlookers, especially those in the live stream, who erupted in a frenzy. "Who is this? How dare he accuse young Master San of being a fraud? I still trust Master Wu." The carefully cultivated atmosphere was shattered in an instant, prompting San Dasheng to furiously gesture towards Yifan. "Who the hell are you? What business is it of yours? Someone, throw him out." San Dasheng had come with the intention of dismantling Wanbei, and he would not permit anyone to disrupt his meticulously laid plans. With Master Wu already ensnared, he was merely a step away from expelling Wanbei from Yuncheng. Once Wanbei was ousted, would the majority of the business in the Yuncheng antique market gravitate towards his own jewelry shop? From behind San Dasheng, several bodyguards sprang forth, intent on taking action against Yifan. A smirk graced Yifan's lips when the vases had first appeared. He had discerned through his mystical vision that they had undergone special restoration, composed of shards from different dynasties. No matter how skilled Master Wu might be, how could he possibly identify so many disparate shards at once? "No. I refuse to leave. I must expose you for the fraud you are." Yifan smiled lightly, his body moving swiftly to evade the grasp of the bodyguards. The 2 burly men, feeling utterly embarrassed at their inability to capture even such a frail youth, hastened their movements. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan deftly evaded the grasp of the 2 bodyguards. With a subtle surge of energy from his wrist, he nudged one of the bodyguards, inadvertently causing him to knock over a porcelain vase at the edge, which plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. The sharp sound of shattering porcelain echoed as the vase fractured into countless pieces. The sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned. The target intended for appraisal had unexpectedly shattered, and it was none other than San Dasheng's own bodyguard who had caused the mishap, who could be held accountable for this. While the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, Yifan seized the opportunity to snatch the live-streaming phone, directing the camera towards the scattered shards on the floor. He then picked up several pieces, feigning astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, I recognize this fragment, it's from the Tang dynasty. And this one is from the Song dynasty, and this piece, oh. Master Wu, how is it that a single vase contains shards from so many different dynasties? Look, the outer layer of these fragments is enveloped in a mysterious wrapping. If we peel it away, we shall unveil the secrets within." As he spoke, Yifan held one of the shards and, channeling his energy, tore away the deceptive outer layer, revealing the embedded fragments for the live audience and for Master Wu and the onlookers to see. Witnessing this, Master Wu instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. In truth, he had already surmised the condition of the porcelain vase, aligning with Yifan's assertions. However, the crux of the matter was that he could not openly disclose the situation himself. Now, with Yifan's sudden revelation exposing San Dasheng, especially with the latter's own bodyguard responsible for the overturned table, San Dasheng found himself unable to fault Wanbei in any manner. The viewers in the live stream erupted in outrage. "Damn. I sensed something was amiss, how despicable. The San family plays dirty. I shall never purchase anything from the San family again. Trash." Rather than focusing on legitimate business practices, they resort to such vile tactics. Disappointment. The very viewers who had previously supported San Dasheng swiftly shifted their allegiance towards Master Wu and Wanbei. "Young Master San, this is rather underhanded. Master Wu's expression began to relax, and as he glanced at Yifan, his eyes brimmed with gratitude. At this moment, Master Wu felt nearly certain that Yifan was not as foolish as presumed. If Yifan were indeed simple-minded, how could he have fortuitously dashed over just in time to incite the bodyguard's blunder? It was simply implausible. Sandeshong hesitated for several seconds before grasping the situation. His phone had been snatched. Damn it. Who dares to take my phone? You fools, what are you standing around for? Retrieve my phone. Sandeshong was on the verge of exploding with rage. The live stream was witnessing this provocation firsthand, and should they fail, the jewelry store would have to withdraw from Yun City. Moreover, once this matter escalates, even if the jewelry shop does not withdraw, their already mega business will likely become utterly insignificant. Who dares to challenge my brother? Before Yifan could make a move, an arrow erupted from the crowd, and Wang Fugui's imposing figure emerged on the scene. Upon seeing the two bodyguards rushing towards him, Wang Fugui hesitated not for a moment, with hands as large as fans. He seized one with each hand and crushed them together, rendering them unconscious and tossing them aside. Third, although the bodyguards under Sandeshong were also martial arts experts, Wang Fugui had already reached the master level, making it child's play to deal with these guards. In the blink of an eye, all the bodyguards besides Sandeshong were knocked out. What do you intend to do? Do you plan to resort to force, knowing you cannot compete? Sandeshong, aware of his disadvantage, sought to feign pity to sway public opinion. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Sun family in the provincial capital. You'd best not provoke me. Ha! But do you know who my brother is? He is Yifan, the sole heir of the Yi family. Do you dare to lay a finger on him? Wang Fugui revealed Yifan's identity, leaving Sandeshong utterly dumbfounded. The fool from the Yi family? No wonder he looked so familiar when I saw him earlier. Damn it. What rotten luck to encounter a fool causing chaos. Even if I am in the right, how can I clarify this? Furthermore, even if I could, the Sun family has no chance of confronting the Yi family now. It's all false. It's all a lie. Seeing Wang Fugui, the big fool, grow more unrestrained, Yifan pointed at the remaining porcelain vases and addressed Sandeshong. With one shattered vase as evidence, the subsequent matters would be easier to handle. Manager Wu had also seized the initiative. Young Master San, do we need to smash the remaining 4 one by one for verification? He knew perfectly well what those vases looked like. To break them would be akin to slapping his own face. You think you are so clever? Sandeshong realized he had fallen today, but to a fool at that. He truly could not discern whether Yifan had inadvertently disrupted his plans or had done so intentionally. While speaking, Sandeshong attempted to reach for the phone in Yifan's hand. However, Yifan would not allow it. The wager is this, scoundrel. You just made a bet. If you lose, your jewelry shop must roll out of Yun City. I sent you that right, everyone. Yifan reprimanded Sandeshong while also addressing the millions of viewers in the live stream. Since one badge chose to assist the Yi family, Yifan would ensure they were rewarded for their aid. This time, he would suppress the jewelry shop to its utmost. Yes. A man should honor his commitments. The wager we made was witnessed by millions of viewers. Do not think you can back out. The public sentiment in the live stream began to boil. Then Sandeshong, infuriated to the point of grinding his teeth, found himself powerless, for he had indeed established a wager. Though it was merely a verbal agreement, no one was pursuing its enforcement. However, we now find ourselves in the digital age, where the power of the online community is immensely formidable. Although Sandeshong is reluctant to acknowledge this reality, he must at least save face and make a statement. Manager Wu, you have triumphed. I'd, from the jewelry studio, willingly accept defeat and shall vacate Cloud City post-haste. With a resigned expression, Sandeshong reiterated his promise to the camera, casting a sullen glance at Yifan and asking, is this satisfactory? Yifan turned to Wang Fugui beside him, inquiring, Old Wang, do you think this suffices? Wang Fugui, with his somewhat lumbering demeanor, retorted, words alone are insufficient. In 3 days, I shall bring a few bulldozers. Should the jewelry studio still be standing, it will signify that the online community has pushed them aside. What do you all think? Wang Fugui pressed his massive face against the screen, bellowing at the viewers, which promptly ignited another wave of excitement in the live stream. Bravo! Bravo! Not only did the viewers in the live stream cheer, but the crowd gathered on site also erupted in applause. Sandashong, taking the phone from Yifan, dejectedly ended the live stream and hastily retreated from the Wanbao Pavilion building with his subordinates. Today had been a monumental embarrassment. He had come with high hopes of troubling the Wanbao Pavilion, only to find himself outsmarted and his own jewelry studio rendered ineffective. Sandashong, what on earth have you done? Did you not claim you would conquer the Wanbao Pavilion today? Why, then, have I received calls insisting that we terminate our collaboration with the jewelry studio for online broadcasts? You fool. Just as he exited the Wanbao Pavilion, Sandashong received a call from his father. Get back here immediately and explain yourself. How am I supposed to account for this to the board? They will have our heads, you imbecile. Sandashong felt as though his father's voice was deafening. With a deep sigh, he could only hasten back to the San family residence. Meanwhile, within the Wanbao Pavilion, after Sandashong's departure, Manager Wu exchanged a meaningful glance with Yifan and respectfully bowed, saying, "Young Master Yi, I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention today." Manager Wu felt fortunate for his actions, having presented 2 antiques to Su Yixue. While those antiques were indeed valued at over 10 million, the assistance Yifan had provided far exceeded that worth. Had the Wanbao Pavilion fallen into Sandashong's trap today, losing its credibility and public trust, the losses would have amounted to at least several billion. If the Wanbao Pavilion had been completely dismantled, the damage would have escalated to over 100 billion. More importantly, the existence of the Wanbao Pavilion served functions beyond mere monetary value. Your kindness in aiding my wife warrants my assistance in return, Yifan replied with a faint smile. His logic was sound and his words clear, leaving Su Yixue beside him somewhat perplexed. Was Yifan currently lucid or lost in folly? Su Yixue found herself at a loss to discern the truth. However, with so many people present at that moment, she refrained from probing further. Before Wu Zhongwei could utter a word, a staff member swiftly approached him and whispered in his ear, "Wu. The young lady has indicated that the item may now be retrieved." Upon hearing this, the glimmer of insight flashed in Wu Zhongwei's eyes. Indeed, the young lady proved to be astute, having recognized Yifan's potential. Despite the immense blow the Yi family had suffered, as long as Yifan remained alive, the family's future prospects would undoubtedly be boundless. With Yifan now awakened, those who sought to undermine the Yi family would likely find themselves restless. Young Master Yi, please hold on a moment. You have rendered Wanbao Pavilion an invaluable service, and we must express our gratitude. As he spoke, Wu Zhongwei hastily entered a back room, emerging shortly after with an antiquated wooden box in hand. Young Master Yi, this item has been in our possession for quite some time. Though I have studied it for years, I remain ignorant of its true purpose. However, with your remarkable talents, I am confident it will reveal its greatest value once you awaken. As he spoke, Wu Zhongwei reverently presented the box to Yifan. Although he had surmised that Yifan had regained consciousness, he adhered to the pretense, respecting Yifan's discretion. Thank you, Wu Zhongwei. Yifan responded, extending his perception to examine the box, his expression gradually turning grave. Possessing the mystic eye, Yifan could almost see through all things, yet, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that even his formidable spiritual power could not penetrate the box's contents. It appeared to be enveloped in a layer of mysterious aura that thwarted his mental probing. Fortunately, Yifan sensed a certain familiarity emanating from within the box, instilling a sense of comfort. As Yifan and Su Yixue departed from Wanbao Pavilion, Wu Zhongwei watched their retreating figures, a contented smile gracing his features. The Yi family was poised to ascend. Alas, those who dared to challenge them truly lacked foresight. With that thought, Wu Zhongwei swiftly entered the hidden chamber, dialing a secure line. Young lady, I have delivered the item as per your instructions. However, it is the most critical possession, tied to the fate of the entire family. Is it not too perilous to entrust it to Yifan? Meanwhile, in a serene courtyard on Kunlun Mountain, the barefoot young woman reclined in a wicker chair, her eyes glued to a tablet displaying surveillance footage as she answered Wu Zhongwei's call. Old Wu, I have faith in my judgment. If Yifan cannot protect my family, then the Ruan clan's revival is but a distant dream. Remember, having chosen Yifan, we must unconditionally trust him. From now on, should he require anything, Wanbao Pavilion shall assist him at any cost. After all, he is the man I have chosen. After concluding the call with Wu Zhongwei, the young woman gazed out at the lush greenery beyond the courtyard, softly murmuring, Yifan, we are destined souls from a past life. I hope you awaken soon. In the realm of ancient martial arts, the Yi family undoubtedly holds its rightful place. I sincerely hope you can truly rise to prominence. My ability to assist you is limited to this. After departing from the antique street in Cloud City, Yifan and Su Yixue found themselves in the car. With a hint of confusion, Su Yixue glanced at Yifan and inquired, Xiaofan, are you truly awake or still in a daze? I cannot comprehend it. While it may seem that Yifan was dazed, his recent actions had been strikingly logical and even remarkably cunning, leaving San Desheng feeling quite frustrated and unable to voice his grievances. My dear Yixue, I find myself perplexed by your words. Yet, I perceive that my mind is no longer as clouded as before, and I recall certain things. It appears I was quite formidable at one point, acting on instinct. Perhaps, in the near future, I will fully recollect past events. Yifan understood Su Yixue's concerns. To alleviate her worries, he spoke vaguely about his current state while also instilling a sense of hope within her. This aligned with what Lei Chenjue had mentioned, he needed time to gradually awaken. Xiaofan, have you finally regained some clarity? That is wonderful. The Yi family is in dire need of you. If you do not awaken soon, I fear weathering long and I can endure. Su Yixue, filled with excitement, halted the car by the roadside, embraced Yifan's face, and planted a fervent kiss upon him. Yet, as if recalling something, she realized that if Yifan was indeed awake, her position as his former sister-in-law would render their current interaction rather embarrassing. Xiaofan, Su Yixue shyly asked, did you awaken last night? Yifan, fully aware of her thoughts, replied, my dear Yixue, what transpired last night? Did you not sleep well? Did I do something inappropriate? Once again, Yifan adopted his dazed demeanor, leaving Su Yixue bewildered. Oh dear. It's nothing. Let us proceed to find Mr. Yu Chong. I hope he will appreciate what we bring today. Su Yixue glanced at the two antiques provided by manager Wu, one a renowned painting from the Song dynasty, the other a jade qilin. Yifan smiled faintly. If Yu Chong truly was the head of the assassination division of the Tianji Pavilion, then these two gifts might not even catch his interest. Perhaps he was merely awaiting Yifan's arrival. In a separate location, the Southwestern Medical Association resided within an independent building in the southern outskirts of Cloud City. This institution, a semi-official, semi-private organization formed by the region's pharmaceutical elites and governmental bodies, played a crucial role. Though it maintained a low profile, any pharmaceutical company seeking to develop a new drug or expand its facilities required its approval. Thus, the position of president of the medical association became exceedingly significant, a coveted role pursued by many. However, it was infuriating that since Yu Chong assumed office 2 decades ago, he had never been replaced. Despite various efforts, including leveraging influence from the capital to oust him, none succeeded. This only heightened the public's wariness of Yu Chong's background and power. In the following moments, the major manufacturers found themselves compelled to curry favor with Yu Chong. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the lounge outside Yu Chong's office was already teeming with visitors. This was due to the fact that there was only one production quota for a new drug in the southwestern region for the latter half of the year, prompting various enterprises to exhaust their resources to gain Yu Chong's favor. Yu Chong, unabashed by his preferences, judged everything by the quality of the calligraphy and paintings he received. As Su Yixue entered the lounge accompanied by Yifan, all eyes turned towards them. Isn't that the fool from the Yi family? Someone remarked. Indeed. Su Yixue is quite bold to keep that fool by her side. Another chimed in, did you catch the Su family's new drug launch yesterday? They have really developed an impressive beauty plaster, that's remarkable. It seems the Su family is here for that quota today, so we might just be collateral damage. But not necessarily. Another countered. The Jin family, the Su family's sworn rival, is also vying for that quota, and their influence far surpasses that of the Su family at present. While conversing, they turned their gazes towards another corner of the lounge. There, the young man in a suit, accompanied by several assistants, occupied several chairs, leaving ample space around him as no one dared to approach. It was none other than Jin Yong, the young heir of the Jin family. Upon seeing Su Yixue enter, A sly smile crept across Jin Yang's face. Ishue, long time no see. I knew you would come today. You look exhausted, you've lost weight. As he spoke, Jin Yang reached out, attempting to caress Su Ishue's cheek. Su Ishue's expression darkened. Jin Yang, please be respectful. I have a husband. Hearing this, Yifan furrowed his brow. It appeared that there was some history between this Jin Yang and his wife, Su Ishue. Previously, he had only had vague mentions of a tenacious suitor who pursued Su Ishue before her engagement to the seventh son of the Yi family. Someone even more relentless than Zhao Tianlong. Now, it seemed that this Jin Yang was indeed that very pursuer. Jin Yang, undeterred by Su Ishue's rejection, regarded Yifan with disdain. Husband? Are you referring to the deceased seventh son of the Yi family, or to this fool standing before me? Haha. I refrained from commenting when you entered the Yi family, as I dared not provoke them. But now that the seventh son has perished and the Yi family is on the brink of collapse, why persist? He then presented Su Ishue with a bouquet of roses, extending his hands towards her. Ishue, be my girlfriend. You know I've pursued you since high school, it's been nearly 10 years. We have a foundation of feelings. Besides, you are here for the drug production quota, aren't you? If you agree to be my girlfriend, I will not contest that quota with you, allowing your Su family to secure it. At that point, your family can soar and united with my Jin family, who could rival us in the pharmaceutical industry of the southwestern region. Jin Yang spoke with apparent sincerity, almost convincing Yifan. At that moment, Yifan realized that Jin Yang was indeed the persistent suitor from Su Ishue's past. However, judging by Su Ishue's demeanor, it seemed she held no interest in Jin Yang. Jin Yang, could you refrain from being so tedious? I have told you countless times that I harbor no interest in you, so please do not persist in your pursuit. I am now married to Yifan, regardless of his shortcomings, I am determined to bear him many children. Do not make a fool of yourself. Su Ishue tightly grasped Yifan's wrist. Shaofan, please do not be angry, I had nothing to do with him before. I am already your woman. And for this lifetime, I shall only ever be yours. Yifan felt a warmth in his heart that these exceptional women were so devoted to the Yi family. He realized he must grow stronger to adequately protect them. Did you hear that? My wife declared I am her husband. How dare you cling to another man's wife? Do you have no shame? Yifan fixed his gaze on Jin Yang, a subtle yet menacing aura radiating from him, sending a shiver through Jin Yang's entire being. With a swift motion, Yifan seized the roses from Jin Yang's hands, throwing them to the ground and trampling them underfoot until they were utterly ruined. My grandfather once said, whoever bullies my wife shall face my wrath. In the next moment, Yifan raised his hand and struck Jin Yang's face with a resounding slap, leaving one side of his face swollen and red. How dare you, you fool! You actually had the audacity to hit me. You are courting death. Jin Yang fumed. Taken aback by the sudden violence, then he angrily ordered his subordinates to retaliate against Yifan. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my brother, just try it. Have you forgotten who my brother is? The sole heir of the Yi family. Though the Yi family has suffered great losses, you lowly wretches are not worthy to bully us. If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead and test me. Wang Fuguo bellowed as he stepped into the room, his powerful martial aura creating ripples throughout the space. A master warrior. Jin Yang and his assistants were stunned. The Wang family, as a vassal of the Yi family, had long-standing ties. Wang Fuguo's grandfather was a general under Yifan's grandfather, and his father was a trusted aide of Yifan's predecessors. Although the Yi family was currently in disarray, Wang Fuguo's father still managed to maintain stability within the Tianlong army. Even if the Yi family fell, the power of the Wang family was not to be underestimated. Jin Yang, though seething with rage, realized that in the face of Wang Fuguo and Yifan's status, he dared not act recklessly. At least outwardly. He had to be cautious, any aggression would have to be executed covertly. What is the meaning of this? Are you also brazen? You wish to secure a pharmaceutical production quota, yet you dare to brawl here. A bespectacled male secretary emerged from the office, his piercing gaze scanning the crowd. The oppressive atmosphere created by Wang Fuguo dissipated instantly. Yifan's brow furrowed, a mere secretary possessed martial prowess at the level of a martial master. Although the secretary had concealed his aura effectively, Yifan could still sense it in that fleeting moment. In that case, the identity of Yu Chong as the assassin responsible for the whole leader must be undeniable. The appearance of the secretary alleviated the tense atmosphere in the room, providing Jin Yong an opportunity to retreat gracefully. Humph. You're lucky this time. Jin Yong glared at Yifan and uttered a harsh remark, then turned his resentful gaze towards Su Yixue, warning her, you had better not regret your decision today. Today refuse me, Jin Yong. I assure you that you will not obtain the quota for pharmaceutical production. Even if you possess a miraculous beauty bomb. What good will it do if you cannot produce it? Don't come begging me later. Jin Yong fixed a cold stare at Su Yixue, exuding an air of assured victory. In pursuit of today's pharmaceutical quota, Jin Yong had invested heavily, procuring 2 treasures from the market. According to the master, these items were imbued with a rich, ancient aura. Most crucially, Jin Yong had received insider information from various channels. He learned that the antiques favored by Yu Chong resonated with a mysterious, ancient energy, while those lacking such an aura were dismissed outright. Having observed the 2 antiques brought by Su Yixue, Jin Yong noted that, although they exhibited some ancient energy, they did not possess the kind Yu Chong desired. Thus, Jin Yong was convinced that Su Yixue was destined to fail. Su Yixue surveyed the crowd, anxiety creeping in. After all, despite having invited the revered medical sage Lei Chenjue, Yu Chong remained unmoved. Now, could she rely solely on the 2 antiques in her possession to persuade him? How can a worthless individual like you presume to secure that quota? Yifan cast a cold glance at Jin Yong. On the contrary, I believe the pharmaceutical quota will undoubtedly belong to the Su group today. Upon finishing his words, Yifan gently clasped Su Yixue's wrist, assuring her, do not worry. My dear, I will ensure you obtain that pharmaceutical quota. With the knowledge that Yu Chong was the head of the assassination hall at the Chenji Pavilion, Yifan was confident in securing the quota. According to the information conveyed by the dragon patterned ring, Yu Chong was a trusted confidant of the former pavilion master and worthy of trust. As long as Yifan presented the token and the secret phrase as a candidate for the new pavilion master, Yu Chong would have no reason to oppose him. Humph. You're just a fool. What do you have to offer? Your words? Jin Yong sneered at Yifan, suddenly recalling how Yifan had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to slap him. Despite being on the verge of mastering martial arts, Jin Yong had been unable to evade Yifan's strike, indicating that even in his current day's state, Yifan's strength remained formidable. Fearful of receiving another slap, Jin Yong hastily covered his cheek. Once was already humiliating, a second would be utterly disgraceful. How could he explain being struck by a fool? The issue of Yifan's identity loomed large, making Jin Yong hesitant to act rashly, leaving him to suffer in silence. However, with only 2 hands to shield himself, Jin Yong could not protect his entire being. Before he could react, Yifan struck again, delivering a powerful kick to Jin Yong's groin. The sound of an egg shattering resonated through the air, causing Jin Yong to collapse to the ground. His body contorted like a large shrimp. Oh, damn it. My egg, Yifan, you are courting death. The excruciating sensation left Jin Yong's face flushed crimson, his entire body convulsing in agony, until he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness that sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. The bodyguards surrounding Jin Yong filled with trepidation, cast wary glances at Yifan. After a moment's hesitation, they hastily helped Jin Yong to his feet and rushed him toward the hospital. With Jin Yong's departure, the atmosphere at the scene grew palpably tense once again. His initial beating could be attributed to mere coincidence, as he had been caught off guard. However, at the second time, despite his apparent vigilance, he was once again thoroughly beaten by Yifan to the point of losing consciousness. Who could claim that the young master of the Yi family was a fool? He was evidently quite astute, employing strategies that left Jin Yong in such a state. It was common knowledge that Jin Yong possessed strength at an advanced level, akin to that of a martial master. The fact that Yifan could easily overpower him indicated that Yifan's prowess must be at least above that of a master. After 5 years, the prodigious young master of the Yi family, though seemingly foolish, had not lost his innate talent. The expressions of those observing Yifan shifted dramatically. Many representatives of various families lamented that even if the Jin family could not secure this opportunity, it would likely not fall to any other family. After all, The Su family, supported by the Yi family, remained a formidable presence. In the midst of this, the most astonished was the secretary of Yu Chong. Though he wore glasses, they were merely a fa order to conceal certain truths, for he was not at all nearsighted. Just moments before, he had been in the room, close enough to Yifan, yet his martial prowess had failed to prevent Yifan's attack, and he hadn't even sensed how Yifan had struck. Such an occurrence could lead to only two conclusions: either Yifan had not employed his martial energy, or his strength had far surpassed the secretary's, rendering him oblivious. Are you also vying for that opportunity? Present your items. The secretary, initially brimming with irritation, softened significantly in his demeanor towards Su Yixue upon sensing Yifan's unusual presence. Thank you. Here are the items. Su Yixue respectfully handed over the artifacts to the secretary. After the secretary accepted the antique from Su Yixue, he glanced at his watch, then surveyed the gathering in the hall. The time is nearly upon us, as the items from Su family pharmaceuticals are the last. Soon, we shall know who will claim this opportunity, so please be patient. With that, the secretary swiftly entered the inner chamber. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged carrying a substantial collection of items. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. This time, the medical production quota belongs to the Jin family. Others, please retrieve your items in order. Mr. Yu extends his gratitude for your goodwill. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the crowd, as many had hoped for a chance at the singular opportunity. They had anticipated the outcome of their rejection long before this moment. Su Yixue wore a look of disappointment on her face as she approached and retrieved the antique she had gifted, calling out to Yifan, "Darling, shall we head back?" Yifan responded with a faint smile, "Wife, may I have a glance at the antique in your hand?" Su Yixue, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Show it to you." At that moment, Wang Fugue chimed in perfectly, "Sister-in-law, let my elder brother have a look. He is quite remarkable, he discovered a treasure last time." "Oh," Su Yixue replied, handing the antique over to Yifan. The moment Yifan received the antique, his wrist moved swiftly, and he channeled his energy to inscribe a mysterious pattern inside the antique box, which was none other than the secret order of the master of the Tiangong Pavilion. As Yifan made his move, the secretary of Yu Chong seemed to sense something, casting a sharp glance in Yifan's direction, yet he perceived nothing amiss. After observing for a moment, Yifan returned the antique to Su Yixue, saying, "Yixue, my dear, the true value of this antique lies in the box. Perhaps you should allow them to take another look. The box is more valuable." Su Yixue frowned in response, pondering whether Yifan was merely speaking nonsense or if he had genuinely uncovered something significant. Although she lacked understanding, she hesitated, recalling Yifan's previous displays of prowess. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue, brimming with impatience, urged, "Sister-in-law, you must trust my brother, he is truly exceptional. He once took me to the antique market where we found a superb treasure. Come on. Hand it over to me." As he spoke, Wang Fugue snatched the box from Su Yixue's hands and approached Yu Chong's secretary, saying, "Brother, could you take another look?" Initially, the secretary had no intention of continuing, as the slots had already been filled, rendering further examination pointless. However, recalling the fleeting sensation of the martial energy he had detected moments earlier, he became intrigued. Could that energy have emanated from Su Yixue's foolish husband? "Humph. What are you staring at?" "Su Yixue, the slots have been finalized, what more do you wish to pursue? Do you think the items you brought can compare to what I possess?" Before the secretary could respond, Jin Yong reappeared at the doorway. Despite suffering an unfortunate injury, he had merely bandaged himself and entered the room, presenting a rather comical sight. Jin Yong was confident in his antique and did not wish to miss the announcement of the slots. As he spoke, he instinctively reached for the antique box in Wang Fugue's hands, but, sensing the surging martial energy from him, he hesitated and took a step back. "Secretary Zhang, I suggest you don't waste any more time, the slots have been determined. Please have all you sign swiftly," Jin Yong advised smugly. Turning to Su Yixue, his expression darkened as he taunted, "Humph. Su Yixue, I have already stated that you would come to seek my favor. Now that the slots are finalized, your Su family has no chance left. No matter how excellent your Su group's beauty cream is, without a production license, what can you do? How dare you act so brazenly? I refuse to believe that my modest abilities cannot handle you." Jin Young scolded Su Ishue and Yifan. However, upon noticing Yifan's unsettling expression, he hastily fell silent. Yifan's prowess was somewhat enigmatic, causing Jin Young to be quite worried. Just moments ago, he had already contacted his family to dispatch a more formidable expert for his protection, and until that expert arrived, Jin Young dared not be overly audacious. Secretary Zhang, why do you remain inactive? Jin Young had been present for some time now but observed that Secretary Zhang seemed unperturbed. His gaze fixated on the box in Wang Fugue's hands. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Secretary Zhang's sharp eyes flashed, glaring at Jin Young. Although the quota had indeed been announced, it was not immutable. Secretary Zhang's words sent a chilling sensation through Jin Young's heart. A sense of foreboding began to creep in as Secretary Zhang approached Wang Fugue, extending his hand to take the box. He glanced at Yifan before finally locking eyes with Su Ishue. Miss Su, I will take this box inside for all you to examine once more. But I cannot guarantee the outcome. After the announcement of the quota, the representatives of the various families had intended to depart. Yet, this unexpected twist had transpired. The antique that the Su family had acquired was to be returned, granting them a second chance. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, prompting everyone to linger and observe how events would unfold. I have stated that today's quota belongs to my wife. You shall have no opportunity, Yifan remarked coolly. Casting a glance at Jin Young, Wang Fugue chimed in, my brother has declared that the quota is for the Su family. It is unequivocally theirs. Should you dare to seize it, I would not hesitate to leave you unrecognizable. Humph. Wang Fugue, do you think that my Jin family fears yours? Even with the Su family's items being returned, do you believe you stand a chance? Dream on. Jin Young retorted defiantly. However, just as Jin Young finished his boastful proclamation, the moment of reckoning arrived. The door burst open and Secretary Zhang emerged. His expression grave as he approached Su Ishue and Yifan with an air of respect, even bowing. Miss Su, Mr. Yi, Mr. Wang. All you request your presence for a detailed discussion. Ah. Su Ishue gazed at Secretary Zhang in astonishment, utterly incredulous. Over the years, representatives from families vying for the quota would have been fortunate to meet Secretary Zhang, and never had anyone had the opportunity for a private discussion with old you. The implication of such a private meeting was unmistakably clear. Secretary Zhang, what should we do? Jin Young was left utterly dumbfounded by the recent developments. Even a fool could discern the underlying clues of the situation. The previous quota is now null and void. Everyone, please depart. Old you had just declared that the quota belonged to the Su family, and no one could alter that. Secretary Zhang coolly announced the outcome, which everyone had already surmised from his earlier actions. Jin Young's complexion turned ashen in an instant. The Jin family had invested an immense amount of effort for this quota. Not merely monetary contributions, but also extensive networking have been rendered at a significant cost, all with the singular objective of launching a new pharmaceutical. Should this opportunity slip away, not only would the prior efforts of the Jin family be rendered futile, but their inability to produce the new drug on schedule could jeopardize their financial stability, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Secretary Zhang noted that Jin Young still hoped to negotiate, yet Secretary Zhang had already ushered Yifan, Su Ishue, and Wang Fugue into the inner chamber. Several formidable bodyguards from Yuchang obstructed Jin Young's path, coldly stating, Mr. Jin, please return. Jin Young was utterly bewildered. He had just secured the opportunity, yet the Su family had inexplicably allowed Yuchang to reassess the antiques, which he had now recognized anew, leading to the Su family obtaining the coveted spot. What tactics had the Su family employed? Had the Jin family been entirely outmaneuvered? It was astonishing. Who are you all leaving? I still wish to witness what unfolds. Look at Jin Young, his earlier arrogance has now turned to humiliation. Listening to the hushed whispers of the family representatives around him, Jin Young felt as if he were consuming bitter gall. How had the outcome devolved to this? Gazing at the family shut door, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. What did it matter that the Su family had secured the opportunity? The Yi family now resembled a tiger with its teeth bared, while the Su family was hardly a concern for the Jin family. Inside the chamber, Yuchang regarded the antique box before him with utmost reverence, his face a canvas of astonishment. This antique had been examined earlier, revealing little of the ancient aura he sought. Yet upon its return, A mysterious pattern had manifested upon the box. This design was none other than the secret insignia of the master of the Tiangong Pavilion. Years ago, before the former master vanished, he had issued a final directive for Yu Chong to await the emergence of the new master in Yun City. Yu Chong had patiently awaited for nearly 2 decades, and now the master's orders had resurfaced. Did this signify the arrival of the new master? As the head of the most formidable assassin faction within the Tiangong Pavilion, Yu Chong had maintained order among his ranks despite the chaos that had engulfed the pavilion in the absence of the old master. His loyalty was unwavering, solely to the master of the Tiangong Pavilion. The first time the antique was brought in, the box bore no markings, yet upon its second entrance, the intricate designs appeared, indicating they had been inscribed in that fleeting moment. The new master could very well be in the reception area outside. With a creak, the door swung open, and Secretary Zhang entered alongside Su Yixue, Wang Fugue, and Yifan. Yu Chong swiftly rose, bowing respectfully, and Miss Su, I sincerely apologize for the previous lack of hospitality. As he spoke, his keen gaze swept over Su Yixue and Wang Fugue. Su Yixue exhibited a martial aura surpassing the level of transformation. Yet the energy radiating from her was subdued, suggesting she had cultivated her martial prowess. It was evident she could not possibly be the chosen one of the Tiangong Pavilion. Wang Fugue and Yu Chong were well aware that the eldest son of the Wang family in Yunchong had already attained a mastery level beyond that of a master. A commendable achievement indeed. However, given Wang Fugue's prodigious talent and capabilities, his aspiration to command the entirety of the Tiangong Pavilion seemed to still require further refinement. Thus, the only remaining contender was the young master of the Yi family, and known to all as the foolish Yifan. From the tender age of 5, Yifan had exhibited an astonishing aptitude for cultivation, having broken through to the master level by the age of 15, and was on the verge of ascending to the martial honor level. His extraordinary talent had indeed captured Yu Chong's attention. As the timing of Yifan's rise coincided precisely with the disappearance of the former pavilion master. At that time, Yu Chong had harbored suspicions that Yifan might have inherited the former master's legacy, which accounted for his remarkable prowess. However, just as Yu Chong was prepared to delve deeper into an investigation of Yifan, the latter suffered an accident that rendered him mentally incapacitated, causing Yu Chong's inquiries to cease. Now, as Yifan reappeared before Yu Chong, accompanied by a secret decree from the Tiangong Pavilion, Yu Chong could not help but harbor doubts about Yifan's true nature. When Yu Chong's formidable perception swept over Yifan, he was first met with a profound and familiar martial aura that bore a weighty presence akin to the pressure of Mount Tai. The level of martial prowess displayed by Yifan suggested that he was at least a third-tier martial emperor, while Yu Chong had only recently achieved the martial emperor rank himself. Just as Yu Chong sought to probe further, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted forth, forcefully compelling him to take a step back. This spiritual force seemed to sear into the very depths of Yu Chong's soul, causing his body to tremble violently. Yu Chong recognized this as a warning from Yifan, indicating that he had overstepped his boundaries in his investigations. Yet, he remained curious. If Yifan had indeed become the master of the Tiangong Pavilion and was now in a significantly awakened state, why did he still present himself as foolish? Nevertheless, it was evident that Yifan had his reasons for this FAOD. All you are far too gracious. I am exceedingly grateful for the opportunity you have extended to the Su group. Words cannot adequately express my heartfelt appreciation. Su Yixue remarked with gratitude in her eyes as she regarded Yu Chong. However, she was genuinely puzzled as she had just handed an antique to Yu Chong, only for it to be returned to her. Merely reclaiming it had prompted Yu Chong to alter his decision. Why was that? President Su, there is no need for such gratitude. Have I not already provided what was due? As your husband mentioned, the contents of the box are of little significance. The box itself holds greater value, Yu Chong remarked, casting a glance at Yifan. President Su, should the Su group ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. President Su, young Master Wang. May I have a moment alone with young Master Yi? Yu Chong had nearly confirmed that the master of the Tiangong Pavilion was indeed Yifan, but he sought further verification. Su Yixue looked on with concern for Yifan, while Wang Fugue regarded the situation with vigilance. All you, this may not be appropriate, he cautioned, fully aware that Yifan was still in a fragile state and that his safety was of utmost importance. Yifan was aware that Yu Chong had matters he wished to discuss privately, and he himself had several issues to convey to Yu Chong. After all, The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was an immensely vast institution, then Yifan's understanding of it remained quite limited. Moreover, to thoroughly grasp control over the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, it was evident that Yifan could not solely rely on himself in his quest for vengeance for the Yi family. Although he possessed the organizational strength left by his mother, an alliance with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Shuai, my dear, there is no need for concern. You may wait for me outside. I am capable of protecting myself. As he spoke, Yifan reached out and lightly grasped Su Ishue's hand. Although Su Ishue felt a twinge of confusion, she keenly sensed that Yifan appeared to have improved significantly, with his memories and intellect seemingly restored to a considerable extent. Perhaps allowing Yifan to interact with others would greatly aid in his recovery. Then, Fu Gui, let us proceed. Xiaofan should be fine. Su Ishue called to Wang Fu Gui and nodded at Yifan before swiftly departing from the doorway. Uncertain of the source of her confidence, she nonetheless trusted Yifan implicitly, believing he could manage everything effectively and would surely recover. No sooner had Su Ishue and Wang Fu Gui exited than Yu Chong initiated his attack. 13 flying daggers, imbued with formidable energy, hurtled towards Yifan from 8 perilous angles. The sound of the air being rent apart echoed like a mournful wail. The intensity of the energy emanating from the daggers indicated that Yu Chong's assault bore the strength of a martial emperor. And he had not held back. This was a lethal strike. Yifan understood that this was both a test and a deadly gambit. If he truly was the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he should be able to effortlessly counter these daggers. However, if he were merely an impostor, Yu Chong would not hesitate to strike him down without mercy.